Falling Slowly by Camero 0917. Chapter 1. 3 weeks. 21 days since the Cullens left. 500 hours since he left her alone in the woods with nothing but a broken heart and a promise that it would be as if they never existed. Bella grieved for days, wallowing in her self-pity. She went through the motions of each day like a zombie on autopilot. At night, she cried herself to sleep, desperately clutching herself tight as if that would fill the void growing inside her chest. It didn't. Even when she managed to fall asleep, it was short-lived. Each night was plagued by nightmares, and she woke herself, and Charlie, up screaming. Her dad was a saint for putting up with her. She felt guilty. She was depressed, not blind. She noticed the dark circles under his eyes and his exceptionally disheveled appearance, which was a step beyond his usual state of disarray. She knew her behavior was wearing on him, but she couldn't stop it. He had stopped rushing into her room when her cries filled the dark house after a week of 3 a.m. wake-up calls. In the beginning, he sat up with her, trying to comfort her until she drifted off again. But once it became clear that his presence made no difference, he opted to let her cry herself back to sleep in private. She had always appreciated that he didn't hover. To spare them both, she avoided him whenever possible, sequestering herself in her room whenever she was home. It was better this way. She hated seeing the hopelessness in his eyes, the lost looks of a man who didn't know how to reach her. The pitying gazes were nearly impossible to stomach, but the looks of understanding were worse. She wondered if this was what it had been like for him when her mom took her away, fleeing to the sunny climes of Arizona all those years ago. Probably. She always thought she was more like Charlie than Renee. Fortunately, her period of depression didn't last. After 2 weeks, something shifted within her, and the hole in her chest began to change. The pain didn't hurt as badly anymore. Instead of feeling hollow, Bella was filled with anger and bitterness for having been played for a fool. She had been so naive, so gullible, allowing herself to believe the gilded words spoken by a silver-tongued devil. What beautiful lies they were. It wasn't until the rug was pulled out from under her that she realized just how under his spell she had been. He had told her they were mates and promised he would never do anything to hurt her. But that's exactly what he had done. She couldn't think of anything he could have done that would have been more hurtful. After her disastrous birthday party, they barely spoke, leaving her without any resolution or closure. Maybe if they had actually had a healthy discussion, she would have understood his reasoning. Perhaps she would have even agreed that the Cullens leaving was for the best. At the very least, she would have had the chance to express her feelings. But he hadn't afforded her that luxury. All he did was tell her that he didn't want her, that she wasn't good enough for him, and that she was a mistake. He shifted the blame onto her and made himself the victim. Then he was gone. To make matters worse, he took his family with him, a family that she had grown to love and care for, a family that claimed to love her back, with one blonde exception. Even Jasper, ever the Southern gentleman, was respectful around her, despite the discomfort she caused him. Rosalie, however, had always treated her with unmasked contempt and disdain, glaring at her as if she carried some disgusting human disease. Bella never understood what she had done to provoke such hatred from the blonde. The others, though, were warmer to her and welcomed her into the family with open arms. Alice and Emmett were the siblings she had always wanted. Carlisle acted as a mentor and a patient sounding board for her countless questions. And Esme was exactly the mother figure she had dreamed of when she was younger. Renee had tried, sort of, but she really wasn't cut out to be that for Bella. Bella had once envisioned a future with a parent-like figure, but in an instant, they were gone. She hadn't even had the chance to say goodbye. And deep down, she knew it was his fault. He had a way of influencing them, even though Carlisle was the leader of the coven. She couldn't shake the feeling that he had convinced them all to leave. Why else would Alice willingly abandon her? That's what she told herself, anyway. How could he do such a thing if he truly cared for her? Bella had spent countless hours mulling over that question. It just didn't make sense. Then the truth struck her like a simultaneous punch to the head, heart, and gut. He didn't care, not really. Their relationship was nothing more than a beautifully crafted illusion. In hindsight, James' taunting words echoed in her mind, that she was nothing more than a plaything, a pet on a short leash. It was painfully true. Once she became inconvenient, he discarded her like yesterday's news. When the going got tough, he chose to run instead of staying to work through the rough patches. Although Bella admitted she had limited experience in dating and even fewer good role models, Renee had provided her with plenty of examples of what not to do. She understood that relationships required effort from both sides. They should be built on balance, understanding, communication, and respect, through the highs and lows, through thick and thin. It was only after he left that she realized just how lacking their relationship was in those areas. He wanted to control her but never truly took her seriously or listened to her thoughts. He would ask for her opinions, but his mind was already made up. He wouldn't change regardless of what she said. He manipulated her with smooth words and clever deflection, making it seem like her ideas had come from her own mind, all while she remained oblivious to what was happening. In the end, it was always him calling the shots, and so she subconsciously stopped trying. After all, in his words, she was just a frail, silly human. How could she possibly know what was best for her? This was a perfect example of the situation Bella found herself in. It was her body, her life, and her afterlife. It should have been her choice, but somehow, it became his decision, and he said no. In what universe did that make any sense? If they were truly mates, wouldn't he want an eternity with her? Clearly, something was off, but she hadn't seen it at the time. Just another nail in the proverbial coffin. Well, fool me once, shame on you. Bella would not be fooled twice. So, it came as quite a shock when Bella walked into the cafeteria on Monday and saw that the table in the corner was occupied. But it wasn't the vampire she had been expecting. Never in a million years did Bella think she would see Rosalie Hale sitting alone in a high school cafeteria. She was certain that the statuesque blonde hated repeating high school, who wouldn't, and only did it to maintain appearances for her family. Yet, there she was, in all her glory, casually reading a magazine and ignoring everyone around her. Blonde waves cascaded perfectly down her slim shoulders, brushing against her brown leather jacket. Bella couldn't see the rest of her outfit, but she would bet her life savings that it was designer through and through. Rosalie would never settle for less. The vampire's smooth, flawless skin looked as if it had been carved from marble by a master sculptor like Michelangelo or Bernini. Her full red lips were drawn into a neutral pout as she idly flipped through the pages of her magazine. Maybe it was just her excitement to see a vampire, any vampire, but Bella was convinced she had never seen a more beautiful sight. She stood there, dumbfounded, clutching her brown sack lunch, her breath caught in her throat. She had to remind herself to breathe again. Golden eyes flicked up to meet her gaze, and Bella felt the wind rush out of her lungs once more. Rosalie held her gaze for a moment before narrowing her eyes into the familiar glare. The sentiment was clear. Oh right, Bella thought. If there was one thing Rosalie despised more than having to repeat high school, it was Bella Swan. A knot formed in her stomach, but then Mike's shout cut through her thoughts, pulling her back to reality. Thank goodness for that golden retriever posing as a teenage boy, she thought, willing her legs to move. She headed over to the table where Mike, Jessica, Angela, and Eric were sitting. Thankfully, Lauren and Tyler were off somewhere else. She wasn't sure she could handle two headstrong girls at the same time. Bella half-heartedly listened as Jessica launched into her latest round of gossip, most of which revolved around Rosalie's unexpected return. She hadn't realized how much time had passed until she felt several pairs of eyes fixed on her. Huh? What? Bella blinked, looking up from the sandwich she was holding. Everyone was staring expectantly. I said, you were close to the Cullens, right? Surely you know something. Jessica pressed, her tone impatient. Are the rest coming back too? Mike added, his watery blue eyes reflecting concern about his competition possibly returning. Silly boy. Oh, no. It's been radio silence since, you know. I'm just as surprised as you are, Bella replied honestly. Anger bubbled up in her chest at the reminder of the deafening silence the Cullens had left behind. She had emailed Alice countless times over the past 3 weeks, each message bouncing back with an error. There were murmurs of understanding around the table, and Angela gave her shoulder a gentle pat. No one else pressed the issue, not even Jessica, who surprisingly let the subject drop. The brunette had matured quite a bit over the summer. While still the gossip queen, she had learned to respect certain boundaries. Her friends had been surprisingly supportive during what Bella called the fallout period. They had given her space when she needed to wallow and welcomed her back when she was ready to face the world again. Jessica and Angela were there with open arms, ready to help her navigate this new chapter. A fan of the unexpected voice interrupting her frustration. "Sorry, I didn't mean to eavesdrop," Eric said, stepping into view with a sheepish grin. "But I think it's just a little temperamental. You'll get it running again." "Right, because I'm a master mechanic now," Bella replied, rolling her eyes. She kicked the tire lightly, as if that would somehow help the situation. "Hey, don't be too hard on yourself. You've got a truck with character," he said, trying to lighten the mood. "Character? Is that what we're calling it?" Bella sighed, pushing her hair back from her face. "It's more like a rolling disaster." Eric chuckled. "At least it's not boring. Want me to help?" "Sure, as long as you don't mind getting your hands dirty," Bella said, half smiling. She appreciated his willingness to help, even if she wasn't in the mood for small talk. They both leaned over the engine, and Bella felt a flicker of hope that maybe this weekend wouldn't be as dull as she expected. With Eric's encouragement, she couldn't help but feel a little better about things. Maybe, just maybe, she could find a way to enjoy her time at school again. Bella didn't bother to look. She didn't need to, she recognized that haughty tone anywhere. "I'm sorry that not all of us can afford top-of-the-line sports cars," she shot back. Rosalie remained silent, allowing a heavy silence to settle between them. After what felt like an eternity, Bella couldn't take the tension any longer. She gave up on her attempts to pop the hood, folded her arms across her chest, and turned to face the vampire. "I thought you all left. Why are you here, Rosalie? I'm sure you have better things to do than stand around insulting my truck." Her voice carried more bite than she was used to. Apparently, getting dumped had given her a newfound backbone. "Would it make a difference if I told you?" Rosalie asked. "Not really, but I'd still like to know." Rosalie shrugged and inspected her nails for a moment before replying. "I didn't agree with my family's choice to leave. Unlike them, I'm not going to let Edward control my life or dictate my decisions. If the rest of the family wants to bow to his theatrics, that's their prerogative. Besides, you're a human who knows what we are. I wouldn't tell anyone about you," Bella said, doing her best not to wince at the mention of his name. "Well, that's not a risk I'm willing to take. You've already caused a rift in my family, and I'd rather be here to ensure nothing else happens," Rosalie replied coolly, her eyes narrowing. The unspoken threat lingered between them. Driving the point home, Rosalie continued, "It's not because I like you. I couldn't care less what you do with the rest of your inconsequential human life. I'm here for them because apparently, no one else in my family seems to realize what a liability you are. So, Rosalie returned to keep tabs on me." Noted. Bella didn't say anything else. What more was there to say? Instead, she turned her attention back to her original task, trying her best to ignore the vampire standing next to her. After a few more attempts, she managed. Bella wrenched the hood loose and peered into the truck's engine. "Do you even know what you're doing?" she muttered under her breath, refusing to respond directly. She began poking around at various parts but had no idea what anything was. Maybe it's the carburetor. It always seems to be the carburetor. Wait, what the hell is a carburetor? I should have listened more when Jake tried to explain this to me. This is like watching an infant trying to perform brain surgery. "Between the two of you, I'd put my money on the infant," Rosalie remarked. Bella shot back, "This might come as a surprise, but I don't care about what you think. Either help me or leave me alone." Rosalie stared at her for a moment, her shock quickly replaced by a smooth indifference. Fine. Good luck with the scrap metal. With a flip of her 4-inch stiletto heels, she stalked across the parking lot. Bella blinked after her, resentment bubbling with each step Rosalie took. How could one person be so haughty and condescending? It must be a vampire thing. She was still glaring when Rosalie called over her shoulder, "You just need to adjust the battery clamps." Without waiting for a response, Rosalie slid into her car and sped off. It wasn't until the BMW had disappeared down the street that Bella looked back under the hood. Sure enough, the clamp on the negative terminal was dangling limply. With a begrudging sigh, she reattached it and headed home. Monday morning arrived, and Bella woke up feeling surprisingly energetic and ready to tackle the day. The weekend had been perfect. The weather gods had blessed them with a rare burst of sunshine, allowing her to read in the yard. The boost of vitamin D had rejuvenated her, giving her an extra pep in her step as she showered and got ready. As she pulled on her favorite hoodie while descending the stairs, an unexpected voice stopped her in her tracks. Carlisle had an opportunity to transfer to New York General. It was an offer he couldn't refuse. Bella thought, baffled. What was Rosalie doing in her house, and why was she quoting The Godfather? But what about the rest of your family? Charlie asked, genuinely curious. My siblings, aside from Emmett, are still minors, so they had to stay with Carlisle and Esme. Emmett got an internship and moved to Boston. I went to help them move and get settled, but I returned as soon as I could. I prefer the quaintness and simplicity here. There was a brief pause. Bella could almost hear the wheels turning in Charlie's mind. I know it's impolite to ask a lady her age, but how are you a senior? Shouldn't you have graduated already? He pressed. Due to my year studying abroad, I have to retake senior year to make up the credits. I believe the term is super senior. Bella thought to herself, clever cover story. She had secretly wondered which strings Rosalie had pulled to stay back a year. So you're here and your family is in New York? It must be lonely up there all alone in that big house. You're sure you're okay? Charlie continued, concern etched on his face. I'm a very independent woman. I'm sure I will manage, Rosalie replied confidently. All the same. We'd be happy to have you over if you need company, Charlie offered. Bella cringed internally. Oh God, Charlie, of all the times for you to learn how to be hospitable. That's very kind, I'll consider it. I wouldn't want to be an imposition, Rosalie said graciously. It would be no trouble at all. I know Bella has some history with your family, but I'm sure she can put those feelings aside for a friend in need, Charlie insisted, oblivious. Please. Shut up. Bella thought, finishing pulling on her sweatshirt as she rounded the kitchen. This had gone on long enough, it was time for some damage control. Morning, Dad. Rosalie, what an unexpected surprise, Bella said, forcing a smile. Bells. Hi. You didn't tell me Rosalie was back in school and in your year. Rosalie exclaimed, her eyes brightening. Must have slipped my mind, Bella shrugged, hurrying past the vampire seated at the table, making a beeline for the coffee pot. Why are you here, Rosalie? Bella asked, hoping to redirect the conversation. I was concerned about your truck, Bella said. I remembered it was having issues last week and wanted to follow up. Issues? What kind of issues? Charlie straightened in his seat, concern etched across his face. It was just the battery, Bella replied, biting back her irritation before taking a big gulp of the dark roast blend. Ack, Charlie burned it again. She grimaced but forced herself to take another sip. Besides, it was an easy fix. Nothing to worry about. True, but who's to say the next issue won't be more serious? Rosalie chimed in, her feigned sweetness putting Bella on edge. She couldn't quite figure out what Rosalie was up to, but a sinking feeling told her it wouldn't be good. I think it's fine. I mean, it's running just like it always has. Last week was just a fluke. Bella rolled her eyes into her mug. With all due respect, I'm not sure you're the best authority on the matter, Rosalie said, shifting her coffee mug between her slender fingers and pretending to take a sip. I've got years of experience as a mechanic. It's very important to properly maintain your vehicle. Faulty components account for hundreds of accidents each year, all of which could be easily avoided with basic preventative maintenance. Bella's mouth went dry as she noticed the corners of Rosalie's perfectly full red lips pull into an infuriating smirk. It was hard to focus on being annoyed when the source of that annoyance looked so good. Wait, what? Where did that come from? Bella's scowl deepened. Charlie observed the exchange between the two women, blissfully unaware of the subtle inflections and thinly masked animosity. For being the chief of police, he really struggled with reading people. Mechanic, huh? That's pretty cool. Did you know that, Bells? He asked. Bella shrugged noncommittally, still glaring into her mug. Yes. I do all the work on my family's cars. Well, good for you. Great hobby, if I say so myself. It's refreshing to see the younger generation taking an interest in something practical for a change. Spending all that time on face space and whatever they're calling it, my book or something, it's a waste of time in my opinion. Younger generation, my foot. She's older than both of us combined. In fact, of the three of us, she was the only one alive when that old truck was made. You flatter me, Charlie. Charlie? Since when was Rosalie on a first-name basis with my dad? It's quite simple, really. It's just a matter of knowing the different components and what they do. Yeah, okay, fine. I'll have Jake take a look next weekend. He rebuilt it, after all. Bella finished her drink and rinsed out the mug. So that's what Rosalie was up to. She needed to nip this in the bud. Jake was the perfect excuse. She would buy him a pizza to make up for using him like this. Plus, it had been a while since they'd hung out. I'm sure he would do an acceptable job, but I must insist it be looked at by someone with more expertise. I'd be happy to lend my assistance. I have a full garage and workspace back at the house. No kidding. Well, let us at least pay you for parts and labor. I'll accept reimbursement for the parts, but this is a passion of mine. I'm happy to do the work free of charge. Wow, that's mighty generous. Charlie beamed, completely oblivious to the deaf glare his daughter was giving their guest. Crap. Yeah, that's way too generous. We couldn't possibly take advantage of your goodwill. Bella wasn't even trying to hide the sarcasm in her voice as she eyed the blonde warily, still trying to figure out Rosalie's endgame. This was all very suspicious. She hated how easily Rosalie could turn on her charm and win Charlie over. She knew she wouldn't win an argument against both of them. I insist you'd be doing me a favor. I haven't had the chance to work on a classic Chevy in many years. I'll have it towed to my place today while we're at school so I can start tonight. Well, that certainly makes me feel better. I'll rest easy knowing that truck is in tip-top shape, Charlie said, beaming with pride. Need a ride to school, Bells? I don't have to be at the station until later. I'll walk, it's fine, Bella replied, trying to sound casual. Don't be ridiculous. I can give you a ride. We're heading to the same place, after all. Besides, it's my fault you're short on a vehicle. Bella ground her teeth. She really didn't want to walk. There were far too many opportunities for disaster along the way. The thought of spending more time with Rosalie made her uneasy, and she was genuinely baffled by why the blonde vampire was so eager to fix her truck. She also didn't want to feel indebted to the Cullens for anything, but the repairs Rosalie was offering would likely cost most of her college savings. Okay, fine. But just for the week, Bella finally conceded. Good. Let's go then. Rosalie stood gracefully, taking her mug to the sink. Now that she was upright, Bella could fully appreciate Rosalie's outfit. She looked stunning in her white button-up, navy sweater vest, and fitted jeans. Bella was certain she had seen that exact ensemble on the cover of Jessica's latest fashion magazine. Fine. I'll be right out. I just need to grab my backpack, Bella said, dismissing Rosalie as the blonde moved to stand in the entryway. Well, I like the sister. So polite. And what a generous offer to work on the truck, Charlie said as he got to his feet with a groan. Great, Charlie is the newest member of the Rosalie Hale fan club. Just what I need, Bella thought, fighting the urge to roll her eyes. If only he knew what a grade A jerk she is. Yeah, real generous. See you later. Be safe with those animals running around, she said, trying to keep her tone light. Always am, he replied. Bella gave Charlie a half-hearted wave over her shoulder and followed Rosalie out. This was going to be a very long week. Chapter 2. The ride to school was awkward. Neither Bella nor Rosalie made any effort to speak during the 10-minute drive through town. The smooth jazz playing in the background did little to ease the tension, but at least it was pleasant to listen to. Bella kept stealing glances out of the corner of her eye. From what she could see of Rosalie's profile, it was clear that attempting to read the vampire's unreadable expressions wouldn't yield any answers. Reluctantly, she admitted defeat. While she wanted to get to the bottom of things, her pride wouldn't allow her to be the first to break the silence. Instead of speaking, she quietly observed the car. It was stunning, easily the nicest vehicle she had ever been in. As Rosalie had pointed out, Bella didn't know much about cars, but she could tell that the blonde was proud of it and took exceptional care of the ride. The engine purred like a content kitten as they zipped along, every surface carefully buffed and polished. The patent leather seats were soft and comfortable. Coupled with the psalms on the radio and the overall vintage atmosphere, it felt like stepping back in time. Who listens to AM radio anymore? This is like something straight out of the 20s. I wonder what it was like to live back then, Bella thought to herself. She begrudgingly found her mind drifting to thoughts of Rosalie's existence. Had the blonde even lived back then? Bella could easily picture Rosalie dressed in elegant finery, dancing the night away at a classy speakeasy. Not that she was thinking about the blonde in that way, and definitely not imagining her in one of those shiny flapper dresses that would have showcased her toned legs. Bella blushed at the thought. She wasn't interested in Rosalie like that. It was just an innocent observation. Anyone with half a brain would agree that the blonde was undeniably gorgeous and had a killer body. Right? Oh God, was she actually interested in Rosalie? No. Definitely not. Eager to steer her thoughts into safer territory, she focused back on the road ahead. Bella thought about what she knew of the Roaring Twenties. She had read The Great Gatsby and other classic novels, but something told her that much of it was embellished and romanticized. Yes, there was glitz and glam, but beneath those bright lights and the allure of the big city lay a darker side. Mob activity fueled staggering levels of crime and lawlessness that often went overlooked in history books. Maybe one day she would ask Rosalie about it, not that she had any particular reason, just a genuine interest in the time period. But that was a very big maybe, especially considering the small but crucial detail that they weren't friends. As Rosalie had reminded her, she was only there to keep an eye on Bella and ensure she didn't divulge any vampire secrets. Bella doubted that Rosalie would willingly share her personal life stories. Even if she asked, Rosalie would probably just ignore her out of spite. Truthfully, Bella didn't know much, anything, really, about the other Cullens. She had always had her blinders on, so focused on one vampire that she never thought to inquire about the rest of them. She could only guess that Carlisle was very old, given that he was the leader and had mastered enough self-control to work in a hospital. He had turned Edward first, but the rest remained a mystery. In retrospect, it felt rude and inconsiderate not to learn more about them, but that hardly mattered anymore. She quickly shook her head, trying to rid herself of those thoughts. She didn't want to know about Rosalie's life, she didn't care. They weren't friends, and last she checked, Rosalie loathed her very existence and the risk she represented. The blonde vampire had no qualms about making her opinions known, and Bella had been on the receiving end of many sharp comments. She's a danger to all of us, Edward. What were you thinking, bringing her here? The entire family will be implicated if this ends poorly. Humans aren't supposed to know about us. You know the laws. The Vulturi. Bella remembered the rest of Rosalie's rant from the first time she met the family. Her ex had cut off Rosalie with a sharp hiss before swiftly whisking her away for a grand tour of the house. If Bella hadn't been so captivated by the copper-haired vampire leading her around, she might have wondered what Rosalie had intended to say before the interruption. When she asked him about it later, he shrugged it off, assuring her that everything was handled and that she shouldn't worry. Being the naive lamb she was at the time, Bella let it go without a second thought. Looking back, she recalled a fleeting look of fear that crossed Rosalie's flawless face, but it was so brief that she might have imagined it. It struck her as strange that an indestructible, immortal being could feel threatened by something as trivial as a single human life. After that day, Rosalie had avoided her like the plague. She rarely ventured into the shared living space when Bella was around, and they had never spent time alone together. Rosalie hadn't even wanted to help when James was after Bella. She only agreed because Carlisle had practically threatened her. So why the sudden change of heart? Bella could only conclude that this was likely just another sick and elaborate scheme. She wasn't about to fall for the act. Past experiences had taught her that vampires enjoyed toying with humans for their own amusement, and she doubted Rosalie was any different. Admittedly, she didn't know much about the enigmatic Miss Hale, but she wouldn't put it past her to be doing this as a way of exacting revenge for splitting up her family. Or maybe Rosalie was simply bored and chose to take her frustration out on the sniveling, pathetic human, one of Rosalie's favorite terms for Bella. Hadn't she been through enough already? Why couldn't Rosalie just leave her alone? Bella felt drained, lacking the energy or patience to deal with more vampire mind games. Truthfully, she would have preferred it if things had gone differently. Bella longed for things to return to how they had been last year instead of this strange limbo she found herself in. Rosalie had treated her like the dirt beneath her designer heels, but at least Bella had known where she stood with the blonde woman. Now, uncertainty clouded her thoughts, and that made her anxious. Determined to push those feelings aside, she stared out the window as downtown Forks, all 5 blocks of it, whizzed by. She could do this. She just had to endure 5 more mornings, and then she would be back in her beloved Chevy, free from Rosalie once more. Rosalie pulled into her usual parking spot. No one dared to take it. Without a glance, she broke the silence. "I'll wait for you here after school." "You don't have to. I've got work at Newton's, and Mike can give me a ride," Bella shot back, letting a hint of acid seep into her words. It was one of the few things she could control, and she wanted to express her displeasure at the situation. She was taken aback when she heard a small growl build in Rosalie's throat at the mention of Mike, but the sound was quickly stifled. "Fine. I'll pick you up tomorrow then. Don't be late." With that, the vampire swept out of the car without a backward glance. Bella had to admit, if there was one thing she preferred about getting rides from Rosalie instead of Edward, it was that Rosalie never humped impatiently to get her attention in the mornings. The blonde vampire always came to the door and knocked politely. It was a small gesture, but it was appreciated nonetheless. She came bounding down the stairs, nearly tripping on the last step, when she heard the rhythmic knock on the front door at precisely 7:45. It was finally Friday. While she was looking forward to the weekend, this day held special significance. For days had passed since her beloved truck had been taken captive, and tonight she would be getting it back. As much as she enjoyed the feel of patent leather seats and smooth jazz in the morning, she missed her truck and all its quirks, as well as the sense of independence it brought her. As with every other morning that week, the vampire greeted Bella with a stiff nod before heading to the car without uttering a word. That suited Bella just fine. If Rosalie wasn't talking, it meant she wasn't hurling insults. Silence was a small price to pay. "So, will you be dropping off the truck tonight, or do I need to come get it later?" Bella asked, her excitement bubbling up as she buckled in. "What do you mean?" Rosalie quirked an eyebrow, steering the car onto the road. "My truck. It's been a week, so it's done, right?" Bella's brow furrowed at Rosalie's response. Surely, the immortal would be just as eager as she was to stop playing chauffeur. "It's not finished yet," Rosalie replied after a brief pause. It will probably be a few more weeks until it's completed to my satisfaction. That's a generous estimate. What? Bella practically shrieked. You said a week. No, you said a week. Things like this take time. I'm a vampire, not a miracle worker. Given the condition of your truck, I'm surprised it hasn't broken down already. So, what's the holdup then? I know you don't sleep. Why can't you just use your vampire speed and strength or something? Why weeks? All the enthusiasm she had felt moments before vanished, leaving her deflated. This might come as a surprise to you, but I do have other commitments that require my time. Despite what my siblings seem to believe, the world doesn't actually revolve around you. And if I were to use my vampire strength, as you so eloquently put it, I'd be returning your truck as a tin can rather than a functional vehicle. Rebuilds take time and precision, the process can't be rushed. Bella glared at the driver, her frustration bubbling beneath the surface. Rosalie's expression was once again unreadable, and she fought the urge to scream. Instead of saying something she might regret later, she opted to hold her tongue. Bella bit her tongue, choosing to remain silent. She folded her arms across her chest, fuming in her seat. It felt childish, but she didn't care. But to answer your other question, Rosalie continued, I'm trying to rebuild it with original parts, some of which are very hard to find. I've reached out to all my networks, and I still haven't located everything I need. Things were built to last back then, and they don't make parts like they used to. Why? Bella asked. Again with the inane questions and guessing games. I'm not a mind reader, and even if I could be, I certainly wouldn't waste my time reading yours. Why are you limiting yourself to original parts? Isn't an engine just an engine? An engine is never just an engine. Bella could almost feel Rosalie rolling her deep amber eyes. Call me old-fashioned, but I think it's better to use NOS whenever possible. If that's not available, then endorsed should suffice. I'll only use OEM as a last resort. Bella blinked, completely lost. She didn't have the slightest clue what Rosalie was talking about. It could have been gibberish, and she wouldn't be any wiser. I'm sorry, I don't speak car. What does that even mean? New old stock, new old replacement stock, an original equipment manufacturer. I suppose I could upgrade the system with modern parts, but where's the challenge in that? I think there's something to be said about rebuilding a car the way it was intended. It makes the end result more meaningful and authentic. Bella raised an eyebrow, unsure how to process this new information. While she appreciated the work and thoughtfulness, she didn't understand why Rosalie was putting in so much effort. She remained suspicious of the blonde's motives, and this only added to her list of reasons not to trust her. Feeling bold, thanks to a dangerous combination of impatience and a lack of self-preservation, she decided to poke the proverbial bear. Why are you doing all this, Rosalie? The truck, the rides? What are you playing at? Last year you made. It's pretty clear that you hate me, so I really don't understand why you're doing all of this for me, Bella said. You make it sound like it's a crime to do something nice for someone else, Rosalie replied. I'm sorry if I'm suspicious of your intentions. I don't buy that this is just part of your I'm here to keep an eye on you routine. You've got great vision. As creepy as it sounds, you could watch me from afar without having to interact at all. Fine. I'm only doing this because Alice had a vision involving your truck. She didn't give me the details, but she said it was important that I fix it. For some reason, those words hurt more than Bella expected. She wasn't sure which stung more, Rosalie's brutal honesty or the fact that Alice still cared enough to send her sister to help but couldn't be bothered to pick up the phone when Bella had called. Her throat constricted, and tears threatened to spill from the corners of her eyes. She stared at Rosalie for a moment, trying to collect herself so she could speak without revealing her emotions. She refused to show any sign of weakness. You're a real piece of work, did you know that? Bella snapped suddenly. Excuse me? Rosalie's tone was dangerous, but Bella couldn't stop the words from pouring out. God, I can't believe I actually wanted to be part of your family. I'd have been stuck with you for eternity. Now you're just being mean. Oh no, did I hurt your feelings? Newsflash, you've literally been nothing but mean to me since we met. I think I get a pass just this once. Bella's voice cracked, the pitch and volume escalating without her realizing it. How do I know you're not trying to get close to me, to get me to let down my guard so you can drop me like a useless sack of rocks, just like the rest of your family? I know you think I'm just some pathetic human trying to fit in with vampires, but I learned my lesson, alright? Up until you came back, I thought I would never see a vampire again. It was supposed to be as if you all never existed, and I had made my peace with that. Rosalie sat in stunned silence, absorbing Bella's outburst as the brunette continued her tirade. I know I don't belong in your world. I know I'm not good enough for you. But, damn it, I'm still a person. I'm not a toy or some pity project to cure you of your boredom. I won't go through all that again, Rosalie. So if you have any intention of repeating the past, just do me a favor and leave me alone. I deserve better. She felt lightheaded, having barely paused to catch her breath during her outburst. A sense of calm washed over her as she relaxed into her seat, her chest still heaving. As the adrenaline faded, euphoria shifted into guilt for her misplaced anger. I'm sorry. You didn't deserve that. You're right, I didn't deserve that. I hope you got that out of your system because that is the last time you ever speak to me like that. Rosalie eased the car back onto the main road and continued toward the school. When had she pulled over? Regarding the points you brought up, I won't apologize for my previous behavior. I might not have been kind to you, but I never deceived you. And if you hadn't noticed, I never abandoned you. I know they hurt you, and you have every right to be mad at them. Just don't take it out on me. Yeah, I'm sorry. Bella said, ducking her head sheepishly. I accept your apology. I hope you feel better after that. I know it can be detrimental to one's psyche to carry around so much resentment. But don't look at me like a hopeful puppy. Just because I let you treat me as a verbal punching bag doesn't mean we're friends now. I still don't like you, and I'm certainly not going to share my life story with you. Wouldn't dream of it. Bella laughed softly, feeling better than she had in a long time. It had been a long time coming. Bella felt a weight lift as she finally got everything off her chest. After all, she didn't have anyone else to confide in. She didn't linger on the past, but Rosalie's comments sparked her curiosity. It seemed to come from a place of personal experience, and despite her previous reservations, she couldn't help but wonder about it. So, what happened to timid as a mouse Bella? She lost her rose-colored glasses and grew up. Good. She was boring. Was Rosalie actually giving her a semi-compliment? And she lacked any sense of autonomy and self-preservation, though I suppose that last point could still be debated. Let's not forget she was annoyingly meek and whiny. Okay, I get it. I was young and dumb. You don't have to rub it in, alright? Rosalie glanced over, a smirk on her face, not the usual condescending one, but a genuine one this time. This is definitely an improvement. Bella was caught off guard by the comment. Thanks, Rosalie. Don't mention it. I'm dead serious. Of course not. I wouldn't want to tarnish your reputation as the resident ice queen. Heaven forbid people realize you're capable of being nice. Laying it on a little thick, aren't we? Bella chuckled at Rosalie's eye roll, but she noticed the small smile tugging at the corner of the vampire's mouth. Despite everything, she had a sneaking suspicion that deep down, Rosalie actually cared. The rest of the ride passed in comfortable silence. Despite the earlier blow-up, all the tension had evaporated, making the atmosphere almost pleasant. I'll pick you up Monday, Rosalie said as she pulled into her parking spot. Yeah, about that. Would you take me to see the truck sometime? I'm kind of curious and would like to see what you're working on. Rosalie met her hopeful gaze over the top of the car, her golden eyes revealing nothing as they studied Bella. After a long pause, the vampire responded, I'll see you here after school then. Chapter 3. Okay, spill it. Come on, Jess. We'll be late, and I'm hungry. Bella groaned as she tried to brush past the shorter girl who had cornered her on the way to lunch. Seriously, Bella? First, Rosalie comes back, which is really weird. Now she's giving you rides every morning, which is even weirder. Don't think I didn't notice you trying to sneak in. Jessica fell into step beside her as they walked toward the cafeteria. Bella didn't try to defend herself. What was there to defend? Everything Jessica had said was objectively true, and she hadn't done anything wrong. She also knew that if she got defensive, the brunette would take it as an admission of guilt and would jump on it immediately. Jessica was like a bloodhound when it came to sniffing out gossip, real or imagined, and Bella didn't want to open that can of worms. Unfortunately, Jessica didn't need any further prompting to continue her speculation. I mean, I know you were all heartbroken and stuff, but rebounding isn't the answer. Especially not with the sister. I mean, clearly they had no problem keeping it in the family, but come on. Major red flags. Okay, that line of thinking needs to end right now. Whoa, whoa. It's nothing like that. She's just... Bella paused as she pulled open the lunchroom door. What could she say? While she and Rosalie had reached a tenuous understanding that morning, they were far from friends. Bella was still shocked that Rosalie hadn't lashed out at her for yelling like she had. In fact, Rosalie had actually encouraged her to speak her mind. She's just helping me out. It's nothing like that. Out of the corner of her eye, she spotted Rosalie sitting at her table. Rosalie gave no indication she was listening, but Bella knew she could hear every word. I mean, I didn't even know you liked girls. Like, it's totally cool if you're gay or bi or whatever. I'm not judging, but it's more about who. Besides, isn't she with Emmett? Well, maybe not if she's here and he's not. But honestly, of all the people you could chase, you went for the sister? Jess pressed as they navigated through the crowd toward the lunch line. Oh my God. Really, Jess? Where do you even come up with this stuff? Bella replied, feeling flustered. I've got eyes, and you're not as subtle as you think. It's okay, though. I don't think anyone else noticed. I don't know if I like girls or not. I don't dislike them, but that doesn't mean I like them, right? Bella defended weakly. The heat in her cheeks betrayed her. She knew her face was bright red, and there was nothing she could do to stop it. She had never really considered that aspect of her sexuality, but now that it was being pointed out so directly, it made her think. Just a couple of months ago, she had been convinced she would be living happily ever after with her vampire boyfriend, and she had been perfectly content with that idea. Now, she couldn't deny that she had noticed certain attributes about Rosalie since the blonde's return. But as Jess pointed out, she was her ex's sister. Barring that detail, was she actually opposed to the idea of being with a woman? She would have to contemplate it more when she had some time to herself. Her morning had already been an emotional roller coaster, and she wanted a clear head when she thought this through. As far as Rosalie is concerned, there's nothing going on, Jess. She's just a friend. Okay, sure. Jessica's mocking tone made it clear that Bella's argument wasn't convincing anyone. I'm just saying it's a little suspect. Hale doesn't even acknowledge anyone else exists. Now she's suddenly spending all this time with you. Seems pretty out of the ordinary if you ask me. I would hardly count 10 minutes a day as all this time. Whatever, you know what I mean. What is it with you being a magnet for untouchable hotties? That's just weird. I mean, first it's the hair, and now the Ice Queen. And you're, well, how do I put this nicely, you? No offense. She added quickly, though her tone didn't sound apologetic at all. Gee, thanks, Bella grumbled, rolling her eyes as she made her way through the cafeteria. It seemed her friend still had some growing up to do. I mean, I guess I can't blame you if you wanted to date her. She's really beautiful and all, but she's also really mean. Not to mention, she's way out of your league. Well, your vote of confidence is so inspiring. What? I'm just saying. Can we please drop it? I'm not dating Rosalie, nor do I want to. End of story. Was it her imagination, or did Rosalie just flinch? Must be the fluorescence, Bella thought. Jessica stepped back, studying Bella's face with a slightly scrunched expression, seemingly trying to read her emotions. Convinced, she switched tactics. Okay, fine. I'll let it go for now, but I've got my eye on you, Swan. She grabbed an orange tray and turned back to Bella, her bubbly smile returning. Hey, if you're looking to get back out on the dating scene, I could help wing woman for you. At least I can help get Mike off your back. I think the only person who doesn't know you're not interested in dating him is Mike himself. Sure, whatever, Jess. Bella sighed, knowing this likely wouldn't be the last time they'd have this conversation. She fell into line behind her friend without another word, pointedly ignoring the golden eyes that followed her every move. Just make yourself comfortable. I'm going to change, Rosalie called over her shoulder as she ascended the stairs, leaving Bella alone to her thoughts. Bella stood in the entryway, hesitant to venture further, and looked around the massive house. She had expected to have a negative reaction being back here, but surprisingly, she was handling everything pretty well. While it stirred up memories she would rather keep buried, being here also offered her a bit of. A sense of peace washed over Bella, bringing a closure she hadn't experienced before. It felt like it had been years, rather than just weeks, since she had last been here. The place looked almost exactly the same, aside from a few notable changes, most strikingly, the absence of the grand piano, but everything felt different. It was hollow, a mere shell of its former self. She scoffed quietly, recalling how she had been after the fallout. Oddly enough, she felt a strange empathy for the house. She wasn't the only one the Cullens had left behind. At least she had the chance to rebuild herself. The mansion remained frozen in time, entirely reliant on others to revive it. The silence was unsettling without the sound of ballerina-like vampiric feet darting about, Emmett's booming laughter, or the clanging of pots and pans as Esme bustled around the kitchen. The absence of Alice's fragrant candles and flower arrangements left the air stale and slightly dusty. The lighting seemed different, too. The artwork hanging on the walls lacked vibrancy, and the once pristine white walls had taken on a grayish hue. It was remarkable how much warmth vampires could bring to a space, especially given how ice-cold their touch was. To distract herself, Bella grabbed her phone and messaged Charlie, letting him know where she was in case he got home early, and that he was on his own for dinner. She quickly received a reply, "Have fun, say hi to Rosalie, and don't worry about me, I'll just order a pizza and watch the game. Are you ready, or would you prefer to just stand around all afternoon?" Bella's jaw dropped as she turned to Rosalie. The blonde was wearing a black muscle shirt that showcased her surprisingly toned arms, the classic Rolling Stones logo grinning at her. Instead of fitted designer jeans, she had opted for coveralls, one strap casually draped over her shoulder while the other dangled loosely, causing the denim bib to flap as she moved. Her dangerously tall heels had been traded for black Converse. Bella watched as Rosalie approached, mid-motion, pulling her hair up into a messy bun. She stopped just a few feet away from Bella, who stood frozen, her mouth moving but no words coming out. Bella had always known Rosalie was beautiful, gorgeous, even, but in this casual outfit, she was undeniably stunning. Bella thought to herself, maybe I should add another point to the "not as straight as I thought I was" column. "You're staring," Rosalie said, breaking the silence. Sorry. Bella felt a rush of embarrassment and could have slapped herself for sounding like a blubbering idiot. She quickly cleared her throat, trying to appear casual, though her face was probably as red as a tomato. Fortunately, Rosalie didn't comment on it. "I've just never seen you look so casual before," Bella managed to say. "Well, I don't want to get grease on my clothes." "If you cared about the state of your own wardrobe, I'm sure you would understand," Rosalie replied, a hint of sass in her voice. Bella rolled her eyes. "Do you really have to be such an ass all the time? It's not like it would actually kill you to be nice." Rosalie shrugged, leaning against the banister, casually picking at an invisible speck of dirt under her nail. "Oh, by the way, thanks for nothing at lunch." "Why, whatever do you mean?" Bella asked, feigning innocence. "I know you heard Jessica. You didn't do anything, you just left me out to dry." Bella huffed, not falling for Rosalie's act. "You seem to handle it just fine. Besides, I couldn't just appear and seamlessly insert myself into a conversation happening across a crowded room. Even Gossip Barbie would have noticed that was strange." "Whatever, let's just go," Rosalie said, brushing off the conversation. Bella refused to concede the point, even though she knew Rosalie was right. It struck her as odd that Rosalie hadn't called her out on the fact that she had told Jessica they were friends, despite her strong objections to that label during their argument in the car. Bella froze for a moment, contemplating the implications. Bella felt her stomach drop as she realized she was more worried about Rosalie's thoughts on their friendship than about the fact that Rosalie might hear she could be bisexual or that Jessica thought they were dating. Oh God. Rather than say anything more and risk upsetting the fragile truce they had managed to establish, she turned on her heel and walked briskly toward the garage. She had only been in the Cullens' garage once, and considering she was being hunted by a psychopath tracker, she hadn't taken the time to look around. It looked exceptionally ordinary. The cars were all parked neatly in their bays, covered with cloth. At least this way, she didn't have to see his car. But there was one vehicle missing. "So, where's my truck then?" Bella asked. Rosalie's mouth curled into a devilish smile, and her eyes sparkled with barely contained excitement. It was surprising to see her so expressive about anything. Even around her siblings, the blonde usually maintained a cool distance. "You didn't think I actually worked here, did you?" "Well, where else would you work? It's a garage, right?" Rosalie didn't respond immediately. Instead, she gestured with her chin for Bella to follow her. She led Bella to the far end of the garage, where a large ATV was parked. "Normally I would run, but I don't feel like carrying you," she said, tossing a helmet to Bella. Bella caught it with only a minor fumble as Rosalie threw open the garage door. "You've got to be joking," Bella scoffed, looking at the vampire now seated on the vehicle. Even as a passenger, riding on a four-wheeler seemed like a very bad idea. "Can't we just, I don't know, walk?" "Well, if we walk, it would take so long we wouldn't have time to get anything done. Plus, you'd probably trip over a rock or some particularly dense patch of air. I might not like you, but believe it or not, I don't want you to injure yourself." "Okay, fair point made." Bella hated how easily Rosalie seemed to see right through her. "Fine, but if I fall off, I'm blaming you," Bella said. "If you fall off, it's because you weren't holding on tight enough. You have no one to blame but yourself. Now get on, we're wasting time." Bella rolled her eyes but hopped onto the back. From this close, she could smell Rosalie's scent, a refreshing blend of cinnamon apple, crisp leaves, and fresh rain. "She smells like fall," her mind noted unhelpfully. Autumn was her favorite season. Not wanting to dwell on the fact that she wanted to immerse herself in Rosalie's scent, which would definitely be weird, she looked around for a handle or belt to hold onto, silently wondering where she would place her arms. "My waist, Bella," Rosalie prompted as she fiddled with the keys. The engine roared to life before settling into a quiet idle. "Oh, right," Bella stammered. Hesitantly, she slipped her arms around Rosalie's slender waist. She was grateful that Rosalie was in front, as her cheeks were probably bright red, but there was nothing she could do about her pounding heart. Thankfully, the vampire didn't comment, although Bella knew she could definitely hear the difference. She had never been so close to Rosalie before, certainly never close enough to touch her like this. To her surprise, their bodies fit well together, and she found that she kind of enjoyed it. The simple contact was incredibly comforting. Rosalie was both hard and soft, warm and cold, but it was more than that. Bella felt safe in Rosalie's presence, even more so than when she had embraced Alice or Esme. Definitely more than with him, though that might have been because she was painfully aware that she was still on the menu, despite his frequent reassurances that he was in control of his bloodlust. At the time, she had thought it thrilling, the ever-present danger, but in retrospect, it seemed plain stupid. It wasn't until the Cullens left that she realized just how quickly his eyes had changed. The skies shifted from gold to black. Despite hunting every night, it was painfully obvious that he still struggled with his self-control. Just touching her or, heaven forbid, kissing her seemed to cause him pain. Even Jasper, who was supposedly the youngest vegetarian, had better control of his thirst around her. The attack at the party was just a fluke. She knew it wouldn't have been an issue if not for the exposed blood. That realization about Rosalie shook her to the core. Why was it that the one Cullen who flat out refused to befriend her felt so good to be around? How was it that, in just a week, this icy vampire started to worm her way into Bella's heart? She begrudgingly added it to her growing list of things to think through. Thankfully, Rosalie's actions pulled her out of her thoughts and back to the present before she could spiral too far. With a twist of the handlebar, the quad shot forward into the darkening evening. Rosalie steered the four-wheeler along a path, weaving between the trees, while Bella did her best impersonation of a koala, clinging on for dear life. Her desire to avoid a humiliating death by falling off and hitting a tree or rock, something Rosalie had graciously pointed out earlier, far outweighed her embarrassment. She definitely wasn't holding on so tightly because she enjoyed the way their bodies pressed together. No, definitely not. About a mile from the mansion stood a building that easily matched the main house in size, though it had a completely different design and aesthetic. The metal exterior, floodlights, and four rolling bay doors gave the building a distinctly industrial feel. Rosalie pulled up to the far side of the building and turned off the ATV. Without waiting for Bella, she hopped off and disappeared through a side door. Bella managed to get off the four-wheeler with only a minor stumble, setting her helmet on the seat for later. Though she trusted the vampire's driving, she was grateful to be on solid ground again. Wasn't as disorienting as being carried at vampire speed. Bella was trying to finger-comb her helmet hair when the closest bay door swung open, revealing the vast interior of the building. "I don't usually allow anyone else in here," Rosalie said, stepping into view and gesturing for Bella to follow her. "Not even Emmett?" Bella asked, raising an eyebrow. "Especially not Emmett. He breaks everything he touches in here." Bella chuckled to herself. Classic Emmett. He was part teddy bear, part bull in a china shop, but completely himself. "Wow, lucky me." She started, but the rest of her words caught in her throat as she stepped inside and took in her surroundings. She had never seen anything like this before. She found herself openly gawking, slowly turning in place to absorb it all. The space was enormous, illuminated by fluorescent lights along the walls and ceiling. If it weren't for the 2 rows of hydraulic lifts and cars in various states of repair, she might have thought it was an airplane hangar. Although capable of holding up to 8 vehicles, a few spots were still open. A workbench spanned the entire back wall, with a variety of colorful rolling tool chests tucked underneath. The surface of the workbench was cluttered with equipment Bella had never encountered before. Manuals, blueprints, and sketches were stacked neatly, giving the impression of a mad scientist's lab, but for cars. She hesitated to touch anything, worried she might disrupt the organized chaos. Rosalie watched her with a hawk-like gaze as Bella moved through her private sanctuary. Bella, however, was too absorbed to notice the scrutiny. "Why do you have so many tools? And what's with the colors?" she asked, her curiosity piqued. Each chest corresponds to a different manufacturer. The 2 black ones on the end hold universal tools, but the rest are filled with specialty items. Each case has its own organizational structure, but I won't bore you with that. Wow. This is really something, Bella replied, still taking it all in. "Thank you. It's taken me a lifetime to acquire such a collection," Rosalie said with a hint of pride in her voice. "I'm glad it's appreciated," Rosalie boasted, a hint of pride in her voice. And she had every right to feel that way. The garage was every mechanic's dream. Bella couldn't believe that the blonde had actually allowed her to step inside when it seemed no one else in the family had that privilege. "What are you working on?" "Aside from my truck, of course," Bella asked. "This is a '69 Stingray. It's my current passion project." Rosalie ran her hand reverently over the sleek silver body of the car closest to her. As much as I'd love to fill this garage with classics, I only allow myself one at a time. The rest are more practical. Bella nodded, her gaze sweeping over the other vehicles. She was surprised to see that they were indeed practical by anyone's standards. She started listing the ones she recognized. A Kia Optima, Honda Odyssey, and Toyota Corolla. Actually, it's a Camry, but an easy mistake, Rosalie corrected with a smirk. This isn't what I was expecting, Bella admitted. Rosalie shrugged as she poked at the undercarriage of a Dodge Ram pickup suspended high on its lift. I buy repoed or condemned cars and repair them. Really? Why? Bella raised an eyebrow, intrigued. It passes the time, Rosalie replied casually. What do you do with them when you're done? Bella asked. I donate them to the Make-A-Wish Foundation, Wounded Warrior Project, among others. There's a serious need for functional cars, and it's something I can do to help improve someone else's situation. Bella was absolutely floored. She had no idea Rosalie was so philanthropic. All she had assumed was that the blonde cared only for fashion, or maybe just fashion. In truth, she realized she had no idea what other interests or hobbies Rosalie might have. A pang of guilt hit her for having judged Rosalie without really knowing her. Then again, the vampire hadn't exactly made it easy. Don't look so surprised. I might actually get offended, Rosalie teased. Sorry. I just wasn't expecting that, Bella replied. I'm not as evil as you think I am, Bella. Come on, your truck is at the end. We've got work to do. Bella followed Rosalie through the spacious garage to where her truck was parked at the far end. The hood was open, revealing that part of the engine had been removed, though Bella couldn't be entirely sure. It twisted her stomach to see her beloved truck out of commission, but she knew it was for the best. Rosalie turned on the radio, blasting rock classics, and got to work without another word, leaving Bella to fend for herself. So, I'm glad to see she's still in one piece. I was a bit worried you might have just trashed her at the first chance you got, Bella joked after sitting on the counter for about an hour, watching the vampire work. Rosalie stood up and tilted her head slightly. I assure you, nothing of the sort. I would never just trash a car, especially one with so much potential. But you called it a hunk of scrap metal. Because it was. It was practically held together with chewing gum and duct tape. It will be so much better once I've restored it to its original glory. Come on, it wasn't that bad. Yes, it was. But this brings up an important point I want to discuss with you. I'd like to do a full rebuild. What does that mean? How is it different from what you were planning to do originally? I'd take it completely apart and rebuild it from scratch, rather than just replacing a few components. It's the only way I can fully assess the health of the truck. I think a lot of this can be salvaged, but I won't know until I have everything laid out. Bella bit her lip. This sounded much more intensive than what she had initially agreed to. On one hand, she really loved the truck, and it deserved some tender loving care. On the other hand, it would likely take Rosalie much longer to finish, not to mention the bill would grow exponentially. As if sensing her hesitation, Rosalie was quick to reassure her. Don't worry about the money. I told your father I would let him reimburse me for the parts, but what he doesn't know won't hurt him. It can be our little secret. Okay, now I definitely know you're up to something. People aren't this nice to me, and definitely not to you. Believe what you want, Bella. I gave you my reasons. Rosalie wiped her hands on a rag and turned to face Bella, extending her pale hand. So, what do you say? Do we have a deal? Chapter 4. Bells. Are you up yet, kiddo? Bella groaned as Charlie's voice pulled her from a deep sleep. She instinctively curled up tighter in her warm comforter, trying to hide from the weak light streaming through the thin curtains. She had stayed out with Rosalie much later than she had anticipated the night before, and now she was paying the price. Next time, because she was sure there would be a next time, she would have to set an alarm or at least a reminder to eat dinner. She had been so engrossed in watching Rosalie work that she hadn't realized how many hours had slipped by until it was approaching midnight. Thankfully, Rosalie had taken pity on her and stopped at a drive-thru on the way back into town. The food was both a blessing and a curse. Rosalie wasted no time voicing her opinions about Bella's choice in fast food, complaining the entire drive back to the Swan residence. That is absolutely revolting. You have the gift of functioning taste buds, and you voluntarily eat that, whatever that is. She wrinkled her nose in disgust as she eyed the burger. I hesitate to classify it as food. Even if I could eat, I think I would rather starve than consume a meal like that. How can you bear to put that in your stomach? Are you actually trying to kill yourself faster? There's enough grease to clog all of your major arteries. To top it off, I can't believe I'm letting you eat in my car. You're lucky Emmett likes you so much. He would tear my arm off if he found out I made you go hungry. Bella stuck her tongue out dramatically and popped another handful of French fries into her mouth. What are you doing, you insufferably clumsy human? You dropped a fry. It was bad enough that it was going to smell like a #1 combo, but now I'll have to vacuum for hours to get every speck of food out of here, too. Yeah, I'm up, she called back, her voice still raspy. Bella stirred from her deep sleep, wondering why Charlie was waking her up so early on a Saturday. Usually, he was out the door before dawn, chasing cutthroat trout along the river until sunset. Billy just called and invited us down to La Push for a Halloween bonfire tonight. He and Jake are on their way over, Charlie announced. Seriously? It's so early. Bella grumbled to herself. She reached blindly for her phone on the nightstand, and when she finally found it, she cracked open an eye just enough to check the screen. 12:45 p.m. Oh, maybe it's not as early as I thought. All right, just let me shower, and I'll be down, she shouted to her dad as she reluctantly left the warmth of her cozy blanket. Gathering her toiletries and fresh clothes, she hurried to the bathroom to get ready. She was actually looking forward to seeing Jake again, though her excitement was tinged with guilt. Despite her promises, she hadn't made it down to the reservation to visit her childhood friends since returning to Forks. The few times they had seen each other were when he and his father came up to watch the game with Charlie or when they dropped off her truck, but that had been months ago. An hour later, she emerged from the shower, feeling refreshed and ready to take on the day. A quick glance out the window reminded her to bundle up, so she swung by her room to grab her hoodie before heading downstairs. At least it wasn't raining, that was a win in her book. Holy shit, Jake. Bella froze as she entered the living room to greet their guests. She barely recognized him. Hey there, Bells. He replied, his bright smile and warm eyes instantly familiar. Before she could react to the unexpected depth of his voice, he swept her up in a bear hug, lifting her off the ground before setting her back down. In the background, she could hear Billy and Charlie laughing, but she chose to ignore them. She had a sneaky suspicion their dads thought they would end up together, but she only saw. Bella could only see Jake as the annoying little brother she never had, the annoyingly gigantic little brother, her mind quickly corrected. Let me down, you big lug. Bella squealed, wriggling against his vice-like grip. Seriously, who are you, and what did you do with my friend? You're like the monster that ate him. Is he still in there? She poked him playfully in the stomach, wincing slightly as her finger bent back upon impact. The only thing she had ever felt that was harder than Jake's stomach muscles was vampire skin. But unlike the Cullens, Jake felt warm, even through his shirt. Weird. She shook her head and stepped back to appraise her friend. You know, anabolic steroids are really bad for you. Since when have you been a gym rat? If you work out anymore, you'll need a license for those guns. Jesus, you're like 16 going on 20. That's not natural. Well, I'm just filling out, Bella. The change wouldn't be so drastic if you came down more often. Jacob not so subtly flexed, clearly preening at her comment, even if it was meant as a joke. Okay, fine. But what about the height? You're seriously over 6 feet tall. Is there something in the water? Maybe I'll come by if it gives me a few more inches. Pushing 6 feet 7 inches, actually. Don't be jealous, short stack. He patted her head with a hand the size of a dinner plate, which she promptly swatted away. With a grin, she turned to greet Billy, Jake's father. Hey, Billy. How've you been? Oh, I'm still dancing, Billy chuckled, rocking his wheelchair side to side a few times. Glad you and the old man are coming down. Jake's been marking the days. Ha, ha, we're all laughing here, Jake grumbled, folding his arms across his broad chest. Bella couldn't help but wonder what would happen if he and Emmett went toe-to-toe, if Emmett were human again. Poor Jake wouldn't stand a chance. A wuss, Jake. Of course I know a girl mechanic, Bella replied, rolling her eyes playfully. Charlie stepped in, grabbing his coat off the hanger. Well, we're all here. What do you say we get this show on the road? Eager to avoid further teasing from Jake, Bella readily agreed and followed her dad out, sliding into the police cruiser to tail the Black family's beat-up pickup truck on their way to the reservation. So, where's the truck? I noticed it wasn't in your driveway, Jacob asked, taking massive bites of his hot dog. He and Bella were sitting together by a small driftwood campfire they had built on the beach. The older generation of Cullens, along with Charlie, was gathered nearby, laughing and enjoying beers by the main fire up the hill near Jake's house. Oh, a friend is working on it. There was an issue with the battery or something, Bella said, feeling a blush creep onto her cheeks. There it was again, that word. Friend. Even after just one night with Rosalie, she sensed that a little bit of the ice wall between them was starting to thaw. It was refreshing to see the vampire completely at ease, lost in her own world as she joyfully pulled bits of truck parts from under the hood. It was a rare glimpse behind the mask, a brief taste that left her wanting more. As hesitant as she was to let her guard down again, she could envision herself getting along well with the blonde vampire. Despite her prickly nature, Rosalie possessed many qualities that Bella admired. However, she knew it would be a long road to friendship, and she wasn't sure if Rosalie would even want to meet her halfway. Either way, she was stuck with the blonde for a little while longer, at least until the truck was finished, so she was determined to make the most of the situation. What? Something was wrong with the truck and you didn't call me? Jake sounded genuinely hurt, his shoulders slumping. Bella reminded herself that he was still a kid, even if he didn't look like one. Sorry, Jake, I didn't really have a choice. She was very insistent. She? You know a girl mechanic? Jake asked, raising an eyebrow. Come on, don't be such a... She's really experienced, Jake said. Never in a million years did Bella think she would be defending Rosalie Hale, yet here she was. Oh. I didn't mean it like that. Girls can be mechanics too. Jake quickly clarified when he realized his mistake. It's just... I wasn't expecting it, and, that's really hot. You'd better stop while you're ahead, Jake. Keep digging, and you won't be able to get yourself out of the hole you're making, Bella teased, laughing as she took a bite of her hot dog, suppressing a pleased groan. There was something magical about hot dogs roasted over a campfire. Yo, Jake. Bella's head turned toward the new voice as a small group of teenagers approached. Hey, guys. Jacob hopped to his feet, greeting his friends with a shoulder check and a thump on the back. Guys were so weird. This is Bella. Bella, this is Quill, Embry, and Seth. We go to school together. The boys all waved at her as they were introduced. I'm Quill Adara, the boy with curly black hair said, tilting his chin and trying his best to sound suave. Bella chuckled to herself and waved back. It was strange to see Jake standing next to the other boys. Physically, they were night and day. Embry looked like he was going through a similar growth spurt, but he wasn't as tall or muscular as Jake. Quill and Seth, on the other hand, looked young, almost boyish, in comparison. Help yourself, we've got more packs of hot dogs up at the house, Jake offered, gesturing toward the plate of food. The three newcomers rushed to grab some. Hours later, the five of them were laughing and joking around. It felt nice. Even though she had just met them, Bella felt instantly welcomed into Jake's group of friends. There was a camaraderie that she hadn't realized she had been missing. Even with Emmett, the most outgoing of the Cullens, things had always felt a little stiff. As Bella watched, the atmosphere was lighthearted and carefree, a stark contrast to her experiences with the Cullen family, who constantly fought their vampire instincts. Jake and Quill were wrestling on the beach, each trying to throw the other off balance. Embry, with a reluctant grin, slipped a $5 bill into Bella's hand just as Quill's back hit the sand and Jake pinned him down. "Hey. Since it's Halloween weekend, we should tell ghost stories," Seth suggested when the older boys returned to the fire ring. "Ooh, yeah. You go, Jake. You're the best storyteller." Quill and Embry chimed in, eager to encourage him. Jake straightened up in his seat for dramatic effect, building the tension as he leaned forward, letting the flames flicker across his face. "Legend has it, there are monsters that roam these woods. We call them the Cold Ones." Bella struggled to keep a straight face. Inside, her blood ran cold and her stomach tightened in a knot. She barely registered the rest of Jake's story. Her mind was swirling with worry. Did they really know about vampires? About the Cullens? Her thoughts were interrupted by a loud squeal. Quill and Embry had pinned Seth down, poking him and shouting about the Cold Ones coming to get him. The rest of the group erupted into raucous laughter, giving Bella a moment to regain control of her shallow breathing and pull herself back from the edge of an anxiety attack before anyone noticed. "Come on, Clearwater, is the big bad wolf afraid of a little story? Get off me, guys." Seth wheezed as he sat up, brushing sand from his spiky dark hair. "Seriously, man, don't be such a baby. It's just a story to scare kids into eating their vegetables. You better watch out or the Cold Ones will get you." Quill waved his arms and made threatening growling noises, only to burst into laughter, his voice cracking. Bella took a deep breath, trying to steady herself amidst the joyful chaos. Bella released a slow breath. At least the boys didn't seem to take the vampire story seriously, which was a relief. But she couldn't shake the feeling that the elders might feel differently. She recalled the knowing glances from Billy when Charlie mentioned who she had dated last year, even though he never pressed the issue. Shit, it all makes so much more sense now, she thought, drifting into her memories. She had been so fixated on the tribe's legends about vampires that she had missed much of Jake's story. Hopefully, it wasn't crucial. She felt guilty for tuning out most of his tale, but she believed she had good reason to. Just as she was about to ask for clarification, she heard Charlie calling for her. "Damn it. You have the worst timing, Charlie." "Well, that's my cue." "It was nice to meet you all," Bella said as she stood up, shaking her numb leg back to life. "Yeah, you should come by again sometime, Bella." Embry grinned, and the others nodded in agreement. "I will, when my truck is back in action," she promised with a heartfelt smile. Her cheeks burned slightly, muscles protesting as she realized it had been too long since she genuinely smiled like this. "I'll catch you guys later. Embry, I bet you $5 that you can't fit 15 marshmallows in your mouth at once." "You're on, Adara." Bella laughed to herself at the boys' antics as she walked up the hill. At least it provided a good distraction from the worry building in her stomach. 6 weeks had passed since Rosalie first took Bella to see the truck, though it felt like mere days. The two of them found their way to Rosalie's mechanic shed 3 or 4 nights a week. Coincidentally, the nights Bella wasn't scheduled at Newton's. She hadn't even needed to ask to come back. It was a silent understanding, much like the unspoken rule that Rosalie wouldn't work on the truck without Bella present. Charlie never questioned it. As long as she kept up with school and her grades, he was content. Bella cherished her free time. After all, she was 18, a legal adult. Honestly, her dad was probably just relieved that she had made a friend and wasn't moping around anymore. It seemed his dislike for the Cullens was focused on just one member of the family. It took Rosalie an entire week to completely disassemble the truck down to the frame, including everything from the cab's interior, something Bella hadn't anticipated. The vampire insisted it was necessary to properly refurbish the sturdy exterior. Why bother fixing it only to leave it looking like a rust bucket? Rosalie justified her thoroughness. It was a wrenching sight to see Bella's beloved truck completely gutted, its parts carefully dismantled and laid out on tarps. Everything had been taken apart down to its most basic components, including individual gears, nuts, and bolts whenever possible. Rosalie was meticulous in this process. She even brought out a label maker and white tape to mark where each part belonged. The setup reminded Bella of pictures she had seen of Julia Child's kitchen, with outlines of pots and pans on the walls. Once the truck was fully disassembled, Rosalie began identifying the parts that needed replacing. Unfortunately, most of them were deemed unfit. The vampire had an impressive network of junkyards, dealers, and suppliers to search for viable parts. Once a part was located, it was just a matter of waiting for it to arrive. The downside of doing a full rebuild was that everything hinged on having all the right parts at the right time. It was like a giant puzzle, but it had to be completed in a very specific order. Their progress could be halted for days, if not weeks, by a single missing gear. Despite the countless missing parts, their hangout time wasn't derailed. On days when they didn't have much to do on the truck, they simply worked on Rosalie's other cars. At first, Bella was content to sit and observe, watching the other woman work for hours while bobbing her head to the beat of various classic rock songs that Rosalie played in the background. The blonde had every Rolling Stones album on repeat, filling the garage with a vibrant energy that made the hard work feel effortless. Bella had discovered an impressive collection of CDs in Rosalie's garage: the Rolling Stones, Journey, AC/DC, Queen, Fleetwood Mac, and Led Zeppelin, along with a secret stash of Bon Jovi. She had been warned with a playful threat of a painful demise if she ever revealed the blonde's love for "Living on a Prayer" to anyone outside the family. The absence of the Cullen stone, but to Bella's surprise and relief, the pain didn't linger. It was captivating to watch Rosalie in her element. She handled each component as if it were the most precious object in the world. In the garage, Rosalie let her guard down completely, leaving her worries at the door. She looked so light and relaxed, entirely in her zone. This was a side of Rosalie that very few people ever got to see. Still, Bella didn't want to push her luck. Although she had been welcomed into Rosalie's space, she didn't want to annoy her by getting in the way, so she was content to take a passive role. By the third week, Bella couldn't help herself. She found herself standing close to Rosalie, watching her nimble fingers at work. At first, her presence was met with a raised eyebrow, and Rosalie would simply move away. But Bella was undeterred. After a few more playful rounds of chasing Rosalie around the garage, the mechanic began to tolerate her presence and started assigning her small tasks, probably to keep her occupied while she worked in peace. It was progress, and Bella was thrilled to have a more active role, even if the tasks were ones Rosalie considered inconsequential enough that it wouldn't matter if Bella messed up. When Bella expressed her interest in learning more about mechanics and proved to be competent, Rosalie's demeanor shifted entirely. She stopped ignoring Bella and began to explain as she worked, pointing out different components and detailing how everything fit together. Bella soaked up the information like a sponge. She had never thought of herself as someone interested in engineering, having always leaned towards the arts and literature, but there was something beautiful about the way all the different parts worked in harmony. It was a different kind of art, Bella thought. Overall, Rosalie proved to be a surprisingly patient teacher as she explained her process. Although she couldn't resist slipping in the occasional jab about Bella's lack of mechanical know-how or her weaker human strength, Bella knew that was just part of Rosalie's charm. After all, she was still Rosalie Hale. Bella figured those snarky remarks were simply to uphold her reputation. Yet, the more time Bella spent with Rosalie, the clearer it became that Rosalie truly didn't care what others thought of her. The icy persona she presented wasn't a mask, as Bella had initially believed. Instead, it was a way of controlling her emotions, paired with a low tolerance for stupidity, ignorance, and incompetence. Given that she was surrounded by hormonal teenagers, it made sense why Rosalie had such a short temper. High school was literally her worst nightmare, one she was forced to relive every few years. By the fifth week, Bella felt like a true member of the team. She focused on the truck's bodywork, buffing and repairing rust spots. It was slow going at what she called human speed, but Rosalie insisted it wasn't about speed or strength. The encouragement warmed Bella more than she cared to admit. While she didn't necessarily need Rosalie's approval, the validation was nice. It was a far cry from their early interactions. Bella was surprised at how easily she settled into a routine with Rosalie. After a few hours working on the cars, Rosalie would drive them back to the main house so Bella could prepare her dinner. Rosalie always made a point to wrinkle her nose at the smell of human food. It's because Esme would be devastated if I were a poor host. Don't read anything into it, Rosalie snapped in response to Bella's comment about the kitchen being fully stocked again. They would work on their homework while Bella ate her meal. More accurately, Rosalie zipped through her assignments while Bella plodded along at a slow, steady pace. Rosalie's intelligence never ceased to amaze her. Bella thought, it must be both a blessing and a curse to have a perfect mind. Memory, Bella mused to herself one night as she watched Rosalie effortlessly tackle her advanced calculus problems. On evenings when she finished her homework early, Bella would either play a game on one of Emmett's many gaming systems or settle in to watch a movie. Unlike their earlier interactions, when she first met the Cullen family, Rosalie now stayed close, often curled up in her favorite chair while engrossed in a book or magazine. Though they rarely spoke during these moments, the silence felt comfortable rather than strained or awkward. Afterward, Rosalie would drive Bella home, the journey marked by a sense of companionship. By early December, Bella couldn't deny the truth any longer. She was friends with Rosalie Hale, not girlfriends, as Jessica liked to suggest at least once a week. The thought brought a smile to her face. While Alice might have been her self-proclaimed best friend, the bond she was forming with Rosalie felt deeper and more meaningful. Yet, a shadow of doubt lingered in the back of her mind. What if Rosalie chose to follow her family's path and left her one day? Could she truly allow herself to trust a Cullen again? Chapter 5. Bella's eyes fluttered open as she slowly regained consciousness. With a soft yawn, she stretched her arms wide and arched her back off the bed, enjoying the satisfying pops along her spine. Winter break had finally arrived, and aside from a few shifts at Newton's, she had absolutely nothing planned. It was glorious. She took a deep breath and rubbed the sleep from her eyes. As much as she wanted to savor the moment, the lingering scent of coffee wafting up from the kitchen caught her attention. Caffeine. Perfect. She quickly rolled out of bed, slipped on her fuzzy slippers, and rushed through a condensed version of her morning routine. She didn't need to make herself presentable today. Charlie wouldn't even notice, and there was no one else around to care if her hair was sticking out at odd angles or if she was wearing pajamas adorned with a sprinkles cupcake pattern. The house was silent as she made her way down the creaky stairs, following the enticing aroma of coffee. Her nose hadn't betrayed her. There was a half-full pot sitting on the warmer. Bingo. She grabbed her favorite mug and filled it to the brim, wrapping her fingers around the ceramic to absorb as much warmth as possible. After a few sips, she noticed a note on the table stating that Charlie had gone to work early to deal with another animal sighting. This didn't surprise her. Working at the local sporting goods store meant she heard all sorts of rumors from hunters and fishers who came by to browse the shelves. Most of it seemed like exaggerated nonsense meant to boost their egos, and she usually paid no mind to it. However, after hearing similar accounts for the past few weeks, she began to wonder if there was some truth to it, even though she still had her doubts. For some reason, she could accept the existence of vampires hiding in plain sight, but the idea of a huge, mutant bear the size of an SUV was just too much of a stretch for her imagination. Bella was munching on a bowl of Wheaties when she heard a knock at the door. Probably the postman dropping off a package. Renee had mentioned she was going to send a Christmas present, though her mail usually arrived 2 weeks late, not a week early. Well, there's a first time for everything. Hey, Joe, you're early, Todd, Bella chirped as she opened the door, only to realize a split second too late that it was not Joe the mailman standing on her porch. Rosalie? What are you doing here? She stammered, her face burning hotter than the sun as she averted her gaze from the vampire casually leaning against the wall. Unlike her, Rosalie looked immaculate in a cream-colored cashmere sweater, a puffy navy blue down vest, and dark-washed jeans. Even though she didn't need it, she wore a matching set of knitted accessories, a beanie hat, gloves, and a scarf. Clearly, she had erred on the side of caution, not wanting to draw attention by appearing underdressed for the weather. I realize I'm dropping by unannounced, but I had some exciting news I wanted to share in person. May I come in? Bella's mouth felt too dry to respond, but she managed a weak nod and stepped aside, silently praying for the floor to open up and swallow her whole, embarrassing pajamas and all. Rosalie's knee-high brown leather boots clicked rhythmically on the wooden porch as she swept past Bella and entered the Swan residence. I just received word from one of my suppliers down in Oregon that they are expecting a new shipment of trucks. We might be able to find that head gasket we're missing, maybe even a better engine mount while we're at it. Rosalie's eyes sparkled with excitement, brighter than Bella had ever seen them. It was like Christmas had come early for the vampire. That's great. Bella cringed at how squeaky her voice sounded. I feel like there's a but here. Well, it's at a U-Pick scrapyard. A what? Essentially, it's a lot full of. To get from her. We get to search through a variety of cars for our own parts. The downside is that it's first come, first served. Okay, I still don't understand why you need me, Bella replied, a hint of confusion in her voice. Rosalie's smile faltered, and her shoulders slumped slightly before she straightened up, returning her expression to a calm, neutral one. Bella winced, realizing she had just dampened Rosalie's excitement. Well, I thought you might want to join me, especially since you've shown such interest in your truck. Perhaps I was mistaken. It seems you have much more important things to do. I wouldn't want to interfere with your lounging around, Rosalie said, gesturing at Bella's disheveled appearance with a critical eye. Bella felt her temper flare for a brief moment at the jab. How was she supposed to know Rosalie would show up? But she bit back her retort. After spending time with Rosalie, she knew that whenever her friend felt vulnerable, she tended to go on the offensive. Sorry, no, I'd love to come. I just wasn't expecting this, Bella quickly amended. If you could give me an hour or so to pack and get ready. How long do you think we'll be gone? Just like that, Rosalie was beaming again. Well, I was thinking a few days, definitely back before Christmas. There are a couple of other potential scrapyards along the Columbia Gorge that we can check out while we're in the neighborhood. My plan is to stay in Portland so we can hit the scrapyard first thing in the morning before the other vultures descend. A couple of days? I would have to call Charlie. Bella trailed off as she noticed Rosalie averting her eyes. You already called my dad, didn't you? And Newton's? Bella asked, raising an eyebrow. I was excited and thought I'd be proactive. I realize now I might have overstepped, Rosalie admitted, huffing slightly, another instinctive reaction of hers when she was in the wrong. Getting an apology from Rosalie was like pulling teeth, and this was about as close as she was going to get. Nah, it's fine. It beats what I had planned, which was nothing. I might even be able to find a gift for Charlie while we're there. Fantastic. If you'd like, I can pack your bag while you shower. It would help cut down on the prep time. Bella immediately shook her head, the image of Rosalie handling her underwear flashing in her mind. That was not happening. No, that's okay. Why not? You've let Alice pack your bag before. No one should look so cute while tilting their head like that. Bella thought, yeah, but I don't have a crush on Alice. She could no longer deny that her curious interest in Rosalie had blossomed into a full-blown crush, and it scared her to death. It wasn't just because Rosalie was a woman or even that she was Edward's sister. Yes, she could finally say his name again without wanting to punch something, but because she was terrified of getting hurt again. Part of her wanted to throw caution to the wind and believe that Rosalie would never do that to her, but she didn't want to risk it. So, she kept her feelings to herself and maintained her walls. It was better this way. Besides, Rosalie had given her no indication that she felt the same. It had taken her long enough just to consider Rosalie a friend, even if Rosalie still adamantly denied that label. And on top of it all, Rosalie was with Emmett. Bella's stomach churned with guilt. She hadn't meant to fall for her ex-best friend's girlfriend. Alice had taken the title of best friend number one early on. It just happened. How could she not? Rosalie was brilliant, beautiful, and kind in her own way. I'll just take a really fast shower. It won't take much time at all, I promise. Just make yourself comfortable, and I'll be right back. Rosalie simply nodded and went to investigate the bookshelf. After the world's fastest shower, she didn't want to risk Rosalie getting bored and taking it upon herself to pack her travel bag. Bella was back. Downstairs, Bella stood with a week's worth of clothes stuffed into her duffel bag. I'm ready, she announced, grabbing her jacket off the hook. Perfect, let's go. I can get us to Portland by 3 if traffic cooperates. That's in 4 hours, Bella replied. And your point? Nothing, it's just that usually this is a 5-hour drive. Rosalie arched an eyebrow, giving her a look of disbelief. Are you quite finished? We're burning daylight. In the end, Rosalie made the drive in just over 4 hours. She had swapped out her pride and joy, her cherry red 1958 BMW 507, for Carlisle's black Mercedes A220, reasoning that the sedan would be more comfortable for Bella and less likely to draw attention than her vintage roadster. I've never been to Portland before, Bella commented as Rosalie navigated through the busy downtown area. Although Bella wanted to take in the sights, she couldn't fault Rosalie for her mission to get inside as quickly as possible. The weather was unpredictable, and without Alice to give them a heads up, being out in public could be risky if the clouds decided to break. The last thing they needed was for Bella to start sparkling due to a stray beam of sunlight. Fortunately, the clouds in Oregon were just as thick as those in Washington, hanging so low that they obscured the tops of the tallest skyscrapers. It's a nice city. You should come back to experience it more fully. For some reason, Rosalie's comments stung more than it should have, implying that she wouldn't be accompanying Bella on any future visits. It's best in the summer when the roses are in bloom. Oh, right, stupid sunlight. Bella hummed a noncommittal response, her eyes widening comically as they pulled into a ridiculously fancy hotel. 2 men in sharp black suits opened their doors before the car was even in park. Welcome to the Nines, one of them said. Rosalie left the keys in the ignition as she stepped out, and the valet handed her a ticket before driving off. They drove into an underground parking lot, with another man following behind them, carrying their luggage. Rosalie strode through the foyer with an air of confidence, while Bella trailed a few paces behind, her head swiveling as she took in her surroundings. She paused to admire the interior design while Rosalie handled their room arrangements. The more she observed, the more out of place she felt. The dress code seemed to be upscale casual, and her outfit was lacking. She instinctively pulled her jacket tighter across her chest to conceal her comfy flannel overshirt. For the first time in a long while, she wished Alice had helped her coordinate her wardrobe. Just as she began to dwell on her clothes, Rosalie returned to her side. The attentive bellman gestured for them to follow him to the elevator. He swiped his keycard and pressed a button, but from her angle, Bella couldn't see which floor they were heading to. The elevator doors opened with a cheerful ding, and Bella's jaw nearly dropped. They stepped straight into the central living space of a vast, open-plan suite. Everything was crisp and modern. The pale cream walls and neutral furniture cushions contrasted beautifully with the dark wood accents and furniture bases. To the side, she spotted a full kitchen and a set of double doors that she assumed led to the master bedroom. Floor-to-ceiling windows made up 2 walls of the main room, offering a breathtaking view of the city, though she hesitated to step closer. In her state of awe, she completely missed the bellman's departure. The sound of the elevator doors closing jolted Bella back to reality, and she quickly turned on her heel to find Rosalie. Unsurprisingly, the blonde was inspecting a massive walk-in closet, one that was larger than her entire bedroom back in Forks. Rosalie, what is all this? Bella asked, struggling to find the right words as she waved her hands in broad arcs. It's a penthouse, Bella, Rosalie replied dismissively, as if it were the most ordinary thing in the world. The most obvious thing in the world. Rosalie didn't even bother to turn around or pause as she hung up her clothes. If Bella had been thinking more clearly, she might have noticed the other garments already hanging in the closet or the entire wall dedicated to shoes. But her attention was locked on Rosalie. Yeah, but isn't it a little much? I think a Holiday Inn would have been fine. Hardly. But if it makes you uncomfortable, we can go somewhere else. I just wanted you to enjoy your trip. I don't want you to spend your money on me. You've already done so much for me with the truck. Bella looked down at her feet, her cheeks burning at her admission. She knew the Cullens were wealthy, but the sharp reminder of their socio-economic gap made her uneasy. Huh, that's what you're worried about? Rosalie's smile could have lit up half a city block. If it makes you feel any better, we're not spending any of my money, aside from what I tipped the valet and bell services. Technically, we're spending Jasper's money. This is his hotel, and this suite is reserved for his and Alice's private use. They let us use it when they're not here. Bella's mouth fell open at that, but it helped ease most of her discomfort. How can he get away with something so public? Jasper has an account manager who oversees operations on his behalf. Jerry, Jenkins, Johnson, something with a J, I can't remember. Thanks to his and Alice's gifts, he can tell who is trustworthy and reliable. Dealing closely with humans wouldn't work for someone like me or, heaven forbid, Emmett. Suddenly, the giant, fully stocked closet makes more sense, Bella muttered under her breath, even though she knew it wouldn't matter in the presence of someone within human hearing. Wait, we're in Alice and Jasper's, oh, God. She hesitantly turned and took in the rest of the master bedroom, which she hadn't really looked at while searching for Rosalie. Bella's heart sank to her toes as she took in the California king bed standing proudly at the center of the room. It was the only bed. You can stop your fretting, I don't sleep, remember? The bed is all yours, Rosalie said with a reassuring smile. Sometimes, Bella really wondered if Rosalie could actually read her mind. How did you know? She asked. Your heart. It's racing a mile a minute, and you've got a blush that would make any tomato proud. Do you need a couple of human minutes to get yourself ready? Since we have some time to kill, I was thinking I could show you around the city. Oh, yeah, that sounds good, Bella replied, her nerves easing a bit. She had to admit, Portland was rapidly becoming one of her favorite places. The day had been an absolute whirlwind, but she loved every moment of it. Although she felt out of place at the hotel, her clothes helped her blend right in when they stepped outside. Downtown Portland was a true melting pot of people and culture. Everywhere she looked, something new caught her eye. People from all walks of life bustled around the busy sidewalks. Business people in expensive suits waited in line for coffee next to college students in casual hoodies. Street musicians and starving artists with eclectic tastes peddled their trades on the corners, while families of all shapes and sizes hurried through last-minute holiday shopping tasks. Bella heard at least 3 different languages being spoken as they waited at a crosswalk. She briefly wondered what it might be like for Rosalie and her vampiric senses. If it was overwhelming for her, it was probably overpowering for Rosalie. A wave of concern washed over her. What if Rosalie lost control? She chanced a quick glance out of the corner of her eye and was surprised by what she saw. Unlike Jasper or Edward, Rosalie seemed completely unaffected by the close proximity to so many humans. Rosalie first took her to the Saturday market, where a huge selection of food trucks lined the streets. Bella had to admit, it was a brilliant move. No one would notice that the vampire wasn't eating, while she could indulge in anything and everything her heart desired. Afterward, they took a walk along the river so Bella could digest a bit while Rosalie shared snippets of local history she remembered. By this time, the sun was setting, casting a darker shade of gray over the clouds, allowing Rosalie to walk freely. After their riverside stroll, they spent a couple of hours at the art museum. It felt like Bella had her own personal guide. Apparently, Rosalie's studies extended beyond the sciences. She possessed an impressive understanding of art and culture. Bella sensed that some of Rosalie's insights came from personal experience. She spoke as if she had been there, sharing little anecdotes and bits of trivia along the way. Bella tucked that thought away for later, feeling that they had reached a point where she could ask Rosalie more about her past without it feeling intrusive. The highlight of the day came at the very end. Rosalie took Bella to Powell's, a multi-story bookstore that spanned an entire city block. Bella wanted to move in, but she was happy to settle for the 3.5 hours they had before the store closed. By the time they returned to their temporary home away from home, Bella was utterly exhausted. She didn't even recall the elevator ride or getting into bed. Rosalie could have carried her, and she would have been none the wiser. Bella was gently awakened by the peaceful sounds of nature, a bird singing nearby and a soft breeze rustling the leaves. It was calm and familiar. She lay there for a moment with her eyes closed, content to bask in the sun on her face. Eventually, she slowly rolled onto her side, her fingers threading through the soft grass as she pushed herself into a sitting position. Wait, this isn't right. She was on her feet a second later, her eyes wide as she spun in a circle. She found herself standing in the middle of a meadow. The meadow. She hadn't been here since. Dazed, she looked around, taking in the familiar surroundings. Everything was just as she remembered it. It was a beautiful spring day, the sky was clear, and wildflowers were in full bloom. The air was thick with tension, and Bella felt the baby hairs on the back of her neck stand on end. Oh no. She didn't want to turn around. She somehow knew what awaited her if she did, but her body betrayed her. It was just like all her other nightmares, the ones that had haunted her every night since the Cullens left. He stood at the tree lean, partially hidden in the shadows, wearing the same gray wool suit he had on the day he abandoned her in the woods. Bella, he drawled, his voice smooth as honey, though it lacked the power it once had over her. Bella was frozen in place, unable to move or speak, no matter how desperately she wanted to. I missed you. He flashed a bright smile and stepped forward, his skin shimmering in the sunlight. There was a time when his smile brought her to her knees, but now it felt dangerous, predatory. I've come back for you. I made a mistake. I should have never left. You're mine, Bella. You belong with me. Forever. No, 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 Bella chanted in her mind. She felt the bile rising in her throat, threatening to choke her. There was so much she wanted to say. Her mouth opened and closed a few times, but the words eluded her. You're wrong, Edward. She was never yours. You just deluded yourself into believing so because of the way her blood calls to you. Bella snapped her head toward the new voice, one she had grown accustomed to in recent days. Rosalie stood on the opposite edge of the meadow, facing her adopted brother. She wore a dazzling red dress with a plunging neckline that hugged her body like a glove, ending just above the knee with a long slit up the thigh. Her golden hair cascaded in voluminous waves over her left shoulder. If Bella hadn't been on the brink of a panic attack, she would have appreciated the view, but as it was, she was consumed by a whirlwind of emotions. Bella felt too worked up. Rosalie had never appeared in her dreams, nightmares, really, before, and the unknown had her on edge. She studied Rosalie a moment longer. Her normally clear eyes were dark, nearly solid black. Bella couldn't tell if it was from hunger or something else entirely. Although Rosalie's body still retained its grace, it was tense, poised like a spring ready to snap at any moment. Bella will be mine, Edward growled menacingly, addressing Rosalie as if Bella wasn't standing between them. I know what you're thinking, but you are wrong. If I need to get you out of the way, then so be it. Bella didn't have time to react. Both vampires were racing toward her faster than her human eyes could register. No, stop. Don't do this, please. She screamed out in vain, flailing her arms as if that would have any effect on the two immortals. All she could do was close her eyes as two ice-cold hands gripped her firmly by the shoulders. Bella. Bella. Bella's eyes shot open to find a very concerned Rosalie staring down at her, her cool hand still on Bella's shoulders from shaking her awake. I'm sorry. Bella stammered, a habit that took her back to those awful nights months ago. You were having a nightmare. There's no need to apologize. I didn't mean to eavesdrop, but you talk in your sleep. Rosalie's expression softened as she pushed a stray strand of hair from Bella's face. Do you want to talk about it? Bella shook her head and curled in on herself. She hated that Rosalie was seeing her so vulnerable. She truly thought she was over Edward. Of course, he would show up in her subconscious at the least opportune time. Okay, then. Try to get back to sleep. Wait, Rose. Bella sat up as the blonde reached for the door to leave. Will you stay with me? I don't want to be alone, she admitted in a small voice. Rosalie silently nodded her consent and made her way back to Bella's side. Rosalie settled onto the bed beside Bella, propping herself up against the headboard. Bella didn't hesitate. She wrapped her arms around Rosalie's waist and nestled into her side. It took a few moments for Bella to calm her racing thoughts, but eventually, her exhaustion began to take over. You won't leave? Bella murmured sleepily, her eyes fluttering closed. Never, Rosalie replied softly. Bella's response was a gentle snore, and a heavy silence enveloped the room. Chapter 6. Bella sighed happily as she stirred from her deep slumber. Even in her sleepy state, she realized that she hadn't slept this well in months, and she cursed her internal clock for ending it so soon. She would have much preferred to remain curled around her cool pillow, enveloped in the comforting sense of warm cinnamon apple and fresh rain. Oh good, you're awake, a voice said. Bella's eyes shot open. It took her a moment to understand that what she thought was a pillow was actually Rosalie's side. A heartbeat later, she registered the rather intimate position she found herself in. Eep. If she had more than one functioning brain cell, she might have felt embarrassed by the undignified noise. As it was, her mortification over having cuddled the other girl like her life depended on it overshadowed everything else. Quickly, she released her hold on Rosalie and jerked back several inches to create some space between them. Her fight-or-flight response had her on high alert, but her sleep-addled brain struggled to catch up. Her eyes darted around the unfamiliar room, straining in the dim light before settling on her unexpected bedfellow. Rosalie sat stiffly beside her, propped up on a pillow with her upper back against the headboard and her eyes closed. She wasn't even breathing, not that she needed to, but the behavior was unusual. Bella immediately wondered if Rosalie was feeling thirsty with a human clinging to her waist. She recalled Alice mentioning that it was easier for them to ignore their bloodlust if they held their breath. The thought that Rosalie might be fighting her nature should have been a cause for concern, especially given their close proximity, but Bella trusted the blonde. Of all the Cullen kids, Rosalie was the only one who had truly given her no reason to fear her. Even Alice's and Emmett's eyes had turned jet black in the aftermath of Jasper's attack, while Rosalie's had only darkened a shade or two. Besides, Rosalie had every opportunity to harm her back in forks, yet she hadn't. It didn't make sense for a vampire to bring her to such a public place only to lose control. Someone would certainly notice if Rosalie left the hotel carrying a Bella-shaped bag over her shoulder. With her immediate concerns eased, Bella figured Rosalie's lack of breathing was simply because she didn't need to. After spending so much time together, Bella realized that Rosalie was remarkably skilled at mimicking human behavior. So much so that it was easy for Bella to forget she was a vampire. Isolated moments, like when the blonde had effortlessly lifted a van off its lift, served as stark reminders of Rosalie's non-human nature. It was astonishing how much difference something as trivial as a shifting shoulder or an expanding rib cage could make when those signs suddenly vanished. Still, waking up unexpectedly next to what felt like a living statue was slightly unsettling, especially when that statue was Rosalie Hale. It added a whole new layer of complexity that Bella didn't have the mental capacity to sort through at the moment. "I'm so sorry," she exclaimed, blinking as she tried to piece together how they ended up in this situation. Rosalie slowly opened her eyes and shifted her body. The bright gold of her irises reminded Bella that the vampire crisis was averted. "You're here, in bed, with me. Why are you here?" Bella stammered, inwardly cursing how awkwardly she was tripping over her words. "You don't remember last night?" Rosalie asked, her tone clipped as she moved to the other side of the bed without offering any further explanation. "Oh, right, thanks," Bella replied, feeling her cheeks flush as memories began to surface. Bella recalled the nightmare in vivid detail, but the rest of the night felt hazy. Did she really ask Rosalie to stay? And did Rosalie actually agree? Why had she started cuddling with the blonde? And why hadn't Rosalie moved away or simply extracted herself once Bella had fallen back asleep? She shook her head, realizing it wasn't helpful to dwell on the unknown. She wanted to put that embarrassing memory behind her. It was bad enough that her nightmares had returned. Having Rosalie witness it made everything feel exponentially worse. "Don't mention it," Rosalie said, sliding off the bed and heading for the closet. Her tone was cold and unfeeling, as if all their progress over the past weeks had vanished overnight, leaving Bella to face the Ice Queen once again. Rosalie was still wearing the same clothes from yesterday, but Bella chose not to comment. It was clear that Rosalie was annoyed, and Bella didn't want to risk angering her further. She sensed that Rosalie's foul mood was directly related to how they had spent the night. It wasn't her fault. She had been asleep. It had all happened unconsciously. Surely, Rosalie wouldn't hold that against her, right? Maybe she was just irritated at being forced to play pillow for a human. Oh God, had she drooled? Her heart sank as another thought crossed her mind. She had just cuddled with Rosalie all night in an intimate embrace, an embrace that Rosalie hadn't reciprocated. The light bulb clicked on, and all signs pointed to one glaringly obvious conclusion. Rosalie suspected her growing feelings and was disgusted by them. Bella knew the vampire had overheard her conversation with Jessica and understood that she had been on the fence about possibly being interested in girls. She had naively believed that because Rosalie hadn't brought it up, she didn't care. Obviously, that wasn't the case. Stupid brain. Stupid crush. How could she be so foolish to think she had a chance with Rosalie? Perfect, untouchable Rosalie. The stunningly beautiful Rosalie Hale, Emmett's girlfriend. Bella quickly swallowed the lump in her throat and blinked away her tears. Thankfully, if Rosalie noticed her emotional struggle, she didn't mention it. Following Rosalie's lead, Bella rolled out of bed, though not quite as gracefully. The movement helped pull her from her darkening thoughts, and her mind finally began to function again. She needed to play damage control so Rosalie wouldn't suspect her crush any further. If she played her cards right, she might salvage the situation. Be cool, Swan. Don't make a big deal out of it, Bella said, trying to steady her nerves. I guess I wasn't expecting you to still be here. I've never woken up with a vampire in my bed before. I mean, Edward always snuck out at some point to go hunting. Rosalie raised a perfectly sculpted eyebrow, her eyes narrowing dangerously. Not cool. Nice going, you just made it worse. I see. Well, since you're awake, we should get going. It's about an hour's drive to the junkyard, and we're already behind schedule because someone decided that sleep was more important, Rosalie called over her shoulder as she walked into the enormous closet to find a new outfit. Bella sighed and went to her duffel bag, grabbing fresh clothes and heading to the bathroom. Maybe it was better to hold her tongue this time. Her attempts to smooth things over were only making it worse. She completed her morning routine and showered in record time, not wanting to annoy the vampire by lingering. When Bella emerged, she found Rosalie reclined on a chaise lounge in the living room, absent-mindedly flipping through one of Alice's magazines. What struck Bella as odd wasn't just Rosalie's casual clothes. She was accustomed to seeing her in her work gear, but the way her usually sharp eyes seemed distant and unfocused as she turned the pages. For once, Bella wished she had Edward's ability to unravel the mystery behind that enigmatic gaze. There was something more beneath the surface, and she longed to understand it. So much was hidden there, carefully locked away behind impenetrable walls. Let's go. We can grab you breakfast on the road, Rosalie said, offering Bella the only warning before sweeping past her toward the elevator. Bella sighed and followed, determined not to crumble. She wouldn't let Rosalie see how much the rejection stung. Here, put these on. Carlisle would be disappointed if I let you hurt yourself or catch a tetanus infection. Rosalie handed her a pair of thick leather gloves. Bella hastily complied, the soft lining warming her numb fingers and shielding them from the bitter morning chill. When Rosalie had described the scrapyard trip to her, Bella hadn't realized it would be this cold. Admittedly, it was a pretty foolish oversight on her part. It was outside, in Oregon, in December. Of course it would be freezing. Rosalie moved quickly and methodically through the rows of vehicles, all business and no play. It was surprising, considering how excited she had been when inviting Bella along. She would stop occasionally, poking around under the hood and tooting to herself. Even when she found something she needed, her reaction was subdued at best. It was just more evidence of the damage done to their relationship. Despite the tension, the tip-off about the trucks turned out to be a goldmine. They managed to find all the missing components, along with a few spare items, in just a few hours of searching at the pick-and-pull junkyard. More accurately, Rosalie found the parts while Bella followed behind like a shadow. She wasn't keen on inadvertently hurting herself by trying to dismantle an engine she had no business handling. She had learned a lot, but she was far from an expert. Plus, she didn't want to risk getting in Rosalie's way. The faster they finished, the sooner they could go home and put this experience behind them. By dinner, the pair had barely exchanged a dozen words. Bella hated it. The heavy mood between them was suffocating, even more oppressive than the gray blanket of low-hanging clouds above. Bella stared at the clouds outside, her thoughts swirling like the spaghetti on her fork. Enough was enough. She wasn't going to be a doormat anymore. That version of Bella was long gone. She refused to let fear and doubt consume her, or to remain in the dark about what was happening. A surge of resolve filled her chest, bringing with it a newfound confidence. She had to get to the bottom of this. She needed to know what was really going on in Rosalie's mind. No matter the consequences, she wanted to hear it directly from Rosalie. The damage was already done, she had little left to lose. If she was lucky, Rosalie might even let her apologize and be willing to overlook her mistake. With determination, Bella slammed her palm down on the table, startling both herself and her silent companion. "We had a great time yesterday, and now you're being all withdrawn and moody. I know something happened last night, but I don't know what I did wrong." Clearly, something changed. After replaying this conversation in her mind for hours at the junkyard, she decided it would be best to play the ignorant card. That way, she could have the benefit of the doubt if Rosalie's reason differed from her assumptions. Why back herself into a corner unnecessarily? "Just tell me, please. I can't fix it if I don't know what I did in the first place," she pleaded, her voice rising higher than intended, betraying her desperation for an answer. Thankfully, their booth was tucked away in a dark corner, with no one around to overhear them. Rosalie glared but remained silent. Aside from setting down her fork, she was perfectly still. "Seriously? You're going to act like this? I thought we were past you being passive-aggressive with me. I thought, after all this time, we were friends." Bella felt herself on the verge of losing her cool, her frustration fueled by Rosalie's indifference. All the emotions she had been holding back surged to the surface. Rushing forward, anger and hurt propelled Bella. "We are," the vampire finally managed to say. If she weren't so furious, Bella would have been jumping for joy at that admission. "You're not being a very good friend, then. Friends are honest and talk to one another. Friends share when things are bothering them. Friends don't withhold information or keep secrets." "Okay, now I'm being hypocritical." Her rational mind chimed in, cutting through the emotional turmoil. That mental chastisement helped her take a step back and calm down. She closed her eyes for a moment, breathing slowly, in through the nose and out through the mouth. After a moment, she felt a little more in control and opened her eyes. Rosalie's expression remained neutral, but there was a dangerous fire dancing in her eyes. "Fine," the blonde finally spat, venom practically dripping from the word. The conflicted look on her face made Bella feel like she'd rather rip her own leg off than have this conversation. "I cannot believe I'm saying this. Your reaction this morning hurt my feelings." Bella opened her mouth, ready to jump to her own defense, but thankfully had enough sense to close it before saying something she would regret. She processed Rosalie's words, her mouth opening and closing a few times. Rosalie's feelings were hurt? She had spent so much time thinking of Rosalie as an immortal goddess that she had forgotten she was still capable of feeling emotions, sort of. "Wait, what? I did what you asked of me, but then this morning I could tell you regretted it. And then what you said. Did you really think I had taken advantage of the situation? What kind of person do you think I am? Do I make you that uncomfortable? Rosalie turned her head, unwilling to look Bella in the face. And before you try to deny it, I have my reasons for thinking this. Your heart was racing, and you jumped away so quickly. I thought it was better if I kept my distance. Oh my God, you silly vampire. I was in shock. I wasn't thinking clearly. Bella exclaimed, unable to suppress a laugh at the absurdity of it all. Rosalie furrowed her brow in confusion. You're not mad at me? You weren't just pretending to have a good time yesterday for my sake? No. I thought you were mad at me. Bella replied, her voice tinged with urgency. I mean, I was totally in your space. Yesterday was amazing, and I really enjoyed myself. Internally, Bella was celebrating. Rosalie didn't hate her, and she didn't suspect the crush after all. This was turning out better than she had anticipated. Oh, Rosalie said, blinking in surprise. So this was all a misunderstanding? Bella cleared her throat, trying to stifle her lingering laughter. It seems that way. What's up with you vampires being all broody and mysterious? Doom and gloom? It's a force of habit, Rosalie replied. It's a dumb habit. Rosalie shrugged but didn't respond. So, we were both kind of in the wrong here. How about we try to talk things through before jumping to conclusions from now on? Deal? Bella extended her hand into the space between them, offering a hopeful smile. Deal. Rosalie took her hand and gave it a light shake, the corner of her lips curving up slightly. Bella couldn't help but wish Rosalie would smile more often. It was a beautiful sight. For the record, I didn't mind, Bella added. You're very comfortable. I'm glad to know I can add pillow to my list of skills. And I guess I should be thanking you for keeping the bad dreams away. I'm sorry you're experiencing them in the first place. It seems you have some unresolved anxiety regarding how things went with my brother. I could offer you some meditation and healing exercises if you'd like. Bella shot her a doubtful look. Don't look at me like that. I'm a trained professional. I have a degree in psychology. Maybe later, Doc, Bella responded sarcastically, though she truly appreciated the offer. She didn't have anyone else to talk to about what she had experienced. At the same time, being psychoanalyzed by the vampire who was the source of her confusion and internal conflict didn't rank high on Bella's list of priorities. There were too many opportunities to uncover secrets that needed to remain hidden. A pleasant silence settled between them as Bella dug into her spaghetti with newfound enthusiasm. She appreciated that Rosalie didn't watch her eat like Edward had. That always made her uncomfortable, as if she were a science experiment under constant observation. For the record, I didn't mind either, Rosalie said. Just call me if you need someone to scare away the nightmares. I'm certainly much worse than anything your mind can imagine, and it's not like he'd be waking me up. I don't doubt that, the sleeping part, I mean. I'll keep it in mind. Bella tried to hide her blush behind her hand, feigning a cough. Eager to change the subject and take advantage of the openness Rosalie was showing, Bella decided to push her luck a little. So, psychology? I never would have expected that. I have several degrees, actually, including engineering, astrophysics, and medical sciences. I briefly considered becoming a doctor, but I don't have the patience Carlyle has for dealing with humans injuring themselves with their own stupidity. Wow. Why so many degrees? It passes the time, and it beats repeating high school. Yeah, I can't imagine having to go through that over and over. Rosalie chuckled and nodded before continuing. Aside from not having to deal with smelly, hormonal teenage boys, going to college has many other advantages. Physically, I'm 19, almost 20. I have to apply a lot of makeup to make myself passable as a high school student. We've gotten better at it over time, but I still hear the whispers behind my back. It's easier to blend in on college campuses. Plus, the high school curriculum is stagnant, while college courses update semi-regularly. That helps me keep up with the times and stay current on technological advancements and innovations. This, in turn, helps us blend in. Vampires who lead completely isolated lives stand out in stark contrast when we encounter them, Rosalie said. I guess that makes sense. Is that what you'll do next? Go to college? Bella asked, trying to calm her racing heart. She wasn't sure what she wanted to hear, but the thought of losing Rosalie at the end of the school year made her stomach churn. She might not have a romantic future with Rosalie, but she had grown close to her, and honestly, she couldn't imagine life without the presence of vampires. Bella was still undecided about whether she wanted to become one herself. There was a time when that was all she wanted, but now, uncertainty clouded her thoughts. I haven't decided yet. I might spend some time traveling. I haven't hiked Everest in a while, Rosalie replied. Oh, just casually hiking Everest, huh? Bella scoffed playfully. I guess having endless time and unlimited strength really changes your perspective on things. It certainly does. Rosalie's gaze shifted as the server approached to inform them that the restaurant was closing soon and to drop off the bill. Bella quickly snatched it up, taking advantage of the fact that Rosalie couldn't use her vampire speed in front of the unsuspecting human. I was going to pay for that, Rosalie said. I know, but you've done so much already. This is literally the least I can do. Besides, you didn't even get to enjoy your meal. You can pay next time, Bella replied with a grin, slipping a few bills into the folder. Feeling light and playful, she blurted out, Oh, you think I'm going to take you to dinner again? Damn it, why did I just say that? Time for damage control, Bella thought to herself. Sure, why not? We're friends, right? Rosalie said with a smile. Whatever you say, Bella. Come on, let's get out of here. We can head back to Forks tomorrow morning. I'm sorry we can't stay longer. With everything that's happened, I need to hunt sooner than I planned. Anticipated. The new parts will arrive sometime next week. I'll let you know when they do, and we can finish the truck. I got it, I got it. Bella called out as she rushed through the house to grab the ringing phone, narrowly avoiding tripping over the corner of the living room rug. Hello? Bella. Hey. A broad smile spread across Bella's face when she recognized the voice on the other end. Jake. Hey. What's up? You'll never guess. My dad got me the master cylinder I was missing for the rabbit for Christmas. It's all done now, and I wanted to see if you wanted to go for a spin. There's a new kung fu movie out, and it's playing in Port Angeles. Yeah, that sounds great. When? I was thinking this afternoon. Is that too soon? I could come pick you up in about an hour, and that would get us there in time for the matinee. Perfect. Come on by, I'll be ready when you get here. Drive safe, no crashing on your car's maiden voyage. You got it, boss. The line went dead with a loud click. Bella hurried to get ready. Since she and Rosalie returned from Portland, she had slipped back into her couch potato habits, eager to enjoy her break. It would be nice to get out for a bit. The movie was about what she expected for a low-budget B-film, but it was still enjoyable mindless entertainment. She and Jake spent more time laughing and poking fun at the bad script than actually caring about the plot, or lack thereof. Afterward, they headed to a diner close to the theater for a proper dinner. She was grateful that she had bought the tickets and that Jake was covering the food bill because the spread in front of him could have fed a small army. What? I'm a growing boy, I require sustenance. Jake laughed as he reached for his second burger. Bella had barely taken 3 bites of her own. So, anything new and exciting going on at the res? She asked. Not really. Jake shifted uncomfortably in his seat. Bella raised an eyebrow, sensing there was more to the story. Bella raised an eyebrow. Come on, you're a terrible liar. You know you can trust me with anything, right? So what is it? Girl problems? Boy problems? What? No. I mean, kind of, but it's not what you think. Jake shoved the rest of his burger into his mouth, using it as a temporary distraction. Okay, fine. So there's this guy, Sam. I remember him from growing up. He used to come over to do homework with Rachel and Rebecca. From what I recall, he was nice, I guess, but he was always more interested in hanging out with my sisters than paying attention to me. Bella listened intently as she sipped her milkshake. Anyway, he came back about a month ago, and now he's acting like he owns the place. He's got some followers, too. I catch him looking at me in this weird way, and it seriously creeps me out. Did you talk to your dad? Bella asked. I tried, but he just brushed it off. Said that Sam's an upstanding member of the tribe and doing good work in the community. I don't know. It just feels weird, and it's freaking me out. Bella's heart went out to Jake. Despite his size, he looked every bit the scared 16-year-old he was. Anger flared within her at Billy. Why wasn't he taking his son seriously? Something was definitely off. Well, if you need a place to crash until things cool down, you can always come stay with me and Charlie. The guest bedroom is small, but it's nice. Thanks, Bells. Jacob brightened and returned to stuffing his face. Just as he moved on to dessert, he suddenly clutched his stomach, his eyes squeezed shut. His pained groans grew steadily louder. Whoa, Jake, you okay? Bella reached for him across the table. She hissed and pulled back her hand when she felt the heat radiating from his forearm. Shit, you're burning up. We need to get you to the hospital. No. My dad. There's some flu going around. I need to get home. Jake grunted through strained breaths. Sorry. I'll make it. It's up to you, I swear. Before Bella could even blink, he jumped out of his seat and was gone in an instant. She slumped back against the vinyl booth, her mind racing. What just happened? He went from perfectly fine to stumbling and delirious in less than a minute, and then he just left her. Of course, she was worried about her friend, but she couldn't help feeling annoyed that he had run off without an explanation, leaving her stranded an hour from home. On autopilot, she pulled out her phone and sent a quick text to Rosalie. 35 minutes later, the familiar sight of Rosalie's signature red convertible pulled into the first spot out front. The server was still clearing the plates when Rosalie swept into the restaurant, her golden eyes locking onto Bella immediately. Wow, orders all this food and dashes out on the bill? Real charmer, Rosalie said sarcastically, surveying the graveyard of empty plates littering the table. It's not like that. He got sick all of a sudden and had to go, Bella replied, trying to defend Jacob. I can't imagine why. Couldn't possibly be the gluttonous behavior, Rosalie said, wrinkling her nose as she approached. Suddenly, she froze mid-step. Bella. Who exactly were you with tonight? Bella looked at her, confused by the sudden shift in tone. My friend Jacob Black. What exactly happened? He wasn't feeling well. It was like a fever hit him out of nowhere, and he had to go home. He was so out of it that he kind of forgot he was my ride. Honestly, he probably shouldn't have driven. In my defense, he was gone so fast I didn't have time to stop him. Wouldn't have made a difference anyway, he's huge. Is he by chance from La Push? Bella could have sworn she heard a low growl escape Rosalie when she nodded in confirmation, but the sound ended abruptly. You should be careful around him. You might be in danger being with him. The same could be said about you, Rosalie. He might have ditched her, but she still felt protective of her friend. More than that, Rosalie's statement rubbed her the wrong way. Bella's expression mirrored her confusion. Disgust, anger, and, was that fear? The memory of Billy's suspicious looks flashed through her mind. So, the Blacks were wary of the Cullens, and vice versa. Interesting. She made a mental note to revisit that thought later. Don't worry, I'm sure he's not contagious. Usually, by the time someone shows symptoms, they're past the contagious phase, right? Bella said, unsure of what Rosalie was really implying. The blonde's tone suggested it would be best not to push the issue. Right. Need I remind you that I have the actual degree in this subject? Yeah, Doc, I know. Rub it in, Bella replied, grimacing as she glanced at the check. She dropped her debit card on the table, thinking that Jacob had some serious making up to do. Only when it's warranted. Speaking of which, have you considered my offer? Bella groaned, momentarily distracted as she signed the receipt. She hadn't been sleeping well, although the nightmares were better than they used to be. Taking a deep breath, she swallowed her pride. Yeah, I think I might need to take you up on that after all. Chapter 7. So, I'm not really good at this, talking about myself. Bella shifted uncomfortably in the plush leather armchair. Eager for a distraction, her eyes wandered around the large room, taking stock of Carlisle's office. The first and last time she had been in this space, her arm had felt like a glass Pez dispenser. Considering the shock from the attack and being thrown through a table, she hadn't had the chance to truly appreciate the surroundings. Now, with a clearer mind, she found it remarkable. The room resembled more of a library or even a museum than an office. Floor-to-ceiling dark wood shelves were lined with hundreds, if not thousands, of books in various shapes and sizes. Some had glossy covers and bold fonts on the spines, while others exuded an antique charm. Cheerios and priceless knickknacks collected over the centuries were displayed in glass cases around the room. A large area rug with a geometric pattern covered most of the floor. Probably Persian. That seems like Carlisle's style, she mused. She itched to take a closer look at everything but remained seated. Her attention drifted to the vampire sitting behind the giant mahogany desk that commanded the room. Rosalie was watching her intently, but her gaze lacked the judgmental edge Bella was accustomed to when Edward looked at her. There was still an underlying vampiric intensity, yet Rosalie's expression was more open. It was light and curious, though a different kind of curiosity than Carlisle's scientific scrutiny. Rosalie leaned forward on her elbows, her slender fingers interlaced, with her chin resting on her index fingers. There's no pressure or rush, Bella. If you don't feel comfortable with this, we can try again another day. Or not. It's your call. Just being open to talking with me is brave, so don't be discouraged if you're not ready to move forward yet. Healing takes time, and the first steps are always the hardest. No, I think I can do this. It's just, no one's really asked me about this stuff before. Renee, my mom, she wasn't the best at the whole nurturing mother thing when I was growing up. It was always about what was going on in her life, never mine. Hell, she even forgot my birthday one year. Thankfully, I've never been one to care much about presents or parties, but it still stung for an 11-year-old. In a lot of ways, I was the adult, and she was the child. And Charlie, well, he tries, but he's not exactly good at feelings. Between the two of them, I kind of learned to keep everything inside. I guess I got the impression that other people were more interesting, and I didn't want to be an inconvenience or bore them by subjecting them to my thoughts. Rosalie nodded slowly, leaning back in the high-backed office chair as she listened to the words rushing from Bella's lips. Perhaps we could start there, your relationship with your mother and how it influenced your development. Bella released a low whistle as she exhaled. That was a huge can of worms she didn't want to tackle. This was supposed to be about her experience with vampires, not her borderline negligent mother. She hadn't even meant to bring that up, she just wanted to explain her reasoning. Maybe another time. I think there's a lot buried there that I'm just not ready to get into. I'd like to maybe start slow and ease into it. That's perfectly understandable, and I respect that. You set the pace. Don't feel obligated to talk if you don't feel like sharing. I want to remind you that it's just you and me here. I will not judge you or hold anything you say in these sessions against you. Nor will I share anything you tell me with anyone else. I'm very skilled at protecting my thoughts. This is a safe space. Bella nodded her understanding. Rosalie's reassurance made her feel slightly more at ease, but her palms were still sweating, and her knee bounced nervously. Bella paced restlessly, her nerves buzzing with excess energy. For the past 2 weeks, she had both anticipated and dreaded this moment. After accepting Rosalie's offer, she had gone back and forth, contemplating whether she should cancel. Ultimately, she realized that if she wanted to truly move forward, she needed to confront this head-on. Rosalie was her only option. She couldn't just call up a regular therapist and start unloading about near-death encounters with supernatural beings that weren't supposed to exist. Besides, Rosalie had a degree in psychology, which surely made her more qualified than anyone else Bella knew. To ease her doubts, Bella told herself it was just talking, something they did every day. So, it wouldn't be a big deal. She would simply share her side of the story, and poof. Everything would be better. Right? Once she committed to speaking with the selectively friendly neighborhood vampire psychologist, Bella spent time planning what she wanted to discuss. She decided she needed to address what she had endured at the hands of vampires over the past year, as that seemed to be the root of her anxiety. Namely, James, but also Jasper, to a lesser degree. And then there was Edward. Wanted might not be the right word, but she felt it was a necessary evil to address him at some point. Bella made it clear to herself that she didn't want to delve into her feelings, except for those directly tied to her trauma. She aimed to keep things professional, no mushy heart-to-hearts if she could help it. And under no circumstances would she reveal any feelings related to Rosalie. No, those needed to stay safely tucked away, never to see the light of day. Now that the moment had arrived, she realized just how significant this was and how naive she had been to think otherwise. Up until now, everything she and Rosalie had discussed had been relatively superficial, mostly revolving around school or cars, never touching on personal matters. Yes, they had had a few difficult conversations, but nothing like what was about to unfold. A few weeks had passed, but this was on a whole different level, one she had never reached with anyone before. Alice had come close, but even that felt different. Could she truly open up and share her deepest thoughts and feelings? Was she ready to bare her soul and embrace vulnerability? And most importantly, was she prepared to confront the inevitable pain she had kept bottled up inside? At least she was certain about that last question, and the answer was a resounding yes. It would hurt, but she believed acknowledging that hurt was essential for healing. The other two questions, however, remained unanswered. The metaphorical line in the sand had been drawn, the point of no return loomed before her, taunting her. If she chose to take this step, it would change her relationship with Rosalie forever. She knew it, and so did Rosalie. Did she really want to do that? She liked where things stood, and the thought of jeopardizing their hard-earned friendship made her hesitate. Maybe this wasn't such a great idea after all. But the tiny voice in her head reminded her that she needed this, and Rosalie had offered to help of her own accord. Bella took a deep, steadying breath and wiped her palms on her jeans. I want to trust you. I mean, I really do trust you. I realize now that talking about all this is going to be more uncomfortable than I originally thought, but I do want to go through with it. And I'm glad it's you. I just don't want to be hurt again. It's nothing against you. I don't think you would hurt me intentionally, but I'm worried about opening up to you and what comes next when the inevitable happens. One day you'll leave me. Okay, way to jump right into the deep end without a life jacket. So much for sticking to the plan, Swan. This was exactly what she had wanted to avoid. She clamped her mouth shut, cutting off her rambling before she could say anything else she would regret. Several emotions flashed across her pale face. Bella sat across from Rosalie, unable to meet the vampire's gaze long enough to truly understand her expression. Instead, her eyes drifted to the ornate gold-framed portrait hanging above the desk, a piece that looked as though it belonged in a museum. In the painting, 3 men and 3 women stood on a balcony, overlooking a crowd. They wore extravagant suits and robes, resembling the attire one might see at a Renaissance festival. Yet Bella sensed these figures were the genuine article, not mere participants in a role-playing game. Rosalie noticed Bella's distraction and shifted in her seat to join her in admiring the painting. The Vulturi, she said. Bella raised an eyebrow, the name sparking a faint memory at the back of her mind. To clarify her confusion, Rosalie continued, Ero, Marcus, and Caius. The women are Athenodora, Didyme, and Sulpicia. She gestured to each as she named them. They're essentially the leaders of the vampires. They fancy themselves as kings and queens, with us as their subjects. Have you met them? Bella asked. More times than I care to remember. We're required to check in with them every couple of decades. It's how they keep tabs on us. Arrow can read your thoughts with a single touch, so he knows right away if you've broken any laws. Well, maybe not yours, since you seem immune to mind reading, but let's not test that theory. Bella nodded slowly, then jolted in her seat as a memory clicked into place. That first night. When you were arguing with Edward. You mentioned laws and the Vulturi, but he cut you off before you could finish. I asked him about it later, but he brushed me off. He said it wasn't important and not to worry. He is an idiot, Rosalie replied. It was wrong of him to hide so much from you, especially once you figured out what we are. He believed he was protecting you, that's how he justified his obsession with you. But if anything, hiding the truth only put you in more danger. Keeping you in the dark made you reliant on him for protection. He loved that. Having that kind of power gave him a sense of importance he had been lacking in his miserable existence. If he had truly wanted to keep you safe, he would have stayed in Denali until you left Forks. He should have left you alone. Bella's eyes widened, taken aback by Rosalie's response. It wasn't just the bluntness of her words. Rosalie had never shied away from speaking her mind, but the sheer animosity she was failing to conceal. Bella hadn't realized the extent of the tension between the siblings. Then again, she rarely saw them interact. She knew her involvement in the vampire world was a sensitive topic for the Cullens. In the months after meeting the family, she had overheard several arguments about it, most of which involved Rosalie and something being hurled at someone else's head, usually Edward's. Rosalie's words underscored her disagreement with how Edward had handled things. However, Bella sensed there was more to the story than she had initially believed. You were scared that night. You're scared of the Vulturi? Bella ventured, trying to piece together the fuzzy memory in her mind. I'm a vampire. I don't get scared, Rosalie scoffed, folding her arms across her chest and staring defiantly back at her, silently challenging her to continue. Fine, you were concerned, though apparently for good reason. Was that why you didn't like me being around? Partially. The main reason is that you annoyed the hell out of me, and I couldn't stand being around you. Rosalie was nothing if not blunt. Since you made it clear that you had no intention of leaving us alone, I simply removed myself from the picture as much as I could. Ouch, that's pretty harsh. The truth hurts sometimes, Bella. I think. If you've learned anything about me over these past few months, it's that I won't lie, and I'll speak my mind as I see fit. Anyway, you were always fawning over him, droning on about how perfect he was. My God, he was all you ever talked about. It was always Edward this or Edward that, or Edward wants something. Forgive me if I didn't want to sit around and listen to the mindless blather. Fair point. Bella said, flushing at the memory, embarrassment welling up inside her. She had been so smitten that she hadn't really considered how it looked from an outside perspective. If what Rosalie said was true, which she had no reason to doubt, she probably would have annoyed herself too if she had been a witness to her past behavior. You let him control your life and never made your own decisions. He loved the attention, of course. You adored him so much and bent over backwards at his every whim. Since he couldn't read your mind, it made him feel special, like he had earned your love without having to exploit your thoughts. It was what made him think you were his mate, when in fact, you are his blood singer, Illinois cantante di sang, who just happens to be immune to his gift. His what? Bella did her best not to shiver at Rosalie's perfect Italian. Blood singer, or just singer, is a term we use for humans whose blood we find especially alluring. Every human has a unique scent, and some smell more appealing than others. But a singer? There is no comparison. It's almost impossible to deny our thirst when we find one of our singers. A quiet "oh" was all Bella could manage in response. This was another reason I wanted you to stay far away from us. Not only were you in constant danger, oh, don't look at me like that. I may not have liked you, but I didn't actually want you dead. But Edward risked exposing us all if his control slipped, either because he killed you publicly or because of the inevitable investigation that would have followed. You're the chief of police's daughter, and this is a very small town. Oblivious as they are, people would have noticed your sudden disappearance, and they knew who you associated with. We were prime suspects. Bella winced, recalling how Edward had once described her blood as a drug to him, though he never used that exact term. So I am, his singer. Am I anyone else's? She needed to know if there were other vampires out there who might want to kill her, at least more than the usual danger that came with simply being a food source. Singers are unique to each vampire, but I don't think it's necessarily exclusive, Rosalie explained. It's possible for you to be someone else's singer in addition to being Edward's. It's hard to know since most singers don't see the light of day once they've been discovered. Have you ever met a singer? Rosalie's averted gaze told Bella everything she needed to know. Quickly, she shifted the conversation. That's why he went hunting every night? Yes. Rosalie's eyes met hers again, the lingering pain and guilt evident in their golden depths. He thought that if he saturated himself with blood, he could resist yours. I repeatedly told him it was a foolish idea and that it wouldn't work, but he was insistent. Since he believed you were his mate, he thought he would never harm you. He was completely blinded by his bloodlust but refused to acknowledge it for what it was. You mean to tell me that he knew what I was and yet he stayed around? Bella pinched the bridge of her nose, taking a calming breath as Rosalie nodded in confirmation. Hypothetically speaking, if I were to accept and forgive that he mistook the singer pole for a mating bond or whatever, which I don't, by the way, what about everyone else? You couldn't have been the only one who realized I wasn't his mate, right? Did they really just let it happen? Played Russian roulette with my life like it was no big deal? Rosalie hesitated for a moment. Despite the glaring signs that indicated otherwise, they believed what Edward said about you. You being his mate puts far too much faith in Alice's visions. A fire ignited in Bella's stomach, hot anger radiating from her skin. She realized she had been dancing with the devil, but she hadn't understood the extent of the danger she was in, and that the rest of the Cullens had allowed it. In the past, she had thought Rosalie's objections to her being around Edward were rooted in hatred. Had Rosalie actually been the only one in her corner all along? Bella clenched her fists until the skin over her knuckles turned white, pressing them into her thighs. She closed her eyes and tried a few breathing exercises to calm herself down. What's done is done. Lesson learned. He told me I was his mate, but you said it was obvious I wasn't. How was it obvious? Rosalie's abrupt growl startled her. The blonde's eyes shifted to a deep amber, and her lips curled back aggressively, revealing her perfect sharp teeth. Bella instinctively flinched back in her seat, her heart racing as images of Jasper flashed before her eyes. Despite her fear, she noticed that Rosalie's fangs hadn't descended and her eyes weren't black. A moment later, Rosalie returned to her normal state, looking genuinely apologetic. I didn't mean to scare you, Bella. Please, I would never hurt you. We take mate claims very seriously, and false claims. Hearing you say that aloud confirms that he manipulated you and lied outright to you. It's okay, Rose. I know there are some things I just won't understand because I'm not a vampire. Rosalie offered a sheepish smile. You've always been too forgiving when it comes to my family. To answer your question, simply the fact that you were his singer was red flag number 1. The other point against it was that he wasn't willing to turn you. He wanted to keep you alive and human because if you were turned, well, there'd be no blood left to sing. If he truly wanted to be your mate, then he would have wanted more than just one human lifetime with you. I've always wondered why he was so reluctant to turn me when I asked. It just didn't make sense, Bella said. I think I should take a moment to clarify any misconceptions you might have about mates. I have a feeling your information isn't entirely accurate. What have you been told? Rosalie asked. Well, Bella shifted in her chair, feeling self-conscious that she was likely misinformed once again. She hated feeling like an idiot. It wasn't as if she had done anything wrong, aside from trusting the wrong person. It wasn't her fault he had lied to her, she simply didn't know better. Edward said each vampire has a single mate, and they are meant to be forever, like eternal soulmates. Like Carlisle and Esme, Alice and Jasper, and you and Emmett, Bella explained. Why did it sting so much to say that aloud? Rosalie's reaction caught her off guard. The vampire laughed, a genuine, full-bodied laugh, her head thrown back, eyes closed, everything. It was one of the most beautiful sounds Bella had ever heard, so wonderful that she couldn't feel embarrassed about what she had just said. After a few moments, Rosalie wiped a non-existent tear from her eye as she regained her composure. I'm sorry, you thought Emmett and I are mates? You're not. Bella blurted out, unable to contain her surprise. Heavens no. I want to strangle him at least 90% of the time. I think I've ripped off every limb of his body at some point because he annoyed me for some reason or another. You mean you two aren't together? Bella's mind struggled to process this new information. She did her best to keep her heart rate steady, but it was beating a frantic tattoo against her rib cage. No, Bella, we aren't, Rosalie confirmed, smoothing down the front of her black dress and adjusting her hair. Now, about the soulmate issue. The concept of mates is something that's more common among younger vampires. It's true we feel emotions more strongly, and we experience time differently from humans. I suppose it's easy to see where the concept of soulmates originated, Rosalie began. In reality, it's just a colloquialism among vampires. It's not an eternal bond, although it can sometimes feel that way, especially for newly mated couples who are learning to cope with the intensity of their new relationship. In human terms, it's more akin to a relationship or marriage. The honeymoon phase just tends to last longer for us. If we were truly destined for a single mate, who could exist anywhere and at any time throughout history, there would be a lot of lonely vampires in the world. That makes sense, Bella replied. It would really suck if your soulmate died or existed thousands of years ago or something. Exactly. Just like in human relationships, there are those we feel more attracted to, with whom we share a deeper compatibility. Unmated vampires are free to engage in casual relationships without entering into anything serious, as long as both parties are aware of the expectations. However, claiming a mate bond with someone you're clearly not compatible with is frowned upon. That's very different from what I was told, Bella said, leaning forward and resting her elbows on her knees, her head in her hands. Her mind raced as she tried to process all this new information. Wait. You mentioned younger vampires, implying you're not one of them? Are you seriously about to ask me my age? Rosalie teased, a playful glint in her eyes. I thought you had better manners, Miss Swan. You should tread carefully. Bella gulped reflexively but decided to press on. I'm sorry, I just don't know much about you. Will you tell me about your life? Perhaps one day. For now, I'd like to continue correcting your misconceptions. Another reason I avoided you was plausible deniability. What my family did was against the law. Vampires have laws? Bella asked, intrigued. Not many, Rosalie replied. But there's one that the Vulturi regularly enforce. We keep our existence hidden from humans. We don't make spectacles of ourselves or kill conspicuously. And we don't reveal ourselves to. Humans are only safe unless we intend to turn or kill them. There is a loophole, more like a guideline than a strict rule. We can keep humans, whether as individuals or as part of a coven, but we assume full responsibility for their actions. Any wrongdoing or misbehavior reflects back on the vampire or vampires who claim them, and they face punishment for their human transgressions. However, this arrangement has an expiration date, though that is subject to the Vulturi's whims. It is still expected that the human will eventually be killed or turned. Bella paused, recalling their first conversation in the parking lot. When you said I was a liability. Rosalie nodded. Since Edward left, he broke the law, as did the rest of my family. When Edward suggested we leave Forks, I went against the family's decision and chose to stay here to keep an eye on you. It's a loose interpretation, but by doing so, we haven't technically broken any laws. Hopefully, Arrow will agree if he finds out about the situation. Wait, does that mean you intend to turn me? I'm sorry, Bella. I wish there was another way. My hands are tied on this. We can keep the Vulturi at bay for now, but eventually. Since the rest of the family technically abandoned you, they forfeited their right, and it falls to me. If I don't act, the Vulturi could very well exterminate me and the entire coven, and they'd be within their rights to do so. Vampire families have been destroyed for less. This was the final reason I was against you being accepted into the family. It ends with you dying. I didn't think it was fair to you because it took away your choice. Even if you wanted to be turned, it was no longer solely your decision. Bella felt a weight settle on her. She had always believed her turning was her choice, but now she realized that her hand was forced either way. Oh. Rosalie nodded slowly. I'm sorry to lay all this on you. I just don't believe you should be kept in the dark any longer. Deserve to know, Rosalie said. Yeah, thanks. Wow, that was a lot, Bella replied. Okay, I think that was more than enough information for one day. I have a surprise for you, Rosalie announced. I hate surprises, Bella deadpanned, slumping in her chair. The last time a Cullen tried to surprise her, it ended in disaster. You'll love this one, Rosalie insisted. If I had $1 for every time Alice said that. Bella muttered. Well, suck it up. I'm not Alice. Just wait here, I'll be right back. With that, Rosalie zipped off without another word. Bella leaned back in her seat, feeling mentally exhausted, yet her mind wouldn't stop churning over everything Rosalie had just revealed during their session. It felt as if her brain was an oversaturated sponge, and Rosalie kept pouring in more information. Still, she preferred being overinformed than underinformed or misinformed. She was grateful that Rosalie hadn't pushed her to talk about herself, and she felt more optimistic about future sessions. It wasn't a total bust of an evening either. Their conversation needed to happen, and she was glad it was with Rosalie. For the first time since she met the Cullens, Bella felt like she was finally seeing the whole picture. Well, better late than never. She decided it wouldn't be so bad if she ended up being turned by Rosalie. Given the choice, she preferred the way things had turned out between Rosalie and Edward. Suddenly, Rosalie's phone vibrated, catching Bella's attention. She knew she shouldn't look. It felt like a violation of Rosalie's privacy and a poor way to repay the blonde for her openness earlier. But curiosity got the better of her. Leaning across the desk, she caught a glimpse of the notification flashing on Rosalie's razor flip phone. Alice Cullen, 17, 23, don't worry, it will turn out. A second incoming message lit up the screen. Alice Cullen, 17, 23, it was always you. Bella's heart raced. Bella felt a rush of excitement as her heart raced. She quickly settled back into her chair, just in time for Rosalie to sweep into the room. Are you okay? Your heart is racing, and you look like you've seen a ghost, Rosalie said. Just nerves about your surprise, Bella replied, trying to mask her anxiety. Bah. You'll love it, I promise. Here, Rosalie said, holding a blindfold between her pale fingers. Seriously? Bella raised an eyebrow, skepticism evident in her voice. Indulge me just this once? I promise I won't do anything like this again, unless you ask me for future surprises, Rosalie insisted. Bella rolled her eyes but took the silk scarf, wrapping it over her eyes. The fabric was infused with Rosalie's perfume, a scent that was both familiar and comforting. Okay, this wasn't the worst thing she had to endure. Come on, I'll guide you, Rosalie said, her cool fingers resting gently on Bella's shoulders. Bella complied with the silent request to stand. Despite her discomfort with being temporarily blind, she followed Rosalie's gentle pushes and nudges until she felt herself come to a stop. From memory and spatial awareness, Bella recognized they were in the entry foyer. She felt Rosalie's slender fingers working at the knot of the scarf. A soft gasp escaped her lips as the fabric was whisked away, revealing her surprise. Standing proudly in the center of the driveway was her truck, looking brand new as if it had just rolled off the lot back in 1963. "Oh my God, I love it, Rose," Bella exclaimed, turning to wrap her arms around Rosalie's neck in a tight hug. She hurried to the truck, eager to see the results of their hard work. After they finished the engine rebuild, Rosalie had arranged for fresh paint. This was Bella's first time seeing the completed project, not to mention the surprise additions, like the new chrome bumper and side paneling. She ran her hands reverently over the smooth, fire engine red frame, just as she had requested. Climbing inside, she appreciated the new upholstery and the pine-scented air freshener that filled the cabin. The truck had that fresh, new car smell. Bella was twisting the knobs on the dashboard when Rosalie climbed into the passenger seat. "I take it you like the changes I added?" "It's amazing. I can't believe how good it looks all put together." "Thank you so much. I can't express how much I appreciate everything you did." "Your response is thanks enough. And don't sell yourself short. You had a hand in the rebuild. Still, it's more than I was ever expecting. Can we take it for a ride?" "Of course. I'd have been surprised if you didn't want to. Besides, it can't stay here forever. You can just drop me off at your house." "I think I'll go for a run tonight." Bella just snorted as she started up the engine. It ran like a dream, and she didn't have to double pump the clutch anymore. The two rode in silence as she steered the truck through downtown Forks, eager to show it off. "I like it, by the way," Rosalie said, breaking the silence as Bella pulled up in front of her house. "What?" "I like that you call me Rose now." "I'll see you tomorrow, Bella." A moment later, the blonde was out of the truck, disappearing into the night without a sound. Chapter 8. Wow. I really didn't think Cullen had it in him. I mean, didn't he just grow out of the bedwetting phase last year? "He's got guts for trying, I'll give him that," Lauren said. The head cheerleader leaned back in her chair, flipped her platinum blonde ponytail over her shoulder, and waited for the inevitable spectacle to unfold. "Guts and a death wish," Mike commented sarcastically, stretching his arms and casually draping one around Jessica's shoulders. "What is that, like the fourth one today?" Jessica asked, leaning back against Mike and sipping her Pepsi. Fifth, I think. Don't forget Zachary Taylor this morning before the first period bell," Lauren responded quickly. She looked way too eager for the impending drama, her hazel green eyes twinkling for all the wrong reasons. Bella rolled her eyes and tuned out the rest of her tablemates' comments. She hated the days when Lauren sat with them. The girl brought out the worst in her friends, fueling the flames and turning them from intelligent, caring people into vindictive, almost cruel gossipmongers. Bella knew that the pettiness stemmed from jealousy, or rejection, in Mike's case, but it didn't change the fact that it was still immature and childish. She wished Angela or Eric were there so she would have someone to sit with. Both seemed immune to Lauren's influence. Unfortunately, Angela was rushing to meet a tight deadline for the school paper, and Eric had a dance committee meeting or something. Why they tolerated the toxic girl was beyond her. Bella also knew she wasn't blameless in this situation. She could leave or put her foot down. But as it was, she was too distracted to care. Her attention was locked on the lanky sophomore, Cullen, nervously running his hand through his shaggy brown hair. Even with her less-than-perfect eyesight, she could see the boy was shaking from head to toe as he marched across the crowded cafeteria. Seconds later, he came to a halt. He came to a halt in front of the table in the corner, puffing himself up with false bravado as he addressed the sole occupant. From where she stood, Bella could see Rosalie's mouth moving in response to whatever the boy had said. She half wished for perfect vampiric hearing to eavesdrop, but luckily, she didn't need to hear every word to get a sense of the situation. Rosalie's expression spoke volumes. Her golden eyes flashed dangerously, her face cold and unforgiving. She felt no sympathy as the kid turned and ran back to his table in tears. Will they ever learn? Bella thought. She had watched this same scene play out far too many times over the past few days, ever since the announcement of the Valentine's Day dance. So far, Rosalie had turned away 22, now 23, hopeful suitors in just 4 days. Not that she was counting, of course. It seemed that without her family as a buffer, the boys of Forks High had declared open season on Rosalie Hale. Bella had to admit, it was amusing at first, especially when Rosalie shot down Mike in a very public display, leaving him to run away cupping his crotch. She later learned that Rosalie hadn't done anything other than threaten him. He was just being dramatic and taking precautions in case she decided to follow through. Now, however, it was becoming ridiculous. The dance was just over a week away, and desperation was at an all-time high. Each day, more boys lined up to try their luck with the blonde, only to be sent packing. Despite knowing that Rosalie would never accept an offer from a human, watching each attempt made Bella's stomach churn with a mix of emotions: jealousy, annoyance, and anxiety. Part of her didn't want to look. It wasn't her business, and worrying about it wouldn't change the outcome. But the other, more dominant part of her needed to know. She craved the reassurance and validation that came from witnessing the rejections, otherwise, the uncertainty would eat her alive. And so, she watched. Each time, Bella held her breath and silently prayed that Rosalie would say no. She recognized how illogical her thoughts were, but a nagging doubt lingered at the back of her mind. Just because Rosalie wouldn't accept a human's affection didn't mean she couldn't. Bella's petty streak found a bit of joy in each rejection, allowing her to breathe a little easier, at least until the next love-struck fool showed up, convinced he had a chance. But then her thoughts would darken as doubt crept back in. What if Rosalie suddenly threw caution to the wind and actually said yes to one of them? The image of Rosalie on someone else's arm made Bella's stomach twist uncomfortably. She couldn't imagine how she would react if that moment ever came. Deep down, she knew it shouldn't bother her as much as it did. Yes, she was Rosalie's human, a concept she was still grappling with for various reasons, but they were just friends. Rosalie was a free, unattached woman who could do as she pleased. Still, Bella couldn't help herself. Ever since she had seen Alice's messages, something she still felt guilty about, her emotions had been all over the place. Fortunately, she had managed not to come across as a bumbling idiot too often in their therapy sessions, sticking to safe, Bella-approved topics. So far, they had worked through the whole James debacle and touched on the birthday fiasco. They hadn't yet delved into the Edward topic. Yet, Bella had spent countless hours contemplating what Alice could have meant, locked away in the privacy of her bedroom. The message had been infuriatingly vague and taken out of context. It was always, "Rose, what? What exactly had Alice seen?" There were so many ways to interpret the message, and it was slowly driving her crazy. Unfortunately, she had no way of knowing since she couldn't exactly ask Alice or Rosalie for clarification. Her heart, foolishly, and selfishly, clung to the hope that maybe Alice meant they were destined to be something more than just friends. That maybe, just maybe, Rosalie might have feelings in return. Bella knew that was just a fantasy. Bella knew it was wishful thinking. Rosalie hadn't given her any indication that she wanted anything more than friendship. To be fair, Bella hadn't exactly been open about her own growing feelings either. Yet, a tiny glimmer of hope settled in her chest, refusing to be moved. And another one bites the dust. Mike announced loudly, his mocking tone hiding his own insecurities about being rejected. Bella felt the urge to smack him and call him out for being a jerk, but she held back, instead distracting herself by aggressively stabbing a grape with her fork. She knew from experience that if she mentioned Rosalie, even indirectly, Jessica would jump right back onto her "Rosalie and Bella are secretly dating" soapbox. Jessica had been nearly unbearable when Bella showed up with her brand new truck. With everything going on, she was in no mood to deal with either of them and remained silent. She jumped slightly in her seat when her phone buzzed in her pocket. Subtly, she checked her screen under the table, careful to avoid prying eyes. Thankfully, the others were too wrapped up in their own world to notice, but she wasn't about to take any chances. When trying to fly under the radar, fortune favored the cautious. "Rose, 12, 42, you're enjoying this way too much." Bella stifled a laugh before quickly responding. "Bella, 12, 42, you seem to handle it just fine." "Rose, 12, 42, seriously?" You're still holding that over me? Bella, 12, 42, payback's a bitch, isn't it? Rose, 12, 42, I hate you. Bella looked up and sought out Rosalie's gaze across the lunchroom. She quickly stuck out her tongue before anyone could see. Rose, 12, 43, charming. Bella, 12, 43, why, thank you. What was it this time? Rose, 12, 43, Shakespeare. I swear I'm going to throw the next moron who uses a rose by any other name as a pickup line through the window, Bella texted at 12:43. I don't doubt you could, but that doesn't seem like your style. That's definitely more Emmett's MO, Rosalie replied at 12:44. Whatever. Are you coming over later? I need to install new side panels on the Hyundai, and I could use an extra set of hands. Bella nodded in agreement, knowing that Rosalie could see the subtle movement, and slipped her phone back into her pocket. She wasn't sure when their texting had become so frequent, but she was grateful for it. Each message made her heart flutter. Leaning back in her chair with a goofy smile, she reveled in the post-texting high. Oh look, another one. Jessica chirped, as a dark-haired boy Bella didn't recognize approached slowly. Oh, for heaven's sake. That's it. Bella exclaimed, slamming her hand down on the table, startling everyone around her. Frustration and jealousy had reached a boiling point, and her patience had run dry. That dangerous combination kicked her brain into forget-it mode, and her body moved before she fully registered what she was doing. She didn't notice that every eye in the cafeteria was on her as she forcefully shoved away from the table, toppling her chair behind her. She didn't hear Lauren's snide remark, "Swan's actually lost it," or Mike's concerned inquiry, "What the hell is she doing?" The cafeteria fell silent, all eyes on her as she became a woman on a mission, no thinking, just acting. Before she knew it, she stood in front of a very bewildered Rosalie. "Rosalie Hale, would you like to go to the dance with me?" She blurted out, breathless from a mix of adrenaline and effort. Rosalie leaned back in her chair, arms crossed, her eyes narrowing as she fixed Bella with her signature glare. "I don't want a pity invitation. I can handle these idiots. So if the only reason, it's not a pity invite." Bella interrupted, her nerves still buzzing with excitement. "I wouldn't insult you like that. I really want to go with you." Her head dipped slightly under Rosalie's intense gaze, but her resolve held strong. She had forgotten how intimidating it could be to face Rosalie's temper. The golden eyes softened as Rosalie studied Bella's features, searching for any hint of deception. The tense silence stretched on, each second feeling like an eternity. "I accept your offer. We can discuss clothing options tonight," Rosalie finally said. Without another word, the tall blonde stood and swept past her, leaving Bella staring after her in stunned silence. Bella's heart raced as the fog in her brain lifted enough for her to grasp the situation she was in. She fought against the rising panic. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. What do I do? Her thoughts raced. How had this happened? It felt like a disaster. She couldn't take back the offer now that it was out in the open, with the entire student body as witnesses. Hundreds of eyes were still on her, waiting for her next move, but she felt rooted to the spot. Then the warning bell rang, her saving grace. At least it got the other students moving, providing enough distraction for her to collect herself without the pressure of everyone watching. She rushed to her table, ignoring her friends who were still staring at her with their mouths agape. Grabbing her backpack, she headed for the door. Amidst the chaos of students scrambling to get to class, she could still hear Jessica chanting, "I knew it, I knew it." Like a mantra. "Bells, you home?" Charlie called out as he kicked off his boots in the entryway and shrugged off his coat, tossing it over the back of his recliner. "In the kitchen, Dad." Bella replied, doing her best to sound casual. She had spent the afternoon making. Bella paced back and forth in the kitchen, her heart racing as she dreaded the conversation she needed to have with her dad. She wanted to tell him about what had happened at school. He deserved to hear it from her, even though it was possible someone had already spilled the beans. News traveled fast in a small town, especially when it involved juicy gossip about the chief's daughter asking another girl, especially a Cullen, to a school dance. By the end of the school day, the hallways buzzed with hushed whispers and furtive glances that would stop when she walked by, only to resume once she was out of earshot. At least a dozen boys had congratulated her, but she had sent them packing with sharp reprimands for their lack of respect. She probably would have faced even more attention if she had lingered after classes, but she bolted out the door as soon as the final bell rang, eager to avoid Jessica. Even without the excuse of dodging her friend, she would have made a hasty exit. She had received twice as many jealous glares, mostly from Rosalie's spurned admirers. "Hey, kiddo. Smells good." Charlie came in a moment later, untucking his work shirt as he grabbed a beer from the fridge. If he had heard anything, he certainly wasn't showing it. "How was your day?" "It was okay." "Dad, can we talk?" "Sure, Bells, what's up?" He settled into his usual seat and cracked open his drink, continuing with his post-work routine. "I have a crush on Rosalie Hale." Bella blurted out, the words tumbling out without pause. Not exactly the gentle delivery she had envisioned. She had imagined this moment would go differently. Whoa, slow down there." Bella closed her eyes and glanced up at the ceiling for a moment before looking back at her father. I know. I have a crush on Rosalie Hale, and I kind of asked her to the school dance, maybe as a date. I don't know. I didn't mean to, well, I wanted to, but I wasn't planning on it. I don't know what came over me. One moment. I was sitting at my table, and before I knew it, I was asking her. The whole school saw. Charlie tilted his head. Really? Is that what's bothering you? I thought you two had been an item for a while now. Did you not tell me because you were worried I wouldn't approve, given your history with her brother? Bella's jaw dropped, completely taken aback by Charlie's response. What? Really? You thought we were dating? Yeah, I thought it was pretty obvious. You're always up there spending time with her. Not to mention the trip to Portland and the fact that she completely rebuilt the truck. I know she put in a lot more work than she let on to me, but she was really insistent when I tried to pay her back. Bella stared at him, utterly speechless. How had Charlie noticed? The man had the social awareness of a brick wall. When she didn't respond, Charlie continued, I didn't say anything because you're an adult. I figured you'd tell me if you wanted to. So, you're not mad? Why would I be mad? You're happy, and that means the world to me. She's a girl. And? I might be old school, but I'd like to think I have an open mind about things. Bella rushed forward and wrapped her arms around him, pouring all her feelings into the hug. I love you, Dad. Love you too, Bells. They held the embrace for a few more seconds before Bella released him, wiping away the mist in her eyes. She sat down in the chair opposite her dad, feeling more relaxed and at ease. So, tell me about this big date. Charlie grinned and took a big swig of his beer. What's the plan? Dad, we're talking girls. Sure, why not? Stranger things have happened. And I'll have you know, I was quite the charmer when I was your age. I could give you some pointers. Oh, God. I'll pass, thanks. Fine, I won't embarrass you. Anyway, I think it's overdue. I mean, I don't want details, and your door is staying open if she comes over. I want to be more present for you, Charlie said. I feel like I leave you alone too much with all the overtime I've had to put in this past year. It's crazy, it used to be really quiet and safe around here, I swear. I don't mind being alone, Bella replied. But it'd be nice to talk every now and then. Renee wasn't so great at that. It seemed that Rosalie's sessions had made her more willing to open up about things. Okay, well, I don't know if it's a date or just hanging out. We haven't really talked about feelings and stuff. I don't even know if she likes me back. I just kind of realized it myself. You're sure you approve? Well, It's not my business, and you don't need my approval. But if you want my opinion, I'm truly good with it. I want the best for you, and she treats you well. Regardless of whether she sees you as a friend or maybe something more, it's clear she respects you, unlike that brother of hers. When you were with him, you were obsessed, mindless, and passive. I know it was your first relationship, but it wasn't healthy. I regret not talking to you about it back then. Yeah, well, at least I learned from it. Bella stared down at an interesting stain on the table. Don't beat yourself up, kiddo. We all make mistakes. I like Rosalie. She's a good kid, very respectful. But more than that, she's good for you. She brought out the Bella I remember, the little scrapper who stood up for herself and what she thought was right. Yeah. I feel like myself when I'm with her. Even when we disagree, she listens to me and takes my opinions into account. I didn't understand her at first, but she's really nice, funny, and thoughtful. She just shows it differently. I just don't want to mess up our friendship if she doesn't want more. From what I've seen, she's pretty mature. I'm sure she will understand either way. Even if she doesn't return your feelings, I'm confident you two will work it out. Sometimes, you just have to take a chance. You might look back on it years from now and laugh. They sat in comfortable silence after that, Bella contemplating Charlie's surprisingly wise advice while he sipped his beer, likely recovering from the rare outpouring of words. The kitchen timer chimed, breaking the moment. Bella stood up to pull their dinner from the oven. I was planning to help her with her cars after dinner. Is that okay? Charlie nodded. You know the drill. As long as you keep up with your homework and your grades, you can do what you want. Just talk to her and clear the air. Otherwise, it could cause problems. Your mom and I never really talked, and a lot went unsaid. Well, you know how that went. Yeah, I will, Dad. Thanks for listening and being so understanding. Bella grabbed a spatula and began to scoop portions onto their plates, grateful for the conversation but equally thankful for the distraction. How many enchiladas do you want? Can you please hand me the 2-inch adjustable spanner wrench? Bella quickly complied, retrieving the tool from the black toolbox and placing it in Charlie's waiting hand, which had emerged from beneath the Hyundai Sonata. Once the job was complete, she returned to her stool, staring blankly at the wall. Charlie's words echoed in her mind, haunting her. Despite his encouragement to talk to Rosalie, she hadn't found the right moment that evening, and Rose hadn't brought it up either. Not that she expected the vampire to be a mind reader. Bella briefly wondered if Rosalie had any special gifts. She knew not every vampire did, and while Rose had shared some details about herself during their sessions, she hadn't really opened up with anything substantial yet. Bella figured that Rosalie just needed time. Until then, she wouldn't pry or push her to talk before she was ready, especially since the blonde had been so patient with her. Bella knew she had to talk to Rosalie. It was the least she could do, and they had time. After all, Rosalie literally wasn't going anywhere. She couldn't. As much as it relieved Bella to know she wouldn't be abandoned again, a pang of guilt settled in her stomach. Because of her naivety, Rosalie was bound to her by some archaic vampiric law. She was essentially Rosalie's responsibility, at least until she turned her. Despite her recent hesitation, Alice's vision of Bella becoming a vampire one day seemed inevitable now, as it wasn't solely her decision anymore. At first, Bella had been angry about it, but after a few weeks to come to terms with the reality, she felt a sense of peace regarding her impending transformation. Leaving Charlie would be difficult, and Renee too, to a degree, but it was for the best. She wouldn't endanger the ones she loved. Admittedly, the idea of having time to explore the world and do what she wanted was pretty exciting. Bella had so many plans for once she got through the decade or so of her newborn bloodlust. She wasn't looking forward to that part, but it wouldn't last forever, and Rosalie had promised to be there every step of the way. Still, she hoped that Charlie was right and that things wouldn't change between her and Rosalie when Rosalie found out about her crush. Maybe she could save that conversation for another day. There were more pressing matters to address. Well, might as well rip off the Band-Aid and just go for it, Bella thought. She took a deep breath and said, "Hey, Rose, can we talk?" Rosalie immediately emerged from beneath the car, sliding out on her creeper. Bella stifled a laugh. Rosalie had a giant black smudge over her forehead and down her cheek. She looked absolutely perfect. "Of course, Bella. What's on your mind?" Rosalie replied. Despite their weekly sessions and the progress she had made in opening up, Bella still found herself struggling from time to time. "So, I thought we should talk about, I asked you to the dance, and well. Are you regretting?" Rosalie started. "What? No. I don't want things to change between us, I mean, I don't want to jeopardize our friendship. I don't even know if you actually wanted to go. Maybe you were just turning down all those guys because you didn't want to be there. You could have just been trying to help me save face and not embarrass me in front of everyone. Do you even like dancing?" Word vomit started tumbling out of Bella's mouth, and she felt powerless to stop herself. She really needed to work on her delivery. "And I feel bad that you'll be stuck with me all night. I'm a pretty lousy dancer. At prom, Edward told me I had 2 left feet, and I guess he wasn't wrong. Bella, please slow down and take a breath so you don't pass out from oxygen deprivation." Bella nodded, physically clamping her hand over her mouth to silence herself. "First, you were in a cast at prom," Rosalie pointed out. "Besides, as clumsy as you can be, that's more of a reflection on him as a lead. Once again, he projected his shortcomings onto you to make himself feel better about his own insecurities. As for the rest, I love dancing. I wouldn't have accepted if I didn't want to go, and it's okay, friends can go to a dance together. Others might, and probably will, read more into it. You'll soon learn that the opinions of mortals are inconsequential in the grand scheme of things. They'll be dead in a few decades, so who cares? Does that put your mind at ease?" Bella nodded emphatically. "Yeah, I just didn't want you to feel obligated or anything because of me being claimed and all that. I assure you, Bella, no one makes me do anything I don't want to do." "Yeah, I know." Bella gave a sheepish smile. "Good. Now, about our attire for the evening, did you have anything in mind? A color scheme? Since people are going to talk, we might as well give them something to really talk about." "Huh." Bella paused, a bit flustered. "Oh. I hadn't really thought that far ahead. I was just focused on us actually going." She rubbed the back of her neck. "I'm not exactly fancy, so if you have any ideas, I'm totally on board. I trust your judgment when it comes to outfits. Alice, not so much. I just don't want to wear a dress and heels." Rosalie hummed thoughtfully. "Well, if you're okay with me taking the lead, I think I can come up with something." "I'm sure you will. Just don't make me look stupid." Rosalie scoffed softly. "Insulting me when your fashion fate hangs in the balance isn't a smart move." "Oh, my apologies, oh illustrious one. Please forgive me. I am but a humble human." Bella pretended to bow in Rosalie's direction. "That's what I thought." Rosalie played along, straightening her posture and basking in the praise. "Come on, I'm ready to attach those side panels now." Chapter 9. Rose, 3:45 p.m. "I hope you like what I picked for you. I have a backup outfit if you prefer something else, but I have it on good authority that you'll look positively dashing in it." Bella quickly glanced down at her phone screen before her eyes flipped back to the open garment bag hanging on the back of her door. When she had told Rose she didn't want to wear a dress and heels, she wasn't sure what she was expecting, but it certainly wasn't this. She had been staring wide-eyed at the contents of the garment bag ever since she found it hanging in her room after school. She probably would have continued to do so if not for Rosalie's incoming text that snapped her out of her shock. Even with the distraction of her buzzing phone, she couldn't tear her eyes away for more than a few seconds. The outfit was like nothing she had ever seen before, probably custom designed and skillfully tailored, as was standard practice with the Cullens. A black jacket with dark red trim along the lapels hung neatly on its hanger over a crisp white Oxford shirt. starched black dress pants draped on a secondary hanger. The accessories, a thin red tie and a matching handkerchief for the breast pocket, were carefully folded in a small pouch clipped to the outside of the bag. It wasn't something she would have picked out for herself if left to her own devices, but now that she had seen it, she couldn't imagine wearing anything else. It was everything she hadn't realized she wanted. It was classy. It was bold. It was powerful. It was a perfect mix of masculine and feminine. It was her. She loved it. She stared at the outfit for a few more minutes, running her fingertips along the expensive fabric, before remembering that she needed to reply. Bella, 3:47 p.m. It's great. I'll pick you up at 7. As with every other time they texted, Bella's heart fluttered in her chest. This time, however, it felt like her heart was working overtime. After a week of building anticipation, it was actually happening. She had a date with Rosalie. Bella reminded herself, it's not a date. Rosalie had said that friends could go to dances together, after all. Still, she was determined to make this the best not date ever. 3 hours later, Bella found herself rocking on the balls of her feet as she waited for Rosalie to answer the door. She knew that the vampire had probably heard her coming from miles away, but she appreciated that Rosalie wasn't already waiting by the door like the other Cullens tended to do when she visited. It was nice to enjoy the illusion of surprise for a change. Awkwardly standing on the porch, waiting for her not date to arrive while her stomach did somersaults was all part of the not date experience. Bella clutched the plastic box containing a red rose corsage in one hand and fidgeted with her tie in the other. She had opted to leave the top buttons of her shirt undone, with the tie loosely knotted around her neck. She didn't want to come off as stuffy, but leaving it draped and untied felt too informal. At the time, this seemed like a good happy medium. Now that she was here, however, she was second-guessing her choice. It had taken her a solid 15 minutes just to figure out how to tie the thing in the first place. Charlie had been absolutely no help. He had regarded the thin strip of fabric as if it were a venomous snake poised to bite him. She tried to comfort her restless mind by reasoning that if Rosalie preferred the tie tighter around the collar, the vampire would just fix it to her liking. With that worry settled, her thoughts shifted to her hair. After trying to style it in different ways, she had ultimately decided to leave it down in its natural waves. She liked how it looked pulled over her shoulder, and it fit the messy formal effect she was going for. Hopefully, Rosalie would agree. Bella's breath hitched in her throat as she heard the rhythmic clicking of heels descending the stairs. Each step sent a thrill of anticipation through her. The sound sent a pulse of excitement coursing through Bella's veins, her body thrumming with energy and anticipation. If she had been more present in the moment, she might have wondered what Rosalie would think of her erratic heartbeat. But right now, she was too focused on reminding herself to breathe to care. By the time the noise stopped on the other side of the door, she felt as tight as a drum, ready to burst. Taking a deep breath, she tried to play it cool, even though she knew she wasn't fooling anyone. She shifted her weight one last time, instinctively straightening her posture as the doorknob turned. Her eyes widened, and her mouth went dry when the door opened to reveal the stunning woman on the other side. A soft gasp escaped her lips without her even realizing it. As she drank in the sight of Rosalie, her tongue darted out in a futile attempt to wet her lips. Rosalie stood before her in a simple yet elegant satin evening dress, a deep red that perfectly matched Bella's suit and tie. The dress had off-the-shoulder straps and a modest neckline that showcased her smooth, pale skin while still leaving much to the imagination. The silky fabric clung to Rosalie's lithe form, cascading to the ground in deep crimson waves. The solid red was beautifully accented by rich black gloves that rose to her elbows and black heels peeking out from beneath the hem of the dress. Long blonde locks were arranged in a tasteful updo, a rope braid circled her head like a crown, while the rest of her hair tumbled in large curls over her left shoulder. Rosalie's makeup was simple yet striking. Smoky shadows highlighted the gold in her eyes, and her lips were painted the most alluring shade of red. Bella felt lightheaded when Rosalie shifted her stance, causing the dress to move and reveal a daring slit that rose to mid-thigh. It was surely against dress code, but Bella couldn't have cared less. She was torn, conflicted about where her gaze should linger. Bella's brown eyes darted back and forth, uncertain. She wanted to take in every detail of Rosalie's stunning appearance, but those perfect lips kept pulling her in like a moth to a flame. She found herself wondering if they felt as soft as they looked. "Get it together, woman." She chided herself, though her inner voice seemed to fall on deaf ears. She knew she was staring, but guilt was the last thing on her mind, especially since Rosalie was giving her the same look in return. It made her heart swell with pride to know she had rendered Rosalie speechless. The two women locked eyes, the minutes slipping by unnoticed. "You look beautiful, Rose," Bella finally managed to say, her voice slightly husky as her throat recovered from its earlier dryness. She silently celebrated for not stuttering or tripping over her words, which was her usual reaction when nervous. Rosalie smiled and dipped her head slightly. "You look quite dapper yourself." "I wasn't sure how you'd feel about the suit," she replied, quickly regaining her regal posture. Bella smiled and glanced down at her jacket. "I really like it, actually. It was a shock at first, but I feel more comfortable than I would have in a dress. And the shoes are a nice touch." She grinned at her brand new pair of black Converse. It warmed her heart that Rosalie had paid such close attention, incorporating her preferred style into the otherwise formal look. "I figured you wouldn't mind. Besides, we're going to be moving around quite a bit, and I thought you could use all the help you could get to stay on your feet." "Dress shoes can be pretty cumbersome if you're not used to them," Rosalie explained. "That's a fair point," Bella admitted with a wry chuckle. "I'm not going to ask how you got my measurements to make it fit so well." With a teasing smile, Rosalie said, "You seem to forget I have a psychic for a sister." Bella chuckled awkwardly and muttered a soft, "Oh, right," under her breath. She instinctively reached up to rub the back of her neck, only to realize her hands were already full. "Oh, this is for you." She looked down at the flower arrangement in her hands and thrust it forward into the space between them. "It's customary to give it to the intended recipient." Rosalie's smirk widened as Bella fumbled with the plastic container. "I wasn't sure where you'd want it, so I picked one that's versatile. It might look nice in your hair." Rosalie nodded in agreement and tilted her head for easier access while Bella attempted to weave the flowers into the braided section above Rosalie's ear. Bella marveled at the softness and silkiness of Rosalie's hair, wishing she could stand there forever, threading her fingers through those thick, golden strands. She knew she shouldn't have been surprised. Vampires were the embodiment of perfection, and Rosalie was a goddess among them. Hastily completing her task, Bella stepped back to admire her work. "You look perfect." "Of course I do. I'm a vampire, it's practically a job requirement," Rosalie replied with a deadpan expression. "Right up there with humility," Bella shot back. "You'll understand soon enough. I think you'll make a stunning immortal. You might even rival me in looks." That's not. I don't think that's possible." Bella's face burned at the unexpected compliment, and she cursed inwardly at how quickly Rosalie could turn her into a flustered mess. Rosalie graciously ignored Bella's stammering and continued, "Speaking of which, do you have a preference on when?" "I was thinking this summer, maybe even fall." "I haven't decided which. All I know is I want it to happen after graduation. I don't have much of a bucket list of things to do while still human, but finishing high school is at the top of the list," Bella said, feeling a sense of relief as the conversation shifted to safer ground. "I was planning to take a year off to travel a bit, so I don't have a strict timeline. I guess that worked out pretty well, all things considered. It'll be relatively easy to stage some sort of accident. I think it will be easier on Charlie that way, too." "If that's what you want, then that's what we'll do," Rosalie replied. "But until then, I believe we have somewhere to be." "Oh shoot, right." Bella checked her phone and realized it was already past 7:30. Apparently, they had been lost in each other's eyes longer than she realized. "Don't worry about the time. Anyone who is anyone knows it's best to show up fashionably late," Rosalie reassured her. Bella nodded before turning to face her not date. She bowed dramatically to Rosalie and spoke in a hilariously butchered Southern accent, not quite sure why her mind had gone with the wind, but deciding to roll with it. "Well, darlin', shall we?" She held out her arm at a stiff 90-degree angle, just like she'd seen in the old movie. "Well, I do declare," Rosalie exclaimed, slipping into character without missing a beat. She dramatically placed a hand over her unbeating heart in feigned surprise. A moment later, she accepted Bella's proffered arm, carefully looping hers around Bella so that her silk-clad hand rested gently atop the human's. Bella stifled a giggle as she dutifully escorted Rosalie to the truck, holding the door open for her. Surely the vampire would appreciate the gesture, right? At least she didn't protest walking at human speed. Bella hurried to the driver's side while Rosalie settled in and started the truck. She couldn't get over how great it ran after the rebuild. She made a mental note to stop by the res to show it off. She hadn't seen or talked to Jake since that night in Port Angeles, so a visit was definitely overdue. Plus, she had promised Quill and Embry that she would drop by. But that could wait. She took a deep breath, ready for the night ahead. Bella took a deep breath as she shifted into gear and headed for town. So far, so good. Now, she just had to survive the dance itself. The school gym looked like Cupid had raided Walmart's supply of decorations and then thrown up all over the place. Pink, red, and white paper streamers dangled from every available inch of the ceiling, while paper hearts of all sizes were taped to the walls. Hundreds of balloons swirled around the room, bouncing from being kicked or thrown. Every now and then, the music was punctuated by the loud pop of a balloon bursting. Bella didn't envy the poor custodians who would have to clean up this mess. The overhead lights had been dimmed for the evening, replaced by long strands of twinkling lights and red-colored uplighting along the walls. Strobe lights reflected off an oversized sparkling ball rotating overhead, casting thousands of tiny rainbows around the space. It reminded Bella of vampire skin. Probably best to keep that thought to herself. She doubted Rosalie would appreciate being compared to a disco ball. For such a small school, they really went all out for these dances. As soon as Bella and Rosalie entered the gym, it seemed like their arrival was the highlight of the evening. Every head turned in their direction, and despite the obnoxious beat of Candy Shop, the school-appropriate version, of course, the room fell eerily silent. Heads craned at odd angles, either to get a better look or to whisper something to a neighbor. Even her and Edward's arrival at prom last year hadn't drawn such a reaction from the curious crowd. The sudden attention made Bella freeze in her tracks. Maybe this wasn't such a good idea. Everyone would be watching, and she didn't want to make a fool of herself. Her version of dancing usually involved flailing her body in an attempt not to fall over. Then, a cool, gloved hand slipped into hers, giving her a quick, reassuring squeeze. Bella glanced down at their interlaced fingers before looking up at Rosalie, feeling a little more grounded amidst the chaos. Rosalie raised an eyebrow. "Let them talk," she whispered, answering Bella's unspoken question. "Don't even look at them, they don't matter. It's just you and me tonight." "Yeah, you're right. You and me," Bella replied, straightening her back and drawing strength from Rosalie, who still held her hand. In that moment, her confidence surged, making her feel like she could take on the world. How long that feeling would last once she started dancing like an electrified octopus was uncertain, but for now, she felt like she was walking on clouds. Rosalie flashed her a small smile before leading her toward the dance floor. As they approached the center of the gym, directly beneath the shimmering disco ball, the other students parted to make way for them. "Don't worry if you step on my foot, I promise it doesn't hurt," Rosalie teased, and Bella rolled her eyes in response. "You can do this, Swan." It's just you and Rosalie, she mentally coached herself, preparing for what lay ahead. She wasn't sure what style of dance Rosalie expected, but somehow, bumping and grinding didn't seem to fit the occasion. She stood there awkwardly, fidgeting with her jacket sleeve as she contemplated her next move. Should she put her hands on Rosalie's shoulders or... Bella's heart nearly stopped when Rosalie took charge, placing a hand on her lower back while the other held her own. The position brought them much closer than she had anticipated, close enough for her to feel the cool chill radiating from Rosalie's skin. As the new song began, she had just a split second to realize that Rosalie's hands were in the lead position before she found herself twirling around. She wasn't surprised by Rosalie's dancing ability. The strong, fluid movements and practiced steps were exactly what she had expected. The real shock, however, was her own movements. Historically, the words Bella Swan and graceful or coordinated were rarely found in the same sentence, unless not was thrown in somewhere. But here she was, surprisingly keeping pace. Bella moved with her dance partner as if it were second nature. She was amazed at how seamlessly they flowed together, though she credited much of that to Rosalie's leading. It felt effortless to trust Rosalie completely and follow her unspoken cues. A gentle tug on her hand indicated the next spin, while a subtle pressure on her hips signaled her to step back. It was a delicate balance, a synchronized give and take. When Rosalie would push, Bella would pull. Through it all, Bella's gaze remained locked on Rosalie's deep gold eyes. They were lost in their own little world. She was vaguely aware that others had resumed dancing around them, yet a wide circle formed as no one seemed willing to get any closer than 6 feet away. Despite the earlier stares, no one dared to interrupt them. This suited Bella just fine. She wasn't in the mood to deal with anyone else, nor did she want to share her dance partner. Fortunately, Rosalie seemed to feel the same way and showed no intention of letting her go. After a few songs, Bella completely relaxed and had to admit she was having a blast. She spun, twirled, and glided alongside Rosalie, dancing to styles she had never attempted or even knew existed. It seemed that anything was fair game in Rosalie's repertoire, though she seemed to favor swing, occasionally throwing in a tango. Bella had never imagined dancing this way to the upbeat pop songs blaring from the speakers, but somehow it all worked. Time lost its meaning, and before she knew it, the DJ announced there was only one song left. A sharp stab of disappointment pierced Bella at the news. It was a feeling she had never experienced before. Just a night ago, she would have been counting down the seconds until she could escape the dance floor. Now, she found herself wishing the night could last forever. Granted, her only prior experience was prom last year, where she had lasted a mere 45 seconds before asking Edward to leave. Truthfully, she hadn't even wanted to go, but Edward had been so insistent that she experienced such an important event. It was an important rite of passage, and he wouldn't take no for an answer. Come to think of it, had he even asked her or just told her they were going? It didn't matter. Bella's brows furrowed deeply when the final song came on. Predictably, it was a slow song, but as the opening chords played, it was nothing like she would have expected. The instrumental accompaniment stood in stark contrast to the upbeat pop songs of the night, making it feel out of place yet refreshingly different. Wise men say, only fools rush in, she heard the familiar lyrics. Bella recognized the song instantly. Can't Help Falling in Love was a timeless classic. Elvis Presley's crooning voice surrounded her as Rosalie held her tightly, slowly spinning them in time with the beat. Bella's hands clasped behind Rosalie's neck, while cool hands rested on her waist. Although their bodies weren't touching, they were definitely breaking the 6 inches of separation rule, yet no teacher seemed to mind. As the song progressed, Bella found herself falling deeper under the spell of the moment. It was as if she were hypnotized by the golden eyes before her, and everyone around them faded into the background. She stared up into Rosalie's intense gaze, trying to decipher the emotions swirling in those ochre depths. The vampire seemed conflicted about something. Bella wondered what was on Rosalie's mind but held her tongue, knowing she wouldn't get answers anytime soon. Besides, she didn't want to ruin the moment by talking. Take my hand, take my whole life too, for I can't help falling in love with you. Bella held her breath as she noticed Rosalie's eyes darkening as the final notes of the song faded away. Captivated, time and space lost all meaning. She couldn't look away, even if she wanted to. If she looked away, she might miss something important, and she wasn't willing to take that risk. Slowly, ever so slowly, the vampire dipped her head, giving Bella plenty of time to pull away. Oh, God. Bella's mind was a whirlwind of thoughts, yet it felt completely blank as she realized Rosalie's intentions. Her heart raced in her chest as the blonde closed the distance between them. She barely dared to breathe. It was agonizingly slow, but Bella didn't want to rush the moment. The last thing she wanted was to spook her. Tilting her chin slightly, she silently communicated her consent, allowing Rosalie to approach at her own pace. Their faces were mere inches apart when Bella instinctively shut her eyes. She could feel Rosalie's cool breath brushing against her skin, her own breath caught in her throat. Even without seeing it, she sensed Rosalie's lips hovering just above her own, the space between them charged with an electric energy. Anticipation buzzed through her lips. She tilted her chin a little higher, yearning to capture the kiss. She wanted it. She needed it. Just a moment longer. All right, you little lovebirds. That was the last song. Party's over. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. DJ Turbo, out. Suddenly, the overhead lights flicked on, blinding everyone. Bella blinked in shock, her surroundings coming into focus as her eyes adjusted. Her heart sank when she noticed that Rosalie had stepped back. They were still close, but it felt like she was miles away. Before she could dwell on her disappointment, Bella caught sight of Rosalie's expression. The look in her eyes promised nothing short of fury. The taller woman was visibly trembling, and Bella could have sworn she heard a deep rumbling growl emanating from her chest. Instinctively, she reached up and cupped Rosalie's jaw in her hand. Rose, it's okay. Look at me, you need to calm down. Rosalie stiffened under her touch, her solid black eyes closing. She took several deep, unnecessary breaths, and when she opened her eyes again, they were no longer black, though still darker than their usual gold-flecked honey color. Rosalie sighed, her shoulders slumping in relief. I'm sorry, Bella. I need to go. Her voice was tense and strained as she fought to keep her composure, trying not to lose control in the middle of the gym. I understand. Do what you need to do. I'll see you on Monday. The blonde nodded, quickly taking Bella's hand and pressing a soft kiss to the back of her knuckles. With a rush of cool air, Rosalie was gone, leaving a bewildered Bella behind. Chapter 10. Bella slowly trudged up the stairs to her room, her legs shaking with every step. By the time she reached the top stair, she was practically crawling on all fours. Apparently, dancing required more physical endurance than she had realized, and now she was paying the price. She groaned softly and grasped the handrail, silently willing the burn in her legs to subside long enough for her to reach her bed. With a determined huff, she pushed through the pain and made it to the second-floor landing, collapsing onto her back for a quick breather. Despite her body feeling like it was made of lead, the rest of her felt weightless, as if she were floating on clouds. Nothing, not even her stiff, aching muscles, could dampen her mood. The evening had been absolutely perfect, everything she had hoped for and so much more. And to top it off, Rosalie had almost kissed her. She was sure she would have a bruise on her arm from pinching herself so many times. She knew she hadn't imagined it, she could still feel the vampire's minty fresh breath on her skin. But she had to check. Her heart fluttered as she covered her face with her hands, quietly laughing into her palms while replaying the scene in her mind. It was all she had thought about since the dance ended, and it would likely feature in her daydreams for days to come. They had been so close. If only that DJ had waited just half a second longer. She lay there on the cool hardwood, cursing the man for ruining the moment. For his sake, she hoped that Rosalie wouldn't do something rash. Logically, she knew that Rosalie had better self-control than that and would never hurt a human, no matter how angry she was. Right? Bella was tempted to text her not date. Wait, was that an actual date? Not dates don't almost kiss their not dates, to check in on her, but the memory of Rosalie's pained expression made her think twice. It was clear that she needed time and space to calm down, so that's what Bella would give her. A muscle in her lower back twitched as she took a deep breath, resolving to let things unfold at their own pace. Bella's back suddenly twinged, a sharp reminder of her uncomfortable position. The hardwood floor was no substitute for a mattress, and she could daydream about their almost kiss much more comfortably from her bed. With a slight wobble, she rolled over and pushed herself up, feeling the muscle aches return with full force. She tiptoed down the hallway toward her room, trying to be as stealthy as her protesting body would allow, careful not to wake Charlie. From the snores coming from the other room, it was clear that her dad was finally getting a good night's rest after weeks of long hours at the station. She hoped that he and his team would catch the animal terrorizing the surrounding forest soon, for his sake and for the safety of everyone in Forks. While she didn't condone violence or relish the idea of killing another creature, she hated constantly worrying about him. She would feel much better once the beast was dealt with. The animal sightings had become more frequent, making headlines a couple of times a week. To make matters worse, the situation was escalating, with reports of actual attacks. Just earlier that week, 2 hikers had been found dead, terribly mutilated. When she first heard the news, she thought it might be another band of nomads, since animal attack had been Carlisle's go-to explanation for rogue vampire activity. However, there had been no mention of the bodies suffering significant blood loss, aside from what one might expect from being mauled, along with multiple eyewitness accounts of the animal itself, which quickly ruled out her theory. Plus, Rosalie hadn't mentioned anything, and Bella was certain the blonde would have been aware of any human drinking interlopers in her territory. Her thoughts shifted abruptly. Rosalie. 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 A dopey grin spread across Bella's face as images of her immortal goddess danced in her mind, pushing all other thoughts aside. She was only half paying attention as she slipped off her suit and changed into something more comfortable. Bella slipped into her pajamas, her mind drifting far away. She couldn't help but recall how stunning Rosalie had looked in that red dress, how they had glided together across the dance floor in perfect harmony, and the moment when Rosalie had almost kissed her. She pinched her arm again, just to be sure. Nope, still not a dream. Hope blossomed in her chest. Maybe that's what Alice's text had meant. Perhaps Rosalie actually liked her back. Maybe it was always meant to be her and Rose. But if that was the case, why hadn't Alice said anything sooner? It would have saved her a lot of heartache, especially the fallout from Edward leaving her. Bella frowned at the thought. There was something more going on here that she couldn't quite grasp. Regardless of Alice's issues, she knew she needed to talk to Rosalie about whatever was happening between them, and preferably sooner rather than later. That near kiss had blurred the lines between them, and they needed to sort things out. Letting that uncertainty linger was the wrong move. But that was a problem for tomorrow. With a wistful sigh, she collapsed into her bed and fell asleep in seconds. In her dream, Bella found herself staring up at Rosalie's perfect face. Her fingers twitched with the temptation to reach up and stroke her pale cheek. And so she did. To her surprise, the skin was delightfully soft and smooth, not nearly as cold and hard as she had expected. An involuntary shiver ran through her as a firm, cool grip settled at her waist, holding her close in response to her touch. She hummed softly as the vampire's eyes fluttered shut for a moment, nuzzling her cheek against Bella's warm palm. Her heart thundered in her chest as golden eyes opened once more, revealing a mesmerizing shade of smoky honey. They stared at each other for a few moments, a pleasant yet impatient tension building between them. After what felt like a lifetime, Rosalie dipped her head, her lidded gaze focused on Bella's lips. Bella tilted her chin up to meet her. The red velvet lips moved closer to her own, determined to claim the kiss she had been denied earlier. Bella's eyes fluttered shut as she felt a puff of cool, minty breath against her skin. She stayed perfectly still, resolved to let the vampire take her time, but the anticipation was overwhelming. "Rosalie, please," she murmured after a few seconds. Guess again, love," came a voice. Her eyes shot open, locking onto a familiar golden gaze, but it wasn't the one she had been expecting. Edward stared back at her, a thin, predatory smile stretching across his lips. She instinctively jerked away, trying to escape his cold grasp. Thankfully, his hands fell away from her waist without protest, but the amused smirk on his face kept her on edge. It was a false sense of security, just part of his game. Deep down, she knew she wouldn't be able to get away if he decided to pursue her. He had made it abundantly clear last year that she couldn't outrun him or fight him off when he revealed his true nature. The memory of him moving in a blur and uprooting a tree sent a shudder through her. Still, that wouldn't stop her from trying. Bella turned on her heel, scanning the crowd for any sign of Rosalie. A flash of red and gold stood out in the dim room, catching her attention. There. Rosalie. She called out. The vampire stood with her back to Bella, not turning around. Maybe she couldn't hear over the blaring music. Undeterred, Bella began making her way through the crowd, pointedly ignoring Edward's presence behind her. With each step, her desperation grew, and she practically shoved past the blurred figures of her classmates as she pushed toward Rosalie. She was so close. With a final surge of strength, she broke through the crowd and stumbled forward, suddenly finding herself in a familiar place, the meadow. The abrupt change in scenery left her disoriented, the light too bright. The silence felt jarring. As Bella regained her senses, she spun around, searching for any sign of Rosalie but found nothing. Just like in her other nightmares, her skin prickled, and the hair on the back of her neck stood on end. Without hesitating, she turned to face her problem head-on. "Why are you here?" she demanded, folding her arms across her chest as she met his gaze. "I made a mistake. I never should have left you, so I've come to get you back. You belong with me, love." "We're mates," Edward drawled, striding confidently across the open field toward her. "Bullshit," Bella shot back. She knew it was foolish to provoke him, but she couldn't help herself. "What have you done to Rosalie?" "Rosalie? Why do you care?" "She's gone, Bella. She left at the first chance she got. But unlike me, she won't come back for you. I read her thoughts, so I know what she thinks of you. She's glad to be rid of you. She doesn't want to play babysitter for you." Bella held her ground, her hip cocked to the side. She refused to let Edward's taunts get to her. "No, Edward. She listens. She cares. She's my friend." He interrupted, a sneer curling his lips. "You seriously think she wants to be friends with someone like you?" "Yes, I do. She told me the truth about everything, all the things you hid from me. Unlike you, she's going to change me," she challenged. "Because she has to. She's just looking out for herself to save her own skin." Bella frowned, knowing deep down that wasn't entirely right. Yet, she also understood that if Rosalie didn't change her, the Vulturi would likely come for them and kill them all. In a way, his words rang true, and she felt her resolve starting to crumble, her voice trembling. "Rosalie isn't like that. Isn't she? What do you even know about her, about the things she's done? Has she told you about her life?" Bella paused. It was true she hadn't heard much about Rosalie's past. Bella knew very little about the blonde, but that didn't stop her from trusting Rosalie. Rose had always been open during their conversations, painfully blunt, even, and had given Bella no reason to doubt her intentions. Yet, Rosalie had never shared much about herself. At the time, Bella hadn't thought much of it. They had been so focused on healing her trauma that discussions about Rosalie's past hadn't come up. Surely, she would open up eventually, right? Or did Rose not trust her in return? Bella felt a knot of anxiety in her stomach as her fingers fidgeted with the hem of her shirt. "You didn't actually think she would stay here because she wanted to be here, did you?" Edward broke the growing silence. "You're even more foolish than I thought. Silly, gullible human still trying to exist in a world you don't belong in." Bella shrank back a few steps, her shoulders curling slightly. Memories of being abandoned in the woods rushed back, and it took all her strength to resist slipping into that familiar, all-consuming darkness she had carefully tucked away in the corners of her mind. He had used the same phrasing then, preying on her insecurities, deliberately choosing his words to inflict the most pain just to make his point. This was a mistake. You were a mistake. You don't belong in my world. It's not like that, His face twisted into an expression of mock pity as he clicked his tongue condescendingly. "Oh, this is just too precious. Don't tell me you actually fell in love with her." Bella's cheeks burned. Her feelings for Rosalie had only grown stronger over time, surpassing what anyone would consider a simple crush. She had been feeling this way for a while, but she hadn't fully admitted it to herself yet. Even if you love her, do you honestly think she could love you in return? Edward scoffed, looking away for a moment before turning back to her, his eyes dark. The lights flashed dangerously. Do you truly think you have a chance? Stop, please, stop, she croaked, her throat painfully dry. She is literal perfection. You're not worthy of her affections, and you're just deluding yourself if you think otherwise. She could do so much better than you. You should let it go and move on. You're only hurting yourself by holding on to something that will never come to pass. Lucky for you, we're mates, so I accept your shortcomings and love you as you are. I'm not your mate. Bella felt a flicker of fight return, but it faded quickly, snuffed out by the darkness swirling at the edges of her thoughts. Rose told me that mates can choose. Oh, so you think she'd actually choose you? What could you possibly offer someone like her, She deserves the world, and you are nothing compared to her. She's strong, intelligent, and beautiful, whereas you're just a weak, little mortal. Each word lands through her like a white-hot knife, flaying her alive from the inside out. Her breathing came in short spurts, and her shoulders shook as she tried to hold back her sobs. Despite her efforts, one tear slipped out against her wishes. Then another. Her heart felt crushed inside her chest, and the darkness that filled the void was crippling. It was all she could do to keep from collapsing on the spot. Unfortunately for her, Edward didn't relent, driving the proverbial knife in deeper. Oh, I see. You think that you're good enough for her but not for me? I'm not good enough for either of you. She cried out, finally reaching her breaking point. She stood there, chest heaving as she glared up at him, not fully registering what she had said. Her declaration was met with deafening silence. Edward's face twisted into a smug expression. The full weight of her words came crashing down around her a moment later. She bowed her head, tears flowing freely down her cheeks. I'm not good enough, she repeated, her voice broken. No. You're not. Edward's final words echoed loudly in Bella's mind as she jolted awake, sitting bolt upright in the center of her bed. Her heart raced, and her forehead was drenched in sweat. The pillow beneath her was still damp from her tears, which she quickly flipped over. It was just a dream. It was just a dream, she murmured to herself as she lay back down, wiping the salty tracks from her cheeks. She stared up at the dark ceiling, trying to calm herself down, quietly working through some of the relaxation techniques Rosalie had suggested. Eventually, her heart rate steadied, and her breathing evened out, allowing her mind to think more clearly. It became abundantly clear that her active mind and her subconscious were at odds. She knew those cruel words in her dream weren't real. She wasn't that weak, pitiful girl anymore. She had stepped into that ballet studio, fully aware of what awaited her. She had maced a vampire in the face and endured his torture. She hadn't broken when he snapped her leg in half and demanded she beg for mercy and vengeance. And yet, there was still deep-seated hurt, the pain of being told she was worthless by the one who was supposed to love her for eternity. That kind of hurt was bound to leave a mark, one that defied all logic, and it wouldn't go away until she faced it. Only by acknowledging it head-on could she move forward, otherwise, she would remain a slave to her fear and insecurity. She had been dragging her feet, but it was time to confront her demons, heal, and make herself whole. How could she ask someone else to accept her when she couldn't even accept herself? How could she possibly love another when she couldn't fully love herself? She knew what she had to do. Grabbing her phone from the nightstand, she squinted against the sudden brightness of the screen. Bella, 4:28 a.m., I'm ready to talk about Edward. Chapter 11. A thick blanket of fog rolled in overnight, settling over the Olympic Peninsula and absorbing the meager rays of light that managed to penetrate the cloud cover. The misty veil cast a foreboding shadow as far as the eye could see. Figures it would be depressing today. Can't catch a damn break, can I? Bella grumbled to herself as she huffed and puffed, slipping her way through the dense forest. Logically, she knew she shouldn't be surprised by the dreariness. It was winter in Washington, after all, but the gloomy weather hit her especially hard today. It felt as if Mother Nature could sense her apprehension, toying with her, boxing her in, and cutting off all escape routes. "Rosalie, if you can hear me, I'm really regretting taking your advice right now," she yelled into the thick wall of fog and greenery. Rosalie's suggestion to return to a place that held deep significance for Bella, as a sort of cutting of ties exercise, had seemed like a good idea at the time, poetic, even. But in reality, tromping around aimlessly in the woods, especially for someone as accident-prone and exercise-adverse as Bella, was a terrible idea. Unfortunately, her past self had been so focused on the end goal that she hadn't registered what getting there would actually entail, an oversight she was now paying dearly for. In her defense, Rosalie had offered to accompany her, but Bella wanted to do this alone, a symbolic conquering of her personal Everest. The pair had gone back and forth for several minutes, each bringing valid points to the table. In the end, they reached a compromise. Rosalie would keep her distance, allowing Bella the privacy she craved, while remaining close enough to assist if needed. Aside from having someone to talk to, having Rosalie along wouldn't have made much difference in helping her reach her destination. The blonde had no idea where Edward's meadow was, and Bella only had a general inkling of where she was headed. Up the mountain, out of the cloud bank, she murmured to herself, pressing on through the fog. Wasn't exactly a well-known spot on the map. Bella's mind began to wander as she trudged along, trying to distract herself from the growing cramp in her calf. "I don't really know where to start. Why don't you try from the beginning?" "Okay, then." Bella paused to take a deep breath, reflecting on her memories. It was a dreary Monday, raining, of course. I had just moved from Phoenix and was feeling homesick and lost, both literally and existentially. Navigating the new school was overwhelming, and I questioned whether I had made the right decision moving to Forks, especially with Mike and Eric vying for my attention like I was a shiny new toy. By lunchtime, things began to settle down, and I was finally starting to get my bearings. Then 5 of the most impossibly beautiful people I had ever seen walked into the cafeteria, turning everything upside down again. "I thought you were angels or maybe the cast of the latest CW show that got lost and ended up here by accident." I was instantly and completely enamored. "You certainly watched us very closely." "Some more than others." "Well, duh, how could I not? I mean, you own a mirror. And you know the effect you have on humans." Bella shot back, earning an amused twitch of the lips. Fast forward a week or so, and Edward started talking to me after he returned from his disappearing act. Honestly, he kind of annoyed me at first with all of his mood swings and cryptic messages, but I also liked the attention. I'll admit, part of it was a bit petty on my part because it got a rise out of Jessica. After a few weeks, I realized that things weren't as they seemed, the facts just didn't line up. It took me a while to piece it together, the van incident, the cold skin, the color-changing eyes, the special diet. Eventually, I figured it out. And yet you stayed, despite knowing what we are. That still baffles me to this day. Most humans instinctively avoid us. It's a paradox. We simultaneously draw them in and scare them away. Well, you could say I'm not like most humans. Bella emphasized her point with air quotes, throwing Rosalie's words back at her. You certainly aren't. Rosalie's golden eyes sparkled for a moment before darkening, taking on a somber expression. Tell me more about Edward. Why did you stay with him even after he told you he was drawn to your blood? It added to the allure. Bella shook her head softly, her eyes downcast for a moment before meeting Rosalie's gaze again. I knew that Edward thirsted for my blood and that I was tempting fate, but that didn't stop me. There was a perverse thrill in not knowing if he was going to kiss me or kill me, that any moment could be my last. On top of that, I felt special for once. In my mind, I'd won the relationship lottery. He could have chosen anyone, but he chose me. Growing up, no one put me first, not even my own mother. I had never been someone's number one before, so to be his was really meaningful. She spat the word out like it was something vile. I liked that he focused so much on me, like I was the center of his universe. I knew he struggled with control around me, so I thought his restraint was proof of how much he cared. I found it romantic and chivalrous how he would watch over me, even while I slept. He said that as my mate, it was his job to protect me at all times. Rosalie held her tongue, but her expression betrayed her. Her lips curled into a subtle sneer, and her nose wrinkled slightly. Up until this point, she'd maintained a neutral demeanor, but it was clear that the false mate claim still stung. I didn't realize how much he was actually controlling me. I don't blame you for not wanting to be around me back then. I was just this little obedient, mindless sheep following him around. If I were in your position, I'd probably have been disgusted with myself, too. My life revolved around him in so many ways. I didn't realize just how much of my identity I had tied to him. I wasn't Bella anymore, I was Edward's Bella. The part that gets to me now is that, on some level, I was aware of it all happening, and I was still okay with it. I even wanted it. I guess I was just young and had my first crush or whatever, so I could argue that I didn't know any better. Fuck. Bella exclaimed loudly as she slipped on a mossy log, slicing her finger. Okay, this stupid meadow had better be close. She grumbled while sucking on her fingertip to stop the bleeding, wincing at the metallic taste. Better get used to it, she thought with a wry chuckle. The irony wasn't lost on her. She'd never been a big fan of blood. Just a few drops during the blood typing lab and biology class had made her head spin. Soon enough, it was going to make her head spin again, but for completely different reasons. She checked her phone. She'd been hiking for over an hour, and so far, nothing looked particularly familiar. Then again, Edward always carried her at vamp speed, so it wasn't like she could stop and take in the landmarks along the way. Oddly enough, being lost didn't deter her, it only fueled her determination to push through this temporary obstacle. She straightened her jacket, took a deep breath, and set off again, pointedly ignoring the throbbing in her index finger. I know now that it wasn't healthy, but I practically worshipped him. I put him on a pedestal, just out of reach. It made me self-conscious about dating him, at least subconsciously. I was constantly wondering why he would want to be with me, while also worrying that he might leave me one day for someone better. I thought that every day he stayed with me was a gift and that I should be grateful. I wanted to please him, so he'd stay with me. I never spoke up because I worried that if I spoke up, he might get angry and leave. We'd joke and banter, at least, that's what I thought it was, but I believed I still had some influence in the relationship. In reality, when it came to serious matters, it was always him calling the shots. On top of that, I felt like I was constantly trying to prove myself worthy of his affection, but I never quite met the mark. No matter what I did, I always fell short. I would never be enough. He often laughed at my clumsiness and general lack of grace, or he would tell me to just listen to him because he knew better from his experience, or simply because I was just a naive human. I didn't recognize how manipulative that behavior was, reinforcing my insecurities about not being good enough. Eventually, I think I just subconsciously accepted it and internalized it, as I always had. Bella noticed that Rosalie had gone as still as a statue, her fists clenched on top of the desk, but she couldn't stop now. When he left me in the woods, telling me that our relationship was a mistake and that he was leaving because I wasn't enough for him, because he didn't want me. She paused to wipe away a tear that slipped down her cheek. Everything came crashing down around me. We were supposed to be forever. He said he loved me, and I loved him. And then, in an instant, it was gone. There are no words to accurately or fully describe what I felt. The pain almost crushed me. Golden eyes burned with rage. Rosalie's body remained rigid, but it was clear she was struggling to keep her emotions in check. Suddenly, her phone started buzzing incessantly in her pocket. The sound of crunching plastic and metal followed shortly after, though the vampire had moved too quickly for Bella to see the actual moment of destruction. Bella guessed it was Alice trying to talk Rosalie out of whatever she was suddenly planning. I had spent so long being Edward's Bella that I didn't know who I was without him. Everywhere I went, I saw ghosts of what I had lost, constantly reminding me of my inadequacy. I don't think I moved from my bed for an entire week, but even there, I found no safety. Each night was plagued by nightmares, forcing me to relive those awful moments. Tears streamed down her cheeks, and she didn't bother to brush them away. They fell in an endless cascade. She needed this release. Crying was something she hadn't realized she'd been missing. It hurt like hell to admit all of this, but it was necessary. Her body shook as she sobbed openly, but as the minutes passed and the tears began to slow, she started to feel better, freer. The weight she had been carrying inside felt lighter, and the chains guarding her heart seemed to loosen. "Sorry, I'm a messy crier," she said. Rosalie huffed and rolled her eyes. "Really? That's what you're concerned about?" "I think it's a valid concern. I'm a snotty, puffy, hiccuping mess, and you look like you walked off the runway. There's not much I wouldn't give to have one more chance to be a snotty, puffy, hiccuping mess again." "Hold on a second." Rosalie zoomed out of the room in a blur, a rush of cool air following her. She returned moments later with a box of tissues and a damp washcloth. "Thanks." Bella grabbed a wad of Kleenex and blew her nose, cringing internally at the unrefined sound. She knew it was probably 10 times worse for Rosalie to listen to, but it was better than sniffling and struggling to breathe through a congested nose. "You really want this?" Bella asked with a wry chuckle. "More than you know. It's amazing what you miss when you suddenly can't do it anymore. I don't necessarily want to cry, but it would be nice to have the ability if I did want to. It's such a human thing to do." "What else do you miss?" "Sleeping." "I'll never take it for granted again," Bella replied deadpan, reaching for another tissue. "Life is such a fragile thing. You should cherish it while you can." Bella nodded, understanding the weight of Rosalie's somber words. "It's different for everyone," Rosalie continued. "For instance, Emmett doesn't mind not sleeping. He fills his time gaming and crushing the hopes and dreams of unsuspecting internet noobs, whatever that means. Honestly, I stopped trying to keep up with him. His thing is food. He misses eating. I've watched him stare at a steak for hours, trying to imagine what it would taste like. He didn't appreciate it when I said, 'Dirt,' but go ahead and try it to prove me wrong." "That sounds like him," Bella said, and they both laughed softly at the humor, their chuckles gradually fading into a comfortable silence. As they sat together, Bella gathered her thoughts. There was something weighing on her mind, and now seemed like the perfect time to share it. There's something else I wanted to talk to you about. I'm not sure how to say it." "You can talk to me about anything, Bella," Rosalie replied, offering a warm, reassuring smile. It still surprised Bella to see Rosalie so open, at least relatively speaking. The vampire maintained her dignified and confident demeanor, but it was nice to see a genuine smile every now and then. "Well, the way I was with Edward, sometimes I catch myself doing that with you, too." She raised an eyebrow, expectant. "Not the rolling over like a doormat bit," Bella clarified hastily. "I mean the pedestal. I worry that I'm not enough for you either." Bella held her breath, waiting for Rosalie's reaction. This was the first time she'd addressed any of her feelings toward Rose. She hadn't planned to bring it up today or in this way, but it felt like the right moment given the turn in their conversation. Since she was already laying her cards on the table, why stop now? Rosalie's eyes flicked up, her brow furrowing slightly. Bella pinched her lips together, trying to steady her voice. "I don't want to hold you back, or for you to feel obligated to me because of that vampire law. Even after you change me, I worry I'll be a burden while I learn to navigate being a newborn. I guess I just don't want to move forward, only to end up repeating the past." "What are you saying, Bella?" Taking a deep, steadying breath, Bella tried to suppress the tremor in her voice. "I like you, Rose. I don't know when it happened, but it did. And then at the dance. I thought maybe you felt the same way." She shifted in her seat, but now that she had opened up, she decided to keep going, even as doubt crept in when Rosalie remained silent. "I know it's foolish to think I have a chance with you, Bella," Rosalie warned, but Bella pressed on. "And I hate that I have this baggage. You're being so kind to listen and help me work through it, and it's not fair to you. You shouldn't have to deal with this. I want to make myself better, first and foremost for myself, but also so that I can be who you deserve, not just some broken thing that needs to be patched up. Maybe broken isn't the right word. I was a bit of a mess after he left, but not now. All that pain and insecurity is still there. I still have nightmares about it. You've seen one. I know I'm healing, actually healing and not just deflecting, but it will take time. Bella, please. Rosalie stepped away from behind the desk and settled on the couch next to her, gently taking her hand. A cool thumb began to rub soothing circles against her wrist. I'm not dismissing or discrediting your concerns, and I admire you for recognizing them. But I want you to know that this is your fear talking, your past. I don't want you to feel like you have to change for me. Bella, you are enough. In fact, you are exactly as you are. Bella felt her lip quiver slightly, but she held Rosalie's intense gaze. We all have baggage, Lord knows I have my share, and I promise I'll tell you about it one day. As for your other concerns, I'd like you to do me a favor. Please let me decide what I want to deal with for myself, instead of deciding for me. I promise to do the same for you. But... Rosalie's eyes flashed with warning. Listen to me very closely. You are enough. The blonde emphasized each word. Anyone who makes you think otherwise is a fool. I'm glad I got to see this side of you. Thank you for letting me in and giving me a chance to see how wonderful you are. What about Edward? He's your brother, and I don't want to make it weird. Rosalie shrugged. He's your past. We can't change that, but like what you're doing now, we can learn from it as we look to the future. And I'd like to be your future, if you'll have me. Bella could only blink for several seconds, her mouth hanging open. She had never seen Rosalie look so open, so vulnerable. It melted her heart and filled her with the urge to wrap her arms around her and soothe the doubt clouding her eyes. And yet, I can't give you my all right now, but one day. That's fine, Bella. I'm a very patient woman. Take all the time you need. Bella was so caught up in her memory of Rosalie's admission and her promise to share her history that she barely noticed when she punched through the thick undergrowth and emerged into a perfectly round clearing. She had been dreaming of this place, haunted by memories for so long that she expected a more intense reaction upon arriving. Looking around, it was ordinary. Whatever magic had been there before was gone. It was just a meadow, with brown, soggy stalks of grass matted down by the rain and scattered patches of. Wow. This is certainly not what I was expecting. It's kind of underwhelming, to be honest, Bella said aloud, unable to hide her bitter disappointment. Her long-awaited triumph in finding the meadow fell short of her expectations. She looked around, taking in the sad surroundings. Ghosts of her past, memories of the time she spent here with Edward, swirled in the mist before evaporating into thin air, leaving nothing behind. Taking a deep breath, she nodded to herself in affirmation. It was time. She had spent the week between her conversation with Rosalie and this moment planning what she would say, trying to think of words that would have the most impact. She had worked through several speeches and even looked up prayers and meditations for inspiration as she searched for the right expression. The answer had come to her like a flashing neon sign the day before. It's time to let you go, for me to move on. This is the last time you'll ever see me. I won't come back, and you can go on with your life without any interference from me. It'll be like I never existed, I promise. As those words drifted away, Bella closed her eyes, savoring the sensation of the final weight she had been carrying deep inside lifting off her chest. She took several deep, unobstructed breaths, filling her lungs for the first time in months. Maybe Rosalie had been right all along. She needed this. Standing there, she reveled in the moment. It was peaceful, calm. But then, the hairs on the back of her neck began to prickle. Her breath caught in her lungs, and her blood froze in her veins. No, this isn't right. This isn't supposed to happen. This isn't a dream. It can't be a dream. It will go away, it's not real. Her mind reeled. Bella. A whisper in the wind reached her ear. It was so faint she might have missed it if not for the familiar sense of dread creeping in, saturating her to the bone. Bella's eyes shot open, scanning her surroundings to find the source. A lone figure stood in the distance. She stood at the edge of the tree line, blending in like a shadow, so well concealed that Bella almost missed her. A moment later, the figure darted forward, coming to a stop about 10 feet away. Bella instinctively recoiled, her heart racing as she took in the familiar face. "Laurent," she whispered. Chapter 12. Bella. "Laurent." Bella returned the simple greeting, doing her best to keep her expression neutral and calm. However, she knew her racing heart betrayed her. Her concern was not misplaced. While Laurent had helped them, in his own way, at least, she would be remiss not to be slightly cautious. His eye color indicated that he still fed on humans. On top of that, she could practically feel the danger rolling off his dark skin in heavy waves, causing her to instinctively shy away from him. His sinister, blood-red eyes set her on edge, and every survival instinct she had screamed that he was a threat. This was the reaction she should have around vampires. It was reassuring to know that part of her brain was functioning properly, while the Cullens remained the exception. Perhaps it was because she somehow understood that even though the members of the Olympic Coven were capable of draining her dry, they wouldn't. Or maybe it was simply that she found gold eyes alluring and red eyes creepy. Either way, she was certain she wasn't on the Cullens' menu, at least not intentionally. The predator before her would have no qualms about making a meal out of her. Laurent studied her for a moment, his head tilted slightly, mild curiosity dancing in his crimson eyes. He looked just as she remembered, which shouldn't have surprised her since his body was literally frozen in time. Though he did wear a new shirt, a welcome change from the bare-chested look he had sported during their first encounter. She cringed internally for the poor soul who had unwittingly donated that wardrobe. "You seem surprised to see me," he drawled slowly, absent-mindedly twirling a long dreadlock between his fingers. While he had adopted a neutral stance, she knew that could change in the blink of an eye. "Well, you did just pop out of nowhere," Bella scoffed, trying to sound as confident as possible without provoking him. It was a fine line to walk. The problem was that Bella wasn't sure where the line was when it came to the vampire. At what point would she inadvertently push too far and provoke him? "What are you doing here, anyway?" "I thought you were heading north or something." "I did," he replied, his tone bored and indifferent. "I traveled around a bit, but I changed my mind about visiting the Denali coven, as Carlyle suggested. This lifestyle," he sneered, disgust clear in his voice, "that the Cullens chose just doesn't suit me. I can't settle in one place for long, and I have no interest in curbing my nature." "What brings you back, then? Surely there are better places to be than this corner of the world. Bigger cities and all." If she survived this encounter, she would owe a lengthy apology to all those city dwellers she was currently throwing under the bus. His lips curled into a sly smile that hinted at wicked intentions. He began to pace, slowly circling her. She matched his movement step for step, making sure her back was never turned to him. He gestured animatedly as he spoke, using his hands to emphasize his points. "You're right, there are much more exciting places for me to spend my eternity, rich with history and culture. Better hunting grounds as well. Though I don't relish the chase as much as James did, I'm still a vampire. I live for the thrill of the hunt. This quiet town doesn't appeal to me. Alas, that will have to wait. An old friend called in a favor, so here I am." Bella's stomach twisted in knots. She was acutely aware that he was toying with her at this point. His casual hand gestures reminded her of a magician's tricks as he set up for the punchline. Her only defense was to stall him and hope that Rosalie was close enough to come to her aid. Playing dumb seemed like her best option. She needed to keep him talking. If he was talking, then maybe he wasn't planning to eat her, or so she hoped. Proper table manners. Etiquette may not have been a top priority in this situation, but one could still dream. "A favor out in the middle of the woods?" Bella asked, her voice laced with skepticism. "Oh, this encounter was just a mere coincidence. You see, I wasn't expecting to find you here, and you've caught me at a bit of a bad time. I was hunting and caught the scent of fresh blood. Imagine my surprise when it led me straight to you." Bella flinched and instinctively tucked her wounded finger behind her back, fully aware of how futile that was in the presence of an elite hunter with a sense of smell far superior to that of a bloodhound. Laurent grinned menacingly, his gaze fixed on her like a hawk, and she noticed his eyes darken slightly. He tooted softly, clicking his tongue against his teeth before continuing. "Such a pity. Victoria certainly won't be happy with me for killing you, but I suppose she'll get over it eventually. She had such grand plans for you. But I cannot help myself. You smell." He took an exaggerated breath, sighing softly as he exhaled, positively mouth-watering. Bella paled, all her previous bravado evaporating. After James' attack and her breakup with Edward, she had completely forgotten about the redhead. Victoria?" She stammered. "Oh, did I fail to mention her? She's the reason I'm here. She's the friend that called in a favor, you see. She wanted to know if you were still under the protection of the Cullens, so I've been keeping an eye on you for a while now." "Why?" The question slipped out before she could stop herself. What does she have against me? In her mind, you are responsible for the death of her mate. Since Edward and his coven killed James, it's only fair that she claims you in return. A mate for a mate, if you will. I'm not his mate, Bella defended, her tone sharper than she had intended. Clearly, if he left you alone like this. But that is all semantics and technicalities. He waved his hand dismissively. She's set her mind, and nothing will change it. Mate or not. It doesn't change the fact that they killed James to protect you. Victoria will have her vengeance. Once you're dealt with, she will come for the rest of the Cullen clan. Laurent smirked unnervingly, his expression revealing whatever dark thought was crossing his mind. Bella shivered involuntarily at the coldness of his words. If what he said was true, if he had been watching her long enough to know that Edward was gone, then he was also aware of Rosalie. Rosalie. She will be dealt with, he interrupted. When I saw her with you and reported it back to Victoria, she decided to make a little game of this situation and send a gift. A preview of her grand plan, if you will. He exaggeratedly checked the timepiece on his wrist. If all goes according to schedule, Miss Hale should find herself quite occupied at the moment. All the better for me, I hate having to dine and dash. I prefer to take my time and savor my meals, especially one as exquisite as you. What did you do to her? Anger surged in Bella's stomach, momentarily pushing aside the realization that she was in no position to make threats. I suppose there's no harm in telling you since you won't be around to divulge any secrets. Victoria made a newborn and sent him after your precious Rosalie. Turns out he's a ripper. I wouldn't be surprised if parts of her body were scattered across this forest when he's done with her. Tommy just can't seem to control himself when it comes to eating or fighting. It made for a rather convincing animal attack for the news and didn't raise any suspicions from the Cullens. Can't have that pesky sightseer interrupting us now, can we? He grinned his deceptive smile, his canines elongating slightly as he licked his lips in anticipation, slowly sauntering forward. But you helped us. Against James. Bella grasped at straws, desperate for any glimmer of hope. Bella tried to back away, struggling to maintain some distance between herself and Laurent. It was hard enough to walk forward without tripping, and moving backward while under duress was even more challenging. The gap between them began to shrink. Her chocolate eyes darted around, searching for an escape that might miraculously appear. As if you could outrun a vampire, her mind taunted unhelpfully. I neither helped nor deterred. I simply chose not to get involved in a fight that was not my own. I'd expect you to understand the difference, foolish child, Laurent said, his voice dripping with condescension. A cool wind swept through her hair as he blurred to her side, moving so quickly that Bella didn't have time to flinch. He came to a stop right at her shoulder, and she involuntarily shivered as his chilled hands hovered just above her skin. Time had run out. Don't be afraid. You won't feel a thing, I promise, he soothed, speaking directly into her ear. Despite herself, she felt the intended effect, her senses lulled into a false sense of security by the melodious tone of his voice. Edward had warned her that everything about vampires, including their voices, was designed to ensnare their prey, but she had never experienced it firsthand until now. Jasper's attack had been aggressive, primal even, as he lost control, but this was different. Laurent made her impending death feel almost pleasant. She remained aware of what was happening, and that terrified her, but at the same time, she found herself almost wanting it. The waves of calm flooding her system were euphoric. As if reading her thoughts, Laurent continued, "Believe me, I'm doing you a kindness. Victoria would not have shown you the same mercy." Her eyes closed as she felt his grip tighten on her arms, holding her in place even though she didn't struggle. It wouldn't have made a difference anyway. The part of her mind that was still lucid fought against the fog enveloping her. She hated how helpless she felt, reminded all too sharply of her own mortality. At least at the ballet studio. Bella had walked into this situation of her own accord, knowingly heading toward her doom in a desperate attempt to save the ones she loved. There was nothing romantic or poetic about her current predicament. She was going to die, and there was nothing she could do to change that. They say your life flashes before your eyes at the moment of death, but what Bella saw in her mind wasn't a montage of her past. Instead, she caught brief glimpses of a future she would never experience. These were not full scenes to lose herself in, but rather fleeting images that stirred a pang of regret and a bitter stab of longing. The realization of what she was missing out on filled her with a profound emptiness that nearly drowned out her fear. She envisioned herself living in a small house in the woods, bent over a large drawing table, surrounded by scrolls of blueprints and architectural designs, with an orange tabby cat curled up on the windowsill next to fully stocked bookcases. Next, her mind conjured images of a wedding, beautiful arches made of woven willow boughs adorned with thousands of white flowers lining the aisle. At the end stood a stunning blonde woman in an equally stunning white dress, waiting for her. Charlie was there too, tears threatening to spill despite his best efforts to remain stoic. The wedding scene faded into another moment, this time depicting her and Rosalie laughing together, lounging on a distant beach. They were completely at ease, even with the vampire's skin glimmering in the tropical sun. The final image lingered on Rosalie's face. Bella took a moment to appreciate her high cheekbones, chiseled jaw, full lips, and immaculate brows. She lost herself in Rosalie's honeyed depths, captivated by the golden eyes swirling with emotions she was only beginning to understand. Even as her mind flashed through these images of a future that would never come to pass, Bella could sense Laurent's movements nearby. His presence made her skin crawl, and she knew he was lowering his mouth toward her neck, practically feeling his hunger and bloodlust. Bella took a deep breath and braced herself. But the bite never came. "I don't believe it," Laurent said, his voice low with disbelief. Bella's eyes snapped open, and she was met with a sight that made her heart leap and drop at the same time. Her last hope, her knight in shining designer clothes, had arrived. Rosalie stood on the opposite side of the meadow, her body taut and ready to pounce. While Bella was thrilled to see that Rosalie had survived her encounter with Tommy, this was the first time she had ever seen the vampire in a state other than immaculate perfection. Rosalie's hair was wild, and her clothes were mussed. Her dark jeans were covered in mud, and the left sleeve of her leather jacket and sweater hung in tattered shreds. A long, dark crack marred the porcelain skin of her upper arm. Even from a distance, Bella could tell that Rosalie was seething. Her normally golden eyes were solid black, burning with murderous rage. "Get away from her," Rosalie snarled, a deep growl emanating from her chest. Her crimson-painted lips pulled back to reveal her pearly whites, teeth bared threateningly. Bella shivered at the display of raw power. She knew that Rosalie could be cold, intimidating, and downright terrifying when she wanted to be, but this was different. Even when she was angry, Rosalie had always been the picture of control and poise. Now, she looked like she was on the verge of going feral, one step away from losing herself to the beast within. To Bella's surprise, Laurent let go. She had half expected him to kill her quickly out of spite, but apparently, Rosalie's presence triggered his vampiric instinct. The need to defend his kill from a perceived threat outweighed everything else. Before Bella could blink or react, the two immortals rushed at one another, meeting in the center of the meadow in a clash of marble skin and fangs. The fight that ensued took place at a speed too fast for her eyes to follow. It was too quick for Bella's human eyes to discern individual movements. Everything appeared as a blur of color, and keeping track of their locations as they whirled around the meadow was nearly impossible. But she could hear it. Each collision sounded like thunder, reverberating through her body as if she were standing too close to a speaker blasting heavy bass. Every now and then, the sounds she assumed were punches were punctuated by a horrible grating noise, reminiscent of nails on a chalkboard, sending a shiver up her spine. She wanted to know what was happening, yet she was terrified to find out. She barely breathed as she listened to the escalating fight, filled with growls and snarls, sometimes interrupted by a pained shriek that followed the high-pitched scratching noise. The thought of anything happening to Rosalie made her heart ache. She wanted to help, but she knew there was nothing she could do. Getting involved would only distract Rosalie. All she could do was stand there and hope Rosalie was okay, especially after her injury from the previous fight. The last Bella saw were two figures disappearing into the trees, the sounds of the fight growing fainter until silence enveloped the meadow. Bella's eyes darted around, desperately searching for any sign of movement. Her heart raced as the seconds ticked by, her breathing becoming more erratic as anxiety spiked. After what felt like eons, a figure emerged through the fog to her left, and Bella released a long sigh of relief. It was Rosalie. The blonde made her way across the meadow, limping slightly and clutching her side as Bella ran to meet her. Without thinking, Bella launched herself into Rosalie's arms, causing her to stagger back a few steps to steady them both. In a surprisingly seamless motion for the usually clumsy girl, Bella pressed their lips together. It was a quick kiss, tentative and exploratory, but it filled Bella's stomach with 1,000 fluttering butterflies and awakened every nerve in her body. Chaste as it was everything she had longed for. Been expecting and more. What was that for? Rosalie's eyes fluttered open as Bella pulled away. Damn that pesky human need to breathe. I didn't want to die without at least knowing what it was like to kiss you. Not that I'm complaining, but what happened to taking it slow? Rosalie quipped, tucking a stray brown hair behind Bella's ear. Being face to face with death really puts your life into perspective. It made me realize some things. I don't want my life to be dictated by fear. Good. But I meant what I said. If you're not ready, I can wait. I know, and I appreciate that more than I can say. But I don't want good things to pass me by because I was too scared to take that step. I am done making excuses. Yes, I still have a ways to go, but I'd rather take those final steps with you at my side. If that is where you want me, then I'll never leave. Rosalie smiled and wrapped her arms tenderly around the brunette. Bella melted into the cool embrace, savoring the scent that was so distinctly Rosalie. Her fingers clutched at the shredded fabric of what used to be a tan Louis Vuitton trench coat, clinging tightly like a koala, unwilling to let any space come between them. She nestled her face against Rosalie's shoulder, unable to hold back her sobs, the emotional toll of the day finally catching up to her. Shoo. It's okay now, Rosalie soothed, holding Bella close and rubbing gentle circles on her back. I was so worried for you, Bella gasped between hiccups. Once again, your selflessness never ceases to amaze me. You were worried about me? What about being worried for yourself? Oh, I was. But hearing what he had to say about you, then seeing you injured. Bella trailed off, balling her fists. I'm just relieved that you're okay, more or less. I'll be fine. I just need to hunt, and then I'll heal. What did he say? Bella asked, her curiosity piqued. He said this is all because of Victoria. The newborn she sent after you was just the beginning. Rosalie pulled away, her expression turning serious, her brows slightly furrowed and eyes narrowed. Victoria? Bella echoed. Yeah. I guess she's angry with us because of James. He mentioned that she plans to torture and kill me, and then come after all of you. The newborn was just a test, a trial run for what she has in store. If what he said is true, then this is bigger than both of us. Creating a newborn as an experiment. Rosalie's golden eyes drifted off for a moment as she contemplated the implications. What's wrong? Bella asked, concerned. I'm sorry. Remember what I told you? The sire is responsible for the newborn for the first few years while they learn control. Any wrongdoing reflects on the maker, not the offspring. That's why the world isn't overrun with vampires. It takes a lot of time and effort to manage newborns. For her to create one so casually shows how little she cares for the laws and consequences of her actions. She's unpredictable, and that makes her even more dangerous. Bella nodded slowly, absorbing Rosalie's words. So, what do we do? I'm not sure, but I don't think I can protect you alone. Bella flinched at the thought. She wasn't sure how she felt about seeing the other Cullens again so soon. You mean, you need your family? Yes, but it's not what you might think. I think it's time I tell you about my past and where I'm from. Okay, whatever it is, I trust you, Rose. I'll never betray that trust. Rosalie grinned and pressed her cool lips to Bella's forehead. The Cullens aren't my first coven. Suddenly, Rosalie pulled away, her nose wrinkled in disgust as her gaze shifted to something over Bella's shoulder. Seriously? Just when I thought this day couldn't get any worse, she said, her tone filled with frustration. What is it? Bella turned to follow Rosalie's line of sight but couldn't see anything more than shadows. Just a few feet into the thick forest surrounding the meadow, 5 of the largest wolves Bella had ever seen emerged from the shadows as if summoned by an unseen command. Chapter 13. Holy shit. Bella instinctively shrank back as 5 wolves entered the clearing, grasping Rosalie's uninjured arm. For once, the rumors were true. They were enormous, each about the size of a horse. With their hackles raised and fur puffed up, they seemed even larger. They walked slowly and deliberately, snapping their jaws menacingly, displaying their deadly teeth as they approached the pair standing in the meadow. Bella's mind raced, trying to recall all those hiking magazines she had read during her downtime at Newton's. Each one included a section on what to do if you encounter a wild animal, which she usually skipped in favor of more interesting content. She scrambled to piece together a plan: no sudden movements, try not to appear threatening, avoid eye contact, and don't turn your back. For a split second, she felt good about her strategy before doubt crept in. Wait, wasn't the no eye contact rule for bears? Is it the same for wolves? Are these even wolves? Wolves don't act like this, and they usually aren't this big, right? Shit, where's my pepper spray? She realized it was sitting unhelpfully on her dresser. Great job, Swan. In her defense, she hadn't thought she would need it. Who needed bear spray when they had a vampire? Her mind reeled as she tried to figure out how to navigate this encounter unscathed. But the odds were looking bleak, and their chances of survival were dwindling with each passing second as the wolves closed in on them. At least Rosalie seemed calm and collected. Maybe she had a plan. The vampire merely stared them down, but not in an aggressive way. If anything, she looked annoyed, as if the wolves were more of an inconvenience than a threat. However, Rosalie's lack of reaction, aside from her earlier exasperation, did little to ease Bella's concerns, and she continued to inwardly panic. Wild wolves were dangerous enough. Bella could sense that the pack before them was dangerous. There was something about these wolves, beyond their massive size and the vampire's calm demeanor, that hinted at a deeper intelligence. They moved with a level of coordination that felt almost military, advancing in a V-shaped formation. The glint in their eyes suggested a cunning that surpassed that of ordinary wolves. Bella was certain of one thing: these were no typical creatures. At least they hadn't attacked immediately, despite their aggressive stance. Perhaps there was still hope for her and Rosalie. Even though Bella was with an elite hunter, she worried about how much more Rosalie could endure, especially since they were outnumbered and Rosalie was already weakened from previous battles. realizing that trying to fight their way out of this situation would be as futile as a toddler performing brain surgery. Thanks for that one, Rosalie. I've been waiting to use it. Bella attempted to pull Rosalie away while trying to silence the sarcastic voice in her head that always popped up at the worst moments. Maybe if they backed off, it would signal to the wolves that they meant no harm, and they could leave peacefully. She doubted it, but it was worth a shot. Unfortunately, that plan fell apart when Rosalie didn't move. She stood her ground, shoulders squared and eyes flashing defiantly, clearly taunting the wolves. Rising to Rosalie's silent challenge, the largest wolf stepped forward, halting about 20 feet away. Even from that distance, Bella could see its inch-long white teeth, sharp as razors and dripping with saliva, as its lips curled into a menacing snarl. The wolf raised itself to its full height, hackles bristling and eyes narrowed, asserting its dominance. Bella didn't need to speak wolf to understand the deep, guttural growls and snarls directed at them. Stand down. But Rosalie did not back down. She squared her shoulders and stood taller, ready to face whatever came next. Speaking in a commanding tone directed at the leader of the incoming pack, Rosalie said, "You dare come here and threaten us?" "Wait, what?" Bella exclaimed, her head whipping around to her companion. She was completely thrown for yet another loop. Just when she thought things couldn't get any stranger, now Rosalie was talking to a giant mutant wolf. The black-haired alpha responded with an even harsher growl, and a few of the smaller wolves chimed in, though their growls lacked the authority of their leader. Unintimidated, Rosalie continued, "I am not some simple nomad passing by. Don't think I'm ignorant of your tribe's agreement with the Olympic Coven. Unlike you, I was there when it was written over 100 years ago. I know the boundaries, and you have no grounds to attack me here. I am allowing you to be here as a courtesy so we might have a civil conversation about a common enemy that threatens us all. Change back, or else I have every right to end you right here, right now. After the day I've had, I'm in no mood for this." Bella stared in shocked silence, half listening as Rosalie addressed the pack. She was still trying to wrap her mind around the fact that Rose was speaking to the animals, creatures, as if they would understand her. Rose, maybe you shouldn't provoke the 5 giant wolves," she suggested. "Please," Rosalie scoffed, casually eyeing the big black wolf at the head of the pack. She flicked her hair out of her face, emphasizing her indifference and lack of concern over being outnumbered. Somehow, her golden waves were back to looking perfect. Aside from her torn and dirty clothing and her cracked arm, there was little visible evidence of her previous to the death fights. "I could end this pitiful pack of pups without breaking a sweat." "You don't sweat," Bella pointed out. "Ugh, it's a figure of speech." Rosalie snapped back. A deep growl sounded behind them. Apparently, the wolves didn't appreciate being talked about as if they weren't there. Rosalie rolled her eyes and shifted her focus back to the lead wolf. "Did you not hear what I said? You're truly trying my patience. You have 10 seconds to either make yourself scarce or change back. Believe me, you'll want to hear what I have to say. Take it or prepare to fight. I will not offer you a second chance." The wolves growled at her ultimatum, exchanging glances as if engaged in a silent debate. Finally, the black wolf let out a low grunt, and the pack retreated to the tree line. Bella watched them leave, her eyes wide and her mind racing to comprehend what had just happened. A mix of adrenaline and relief surged through her, making her want to either jump for joy or collapse. She had reached her limit for near-death experiences in a single day. Crap, that actually worked. I didn't think we'd make it out alive. Not that I doubted you. She added hastily, earning a quiet chuckle from Rosalie. She took a deep breath as the tension in her body began to fade. "So, what was all that about?" "You'll find out soon enough," Rosalie replied cryptically, nodding toward the spot where the wolves had disappeared. Moments later, 5 men emerged from the shadows, approaching in the same V-shaped formation as before. They wore only cut-off jean shorts, revealing a vast expanse of tan skin and muscles. Despite the near-freezing temperatures, they seemed unfazed by the chill. Bella stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding before her. If she hadn't been witnessing it firsthand, she wouldn't have believed it. "Wait, Werewolves are real, too? What's next? The Loch Ness Monster? Mothman? The men were intimidating even in their human form, and though there was no immediate threat of being torn apart, their towering heights, the shortest among them stood at least 6 inches taller than Rosalie, and unfriendly sneers made it clear they were not to be underestimated. She noted that the wolves seemed uncomfortable in their human forms, their dark eyes shifting as if searching for an escape. They moved with the same military precision as before, stopping at the invisible line where they had stood just moments ago as wolves. Without thinking, Bella slipped her hand into Rosalie's, intertwining their fingers and drawing strength and comfort from the vampire's cool grip. She smiled inwardly when she felt Rosalie tighten her hold, anchoring their hands together. Bella could sense the men were arguing among themselves, but they were too far away and speaking too quietly for her to catch the details. Straining to listen, she managed to pick up snippets. It's a trap. We should hear her out at least. Can't trust them. The treaty. Her eyes darted between them as she tried to follow the conversation until she suddenly blurted out, "Jacob?" She recognized the boy standing to the right of the leader, though recognized was a stretch. His long hair had been cropped short on the sides and back, with the top slightly longer and spiked. Like the others, he bore a large tattoo on his right shoulder, an elaborate round design in black ink. But it wasn't just his physical changes that made him nearly unrecognizable. His demeanor was different too. The youthful enthusiasm she remembered had been replaced by something dark and hardened. His eyes no longer sparkled, and his mouth was set in a firm scowl. He didn't respond, opting instead to glower at her. His dark eyes flicked between her and the blonde a few times before drifting to their linked hands. He sneered again and turned away, focusing on a spot somewhere over Bella's shoulder. "Enough," Rosalie said, her cool tone cutting through their argument. "It's time we set aside this petty squabble. There are bigger issues at hand, and countless lives are at stake." To an untrained ear, she almost sounded bored and apathetic. But Bella could tell that the woman was quickly losing what little patience she had left. "Speak quickly, and we shall consider what you have to say," the leader snapped back. "You would do well to treat me with a little more respect. Continue this way, and we will leave, and I will not extend my help again." There was no mistaking the warning in Rosalie's voice now. Fortunately, the wolves had enough sense to recognize that it was not an empty threat and did not push her further. "Unless you think you're ready to take on Victoria when she comes. If that's the case, then be my guest. My conscience will be clear when she slaughters you all. And believe me, when she finds out about what you are, I have no doubt she will hunt you for sport." "Who is Victoria?" the man standing next to Jacob asked. He was the same one who had argued that they should listen to Rosalie. "She's a vampire, but unlike me, she kills humans without remorse or hesitation. My coven killed her mate last spring while protecting Bella, and now she's seeking revenge against Bella and my family. If she comes here." "There, you see." The man to the leader's left snarled. "Your kind brings nothing but death and destruction. This is your issue, and you should deal with it. We protect our own, we don't want to be involved in any of this." "Stand down, Paul," the black werewolf commanded. The man's jaw instantly clamped shut, though there was still fire in his eyes. "My kind?" Rosalie hissed. "The world is not black and white. You know nothing about me or what I've experienced. Do not be so quick to pass judgment. Ignorance and intolerance have claimed more lives than any one vampire." Bella had finally had enough. She couldn't stay quiet any longer. The need to defend Rosalie emboldened her, and she stepped forward slightly. "Not all vampires are like that. I've met ones like the ones you described." She held up her wrist, revealing the silvery scar from James's bite, earning attention from the group. The native men reacted with mixed feelings. The ones who think humans are just food and kill without prejudice. But not every vampire is like that. There are good vampires, too. "If it weren't for Rosalie today, I'd be dead in this field because of Laurent," Bella said, standing her ground. "Good vampires," Paul scoffed, crossing his arms over his chest. "Yes, good vampires," Bella insisted. Did you even give the Cullens a chance? Did you try to get to know them, or did you pass judgment based on what you've heard? Whatever. Good or not, we've been protecting these lands for centuries against the cold-skinned demons. We don't need help. Sam will lead us. Have you now? Rosalie's voice dripped with condescension and amusement. Tell me, have you ever killed a vampire? Do you know how to fight one? Even in my current state, I could take you down with a flick of my wrist. Your inexperience and ego will be your downfall. Don't be the reason your people are erased from this earth like countless cultures before you. And what do you propose? Sam asked, his tone measured but strained. It seemed like maintaining any sense of cordiality with Rosalie was pushing him to his limits, yet he managed to keep his composure. I would like to arrange a meeting with your council to negotiate a truce regarding the old treaty. It doesn't make sense for us to limit ourselves to territories while Victoria can go wherever she pleases. She's smart and cunning and would use the boundary line to her advantage. Sam nodded, his lips pressed into a thin line. I will consult with the council. Sam, you can't be serious. Tell me you aren't considering this. The man next to Paul finally spoke up. Sometimes leaders have to make tough decisions, Jared. It would be unwise for us to ignore potential alliances. We've had an understanding with the Cullens for many years, and they've never broken the treaty. Yeah, but what if they stab us in the back? We can't trust them, Jared retorted. Jared continued, glancing warily at Rosalie. I hardly think I need to prove myself to you, especially to you. But if you require reassurance, let me ease your doubt. Rosalie interjected, not far from here, you will find the dismembered bodies of 2 vampires. If you want, you can have the honor of burning them. Sam nodded to Jared and Paul, and the two sprinted off in the direction Rosalie indicated. A heavy silence filled the meadow, both sides staring each other down. More accurately, the wolves focused on Rosalie while she inspected her fingernails. The pair returned a few minutes later, nodding that they had completed the task. So, you see, I have no tolerance for vampires, or any being that threatens me or those dear to me. I will do whatever it takes to protect them, Rosalie said, straightening up as she addressed Sam. I can confirm that those 2 were associates of Victoria, sent here to gather information and dispose of me to leave Bella defenseless. While I've neutralized the immediate threat, if what Bella tells me is accurate, then this is just the beginning. She paused, her expression serious. I do not know what Victoria has planned, but I know she will probably retaliate in some way. When she comes, and I doubt she will come alone, she and her allies will kill without prejudice, mercy, or restraint. Every inhabitant of this region will likely be caught in the crossfire, meaning countless innocents will be dragged into a war that is not their own. As I mentioned before, once they detect your scent, your people will become a target. Well, you are not true werewolves. We are wolves, you lying bloodsucker. Paul shot back, his body shaking with anger, steam rising from his tan skin. If you know what is good for you, you will not finish that sentence, Rosalie warned, her eyes flashing. Thousands of years ago, our leaders, the leaders of the entire vampire race, made it law to kill any werewolf we encountered. You should be grateful you're not werewolves, otherwise, we wouldn't be having this conversation, Rosalie said. So, what are we? Jared asked, furrowing his brow in confusion. You are shifters, therefore not true werewolves, she explained. What's the difference? Paul interjected, his pride still stinging from the perceived insult to their wolf heritage. Simple, really. Your shift is not bound to the moon. Rosalie waved her hand dismissively. How do you know all of this? Bella chimed in, her curiosity bubbling over. She felt more confident to speak now that she knew a vampire-wolf brawl had been avoided. I've met other shifters in my travels. There are clans around the world. Not just wolves, either. Some actually live in harmony with their local covens. Take the jaguars who live beside the Amazon coven, for instance. However, Victoria won't distinguish the difference. The price on a wolf's head is steep. And here are 5 for the taking. The reward would be substantial. Favor with the Vulturi is priceless. The Vulturi? Embry, who Bella recognized standing next to Jake despite the changes he'd undergone since their first meeting, spoke up, curiosity evident in his voice. That's a story for another time. I will tell you what you need to know if we are to be allies. But until then, I believe this meeting is over. Contact me with your council's decision. Rosalie turned to Sam. I must stress, it is in everyone's best interest for us to work together on this. If I don't hear from you by the end of the week, I'll assume you have rejected my offer of an alliance. Sam nodded and waved his hand, signaling for his pack to fall back. Bella's heart ached as she watched Jake go. He hadn't said anything, but his expression and body language spoke volumes. She hoped he would come around one day and get over whatever was bothering him. Well, I think we've certainly had enough adventure for one day, Rosalie said, turning to Bella once the shifters had disappeared into the trees, her expression softening once more. I'll take you back to your truck. You must be exhausted after all this, Rosalie said. That's putting it mildly, Bella scoffed, running a hand through her hair. I think I could soak in a bath for hours and still feel tense. Rosalie's eyes darkened slightly, and Bella could have sworn she heard a low growl in the vampire's throat. But just as quickly as it appeared, the intensity faded, and Rosalie's golden eyes were clear once more. You should try to relax. Your body is probably still in a bit of shock. Perhaps I could call on you tonight after I've finished hunting? I believe I have some things to tell you. Bella's heart jumped at the thought of Rosalie coming over, and she silently cursed the enthusiastic organ for betraying her. Yeah, that sounds good. I could use some human time, so I guess just come over whenever you're done. Okay. Would you like me to carry you back, or would you prefer to walk? I think this is one of the rare cases where I'll take vampire speed over walking. Bella grimaced at the thought, but she really wanted to get away from this godforsaken meadow as fast as possible. Rosalie grinned and turned her back, bending slightly for Bella to hop on. As soon as Bella's legs were locked tightly around her waist, Rosalie took off in a blur, making sure not to jostle her passenger. Chapter 14. Bella took the longest, hottest shower she could manage before the hot water ran out. Leaning on her forearm against the tile wall, she stayed like that for several minutes, letting the stress of the day wash away with each scalding droplet. She needed to shut down, to stop thinking for just a few moments. Moving on autopilot, she lathered her hair and washed her body, finishing just as the water temperature began to drop. As she suspected, she still felt tense afterward, but the heat had eased her aching muscles a bit. After all, she had forgotten to stretch after her hike. In her defense, she had been a bit preoccupied with her near-death encounter with Laurent and the shifters. Stretching had been a low priority, all things considered. Once she was clean, dry, and dressed in her most comfortable hoodie and sweats, she made her way downstairs to find something for dinner. Leftover pizza fit the bill nicely, she simply didn't have the energy to cook. Sitting at the small kitchen table, she ate while gazing out the window at the forest beyond their property line. Idly, she wondered what Rosalie was up to. Was she back at her house, safe and healed, or was she still out hunting? If that were the case, what would her favorite prey be? For some reason, Bella pictured Rose being partial to predators, perhaps mountain lions. That seemed to match her personality, providing a greater challenge than a herd of elk. Though these thoughts felt trivial, they still mattered to her. Every detail, no matter how small, would help her understand Rose better. She had been eager to learn more about the woman, and her patience was finally about to be rewarded. As much as she wanted to speculate about Rose's past, she reminded herself to clear her mind of any preconceived notions or assumptions she had made about the blonde. She needed a blank canvas to paint the full picture of Rosalie Hale. Once her meal was finished, she cleaned her plate and headed upstairs to tackle her homework. It seemed silly to worry about the assignments after everything that had happened, but she knew she needed to stay focused. Bella sat on her bed, reflecting on everything happening in her life. She was about to become an immortal, destined to repeat high school every decade or so. Yet, she knew she would regret it if she didn't make the effort. It wasn't just for her, it was for Charlie, too. Education meant a lot to him, and he deserved to see her walk across the stage and receive her diploma. That moment would likely be the last significant milestone he would witness before she vanished forever. But with Victoria lurking around, there was no guarantee she'd even make it to graduation. Still, Bella was determined to do her best. She grabbed her history book and crawled into bed. Hours later, her phone buzzed to life, startling her awake as the vibrations echoed through the wood of her nightstand. Rubbing her bleary eyes with one hand, she reached for her phone with the other. Rose, 9:47 p.m. I just finished. Are you still up for me coming over? A dopey grin spread across Bella's face as she read the text. Her fingers moved quickly to type a response. Bella, 9:47 p.m. Yeah, sorry, I fell asleep. I'm up now. The window is unlocked. She tossed the phone down and glanced at the window, half expecting to see Rose perched on the branch outside. The device had barely hit the purple comforter when it lit up again. Rose, 9:48 p.m. I am not sneaking in through your window like a criminal or someone you're ashamed of. Bella balked, surprised by the response. Shit, no, that's not what I meant at all. She muttered under her breath, scrambling to think of how to respond. Rose, 9:48 p.m. And what exactly did you mean? Great, of course she was close enough to hear Bella's thoughts. Bella, 9:48 p.m. Sorry, it's just what Edward always did. I kinda assumed you would too. The phone remained silent for what felt like an eternity. A lifetime. Bella held her breath as she stared at the dark screen, both praying and dreading for it to come to life again. Rose, 9:49 p.m. Please stop comparing me to him. I will not treat you like he did. I will not disregard your boundaries or enter your room without permission. You are not a game to me. I meant what I said when I told you I want to be with you. Not only for this lifetime, but for many to come. If you're not ready, or if this is too fast for you, I can back off. Bella's heart thundered in her chest, so hard that it actually hurt. She needed to talk to Rose. Now. Screw texting. She threw off the covers and hurried down the stairs as fast as she dared, carefully avoiding the wobbly bottom step. When she opened the door, Rosalie was already standing on the porch, her body rigid and her amber eyes swirling with emotions. Without hesitation, Bella launched herself at the blonde, wrapping her arms around her tightly. I'm sorry, Rose. I didn't mean to make you feel bad. I'm not ashamed of you, and it's not too fast. I want this, and I'm sorry if it sounded like I don't. Because I do, I really do. Honestly, I was just being lazy. I was comfortable, and I didn't want to get out of bed. I didn't think. I'm sorry. Despite the rushed delivery, Bella's words worked their magic, and Rosalie relaxed, her body transforming from a marble statue back to warmth in seconds. I'm sorry, too. I know I can be intense, Rosalie murmured against Bella's head, her cool breath tickling her ear. It's been a long time since I was in a relationship. I'll admit that I'm a bit out of practice. Bella melted, leaning heavily into Rosalie's comforting embrace. Her eyes slipped shut as slender fingers massaged her neck, rubbing soothing circles against her nape. They could have spent the rest of the night standing there on the porch, lost in their moment together. Bella would have been happy. Are you two just going to stand there and let the warm air out all night, or what? Heating bills aren't free, you know. She jumped at the sound of the gruff voice that interrupted their moment. Charlie stood in the doorway, arms crossed over his chest. He was trying his best to look serious, but the effect was somewhat diminished by his sleepwear and the way his hair stuck out in various directions. At least she knew where she got her bedhead from. His mouth was set in a firm line, but Bella could see a grin tugging at the corners, partially hidden by his bushy mustache. Sorry, Dad. Bella reluctantly pulled away, a hot blush creeping across her cheeks. She hadn't even realized he was home. We're coming in now. Uh-huh. Good to see you again, Rosalie. Thanks again for all you did on Bella's truck. He extended his hand in greeting to the blonde, who accepted it without hesitation. Now that she wasn't focused solely on damage control, Bella took a moment to appreciate Rosalie's appearance. She had changed into a warm cable-knit sweater, new jeans, and a fur-lined parka. Thick gloves and a matching hat completed the look. Bella wondered if Alice had tipped her off about Charlie or if this was just part of her human charade. The pleasure was all mine. It was a fun project. The company was pretty good too, once she learned the difference between a crescent wrench and a socket wrench, that is. Though it was amusing to watch her try, Rosalie teased, nudging Bella in the side with her elbow. "Oh God, that's mortifying. Those are nothing alike." Charlie gasped. "I knew I should have spent more time in the garage with you, Bells." "Ha, ha, we're all laughing here. Now who's the one letting all the warm air out, huh?" Bella rolled her eyes at the two of them, stalking inside as they erupted in another bout of laughter at her expense. Bella felt a rush of gratitude as she watched Charlie quickly warm up to Rosalie. It would certainly make things easier for all of them. Once the trio was back inside and the door was firmly closed, Charlie turned to face them, fixing Rosalie with a stern look. "So, what are your intentions toward my daughter?" Bella winced internally. "Way to cut straight to the chase, Charlie." She wanted to both melt into the floor and smack him upside the head. At least now she knew which parent she had inherited her poor speech delivery skills from, though that had never really been in question. Rosalie straightened up immediately, meeting Charlie's gaze without flinching. Despite the unexpected pressure, her voice was steady and confident. "I would like to start by asking her on a date. If she'll have me, I'll spend every day reminding her what an amazing woman she is and showing her how happy I am to have her in my life." "Well, all right then, that's..." Charlie stammered, clearly taken aback by her earnestness. "I guess that's all a dad can ask for. Thanks for being honest about that." "Sorry, it's just the obligatory protective dad duty. Anyway, you girls having a slumber party or something? If you're okay with it. I can go home later if not." "I wouldn't want to impose," Rosalie said, glancing between the two swans. "Yeah, I was hoping you'd stay," Bella chuckled awkwardly, her face still redder than a tomato. "Well, it's fine by me. Just keep the door open and don't stay up too late." Charlie winked and headed up the stairs. Bella's mouth fell open, her jaw nearly dropping to the floor. Meanwhile, Rosalie looked as smug as could be as she removed her coat and accessories. Bella didn't move again until she heard Charlie's door close. "You really mean that?" she asked, her heart racing. "I do, Bella. You deserve the world, and I would love nothing more than to be the one to give it to you." Rosalie reached up, caressing Bella's jaw softly with her thumbs, her golden eyes locked onto Bella's brown ones. Bella leaned into the touch. Even though Rosalie's skin was cold, it felt like fire moving across her face, awakening every nerve ending. "Rose. I know I didn't ask earlier, but can I please kiss you now?" "By the gods, I thought you'd never ask," Rosalie explained as she leaned in. Bella's mind short-circuited when she felt Rosalie's firm yet surprisingly soft lips pressed against hers. Like before, the kiss was slow and meaningful. Both women were content to take their time and savor the moment. It was perfect. The steady pressure of Rosalie's hand against Bella's hip kept her grounded, while the other cradled the back of her neck. Bella's impatient side screamed at her to rush and deepen the kiss, but she held back. There would be time for more heated moments later. Kissing Rosalie was quickly becoming one of Bella's favorite activities. While she would have loved to continue all night, she was vaguely aware that they were still in her living room with her dad upstairs. As chill as he was being about their new relationship, she didn't want to push her luck. Reluctantly, she pulled away, resting their foreheads together as she breathed heavily into the space between them. "I don't think I'll ever get enough of that," she whispered, her voice a slightly deeper timbre. "Just wait until you're a vampire. It will be even more intense. And we won't need to take breathing breaks. We can go all night if you want to." Bella shivered at the promise, a rush of heat flooding her limbs and settling in her lower belly. Well, that's new, she thought, hoping Rosalie wouldn't notice her blush and racing heart, even though she knew it was pointless to hope for such things with a vampire. Thankfully, the blonde didn't comment on it, and the heat quickly dissipated. Eager to brush off the embarrassing moment, Bella smiled and slid her hand into Rosalie's palm, interlacing their fingers. So, what now? Are we dating or? Well, dating would require going on an actual date. Though, I suppose the dance or the trip to Portland could technically count. Still, I'd rather do it properly now that we're on the same page. So, without further ado, Bella Swan, would you do me the honor of going on a date with me? Yes. Oh my God, yes. Are you kidding me? Bella couldn't contain her excited giggle. There was no mistaking it now. Rosalie was formally asking her on a date. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. No more walking on eggshells or sleepless nights spent wondering. Without a doubt, she was officially dating Rosalie Hale. Jessica was going to have a field day when she found out. Bella cringed at the thought. The vampire's smile rivaled the sun as Rosalie pulled her in for another quick kiss. Good, but until then, let's get you to bed. But, Bella protested. No buts. Story time can wait. I'll tell you tomorrow, I promise. Believe me, we'll need more than a few hours, and no offense, but you look dead on your feet. Way to call the kettle black. Bella grumbled under her breath. Technicalities, Rosalie grinned. Okay, but I'm holding you to it. Bella pouted slightly as she led the way back up the stairs, still holding Rosalie's hand. In her excitement over their kiss and new dating status, she had somehow overlooked the fact that Rosalie was going to be in her room. Reality hit her hard as she stood in the doorway. So, this is my room, she mumbled, awkwardly scratching the back of her neck with her free hand. It's not much, but it's mine. It's perfect. You don't need to constantly justify or prove yourself with me, Bella, Rosalie assured her, quickly taking in the decor. Thankfully, it wasn't as bad as it used to be. Bella had spent some of her money from Newton's to update the room, replacing some of the dated items Charlie had gotten for her when she first moved in. She had updated her room with more modern touches. Upgrading her double bed to a queen mattress was a decision she was now grateful for. The walls had seen some changes too. Gone were the hand turkeys and finger paintings from her kindergarten days. Instead, they were adorned with band posters of Green Day, Death Cab for Cutie, The White Stripes, and Linkin Park. Quite an eclectic mix, Rosalie remarked, pointing to the Fall Out Boy poster. Yeah. Eric got me those to help pull me out of my funk, Bella replied. I see. Rosalie moved to inspect the bookshelf. Wuthering Heights? She pulled the book out and held it up. Yeah, it's one of my favorites, Bella said. Mine too, Rosalie smiled, carefully placing the novel back on the shelf. We read a lot to pass the time. She shrugged and turned to Bella, patiently waiting for some kind of invitation. Bella shuffled nervously. So, is it too late to take you up on your offer for cuddles and keeping the bad dreams away? Rosalie grinned. That was a standing offer for you to call in whenever you wanted. Though I didn't plan very well. Do you have something I could change into? Jeans aren't the most comfortable. Oh, yeah, 1 second. Bella said, relieved to have something to do. She hurried to her drawers and pulled out some sleepwear. The bathroom is across the hall. There's a spare toothbrush in the medicine cabinet if you want it. Rosalie took the clothes and quickly left the room. Bella let out a long sigh as she flopped down onto her bed. She was exhausted, even after her nap. As soon as she hit the mattress, her eyes fluttered shut, a fresh wave of fatigue washing over her, seeping deep into her bones. She wanted to hear Rosalie's story, but she knew it was better to wait until she could give it her full attention. If she tried to listen now, she'd likely drift off to sleep. A cool breeze swept through the room, signaling that she was no longer alone. Bella opened her eyes, her breath catching at the sight. Bella couldn't help but stare at Rosalie, who was wearing her clothes. Her brown eyes widened as they took in the lithe figure standing before her. Bella had completely overlooked the height and size difference, and the shorts she had chosen, which fit her perfectly, barely reached mid-thigh on the vampire. This left a generous amount of alabaster skin and toned legs on display. Fortunately, Rosalie didn't seem bothered by it. Trying to avoid coming off as overly eager, Bella forced her gaze upward. It was a good idea in theory, but it only shifted her focus to another detail. 2 details, really. She quickly realized that Rosalie wasn't wearing a bra, and the tank top left little to the imagination. As Rosalie shifted her stance, the soft blue fabric rose slightly, giving Bella a glimpse of the toned stomach beneath. She gulped, completely oblivious to how much she must have looked like a fish out of water. "You're so damn beautiful," Bella blurted out before she even realized it, managing to meet Rosalie's gaze. Rosalie smirked and tilted her hip, showcasing the soft curve of her waist, which Bella felt irresistibly drawn to. Her fingers itched to reach out and touch, but she quickly shoved her hands behind her back, not wanting her body to act on its own. "Why, thank you." "So, are you going to just stare all night?" Rosalie asked playfully. "Would you be mad if I said yes?" Bella quipped, scooting over as her heart raced once again when Rosalie slid beneath the covers next to her. It was a moment she had never shared with Edward. He always stayed on top of the blankets, minimizing any contact between them. He had insisted it was to keep her warm, but now, with Rosalie beside her, she realized how weak that excuse was. Yes, vampire skin was cold, but it was a refreshing sensation, like the cool side of her favorite pillow. For Bella, it was a win-win situation. Bella found herself in a situation she really didn't want to compare Rosalie to her adopted brother, but the differences were so striking that it was hard not to. She quickly pushed those thoughts aside and turned her attention back to Rosalie, who had settled into a comfortable position with her arm outstretched, inviting Bella in. Tentatively, Bella lay down beside her, looping an arm around the vampire's waist while resting her head against Rosalie's firm shoulder. She breathed deeply, savoring the sense of fall that she now associated with Rosalie. "For you, I'd stand for as long as you want me to," Rosalie said playfully. "I don't usually make a habit of standing for long periods, though I do make exceptions. Remind me to tell you the story of the time Emmett and I posed as mannequins in the Mall of America." "Really? Why?" Bella lifted her head, fixing Rosalie with a curious glance. She could easily imagine Emmett doing something ridiculous like that, but not Rosalie. "I bet him he couldn't last a week. Of course, I had to stay there to make sure he didn't cheat." "What happened?" Bella asked, intrigued. "I won the bet, of course. He did manage to last 5 days, though. Honestly, I expected him to give up after 2. Bella laughed, burying her face against Rosalie's shoulder to stifle the sound. "I can't wait to hear more about it." But soon, her chuckles faded into a yawn. "Tomorrow. Until then, sweet dreams, Bella," Rosalie said softly. "Good night, Rose," Bella mumbled, her eyes slipping shut as sleep overtook her within moments. Bella stirred awake to the sensation of strong fingers gently playing with the ends of her hair. As her eyes fluttered open, a lazy smile spread across her face, her sleepy brain processing what was happening. Cool lips pressed against her forehead, welcoming her back to consciousness. "Good morning," Rosalie said. Bella lifted her head and tilted her chin, double-checking to ensure she wasn't dreaming. Yep, Rosalie was still there, looking radiant as ever. At least this time, she was ready to wake up. Bella nestled up next to the ageless woman, feeling surprisingly calm compared to the last time they were together in the hotel room. I could get used to this," she mumbled, her voice thick and hoarse from sleep. "Me too," Rosalie replied. "Your father came by earlier to check on us. He said he would be working a double today, so you shouldn't wait up for dinner. I can't believe how cool he's being about us. Then again, he thought we were already dating when I told him I asked you to the dance. Guess you've already won him over." "Well, I am quite charming," Rosalie said playfully. Bella rolled her eyes but stayed put. As much as she wanted to swat Rosalie's shoulder, she was reluctant to let go of her comforting embrace. She snuggled deeper into Rosalie's hold, sighing happily as the cool arm wrapped tighter around her back. As much as she wanted to stay like this forever, her stomach had other plans. A loud gurgle broke the peaceful silence. "Sounds like it's time to feed the human," Rosalie said with a teasing tone. "That's fine. I can just grab a Pop-Tart on the way out," Bella replied. "A Pop-Tart is hardly sufficient for breakfast, Bella," Rosalie chided softly, disentangling their limbs as she emerged from the bed. "I can make you something at my house. From the smell of it, you're low on breakfast items here." "Okay, fine," Bella grumbled. Despite her feigned annoyance, she felt a rush of happiness at the thought of Rosalie wanting to take care of her. "I just need a few minutes to get ready. I'll be right back." She got out of bed, grabbing some fresh clothes from the closet before heading to the bathroom. The morning felt surreal, and she felt as if she were walking on clouds as she showered and brushed her teeth. She hurried through the rest of her routine, barely registering her actions, too eager to get back to Rosalie. However, her smile faded when she returned to her room and found Rosalie looking pensive as she gazed out the window. The taller girl had changed back into her clothes from the previous day. Bella watched as the subtle relief of her tank top peeked out from beneath the brown knitted fabric. Deep down, she knew she wouldn't be getting that piece of clothing back anytime soon. Well, it looked better on her anyway, she thought to herself. "Rose? What's wrong?" Bella asked, sensing a shift in the atmosphere. "Honestly, why can't they just leave us alone?" "We have company," Rosalie replied, clarifying when she noticed Bella's raised eyebrow. Bella rushed to the window. Jacob stood in the backyard, glaring up at Rosalie. His expression twisted when he caught sight of Bella, confusion flashing across his face before he quickly transformed it back into a scowl. "Well, I didn't realize you came with a puppy." "I hope he's house-trained," Rosalie grumbled, her irritation evident. Bella lightly swatted Rosalie's arm, knowing it wouldn't hurt her nearly as much as if she had put real force behind it. "Be nice. He's an old friend. Let's just see what he wants, and then we can go to your place for breakfast." "Very well," Rosalie sighed, following Bella out of the room. Bella locked the door behind them as they made their way to confront their surprise visitor, a sense of apprehension building with each step. "What are you doing here, Jake? Did Sam send you? Did the council already decide?" Bella asked, trying to keep her voice steady. "I came to check on you. I don't trust." He shot a glare at Rosalie. "Her." Rosalie stiffened beside Bella but remained silent. Although Bella could feel the anger radiating off the vampire, she appreciated that Rosalie was letting her handle the situation. "She's a friend, Jake," Bella insisted. "A friend? That's a sick joke," Jacob retorted, his arms folded tightly across his chest. Bella refused to take the bait. "What happened to you, Jake? I don't even recognize who you've become. Did Sam do this to you?" "Don't blame Sam." Jacob spat, his fists clenched tightly at his sides. Bella could see the muscles in his arms tense as he struggled to contain himself. "He's helping me. He's helping all of us. If you want someone to blame, then blame your reeking bloodsucker girlfriend and the rest of those filthy leeches you love so much." Jacob spat. Bella recoiled slightly, taken aback by the pure hatred in his words. If she weren't so shocked by her friend's behavior, she might have felt a thrill at the thought of Rosalie being her girlfriend. But at that moment, it was the last thing on her mind. Taking advantage of her stunned silence, Jake continued his tirade. "You've been lying to everyone. I didn't want to believe it when I found out about you. I even defended you. But the proof is right here. Come on, Bella, I thought you were smarter than that. Hanging out with heartless killers, it makes me sick. Damn it." He growled, running his hand through his spiky hair before turning away. "I can't even stand to look at you." As much as Jake's words hurt, Bella refused to be swayed. She wouldn't let him speak about her or Rosalie that way. His animosity became her strength, only serving to solidify her resolve. So because I choose to associate with vampires, you'd throw away our friendship? For what? A centuries-old feud? 100 years of prejudice passed down through generations? You don't even know her. She's a monster, Bells. He roared. The only monster I see right now is you. And not because you transform into a wolf or whatever, but because you're being a massive jerk. Bella snapped back. Steam was rising from his skin as he visibly started to shake. He closed his eyes and took several deep breaths to calm himself. How can you stand to be with her after what her brother did to you? I heard my dad talking to Charlie after that jerk dumped you. I know how bad he hurt you. You don't know the first thing about it, and frankly, it's none of your business. You can't judge someone based on another person's actions. Just because Edward hurt me doesn't mean Rosalie will, and it's stupid to assume she would. Yeah? I give it a week, he scoffed. Stop it, Jacob. If you can't be civil, I suggest you leave now. When you're ready to put aside your hate and get your head out of your own way, come see me. And you'd better have a hell of an apology when you do. But until then, I think you should do some serious soul-searching and reflect on what really matters to you. I hope you make the right choice because I don't want to lose a friend. He glared at her in disbelief before turning on his heel and walking away without another word. Bella heard the unmistakable sound of ripping fabric followed by heavy, rhythmic footfalls fading into the distance. Releasing a sigh of relief, she turned to her silent companion. Rosalie was staring at her, her expression unreadable. If Bella had to guess, it was somewhere between shock and awe. You didn't need to defend me like that, Rosalie said softly, almost reverently. Yeah, I did. First, because you'd do the same for me. And second, because I care about you. I won't let anyone treat the people I care about that way. Jake was out of line. I hope he comes around, but if I have to choose between you two, I don't want to make you choose. You're not. He is. Between love and hate, I'll always side with love. Before she could finish her thought, Rosalie kissed her, pouring every ounce of emotion into the embrace. Bella was more than willing to receive it. He got one thing right, Bella murmured as she pulled away for a breath, looking into Rosalie's half-lidded gaze. Rosalie raised an eyebrow, waiting for Bella to explain. The girlfriend part. I don't know about you, but I really like the sound of it. Bella was convinced that if Rosalie could blush, she would. If that's what you want, Bella, I've lived so long that I don't put much stock in labels. They change so frequently that I stopped trying to keep up. As long as I get to spend time with you, I'm happy with whatever you want to call us. You want, Bella said with a grin, rocking up on her toes to kiss Rosalie before taking her hand. Come on, I distinctly remember my badass vampire girlfriend promising to cook me breakfast. Chapter 15. Bella leaned against Rose, shifting to find a comfortable position. Honestly, it wasn't difficult. Rose was ridiculously cozy. In the end, Bella settled between the blonde's legs, her back flush against the vampire's front. Rose, in turn, wrapped her cool arms around Bella's waist, resting her slender nose in the thick, brown waves of Bella's hair. Taking a deep breath, Bella inhaled the scent of pine and crisp air that filled her lungs. They sat on a rocky outcrop overlooking a high mountain lake, the waters so clear that Bella could see all the way to the bottom. The lake was surrounded by a dense forest, and she spotted a small group of deer emerging from the trees to drink from the chilly water, blissfully unaware of their spectators. Above the forest stretched miles of clear blue sky, gradually fading into the gray clouds that hovered over the low valley below. Bella wanted to take a picture to capture the moment, but she knew a camera couldn't do it justice, so she settled for a mental snapshot. There was something beautiful about experiencing the present. The fleeting nature of the moment made it even more precious. She took another deep breath, savoring the taste of freedom and endless possibilities that a view like this could offer. After cooking breakfast, Rosalie had brought Bella to this secluded valley, a place she discovered years ago while hunting. Apparently, none of the other Cullens knew that Rosalie came here when she needed time alone, and it filled Bella's heart with warmth, knowing she was the first person Rose trusted enough to share this haven with. She smiled at the thought and snuggled in, waiting patiently. The blonde had been stalling all morning, but Bella hadn't commented on it. She could tell this was a significant moment for Rose, and she was willing to give her all the time she needed. I want to warn you, not all of this will be easy to hear. Rosalie eventually broke the silence. I was born long ago when things were done differently. There were things that were acceptable back then that would be frowned upon in modern times. Some of the things I've done. Well, I hope you don't. Think less of me, Bella said, reaching up to give Rosalie's hand a reassuring squeeze. I want to know everything about you, the good and the dark. It won't change how I feel about you now. Whatever it is, whatever you've done, you are who you are today because of it, and it wouldn't be fair for me to hold it against you. Besides, a wise vampire once told me that we can't change our past, all we can do is learn from it and move forward. You forgot to mention that she's also very beautiful and cooks amazing omelets, Rosalie replied. And that she's super humble, Bella deadpanned. Whatever it is, Rose, I'm here, and I'm not going anywhere. I promise. Rosalie kissed Bella's temple before taking a deep, unnecessary breath. Okay. My story began long ago in a faraway land. A fresh blanket of snow had fallen across the landscape, covering the dark forest and tucking in its inhabitants that slumbered between the trees. Moonlight reflected off the icy crystals, shimmering like a sea of diamonds. A small, one-room cabin nestled deep in the woods stood next to a bubbling stream. A thin column of smoke rising from the stone chimney was the only sign of life, save for the occasional hoot of a lone owl in the distance. The serenity of the night was broken by a long, pained cry, startling a flock of pheasants from a nearby bush. You can do it, Jitha. I can see the head. Just another big push or two, the midwife coaxed the exhausted woman on the bed. Jitha nodded slowly, taking several deep breaths as she braced herself for the next contraction, her hands gripping the sleeping furs tightly. When it hit, she gave it her all. Her crystal blue eyes squeezed shut, and tears streamed down her cheeks as she screamed through the pain. Her yell, which sounded more like a fierce battle cry, drowned out the midwife's encouraging words. She pushed with all her strength, even though her body felt like it was. The pain was breaking her, threatening to tear her in half. Then, in an instant, something finally gave way, and it was over. She collapsed back onto the sleeping furs as the pain receded, relief washing over her limbs. Half-conscious after nearly 17 hours of labor, she was only vaguely aware of the other occupant in the room moving about. Staring up at the thatched ceiling, her eyes unfocused and glazed over, she panted to catch her breath. Her thick blonde hair was damp with sweat, sticking uncomfortably to her face, but she lacked the strength or will to brush the strands away. A shrill wail suddenly caught her attention, and her instincts kicked into gear. Exhaustion forgotten, she sat up on her pillow, searching for the source of the sound. A healthy girl, good set of lungs, the midwife remarked as she pulled the newborn from between Jitha's legs. The older woman cooed softly to calm the fussy infant while Jitha watched with wide eyes, mesmerized by the sight of her firstborn. The midwife cleaned the squirming bundle in her arms, carefully wiping away the blood and afterbirth with steady, experienced hands. Bring her here, I want to see her, Jitha said, holding out her arms expectantly. The midwife finished swaddling the baby in a soft woven blanket and carefully deposited her in Jitha's waiting embrace. Mind her head, she coached the younger woman. Jitha's warrior heart melted as she gazed upon her newborn, already sporting a thick head of golden curls. Hello there, my daughter, the new mother cooed, gently rocking her in her arms. As if recognizing her mother's voice, the baby squirmed awake, opening her eyes for the first time. The sight made the air catch in Jitha's lungs. Clear, violet-blue eyes stared up at her, blinking against the unfamiliar light of the candle. A tiny button nose wrinkled at the strange smell surrounding her. Mother and daughter stared at each other, a bond forming in that sacred moment. Jitha and the midwife exchanged glances, completely unaware of the other woman busy clearing the soiled sheets and replacing the blankets. Jitha lifted her hand and gently stroked the baby's cheek with the back of her finger. The baby squirmed at the unexpected touch. She's so soft, Jitha murmured reverently, unable to tear her eyes away. "I, soft and probably hungry," the midwife replied. With that reminder, Jitha presented her breast, and the baby instinctively latched on, drinking greedily. "A good sign. Some babes don't know to suckle," the midwife commented as she moved to clean the sweat and tears from Jitha, dabbing her flushed skin with a soft cloth. "Already got golden hair like yourself, and those eyes, you've got a little angel there." "No, not an angel." Jitha shook her head. She didn't believe in such beings, despite her forced conversion. Her roots were deeply entwined with the earth and the old gods. "She's like a rose, soft yet fierce, and as fair as they come." Well, that's fitting, too, I suppose. Your husband will be very proud." "Shall I fetch him?" "He's waiting with the other menfolk in town." Jitha nodded to the old woman, who added another log to the fire before leaving the cabin. Once silence enveloped the small room, Jitha spoke again. "I'm going to raise you right, in the ways of old. You'll know the gods, not this false one they claim. You'll grow to be beautiful and strong under the watchful eyes of Freya and Odin. You'll be the pride of our people, my little Rosalie." Meanwhile, a young blonde girl stalked through the forest, a small axe, an heirloom passed down from her mother's side, clasped in her hands. She was small, approaching her 7th winter, but she moved with surprising grace and confidence as she slinked through the dense underbrush. Despite the thick carpet of fallen autumn leaves, she barely made a sound. Her breathing was steady and focused. Rosalie steadied herself, excitement bubbling beneath the surface. Her body thrummed with anticipation, but she remained calm and focused. She could sense that her quarry was close. Gripping the handle of her weapon tightly, she prepared to pounce. Just as she launched her attack, she was tackled to the ground from above. "Always be aware of your surroundings, Rosalie," Jitha said, helping her daughter to her feet and brushing dirt and leaves from her long tunic. "You were so focused on what was in front of you that you forgot to look up." "Yes, mother," Rosalie replied, biting her lip to mask her disappointment. She quickly blinked away the tears threatening to spill from her unique eyes. "You've improved your approach," Jitha continued, a proud smile on her face. "I could barely hear you moving. This is good. You'll need silence for both the hunt and battle." Rosalie beamed, puffing up her chest at the compliment. She had been working hard, and it felt rewarding to know her efforts were paying off. Straightening her trousers, a rare privilege reserved for when her father was away on business, she reveled in the moment. She loved him, but she secretly preferred when he was gone. It was the only time she and her mother could practice together like this. Jitha wasted no time in teaching her daughter the ways of their ancestors, the Northmen. At night, Jitha would sing Norse lullabies or share tales of Loki and Fenrir, Sigurd and Jormungandr, even if Rosalie was too young to fully understand. Even while pregnant with her 2nd child, Jitha never neglected Rosalia's education. From the time Rosalie could stand, she had a practice weapon, later, her axe, in hand. She learned how to fight, how to read and write, how to find or build shelter, and how to procure food from the land. She loved every moment of it and was eager to learn whatever she could. Her father might have been a Christian, raising her younger brother in his image, but Rosalie was her mother's daughter. "Come, show me your footwork," Jitha encouraged. We have a little time left before we must return. Hostblot is upon us, and we need to prepare our offerings to the gods." "Yes, mother." Rosalie gripped her axe and began a sequence of elaborate steps and moves, her violet blue eyes blazing with intensity. "Rosalie, this is Ivar Jorgensen. He's traveled all the way from Jorvik to meet you." Rosalie turned to the stranger. He appeared to be around her mother's age, though his scarred and weathered skin made it hard to tell. His head was shaved, except for a strip of hair that ran from his forehead to the nape of his neck. The long brown locks were braided and adorned with feathers and trinkets. Thick furs were layered over his lighter wool garments, and various bags of trinkets hung from several belts at his waist. "Welcome," she said, though she was unsure why this tall, unfamiliar man would want to meet her. She glanced at her mother, confusion flickering in her violet eyes. He's come to give you your first tattoo. It's a tradition for young women of the North to receive it between their 12th and 14th year, Jitha explained patiently. A tattoo? Of what? The 9 worlds of Vegvisor, child. Ivor's voice was as rough as his appearance, yet it held a gentle tone. A symbol of guidance and protection. Your mother tells me you're a fighter, just like her. Rosalie nodded, her heart racing with excitement, anticipation, and a fair amount of worry. She wasn't concerned about the pain, she had learned to endure it long ago. What troubled her was the open display of a culture that was now banned. To be caught with a mark like this could lead to severe consequences. Sensing her apprehension, Jitha stepped in. It will be on your back. No one will see it unless you want them to. She gestured to indicate the spot where the mark would be placed. I have one too. Same place. Your father's never noticed. Even when he beds you? Even then. I'm sure your future husband will be no different, Jitha said. How? Rosalie asked, curiosity lacing her voice. Just lie on your back, and it will be over quickly. Most men don't need much time, Jitha replied with a knowing smile. Can I see it? So I'll know what it looks like. Jitha nodded and lifted her dress, revealing a large circular design centered on her back. The tattoo featured 4 bisecting lines, with each of the 8 points adorned by a unique runic symbol. Asgard, Niflheim, Svartalfheim, Muspelheim, Helheim, Jotunheim, Vanaheim, Alfheim, Ivar explained, gesturing to each symbol in turn. And Midgard. He pointed to the thick dot at the center of the design. Rosalie watched with wide eyes, nodding slowly. She trusted her mother and knew Jitha wouldn't lead her astray. What must I do? She asked. Jitha replaced her dress and turned to the young girl. Remove your clothes and situate yourself on the bed. Get comfortable, this will take several hours. What he doesn't finish today, he will complete tomorrow. The 13-year-old complied, unlacing her dress and lying on the bedding as the strange man began pulling inks and needles from the bags hanging from his waist. Normally, she would have hesitated to be undressed in front of a man, especially as she was beginning to develop a more womanly figure. But she knew her mother would protect her while she was vulnerable. Taking a deep breath, she closed her eyes. I'm ready, she said. With determination, Rosalie kept her face as firm as stone as she carefully removed the blood-soaked bandages from her mother's side. Her heart ached at the sight. The sword wound was starting to fester, and she fought the urge to gag at the scent of putrid flesh as she applied a poultice of mashed leaves and herbs. Anger surged within her, a desire for revenge against those who had harmed her mother. Raiders from north of the wall had infiltrated the northern lands of Mercia just as the autumn leaves began to fall, plundering and pillaging as they went. Thankfully, her father and brother had been away during the attack. They weren't fighters and would have likely been killed quickly. Jitha and Rosalie had defended the farm, cutting through the attackers with skill and precision. Rosalie felt a swell of pride watching her mother in action, but she was equally proud of having one tally to her name. Her mother was everything she hoped to become one day. However, her joy was short-lived when Jitha unexpectedly collapsed as the last assailant took his final breath. Blood began to pool through the thick wool of her dress, the red tendril spreading at an alarming rate. Unable to leave her mother's side to seek help, the 15-year-old did her best to heal the wound, but her skills were lacking. 5 full days passed before help finally arrived. Her father brought a healer and a priest to pray for Jitha, but they quickly determined it was too late to save her. She's in God's hands now, he told Rosalie before taking her little brother away. He insisted that it was improper for such a young boy to witness such things, even though he was only 2 years younger than her. Rosalie remained at her mother's side, rage at the false god flooding her veins. Her father may have given up, but she refused to. She would fight until the end, just as her mother had taught her. A rattled cough shook Jitha's frail frame. Leave it. I have communed with Freya. She is ready to welcome me into her hall. Rosalie nodded solemnly, unconcerned that someone might overhear them. It was blasphemy to openly speak of the old gods, punishable by death. But what more could they do to a woman who was already dying? Remember, daughter, remember who you are. You are Rosalie Hal. The bedridden woman lifted her hand, her face contorted with pain, and placed it on Rosalia's chest, just above her heart. Don't let them take this from you, she wheezed, straining with every word. You know who you are. Stay true and never yield to them. Odin will give you strength. A heavy silence settled in the cabin, the unfinished words hanging in the air. Rosalie gently placed her mother's hand on her chest, closing her lifeless eyes. I promise, mother. With determination, Rosalie moved through the forest, her cloak wrapped tightly around her shoulders, her hood drawn up to conceal her flowing blonde hair. She smiled at the glow of the full moon, breathing deeply and savoring the scents of the woods. Her breath formed little clouds in the chilly air, a reminder that winter was approaching. She walked swiftly and silently up the mountain near her home, seeking the cave she and her mother had discovered years ago. It was small, barely large enough to stand in, but deep enough to shelter the stone shrine they'd built within. Rummaging through the bag she had brought, she placed bundles of herbs and food on the stone table. Kneeling before the altar, she ignored the dull ache in her knees from the hard ground. Blocking out the discomfort, she closed her eyes and began to meditate, seeking Odin's wisdom and counsel, pleading for strength. At just 19, she was facing an arranged marriage to a nobleman from a distant land. I knew it. The voice startled her from her prayer. Rosalie whipped around, springing to her feet in one motion. Her father stood at the cave's entrance, his face twisted in disgust. I suspected you'd been sneaking around. I thought you were off warming someone's bed. But to find you here, with this? He gestured at the altar. I knew Jitha never renounced her heat Henry, but to have passed it to you? You're no daughter of mine. At least Neil is a good Christian man to carry on my name. He turned away, and Rosalie caught sight of a half-dozen men waiting just outside. Cornered and with nowhere to run, she prepared to fight, but was quickly overrun by the small mob her father had brought. They quickly overpowered her, handling her like a stubborn bull. It didn't matter to them that their strong grips bruised her skin or that the ropes cut into her flesh. In their eyes, she was little more than an animal. Rosalie screamed and kicked, but the bonds held firm as they dragged her down the mountain and into town. At first, the Christians attempted to save her. They aimed to make an example of her, to prove that even savages could be redeemed. Priests tried to exorcise her, to purify her spirit and let God in. When she refused to break, they resorted to new tactics, withholding food and water for days on end. Yet, Rosalie remained steadfast in her beliefs. Occasionally, kind-hearted souls would sneak her food or water in the dead of night, but those who sympathized with her plight were few and far between. When starvation failed, they turned to physical violence and verbal degradation, first with their fists, then with clubs and staves. They tried everything to shatter her mind, body, and spirit. It didn't matter that she was the daughter of a well-respected Saxon. Her father had disowned her, trying to maintain what little dignity he could. It didn't matter that she was a woman or a human being. They saw her only as a barbarian, a heathen who needed to be subdued like the beast they believed her to be. By day, she endured the torture and beatings, tied to a post in the town square with no escape. When her captors weren't around, children would throw rocks, rotten food, or even feces at her. Her only defense was to close her eyes and turn her back as best she could. At night, she stared up at the sky, her fingers and toes broken and bleeding. Her body ached from countless bruises and open wounds, yet she had become largely desensitized to the pain. She had accepted it as her new reality. For weeks, sheer agony was all she had known, and her body had forgotten what it felt like to be otherwise. She watched the world around her, trapped in her suffering. The aurora borealis danced in the sky, its shimmering lights reflecting off the Valkyrie's armor as they led the fallen to Valhalla. Rosalie sat there, waiting for the Valkyries to come for her. Some nights, she begged the gods to take pity on her, to save her and end her suffering. Other times, she wondered if they were testing her resolve, and she prayed for their guidance. Each night, her words were swallowed by the darkness. As the hours stretched on with no answers, she became more convinced that this was indeed a test from the gods. With the arrival of winter came the frostbite, but still, Rosalie fought on. After weeks of torture, malnutrition, dehydration, and abuse had taken a toll on her body, she began to feel like a lost cause. When the first snow fell, the priests decided it was time to take her out to the woods to serve as a feast for the bears and wolves. They denied her a proper burial, ensuring she would never find a place in heaven. Barely conscious, Rosalie felt them cut her free from her post and toss her into the back of a wagon. They didn't bother tying her up this time. She lacked the strength to fight back. Besides, they didn't want to dirty their hands by handling her filthy body any more than necessary. Bleary-eyed, she watched as the countryside passed by, half wondering where they were taking her, the other half too dazed to care. She swallowed thickly in a futile attempt to moisten her mouth. Her body had stopped producing saliva long ago. "Odin, if you can hear me, I'm ready. I pray that I have done enough to earn a place at your table," she whispered, her voice hoarse and weak. Each breath sent pain ripping through her dry throat. She closed her eyes, swallowed her pain, and continued, "I never renounced you, no matter what they did. I never turned my back on you. Please, hear me and send Sigrun for me so I may greet her as a friend before she takes me away." Well, this is an interesting development. Rosalie opened her eyes at the unexpected sound of a woman's voice. Even in her state of delirium, her half-focused gaze could make out the figures of 4 blonde women staring down at her. The Valkyries. "You're here, you've come," she smiled softly and sighed, her violet eyes turning to the sky once more. "Thank you, All-Father. Thank you for hearing me and granting my prayer. I am ready to die now." "Oh, child, this is just the beginning." Holy crap. Bella released a low whistle as she exhaled, her mind feeling like an oversaturated sponge. "All that while you were still human?" "As I said, it was a very different world back then," Rosalie replied, nodding. "Once I'd turned, I went back to that town, seeking my revenge against those who had wronged me. I bathed in their blood, both literally and figuratively. Despite being a newborn, I wasn't tempted to feed from them. I demanded retribution, and retribution is what I got. I saw myself as something far different from a vampire. At first, I thought my immortality was a gift from the goddess Idun, a reward for my unwavering resolve. It was simply a way to carry out the punishment Tyr deemed fit for the injustices committed against myself and my people. Then, would be granted a seat either in Valhalla at Odin's table or with Freya in Folkvangr. It was many years before I understood what I really was. Then I became bitter, jealous of humans and their gift of mortality, and how they squandered it on inconsequential things. I was no better than James or Victoria, without the sadistic side, of course. I thought humans were food, nothing more. I took life without concern or guilt. Ironically, it wasn't until I met the recently turned vampiric son of an Anglican pastor that I began to care about humanity again. Carlyle reminded me why I should care. I guess you could say the Christians got me in the end after all. Fate has a funny sense of humor sometimes. A wry chuckle escaped Rosalie's full red lips. Bella hummed softly to herself as the conversation lulled, lost in her thoughts. Hearing about Rosalie's human life had been overwhelming. Despite the countless questions swirling in her mind, she fixated on one detail. "So, do you still have that tattoo?" "Yes." Can I see it? Trying to get me out of my shirt already, Miss Swan?" Bella stammered, sputtering on her own breath, her face burning with embarrassment. She hadn't expected that response at all. She was grateful that Rosalie couldn't see her face, because she was sure she looked as ridiculous as she felt. Taking pity on her, Rosalie chuckled and hugged her tighter. "You're adorable when you get flustered. Yes, I'll show you one day, if you ask nicely. Come on, surely you have more questions than that?" Bella nodded, attempting to ignore the heat spreading from her cheeks to the tips of her ears. Trying to save face, she pushed aside the thought of, "Oh my God, Rose has a tattoo," and hurried to think of more appropriate questions. "So, you were a Viking?" Norsemen, or Northmen, is the correct term. Though yes, most people nowadays refer to my people as Vikings. Viking is actually a verb, as in, let's go a Viking, which meant going raiding or embarking on long-distance recon trips. It's also a noun used to describe those who participated in such expeditions. So yes, Vikings were also traders or pirates, for lack of a better term, who would venture abroad, settle new lands, or return home with riches they discovered. Rosalie explained patiently, unperturbed by Bella's mistake. Norse refers to the beliefs and language, which is sometimes called Old Norse, or simply Nordic, now. How'd you end up in England then? Weren't Northmen from the north? I never knew the lands of my ancestors. When I was human, I traveled extensively after becoming a vampire. You're right, though. The Norsemen originated from what we now call Scandinavia, Denmark, Sweden, and Norway. From the stories Chitha shared with me, I believe my mother's clan came from Norway before they left to settle in the British Isles to escape famine. It was common for families, or even entire clans, to move in search of a better life. Like me, Chitha was born on British soil, but her mother remembered our homeland from her youth and passed down the stories. I did my best to find the landmarks Chitha described, though I'll never know for sure. Oh. Bella's eyes widened. History had never been her strong suit, and she definitely wanted to learn more from Rosalie. And the women who found you and turned you? Why aren't you with them? How did you end up with the Cullens? A story for another time, Bella. Rosalie lifted Bella's hand and pressed her lips to the knuckles. Bella detected a lingering note of pain in Rosalie's voice and decided not to press the topic, quickly shifting gears. So. What year was that? You're turning. Rosalie turned her head, gazing out at the mountain lake. The sun shimmered off its surface almost as brightly as it sparkled off her skin. 1055, give or take a few years. I didn't exactly have a calendar to check. It was about a decade later when William the Conqueror made his push for the throne. Wow, 1055? So, you're really old. I'll try not to be insulted by that comment. It's kind of a fact. So, what was it like to basically walk with dinosaurs? Bella giggled as Rosalie tickled her sides, attempting to squirm away. Okay, I yield. No more age jokes. Good, you do learn. Rosalie grinned and playfully nipped at Bella's ear. Come on, let's get you back. You can ask more questions along the way. Can't we just stay up? Are you going to be here forever? Bella sighed, standing up and stretching her stiff limbs. Sadly, no. I don't want Charlie to think I'm a bad influence by keeping you out late on a school night. I'm trying to stay on his good side. Are you sure it's not because it's past your bedtime and you want to watch Wheel of Fortune while you eat your Jell-O? Bella laughed and tried to escape. She only made it 3 paces before Rosalie scooped her up into her arms, launching into another one-sided tickle fight. Chapter 16. Bella reached across the center console, turning her palm upward. Even though her eyes remained focused on the road ahead, she felt a flutter of anticipation in her chest. A moment later, a cool hand slid against hers, their fingers intertwining in a firm yet gentle grip. A smile crept across her lips as a strong thumb began to rub soothing patterns along the side of her hand. She was surprised by how effortlessly they fit together, as if they were perfectly in tune with one another. Although they had been officially dating for less than 2 weeks, it felt like they could anticipate each other's movements, instinctively adjusting as needed. Just like that night at the Valentine's Day dance, their connection was a seamless push and pull, both giving and receiving in equal measure. Yet, it was also completely unsurprising. Being around Rosalie was just so easy. There were no pretenses to maintain, no insecurities to haunt her. Even when they were just friends, Rose made Bella feel safe and comfortable. For the first time, Bella could truly be herself without fear of judgment. Their friendship was grounded in understanding, transparency, respect, and awareness, which made the transition to the next level feel effortless. What surprised Bella most was how little had changed, despite now being girlfriends. In fact, if not for the regular contact and the occasional kiss, she would have struggled to identify any significant differences in their relationship. They still kept to their routine of heading to Rosalie's place after school on days when she wasn't working at Newton's. They would spend a few hours working on cars before sitting down for dinner and tackling homework together. Once they finished their tasks, they would migrate to the living room to relax for a few hours. Some days, they simply enjoyed each other's company in comfortable silence, each lost in their own book. Other days, they would talk for hours, with Rose sharing a wealth of history and stories. No matter where they were or what they were doing, it was always a moment to cherish. At the end of the night, Bella headed home alone, warmed by the goodnight kiss she had shared with Rosalie. As much as she wanted to cuddle with Rose every night, they both understood the importance of personal space and time alone. They could take their time working up to cohabitation later. As expected, Jessica wasted no time in announcing their new relationship status to the entire student body when she saw them walking into school hand in hand that Monday morning. By the second period, everyone had heard about Forks High's first official openly same-sex relationship. Honestly, if Jessica put as much effort into meaningful causes as she did into gossip, she could really create some positive change in the world. Surprisingly, the news was received well, considering the circumstances. That was likely due in large part to the rumors that had been swirling for weeks, thanks to Bella's very public dance invitation and their attendance at the dance itself. Plus, most students were still wary of crossing the Ice Queen. "Are you nervous?" Bella asked, glancing at the blonde sitting beside her. She loved that Rosalie let her drive. Bella felt a sense of pride in her truck, especially now that it had been fixed up, and she enjoyed showing it off. Edward had always insisted they take his shiny Volvo once they started dating, so she rarely had the chance to drive. Rosalie, on the other hand, seemed perfectly content as either the driver or the passenger, even if she did complain about Bella's unwavering dedication to the speed limit. Bella reminded her playfully that she was the chief of police's daughter and could die of embarrassment if she got a speeding ticket from her dad. "I'm a vampire, I don't get nervous, remember?" Rosalie replied with a smirk, giving Bella's hand a gentle squeeze. "What about the council meeting? Are you nervous about that?" Bella asked. "No, I'm glad they at least agreed to meet with you. I just hope they can see reason and really listen to you," Rosalie said. "Then what's bothering you?" Bella pressed. "I can tell something's off," Bella said, her brow furrowing. "I'm nervous about seeing Jake again. I haven't heard from him since that morning, and he really rattled me. I don't recognize him anymore, Rose. He's changed so much. Honestly, before all this, I could have seen you two getting along. Ugh, I hope you're not expecting me to hang out with him. He smells like a wet dog." Rosalie wrinkled her nose in distaste. "If he keeps being a jerk, I don't want to hang out with him either. I just don't know what to do. I won't let him talk trash about you, but I don't want to lose a friend either. Well, it'll either work out or it won't. You've set your boundaries, and it's up to him to decide what to do next. You've done all you can." "I guess so." Bella sighed glumly, letting the conversation fade. They drove in silence, the bright red Chevy cruising down the 110 at a steady 55 miles per hour. By the time Bella turned onto the road leading to the black residence, her grip on the steering wheel was tightening, turning her knuckles white. A large assembly of cars filled the yard, forcing her to park near the end of the gravel driveway. She stepped out, pulling her poncho hood over her head to shield her hair from the steady drizzle of early March. "Well, here goes nothing." She walked around the truck and took Rosalie's hand. The coolness of Rosalie's skin was a balm to her hot, clammy hand. If the clamminess bothered Rosalie, she certainly didn't show it. They crunched down the pebbled drive in silence, their hands swinging loosely between them with each step. The front door stood open, and the pair entered without hesitation. Despite the chill outside, the house was stifling, warmed by the heat of all the bodies packed inside. Bella reluctantly released Rosalie's grip upon entering but opted to stay as close to her side as possible, seeking support and comfort in the familiar presence. As they stepped inside, 24 dark eyes immediately turned toward them. Bella fought every instinct to freeze in place, knowing she had to project confidence, even if she didn't feel it. Standing tall, she met their gazes, which ranged from curiosity to barely concealed contempt. Most of the hostile looks were aimed at Rosalie, but that didn't help ease Bella's nerves. She quickly scanned the room, spotting a few familiar faces. There was Billy, of course. Harry Clearwater and his wife, Sue, sat at the kitchen table next to an older man Bella didn't recognize. Sam lingered in the corner by the back door, his lips pressed into a thin line. At least he was wearing a shirt for the occasion, though she noted the cut-off jean shorts he always wore. She briefly wondered if that was the standard uniform for wolf shifters. To her mixed relief and disappointment, the rest of the pack was absent. Everyone else in the room was a stranger to her. "Hello, Bella," Billy said simply as he rolled over to greet them. His face was drawn and serious, lacking the usual joviality in his voice. With obvious effort, he turned his attention to Rosalie. "Miss Hale." "Thank you for having us, Councilman Black," Rosalie replied formally, extending her bare hand. She had chosen not to wear her gloves today. There was no need for pretense here. Everyone in the room knew exactly what she was. The atmosphere grew tense as the entire room fell silent, all eyes fixed on the unfolding interaction. No one dared to move or even breathe. You could have heard a pin drop in that heavy silence, everyone waiting to see how the senior council member would respond. Billy glanced at the offered hand, then back to Rosalie, and finally down at her hand. Slowly, he raised his right hand and accepted the greeting with a loose grip, but Bella understood the weight of the moment. Everyone in the room did. "Welcome to my home," he said, releasing Rosalie's hand and wheeling back a few inches. "We're glad you could make it." Bella heard someone cough, likely attempting to mask a rude comment, though she couldn't be sure. "I wish we were meeting under different circumstances." Rosalie didn't react to the cough, but Bella knew she had heard every word. Stepping away from Billy, Rosalie straightened her back and addressed the group. "For those of you who don't know me, my name is Rosalie Hale. I am a vampire and a member of the Olympic Coven, known to you as the Cullens." She gestured to Bella, inviting her to introduce herself. I'm Bella Swan." "Thanks for having us," Bella managed. She felt she should say more but struggled to find the right words. Sometimes, less was more. Truthfully, she wasn't even sure why she had been invited in the first place. As the supernatural danger magnet at the center of this entire mess, she didn't feel like she had much to contribute to the meeting. Rosalie gave Bella a reassuring smile before continuing. "As you know, my family is different from others in that we no longer hunt humans. But you once did. How do we know you won't change?" A male voice interrupted, cutting her off. "And who do I have the pleasure of speaking with?" Rosalie replied calmly, maintaining her composure despite the interruption and the rude edge in the man's tone. "Quill 8-3, he responded gruffly. Bella followed the sound of his voice and spotted him in the corner opposite Sam. He had been one of the few shooting obvious daggers at them when they arrived. She understood there would be opposition, but she had still been hopefully optimistic about the meeting. "While I understand your hesitation," Rosalie continued, "I did not come here to defend myself or have my character maligned. If you must know, it has been 297 years, 4 months, and 17 days since I took a human life. I have no intention of breaking that streak anytime soon." Bella quickly calculated the time in her head as a hushed whisper rippled through the room. By her math, that date would be October 17, 1708. Wait, she realized she forgot to factor in leap years. "Oh well, close enough. If that satisfies your doubts, I would like to move on to the order of business for the evening. As I'm sure Mr. Yulee has informed you, there is a risk of a rogue vampire coming here. Her name is Victoria, and we would be remiss not to take this threat seriously and prepare accordingly. I do not know if or when she will come or what she has planned. I only know that the destruction she could cause would be catastrophic, and no one will be safe from her wrath. Including you." Rosalie added quickly when Adara looked like he was about to interject again. Due to your connection to the shifters, you could be a target as well. And what do you propose, Miss Hale? Billy leaned back in his chair, fixing her with a discerning gaze. I am here to discuss a new agreement between my family and yours. Too long have we been divided. It is time we put aside old prejudices and work together, not just against Victoria, but in times of peace as well. We have shared this land for decades, and I hope that in the future we may learn to coexist in harmony. That remains to be seen. An older man sitting at the table with the Clearwater spoke up. The fact that we are meeting today is a sign of change. Rome wasn't built overnight. Bella bit the inside of her cheek to refrain from muttering another age joke at Rosalie's expense. Time and place, Swan. Your pack, Rosalie addressed Sam directly, is proud and fierce, but young and inexperienced. My family and I can help train you, prepare everyone for what lies ahead. Many of us have extensive fighting experience. In addition to benefiting from our training, you and the pack will be free to come and go from what was previously designated as Cullen land, according to the old treaty. I expect the same courtesy in return. My family will continue to honor our agreement not to hunt on tribal lands and not to feed on humans. In return, the pack can defend against vampires, but you will not hunt or harass any golden-eyed vampires you encounter. Red-eyed vampires should still be approached with caution unless informed otherwise. What's the difference? A woman with a tight bun of salt and pepper hair interjected. Bella had been so captivated by Rosalie's speech that she almost forgot they were in a crowded room. The blonde spoke with such confidence and charisma that it was hard not to listen. Judging by the rapt expressions around the room, she wasn't alone in her admiration. Bella felt she could learn a thing or two from Rose's public speaking skills. Our eye color indicates our diet. Our eyes turn gold if we feed on animals for an extended period, while those who feed on humans retain red. Carlyle has several theories about this, but none have been conclusively proven. And you can assure us that all golden-eyed vampires are safe? How can you be so certain? What if it's a human drinker pretending? The elderly woman pressed. It takes a long time for our eyes to change, so it's unlikely that a vampire would commit to such a deception. Most don't understand or accept our way of life, and the mere thought of feeding from an animal disgusts them, as it goes against our instincts. Furthermore, there are only two known covens that consistently feed this way, the Cullens and the coven in Denali. Our choice of diet and lifestyle makes us outliers in the vampire community. So yes, I am confident that golden-eyed vampires pose no threat to you unless provoked. That said, I want to emphasize that just because a vampire chooses to feed on humans, it does not make them. Not all vampires are inherently bad. I've met several who only prey on murderers and rapists. There was a quiet murmur in the room, and Bella noticed several heads nodding in reluctant agreement. This made her ponder her upcoming transformation. She had assumed she would simply adopt the Cullen diet, but hearing Rosalie's words brought back memories of that night in Port Angeles. The idea of using her vampirism to rid the world of scum and lowlifes hadn't crossed her mind before. Part of her loathed the thought of taking a life, yet she couldn't deny that it was also somewhat appealing. It was definitely something she needed to consider as she planned for her transition. And what makes you so confident that the other golden-eyed vampires will agree to these changes? A man sitting with the Clearwaters interjected. We have no quarrel with your tribe. We've never seen you as an enemy, despite your wariness toward my coven. The original agreement was meant to address your chief's concerns, which are valid given the behavior of other vampires. However, as I mentioned, we do not share the same outlook as most. So, you're suggesting we nullify the existing boundaries and work together against this Victoria woman? But we still have the right to protect our ancestral lands and the surrounding areas? Yes, that is exactly what I'm saying. A fresh wave of murmurs spread through the room. As Bella expected, she heard a few disgruntled voices, but the overall response seemed positive. Maybe there was hope after all. The council will deliberate on this. We will provide you with our decision in a week, Billy said as he rolled forward once more. Thank you for your time. I await your response. Rosalie tilted her head slightly in acknowledgement of the dismissal and turned on her heel toward the door. Bella offered an awkward wave and hurried after her. She filled her lungs with cool air, grateful to be out of the muggy kitchen. As soon as she spotted her truck, she felt an overwhelming urge to dash back and hide in the crowd. Jacob was waiting. Leaning against the hood of the truck, one foot propped up on the bumper, he shoved his hands deep into his pockets. He stared at a spot near his feet, but the sudden tension in his shoulders showed that he had heard them approaching. "What are you doing here, Jake?" The words slipped out before Bella even realized it. Her tone was sharper than she intended, but she was still angry with him. "I live here," he replied curtly. The silence that followed stretched between them. Bella waited for him to elaborate, but her patience was wearing thin. He was in the wrong, yet he was acting like a sulky child. She had seen this guilt trip before, and she wasn't going to fall for it this time. "So, did you want to talk, or are you just here to use my truck as a bench?" Without looking up, he gestured toward Rosalie with a tilt of his chin. "I'll be close. You take your time." Rosalie gave Bella's hand a reassuring squeeze and pressed a kiss to her forehead before stepping away to give her and Jake some privacy. Bella watched the blonde disappear into the trees. "So, here I am," she said, approaching cautiously and mentally dialing down her sarcasm. She reminded herself that she was dealing with a wolf shifter who had aggression issues, so provoking him wouldn't be wise. "She looks good," Jake said, tilting his chin again, this time indicating the truck. "When you said you were having a mechanic work on it, I didn't think it would be so extensive." "Yeah, well, Rosalie is one hell of a mechanic. She stripped the entire thing down to the frame and rebuilt it." Jake's head snapped up, a begrudging look of admiration on his face. "She did this?" "We both did. Well, mostly her, but she taught me a lot. We still work on our other car projects when we have time." Jake nodded, rubbing the back of his neck with his large hand. He glanced around, his eyes scanning the yard before settling back on Bella. "Look, I know I was a jerk before. I'm going through a lot, but I've been doing a lot of thinking. Over the past 2 weeks, learning about everything, who I am and what they are, it's a lot to take in. And I'm so angry all the time. Sam says it's a wolf thing, but I know that's not an excuse." Bella folded her arms across her chest, giving him a piercing look. If he was trying to make amends, this wasn't going very well. Jacob sighed, running a hand through his hair as he sensed her frustration. "You were right. I know I was wrong to make assumptions and judge people. All I had was what they told me, and some of the elders, like Quill's granddad, are really set in their ways. I shouldn't have taken it out on you. Or her. It's going to take some time, but I hope I haven't completely blown it." Bella held his gaze for a moment longer before softening slightly. She could tell he was making a genuine effort, and she couldn't hold his past ignorance against him while he was trying to change. "Thanks, Jake. I'm glad you're seeing this with more open eyes, especially since you're going to be seeing a lot more of Rosalie soon. She's going to be training you and the guys to prepare for Victoria. But you won't be able to rely on brute strength alone. Not against vampires. I guess I can give Barbie a chance, but I'm still not thrilled about it. Same goes for you, Fido." Rosalie's voice interjected from somewhere in the distant tree line. Bella grimaced but relaxed when she saw Jake fighting a smile. "That's all I ask from both of you," she said, raising her voice to make it clear that Rosalie was part of this. "I'm not asking for you two to be best friends, but just a little effort to get to know one another might go a long way." "We'll see," Jake scoffed, retreating into silence again. Well, as Rosalie had said earlier, Rome wasn't built in a day, and Bella counted his willingness to try as a small victory. Just then, a loud howl echoed through the trees, followed by several responding howls from distant corners of the forest. "Look, I have to go. Sam's calling a meeting. I'll see you around, Bells." Jacob turned and headed for the trees, quickly disappearing into the dense green. As soon as he was gone, Rosalie appeared at Bella's side in a flash of Burberry. "Really, Rose? Fido? Bella asked, her tone incredulous. He started it, Rosalie replied with a shrug. You're nearly 1,000 years old, and you're playing the "he started it" card? Bella raised an eyebrow. If it ain't broke, Rosalie shot back. Oh my God, you're ridiculous. Bella shook her head, scoffing at her girlfriend's antics. Come on, Charlie wanted to watch the game tonight. You're invited, of course. I wouldn't dream of denying Charlie quality time to hang out with me, Rosalie said with a playful grin. Oh my God, you really are so full of yourself. Not really. I just enjoy hearing your heart speed up. Oh, and while I'm thinking about it, can we swing by my house on the way? I'd like to shower and get the wet dog smell off my skin. Rosalie flashed her a cheeky smile and hopped into the truck. Bella groaned and rolled her eyes. She tried to maintain some semblance of annoyance at her girlfriend, but her mind began to wander to thoughts of Rose in the shower, and she felt the familiar heat rising in her cheeks. Judging by the smirk on Rosalie's face, the change in her demeanor did not go unnoticed. Damn it, the vampire knows exactly how to mess with me. Bella thought as she shook her head to rid herself of the inappropriate thoughts swirling in her mind. She slid into the driver's seat without saying another word. A half hour later, she pulled up to the Cullen mansion and turned off the engine. Rosalie stiffened as she stepped out of the truck, her head tilted and eyes alert. What is it? Bella asked, slipping out of her seat and looking around, though she could barely see 20 feet in the dusky twilight. A cool presence let her know Rosalie had moved to her side, and she relaxed slightly, comforted by the knowledge that Rose was there to protect her from whatever might be lurking in the shadows. Lurking in the shadows, a voice murmured, it's quiet. Too quiet. Before Bella could ask for clarification, a blur zipped past her, crashing into her girlfriend and slamming her to the ground with a thunderous impact. Chapter 17. Bella watched in horror as Rosalie grappled with what could only be another vampire. Their bodies blurred together as they wrestled on the ground. She hadn't expected the redhead to retaliate so quickly. Rosalie had already sent a strong message with Laurent and Tommy, and she had reassured Bella that Alice was keeping an eye on Victoria's movements, just in case. Shit. Shit, shit, shit. Bella screamed internally, desperately trying to figure out what to do. The problem was that, just like with Laurent, there was nothing she could do but watch and wait. Sometimes, she really hated being a helpless human. But she knew that if she turned now, she'd be a bigger liability as a newborn. Rosalie had described what it was like to be a newborn, completely out of control, driven by raging instincts and an unquenchable thirst. Despite the sinking feeling in her chest, Bella understood that it was best for everyone if she stuck to the plan and waited until after graduation. Even if she felt fragile as a human, at least she had the presence of mind not to act recklessly or impulsively. As a newborn, she would be stronger, but that strength meant nothing if she couldn't control herself. She wouldn't be much help to anyone while she was busy mindlessly destroying buildings and slaughtering everything in sight to satisfy her bloodlust. So, she stood there, holding her breath, waiting and hoping. The cool night air was filled with loud growls, snarls, and laughter. Bella spun toward the melodious sound, shrinking back against her truck when she saw two stunning blonde women appear out of nowhere behind her. They leaned casually against the porch railing, watching the wrestling pair with amused grins. You've made your point, Rosalie. Let her up, said the woman with strawberry blonde hair and a heart-shaped face. Though her tone was gentle, it carried an unmistakable note of authority. Katerina, stop antagonizing her, the taller woman said, her voice firm. The woman chided, her face sharp and her features angular. Her hair, a darker shade of blonde, fell straight like dried wheat stalks. As Bella watched, the pair on the ground slowed down enough for her to finally grasp what was happening, and her jaw nearly dropped at the sight. Rosalie sat astride the other woman, her knees planted firmly on either side of her waist. Both wore wide grins, despite the fact that Rosalie was holding the woman's arms and literally using them to smack her upside the head. Rosalie paused her assault and turned to the strawberry blonde with a sheepish expression, like a kid caught with their hand in the cookie jar. You heard her. Give me back my arms, you little brat. The pinned woman growled playfully, drawing Rosalie's attention again. No. It's the only thing keeping you from shocking me. Rosalie laughed, waving the arms tauntingly in front of the woman's face. Bella's mind spun, trying to make sense of the chaos. Rose, do you know these women? Sorry, Bella. I got carried away. Rosalie tossed the arms down at the woman beneath her and blurred to Bella's side, wrapping her arms around her waist. She snuggled into Bella, running her nose along her neck and hair. Any other time, that gesture would have sent Bella's heart racing, but she was too overwhelmed by everything else to think about romance. Aren't you going to introduce us to your lovely friend? The strawberry blonde asked, giving Bella a not-so-subtle once-over as she descended the porch. Unlike the taller woman next to her, who looked like she walked straight out of a fashion magazine, she was dressed comfortably in jeans, a collared shirt, a sweater vest, and a long jacket. Rosalie growled softly and clutched Bella a little tighter. Bella, these are my sisters. That's Tanya, Irina, and the menace on the ground is Kate. The women waved as they were introduced, except for Kate, who was still struggling to reattach her limbs. It was unsettling, to say the least, and Bella had to look away. Even though Kate had attacked Rosalie first, Bella almost felt sorry for her and would have moved to help the fallen woman if not for the strong arm wrapped around her side. And this is Bella, my girlfriend, Rosalie said, growling slightly to emphasize her point, her eyes locked on Tanya. Bella shivered involuntarily at the unmistakable warning in Rosalie's voice to back off. Damn, jealousy looks good on her, Bella thought as she reached up to squeeze Rosalie's forearm. The blonde relaxed a bit but kept her arm firmly around Bella's waist. Ha, Tan, did you see that? Rosie Posey is so whipped. Kate laughed. The wavy-haired blonde had managed to right herself and was now sitting cross-legged, staring wistfully at the limbs lying beside her. Bella smirked to herself when she heard Rosalie grumble, I hate that nickname. It's a reference to the plague, for Odin's sake. And I am not whipped. Finally, Tanya took pity on Kate and blurred to her side, putting her back together in seconds. It's nice to meet you, Bella. We've heard so much about you, she said. Irina, apparently immune to her sister's antics, stepped forward and placed 2 kisses on either side of Bella's cheeks before stepping back. Oh, thanks, Bella stammered, reeling slightly from the unexpected greeting. She trailed off momentarily, using her confusion as an excuse. She didn't want to voice what was on her mind and was eternally grateful for her newfound ability to filter her thoughts. I can't say the same, seemed like a rather impolite first greeting, even if it was true. In the past 2 weeks, Rosalie had shared many stories from her centuries of existence but had shied away from discussing her first coven. Sensing the blonde's reluctance, Bella hadn't pressed the matter, respecting her need for privacy. Bella appreciated the need for secrecy. Whatever had happened in the past, it was clear that Rosalie still carried a lot of pain and guilt. It was odd, considering they all seemed to be on friendly terms. She decided to set that question aside for another time. It's nice to meet you, too, Bella managed to say, though she knew her delivery was weaker than she had intended. Luckily, Rosalie stepped in to rescue her from the awkward moment. I called them while you were talking with Jacob, Rosalie explained. I wasn't expecting their response to be so immediate. How did you get here so fast? Rosalie, darling, you almost never need help, Tanya said as she helped Kate to her feet, allowing Rosalie to stretch out her newly attached arms. When you called out of the blue last week and filled us in on this Victoria situation, we immediately moved down here to be closer to you. We've been waiting in Seattle. Irina wanted to do some shopping, but we also wanted to give you space until you needed us. Tanya stood beside Irina, and unlike her sister, she greeted Bella with a firm handshake, pointedly ignoring Rosalie's glare. As Rosalie said, my name is Tanya. I'm the leader of the Denali coven. It's lovely to meet you. I'm glad my sister found someone with such a caring heart. Tanya can read people's intentions. It's her gift, Irina said, addressing Bella, who was shaking Tanya's hand with a confused expression. More of a knack than a gift, at least according to Eleazar, Tanya corrected. Eleazar? Bella looked around, expecting another vampire to appear. Another coven member. He and Carmen stayed up north to keep an eye on the lodge, Irina clarified before turning to Rosalie. They send their love. So you're the one who stole my baby sister's heart? Kate sauntered over, stretching her arms and rolling her shoulders. She was dressed the most casually of the three newcomers, sporting a. Bella stood there in a set of faded jeans and what used to be a white t-shirt, now marked with dirt stains from her earlier tussle with Rosalie. She felt the scrutiny of amber eyes flicking up and down her form, assessing her. I suppose you'll do, Kate remarked, her tone brash and unapologetic. Bella puffed up slightly, trying to shake off the intimidation. She wanted to make a good impression, but she wasn't about to let a stranger judge her. Kate, Rosalie growled as a warning. Oh, come on. I'm just messing with her. Anyone who can put up with you is a keeper in my book. You forget that I can rip your arm off again, Rosalie shot back. Geesh, tough crowd. Kate caught the black leather jacket Irina tossed her way and turned back to Bella, offering a lopsided smile as she extended her hand in greeting. Welcome to the family. Bella relaxed, instantly realizing that Kate had a dry and somewhat twisted sense of humor. She reached out to take the offered hand. Everything seemed to happen in slow motion and yet in the blink of an eye. She heard her girlfriend's panicked no. And saw Tanya and Irina reacting just a split second later, but Bella was too slow to respond. The next thing she knew, Kate's cool hand slid against hers. Upon contact, both human and vampire yelped and jumped back. Ouch, what the hell? Kate gasped, pulling away to check her palm. She shocked me. Bella exclaimed incredulously, shaking her hand. What the heck, Kate? Rosalie snarled, patting Bella down to inspect for any damage. Bella watched her girlfriend with wide eyes. It was the first time she had ever heard Rosalie use profanity, and it caught her off guard, momentarily distracting her from the tingling in her arm. Katerina. Irina and Tanya scolded in unison. What? I was curious. Kate replied defensively. You could have killed her, you moron. Rosalie snapped. I dialed it down, I swear. Kate protested. Humans can't endure much more than just a few milliamperes of current. Anything above that can literally stop their hearts. Tanya admonished. Yeah, well, she seems fine. Thanks for asking about me, though, Kate replied, pouting as she shook her hand slightly. What did she do to you? Irina asked, her gaze devoid of sympathy. She shocked me back. Is that what it feels like when I touch you? Yes. The three other vampires responded in unison. Wait. I shocked you back? How? Bella's brow furrowed as she examined her hands. First Edward's mind reading, and now Kate. What on earth was she? I'd like to know, too. What do you think about coming up north with us for spring break? Tanya suggested. Eleazar will want to meet you. His gift is that he can read others' gifts. I mean, I'd have to ask my dad, but I'm good with it. Rose? Only if Kate agrees to behave. You know I can't make that kind of promise. Well, I guess we won't be coming with you, then. Rosalie wrapped herself protectively around Bella, guarding her from whatever ill-conceived scheme her sister might come up with next. Why are you punishing us for her behavior? Irina complained. Bella scratched her arm absent-mindedly, absorbing the playful banter as she took in the trio for the first time. It was uncanny how similar they looked together. Each had unique features, yet they were similar enough in appearance that they could easily pass for sisters, or at least cousins. And Rose fit in perfectly with them. The four of them were certainly a sight to behold. Something clicked in her mind, and a distant memory resurfaced. Wait. You're sisters. How did I not see it before? You're the Valkyries. She looked up at Rosalie, seeking confirmation. From your story. Your original coven. Kate burst out laughing, playfully punching Rosalie in the shoulder. You told her that story? You were so enamored with us at first. So cute, like a wide-eyed puppy. Kate explained, her gold eyes fixed on the brunette. Listen, Bella, if you ever need dirt on her, I've got 1,000 years of embarrassing stories. Don't you even think about it, Katerina, Rosalie hissed. Ah, you're no fun, Kate pouted, folding her arms across her chest. Bella couldn't help but laugh along with Tanya and Irina, thoroughly amused by the playful bickering. It was strange yet refreshing to see Rosalie so relaxed and open. Even around the Cullens, she usually kept to herself. Bella's perception of Rosalie during that first year had been heavily biased. The blonde had spent most of it avoiding her or glaring at everyone for how they treated Bella. But with Tanya, Irina, and Kate, Rosalie transformed into a completely different vampire, likely a result of knowing them for nearly 1,000 years. Wait, you said there were 4 women who saved you, Bella said, furrowing her brow as she recalled more details from Rosalie's backstory. The mood instantly shifted. The 4 blondes bowed their heads, unaware of their shared reaction. A heavy sense of loss and grief hung in the air, and Bella immediately regretted her comment. So that's the missing piece as to why Rose didn't want to talk about her family. Whatever happened to the 5th coven member affected them all. I'm sorry, she said quickly, trying to salvage the situation. Cool lips pressed against her temple. You didn't know. I'll tell you one day, I'm just not ready yet. Bella nodded and turned in Rosalie's arms to hug her properly, rubbing gentle circles against her back. Enough serious talk, let's go inside. I know Emmett has the best systems, and I bet Bella will play with me. Kate's bubbly, almost childlike enthusiasm was the perfect remedy to lighten the mood. The newcomers blurred into the house, leaving Rosalie and Bella standing in the driveway. I still need to shower the wet dog smell off, Rosalie said. Bella released her girlfriend's hand, interlacing their fingers as they walked inside. Will you be okay if I leave you with my sisters for a few minutes? Don't worry, Irina and Tanya will keep Kate in line, she said. Yeah, you do what you need to do. I'm excited to get to know them. They seem nice, Bella replied. I can fix that. Kate shouted from somewhere in the house. Bella turned to her girlfriend, concern evident in her gaze. I just dug my own grave, didn't I? Yep. Good luck with that one, Rosalie chuckled before blurring upstairs. An hour later, Bella was getting demolished by Kate in a one-on-one battle of Super Mario Bros. Damn it. She cursed as her Yoshi figure stood in the shadows, head hung low, while Kate's Bowser danced victoriously in the spotlight. Again. Don't worry, it helps that she was around when video games were first invented. It's taken her years to get this good. It's literally all she does, Irina chimed in. Hey, I do other stuff. Kate huffed at Irina, tossing a pillow. Irina easily swatted it away without looking up from her magazine. You up for another round? You can pick the next game. Maybe in a bit. I need to eat something, Bella said, setting down the controller. She stretched before making her way to the kitchen. As she rummaged through the fridge, she settled on leftover spaghetti. When she looked up, 4 sets of golden eyes were watching her scoop noodles onto a plate. Hi. Bella said, slightly taken aback. Sorry, Bella. I tried to get them to leave you alone, but they're very insistent, Rosalie said, glaring at the others. They remained completely unfazed by the withering look that would send most humans scrambling for cover. They're just eager to meet you. If they make you uncomfortable, I can always take Kate out back and beat her again, Rosalie added with a smirk. What? What did I do? Tan and Rena are here too. And for the record, you got lucky. I totally had you. Kate muttered, picking at some lint on her shirt. Rosalie, wearing her black motorcycle jacket, grinned and said, You're just trying to save face. I'm the only one who can beat Kate in a fight, even with the advantage of her gift. She puffed her chest out slightly as she bragged. She comes from a warrior clan in a region that's now part of modern Slovakia. Almost as good as us Norse, but not quite. Slovakia. Bella mused, trying to recall her world history and geography. That's Hungary, right? Kate blew a raspberry. Hardly. Tanya giggled softly behind her hand. No, Slovakia is not Hungary, she explained patiently. And even if it were, Hungary as we know it today wasn't even a thought when we were alive. Yeah, we were too busy bashing each other's heads in to get along. Charming, Kate, Irina rolled her eyes. I was turned shortly after the Principality of Hungary was established, around 900. The Kingdom of Hungary didn't come about until around 1000. Well, so, you're all over 1,000 years old? Bella leaned against the counter while her food heated up in the microwave. I thought Rose was old at 970. She immediately shied away from Rosalie's tickling fingers, raising her hands in surrender. Fact, not a joke. Fine. Rosalie conceded, lowering her hands. Both women were unaware of the knowing looks being exchanged between the other sisters. So, Rose is almost 20. What about you, if you don't mind me asking? Bella inquired. It's hard to say. Ages didn't matter as much back then. Our best estimate is that Tanya is 24, Irina is 26, and Kate is 23 going on 13. I resent that comment. Then act your age, Katerina, Irina chided. Bella got the impression that Irina was the one maintaining law and order in the coven, even though Tanya was the leader. The microwave chimed, and Bella grabbed her plate, eagerly digging in while the sisters devolved into another round of playful banter. She half listened, sometimes finding it difficult to keep up with the rapid-fire conversation. Follow along. She ate quickly, rinsing her plate as soon as she finished. So, Bella. Kate attempted to sound casual as she sidled up next to the human, leaning against the counter with a giant grin that made Bella dread what was coming next. Who's the better kisser, Rosie Posey or Eduardo? You don't have to answer that. Rose. Bella responded almost instinctively, not intending to kiss and tell. Oh. I'm going to lord that over that smug little bastard's head. He always acts like he's God's gift to humanity with his holier-than-thou attitude. Did you know he has the audacity to call us succubi because he thinks we're too promiscuous? Just because we like to get laid more than once a millennium doesn't make us sex fiends. Honestly, the nerve of that child. Bella's cheeks burned as she buried her face in her hands. She really needed to watch what she said around Kate. You'll do no such thing, Tanya snapped, swatting the back of Kate's head. Hey! What's with all the hitting? Kate growled indignantly. You deserved it, Rose deadpanned. It's the only way to get through that thick skull of yours, Irina chimed in from her seat at the dining room table. Whatever. So, how long have you two been an item? Any good date stories? Kate wiggled her eyebrows, earning a chorus of groans from the others. Well, not long, about 2 weeks officially. As for dates, we haven't really had a chance to go on a real one yet, you know, because of Victoria. Though Rose did take me on a trip to Portland to go junkyarding for my truck. That was a lot of fun. She carefully omitted their little miscommunication, knowing Kate would likely use it against her or Rose if she found out. Tanya gasped in horror. 2 weeks and no date. Rosalie Hale. Denali. I taught you better than that. That's no way to court a woman. Tanya exclaimed, her golden gaze shifting to Bella. Don't worry, dear. We'll make up for our sister's negligence. Just leave everything to us. Despite Tanya's reassurance, Bella couldn't shake the feeling that she should be very, very worried, especially with Kate involved. By the gods, and you wonder why I don't come home very often. You are the worst meddlers. Even worse than Alice. Rosalie huffed. As Bella said, we've been a little preoccupied with a new pack of shifters and a deranged vampire. And not that I need to defend myself, but if you must know, we are taking things slowly, Rose replied. So, you haven't slept together yet? Kate asked. Kate! The others yelled in unison. Unfazed by the simultaneous reprimand, Kate shrugged innocently. What? It's a valid question. The older Denalis began to argue among themselves at vampire speed. Seizing the momentary distraction, Bella turned to Rose. Are they always like this? Yep, better get used to it. You're going to be stuck with them for a long time. Rose kissed Bella on the nose and tucked her hair behind her ear with a smile. Ah, you two are so cute, I think I'm going to be sick, Kate teased. Without looking, Rosalie shot a rude hand gesture at her older sister and took Bella's hand, leading her toward the door. We're going to spend time with Bella's father. Don't burn the house down. Don't stay out too late, young lady. It's a school night. Irina called after them as they rushed out to Bella's truck. Chapter 18. Life around the Denali coven was eventful, and that was putting it mildly. While the eldest Denali sisters certainly contributed their fair share of mischief and teasing, most of the chaos stemmed from the energetic middle sister, whom Bella quickly dubbed Hurricane Kate. Or Dumbass, but that nickname was reserved for when the platinum blonde tried to catch her off guard and shock her. They still had no idea why Bella could turn Kate's gift back on her, and Kate took it as a personal challenge to figure it out. It's science, Kate exclaimed. The scientific method is about testing new hypotheses. You keep doing the same thing while expecting a different result. That's the definition of insanity. Rosalie defended, holding one of Kate's offending limbs. This was a frequent occurrence between the youngest siblings. I am testing if location matters, so I'm changing my experiment each time. Ergo, science. Kate insisted. I'm pretty sure you proved that it doesn't make a difference where you shock me after your third attempt, yet you keep trying. Ergo, you're insane, dumbass, Bella drawled from the safety of the porch, rubbing her still tingling left butt cheek. I can still think of a few more areas we can test out, Kate said with a suggestive eyebrow wiggle, only to receive a swift smack to the back of her head. It was strange to witness the difference in coven dynamics. The Cullens were a family, but they seemed somewhat disjointed. Looking back, Bella realized that everyone kept largely to themselves, interacting only when necessary. In fact, lunchtime was the only moment she saw all 5 of the kids sitting together at once. After school, however, the story changed completely. In the privacy of their home and away from the prying eyes of the nosy townsfolk, Alice and Jasper often ran off to do things Bella preferred not to think about. Meanwhile, Carlisle and Esme usually retreated to their respective offices. They were all absorbed in their various projects or engaged in activities Bella preferred not to think about. Edward was always by her side, either brooding in his room or playing the piano to drown out the sounds of Emmett's games, while Rosalie secluded herself in her mechanic's shed. They coexisted in the same space, orbiting around one another. Yet, somehow, it worked for them, so who was she to judge? The Denalis, on the other hand, were completely different. They managed to respect each other's time and space while still being deeply involved in one another's lives. As the newest member of the coven, Bella found herself subjected to their lively dynamic. The others delighted in having a new target for their teasing and banter, though much of their attention stemmed from genuine curiosity and a desire to get to know her better. At first, Bella hesitated to open up, burdened by her lingering trust issues. However, that doubt melted away within a week, and she quickly fell into a comfortable rhythm with Rosalie's sisters. They were magnetic, and it was impossible to resist their charms. She was pleasantly surprised to discover that, despite their ancient age, they were remarkably human and personable. Being around them was a joy. They had their quirks and insecurities, and they seemed just as eager as she was to make a good first impression. Kate quickly became her favorite, though Bella would never admit it aloud, as she didn't want to inflate Kate's ego any further. Still, she appreciated Tanya's calm presence and Irina's dry wit. She looked forward to spring break when she would finally meet the remaining 2 members of the coven. The first few nights were filled with basic questions. What were her hobbies? Where did she grow up? Did she have any childhood pets? What were her favorite subjects in school? Bella pointedly ignored most of Kate's more provocative questions, which flirted with topics like what's your favorite position. In return, the other sisters shared stories from their long lives. As the conversations deepened, the questions became more complex. The newcomers were well and truly welcomed into the fold. Bella felt outraged when she shared a brief version of the events between her and Edward, along with the departure of the rest of the Cullen coven. It seemed Rosalie had left out some details, and everything was new to the older vampires. Tanya and Irina sat in shocked silence, clearly taken aback that Carlyle would have agreed to such a decision. Kate, visibly upset, declared, "I'll rip Edward's head off and reattach it to his ass where it belongs." Bella couldn't help but agree with her sentiment. While she didn't want to create a rift between the covens, it was comforting to see how fiercely protective the sisters were of her. Their support eased her lingering doubts. Fortunately, the well-meaning interrogations were infrequent. Most of their interactions were lighthearted, often featuring Kate getting scolded for her inappropriate remarks. The only one who received more teasing than Kate was Rosalie. From what Bella gathered, Rosalie had been somewhat of a lone wolf for a while, even before meeting Carlyle. She only returned for visits on rare occasions. Bella suspected that Rosalie's need for isolation was linked to whatever had happened to the missing coven member, a topic that had yet to be discussed. Despite the time apart, the bond between the sisters remained strong. The older vampires were genuinely happy to have Rosalie back, effortlessly resuming their connection as if no time had passed. Even with the playful teasing, Bella and Rosalie still enjoyed their private moments with the Carrs. Like the Cullens, the Denalis respected Rosalie's sanctuary and didn't intrude. However, all bets were off once they returned home for dinner. "Do you like pineapple on your pizza, Bella?" Tanya asked, breaking the dinner table's light chatter. Bella glanced up from her English literature essay, meeting Tanya's golden gaze. Even though it was Friday night, she wanted to get a head start on her homework, anticipating a busy weekend with spring break just around the corner. The shortest of the Denali sisters held up a can in one hand while the other spread cheese and pepperoni slices around the large, doughy pizza crust in a blur. After the disastrous attempt to cook her a surprise dinner, a strange mix of Asian fusion stir-fry and marinara sauce over a salmon fillet, they made sure to ask about her preferences first or included her in the meal prep. Bella preferred it this way, not just because she liked being involved, but also to ensure that Kate didn't sabotage her meal as a joke. As she watched the older sisters navigate the kitchen, Bella couldn't help but wonder how Rosalie managed to cook without any trouble. She realized that most of the dishes her girlfriend had prepared for her were simple and didn't require complex flavor pairings. After all, spaghetti and ham and cheese omelets are hard to mess up, even without taste testing. Not with pepperoni. "I would say hell yes to Canadian bacon," Bella suggested. Tanya nodded, taking her culinary inputs seriously, and replaced the can in the pantry. "Sardines? Good God, no. Those should never be on a pizza. Why are they even a thing?" Bella laughed, scooting over to grab a few pepperoni slices before Tanya returned to put the pizza tray in the oven. Tanya hummed to herself as she wiped down the counter while Bella loaded the dishes into the dishwasher. Once again, Bella appreciated that the sisters included her. It made her feel like she was contributing rather than being waited on. She'd always felt a bit guilty when Esme pampered her, even though the brunette vampire insisted that she enjoyed hosting. Without warning, Tanya's head snapped up, her sudden movement catching Bella's attention. The eldest Denali stood frozen, a soapy sponge mid-swipe, her eyes distant. "What is it?" Bella asked, suddenly alert. A broad grin spread across Tanya's lips, and Bella visibly relaxed. "I haven't heard her play in ages. I haven't known you for very long, but I can see that you really..." Good for her. She's been alone for a long time, haunted by ghosts of her past. "It's not my place to talk about what happened, that's something she'll have to share when she's ready. But you're bringing her out of the darkness. I'm glad you found one another." Bella raised an eyebrow at Tanya's cryptic statement. She was too focused on straining to hear whatever Tanya's keen hearing had detected to mention that she had spent 6 months believing that Rose hated her. Moments later, the soft notes of a stringed instrument floated through the house. Bella wasn't well versed in music, but the rich, smooth tones reminded her of molten caramel. The chord progression captured her full attention, and the depth of emotion conveyed in those complex notes struck a nerve deep within her, nearly bringing her to tears without her realizing it. She had always thought it strange when people said art and music could move them to tears, but after just a few bars, she was beginning to understand that sentiment. Tanya gestured with her eyes, silently dismissing Bella from cleanup duty. Bella took her leave without question, hastily drying the corners of her eyes. Her heart raced as she followed the haunting melody up the stairs to the uncharted territory of the uppermost level. She had never had a reason to venture there before, since Edward's room was on the second floor, along with Alice and Jasper's room and the guest room that doubled as Alice's studio. Though she had never entered, she knew that Emmett's room was on the third level, down the hallway from Carlisle's office and the room he shared with Esme. By the time she reached the fourth-floor landing, the music was building to a crescendo. Bella was fairly familiar with classical music, thanks to one of Renee's many phases and Edward's reluctance to listen to anything else, but she didn't recognize the tune coming from Rosalie's room. The door was wide open, offering the brunette an unobstructed view into Rosalie's private space. Bella's curiosity about seeing her girlfriend's room for the first time was palpable, but her attention quickly focused on the lone figure sitting in the center of the room. She paused at the threshold, momentarily frozen by the sight before her. Rosalie sat on a stool with her back to the door, her graceful body swaying as she played. Her bow arm moved in long, confident strokes, while her other hand rested on the neck of the instrument, which Bella now recognized as a cello. Bella simply stared, entranced by the rhythm of the song, almost hypnotized. Watching Rose was as captivating as the music itself. Bella felt that the way Rose moved while she played was a work of art. The vampire and her instrument seemed to be one, creating a perfect harmony. Though Bella couldn't see Rosalie's face, she imagined her playing with her eyes closed, recalling every note from her perfect memory. With a long sweep of her bow, the music trailed off, the final note lingering in Bella's ears. "You can come in, Bella," Rosalie's voice broke the spell, pulling Bella from her music-induced trance. Her limbs felt heavy, as if made of lead, but she managed to take a step forward. Yet, she found herself once again rooted to the spot, gazing around Rosalie's room for the first time. To her surprise, the room was simple and lightly furnished. Bella noted that it was larger than Edward's or Alice's rooms, likely because it was the only one on the top floor. Like the other rooms in the Cullen mansion, the main outer wall featured floor-to-ceiling glass windows that overlooked the forest. A large, four-poster bed was centered against the opposite wall, and Bella noticed two doors, one leading to a spacious walk-in closet and the other to an ensuite bathroom, on either side of the built-in bookshelves flanking the king-size bed. At the far end of the room, there was a desk and a chaise lounge next to a door that opened to a walkout balcony, which created a roof over the. Bella stepped into the wing housing Carlisle and Esme's room, where the furnishings were adorned in cool tones of steel gray with forest green accents. She bit back a comment about Rosalie taking Slytherin pride to a whole new level. Just then, a sudden movement caught her attention, jolting her out of her stupor and reminding her that she was staring like an idiot. Her gaze instinctively followed the motion, landing on Rosalie, who stood before her in a sleek black dress with thin straps. With her golden waves elegantly pulled into a bun, Rosalie revealed her flawless marble shoulders and graceful neck. It was a simple outfit, yet Bella was convinced she had never seen anything more beautiful, not that she needed much convincing. "Don't drool, don't drool." Bella swallowed thickly, the action spurring her to speak. "That was beautiful. I didn't know you played." Inside, she celebrated her ability to form a coherent sentence. "Thank you." Rosalie smiled shyly at the compliment, likely blushing if she could. "It's just a hobby I picked up over the years. I realized I hadn't played for a while and thought it would be nice to brush up." "Only you would consider that brushing up. Seriously, is there anything you're not good at?" Rosalie's expression shifted slightly as her eyes darkened. "I'm not being a very good girlfriend right now. I appreciate you giving me time to process my baggage, but I really hate leaving you in the dark about certain aspects of my existence." "Rose, it's okay. You'll tell me when you're ready. No pressure. It's not like we're short on time. Once I'm turned, we literally have forever. Rosalie bowed her head, averting her gaze for a moment before meeting Bella's earnest eyes again. Be that as it may, you deserve to know, and I'm ready to talk. Will you sit with me? Bella obliged without hesitation, following Rosalie to the bed. She sank down into the plush comfort, ready to listen. Comforter slipped slightly on the silver satin cover. Bella found it ironic that a woman who never slept had such a luxurious bed. Yet, she remembered Rosalie mentioning how much she missed sleeping. A sharp pang shot through her when she realized it had been over 951 years since Rosalie last experienced that simple pleasure. It seemed likely that this lavish setup was a coping mechanism, a way to cling to a semblance of her humanity. The mattress dipped as Rosalie sat down beside her, turning to face Bella with her knees bent and legs drawn to the side. She resembled a reclining goddess, her weight supported by her outstretched left arm. Bella settled into a more casual position, crossing her legs and resting her elbows on her knees, ready for the story. Rosalie turned her head away for a moment. Even in profile, Bella could see the distance in her eyes, swirling with a myriad of emotions, as if she were lost in 1,000 years of memories. With a deep sigh, Rosalie began, still avoiding Bella's gaze. Her name was Sasha, the vampire who turned me. She was a distant blood relation to Tanya, or Tatiana, as she was known back then. But she was mother to all of us, both literally and figuratively. Not only was she our maker, but she was also our coven leader. She was firm yet fair, and we all loved her. She reminded me a lot of Jitha, and I quickly became attached. As I told you, my father cared more for my brother, and we never saw eye to eye anyway, so it was nice to have someone genuinely care for me again. For the first time since my mother's death, I felt like I was part of a family. Despite our bickering, I love Kate, Irina, and Tanya, and there's nothing I wouldn't do for them. The same went for Sasha. Rosalie's voice began to shake as she trailed off. It was clear that even saying Sasha's name was difficult for her. Bella waited patiently, her heart aching as she watched her friend gather her thoughts. A pale hand brushed away a non-existent tear, sparking yet another memory. There's not much I wouldn't give to have one more chance to be a snotty, puffy, hiccuping mess again. I don't necessarily want to cry, but it would be nice to have the ability if I did. It's just such a human thing to do. Rose took a deep, steadying breath and continued. Unlike my sisters, who traveled together with our mother, I ventured out on my own for years at a time. At that point, I still believed I was fulfilling Tears' will against the Christians. Yet, no matter where my travels took me, I always returned home to visit regularly. In my journeys, I had many casual lovers, both male and female, mostly vampires, but even a few humans. None of them meant anything to me, they were merely means to satisfy my needs. That all changed when I met Dimitri in the 1400s. He was older than me, though not by much. He had been changed by Ammonius, the leader of the Egyptian coven, around the year 1000. By then, I was in my, pardon the phrase, screw humanity phase, and I thought I'd found a kindred spirit. We traveled together on and off for over a century, and I fell in love with him. Naturally, I wanted to introduce him to my family. The problem was, I didn't know where they were. Sasha and my sisters, while not nearly as traveled as I was, were still partially nomadic, roaming across northern Europe. He was a tracker, so I asked him to find my family. How? You were far away, right? How could he track over such vast distances? Unlike James, who tracked using his heightened senses, Dimitri's gift was mental. He used individual signatures of brain activity. I suppose it would be akin to Professor X and Cerebro. Bella couldn't help but snort at the pop culture reference. Rose's lips quirked up slightly, breaking the tense mood for just a moment. But the smile, and the mood, quickly faded as the blonde continued. It took us a while, we kept getting distracted along the way. But eventually, we made our way back. What I didn't know was that during my absence, Sasha had created an immortal child, a grave offense punishable by death. When Dmitri discovered this, he turned her over to the Vulturi in exchange for a position in their guard. Sasha and the boy were ruthlessly killed and burned while my sisters and I were forced to watch. Errol pardoned us, claiming we were ignorant of Sasha's plans and shouldn't be punished. He spared us so we could spread the word about what happened to those who defied the Vulturi. I hate it, but it worked. My sisters and I have been staunch advocates for the law ever since. Her golden eyes blazed as she continued, "When you asked me if I was scared of the Vulturi, I lied. Part of me is terrified of them. They destroy covens without remorse, and their power is unrivaled. But the other part of me hates them. I hope one day I'll get to return the favor." A heavy silence fell between them, both women staring at their joined hands resting on the bed in the space between their bodies. Bella hadn't even realized she'd moved. "What happened next?" Bella asked. "I ran. I was ashamed of what I'd done, even if it was unintentional. I was hurting and couldn't bear to look at my sisters. A few decades later, I met Carlisle. He helped me with his compassion and understanding, and I helped him adjust to being a newborn. I felt it was a way for me to make amends. Helping others became my penance, which is why I stayed with the group of newborns that eventually formed the Olympic Coven. I'll admit, as much as they annoy me, I've come to see the rest of the Cullens as family too. Over time, my sisters and I repaired our relationship, but I still blame myself for Sasha's death. Just like Jitha, I had failed my family." Bella moved to hug Rose, sweeping her into her arms just as the vampire's shoulders began to shake with dry sobs. Bella held her close, gently rubbing her back. This certainly wasn't how Bella envisioned the night unfolding, but it was clear that Rose needed to express her pain, and Bella felt grateful that her girlfriend felt comfortable sharing such difficult memories. "It wasn't your fault. You had no idea Dmitri would betray you," Tanya said softly, breaking the silence as Rose's cries began to subside. Bella looked up and saw the rest of the coven lingering in the doorway, all wearing somber expressions, trying to hide their own pain to comfort their sister. "Yeah, we never blamed you, sis," Kate added, her serious tone a jarring contrast to her usual demeanor. "We love you. We're your family, and we always will be," Irina chimed in. "It's time you forgive yourself." Rose looked up and offered her sisters a wry smile. A simple nod was all she gave, but the three women understood her silent permission and quickly blurred to the bed, wrapping Rose and Bella in what could only be described as a vampire cuddle puddle. They remained that way for an indeterminate amount of time, their emotions intertwining in a quiet struggle, but eventually, the storm calmed, and a sense of peace settled over the five women. Finally, Rosalie broke the silence, her voice unusually hoarse from her tearless cries. "I'm glad I have you. All of you. Anytime, sis. You can't get rid of us, God knows you've tried," Kate said with a firm squeeze on the youngest Denali's shoulder. "Now, what do you say to a slumber party since we know you and Bella aren't going to be needing the bed?" Kate. Chapter 19. Bella stirred awake to the gentle sensation of cool lips tracing a path across her forehead and cheeks. Oh, she could definitely get used to this. Morning," she mumbled, a lazy smile spreading across her face. Even in her sleepy state, she was aware of her surroundings, but it was still hard to believe. If someone had told her last year that one day she'd be waking up in Rosalie Hale's bed, she probably would have laughed and walked away. But here she was, in what felt like heaven on earth. In truth, she hadn't planned on falling asleep there. She had stayed up later than expected with the sisters, laughing and joking at one another's expense to lighten the mood after hearing the story about Sasha. Plus, the flannel pajamas she had borrowed from Tanya were so warm and comfy, they definitely didn't help her attempts to stay awake. She couldn't help but giggle at the memory of Rosalie actually growling when Tanya first offered to share her clothes, since they were the most similar in size. Of course, Kate had a field day teasing everyone, which only stirred the pot and pushed Rosalie further over the edge. Irina had even playfully bopped Rose on the nose to snap her out of her possessive vampire mode. The resulting pout was almost illegal, but the three older sisters seemed immune to its effects after a millennium. The youngest vampire had spent the rest of the evening curled protectively around Bella while the others sprawled out over the massive bed. The last thing Bella remembered was the cool fingers massaging her scalp, lulling her into a deep sleep amidst the plush bedding. "Morning, beautiful," came the angelic voice of her girlfriend, soft and sweet. Bella smiled again and nestled closer against the cool body beside her. She felt ridiculously comfortable, wrapped in luxurious sheets that enveloped her like a silk cocoon. If this was her bed, she was certain she'd never leave it, at least not willingly. "As much as I'd love to stay in bed all day with you. It's time to get up, Bella. The shifters will be here soon. But your bed is so comfortable." Bella whined softly, burying her nose deeper into the crook of Rosalie's neck. The scent of cinnamon apple and rain enveloped her, wrapping her in warmth and calm like a second blanket. "You can sleep longer if you want," Rosalie replied, "but I have a promise to uphold. Besides, I don't trust Kate with the Cullens. She wouldn't hurt them, but I wouldn't put it past her to mess with them a bit. With things being as tense as they are, sending a bull unsupervised into a china shop is probably the worst thing I could do if I want to show we are serious about this alliance." Bella's brown eyes fluttered open at the thought of Kate running around, gleefully shocking the unsuspecting wolves while laughing like a madwoman. "Good point," she admitted. Reluctantly, she released her hold on Rosalie and stretched her limbs, arching her back like a satisfied cat with a soft sigh. It took Herculean effort to sit up, but Bella pushed herself to do it, determined not to fall back asleep. "I'll get up. I want to watch the training, anyway. I haven't really had the chance to see you in action, Miss Badass Norse Warrior." Rosalie smirked and sat up as well, turning to face Bella with her legs straight out, leaning back on her outstretched left arm. "Is that so? Well, I'll have to step up my game then. I wouldn't want to disappoint you." Bella rolled her eyes. "I don't think you could even if you tried." "You're too kind," Rosalie beamed, leaning forward to kiss the tip of Bella's nose. At this distance, Bella could see individual flecks of gold dancing playfully in Rosalie's eyes. But then, the vampire's expression turned thoughtful and hesitant. Her brow furrowed and her eyes darkened to a deep amber as she leaned away. "This isn't another pedestal, right?" "Huh?" Bella blinked, caught off guard by the sudden shift in tone. Her girlfriend's mood shifted, compelling her to respond. "How you used to put me up on a pedestal," Rosalie clarified, her usually confident voice trembling slightly. "Ever since you told me about that, I've been trying to let you in, to show you that I'm not perfect, I'm just as flawed as anyone else." "I know you have, and that's not true," Bella quickly reassured her, gently tucking wavy strands of gold behind Rosalie's ear. She reached down, took Rosalie's free hand, and laced their fingers together, squeezing softly. "I just think you're amazing, and I want to tell you that every chance I get. Honestly, you blow my mind with your abilities, and you're incredible, not in that impossibly perfect, untouchable way, if that's what you mean. The fact that you're so aware and trying to be conscientious speaks volumes. I know opening up to me about Sasha and Dmitri wasn't easy for you, and I really appreciate that you trust me enough to share that." Rosalie offered a wry smile, her gaze intense and locked on Bella. "I want to be better for you. I've spent so long pushing people away and running from my feelings that I almost forgot how to care. I told myself it was to protect myself from getting hurt again, but it was just an excuse. I might be nearly 1,000 years old and have learned a thing or two, but part of me is still a scared 19-year-old girl. Then I saw how hard you were working to face your darkness. Instead of running, you were putting yourself out there, talking to me about the extremely difficult times in your life. You wanted to heal, to be better for yourself. You inspired me, Bella." Bella wanted to speak. Seeing so much uncertainty cloud Rosalie's normally clear eyes made her heart ache, but she knew her girlfriend needed to say this. So she kept her mouth shut and her ears open. "Every time I look at you and see your smile, I feel that. I want to push myself even harder to be what you deserve. You deserve a partner, an equal, and I want to meet you in every sense of that. Even if it means facing 1,000 years of pain, I'd do it all over again just to be worthy of you." Rosalie paused, taking a deep, unnecessary breath. She turned her head, staring out the window for a moment, allowing a heavy silence to settle before she continued. You said early on that you were worried you weren't good enough for me. Her gold-flecked eyes met Bella's brown ones again. In reality, I'm scared I won't be enough for you. That when you turn and have the world at your fingertips, maybe you'll change your mind about me. Rosalie's voice trailed off, leaving a heavy silence in its wake. Bella watched her expectantly, doubt and uncertainty casting a shadow over Rosalie's otherwise perfect face. Taking a deep breath to collect her thoughts, Bella tried not to be distracted by the earnest expression directed at her. Rosalie allowing herself this rare moment of vulnerability was not something to be dismissed, and Bella wanted to ease her girlfriend's concerns appropriately. What better way than with a page from Rosalie's own playbook? Rosalie Hale, you are enough. I want you and accept you exactly as you are. She held Rosalie's gaze as she lifted the vampire's hand to her lips, pressing a kiss against her cool knuckles. For today, tomorrow, and for another 1,000 years. They stared at one another for a moment, letting the words settle. Then, unexpectedly, Rosalie surged forward, capturing Bella's lips in a firm kiss, which Bella was more than happy to reciprocate. The kiss quickly became heated, driven by a sense of urgency that hadn't been there before. Without realizing it, Bella climbed onto Rosalie's lap, settling forward on her knees as she straddled her girlfriend's hips. A strong hand pressed against her lower back, drawing their bodies together, while the other hand tangled in Bella's hair, adding to her bed head. While they had cuddled before, Bella had always been careful to avoid Rosalie's more intimate areas. But now, she was ready to throw caution to the wind and act on her instincts and desires. In this position, she could feel every curve of Rosalie's body pressed against her own, and she wanted more, she needed more. Her body ached in ways she had never experienced, and Rosalie was both the fire and her salvation. A cool tongue slid against the seam of her lips, and Bella responded with a soft moan, her fingers tangling in Rosalie's golden hair. She panted softly as their tongues began to dance together. At first, she was tentative, but quickly gained confidence, trying to close any space between them. Her head swam, and her lungs burned, but she couldn't bring herself to stop, relying on the small bursts of oxygen from her sighs and moans. You can touch me, Bella, Rosalie said, her voice low and husky, sending a shiver through Bella's body and pooling heat in her core. Without breaking their kiss, Bella managed to untangle one hand from Rosalie's silky locks, her fingertips brushing against the cool skin of Rosalie's neck before trailing down the front of her shirt. Suddenly, Irina's voice cut through the moment. No. As excited as I am for you two, we have a schedule to keep. The unexpected interruption made them instinctively pull apart. And don't you roll your eyes at me, Rosalie Hale. If you're not down here in the next half hour, I'm sending Kate in. Damn it all, Rosalie hissed under her breath. Her eyes were solid black but lacked the hard, dangerous edge Bella associated with thirsty, out-of-control vampires. Of all the threats she could throw at us, it had to be Kate. Bella grumbled, reluctantly disentangling herself as she tried to steady her breathing and clear the haze in her mind. A large part of her wanted to roll the dice and ignore Irina. At the same time, Bella knew Irina's warning wasn't an empty threat, and she really didn't want Kate to burst in on them. Well, it's effective, I'll give her that, Bella said, trying to regain her composure. But it's probably for the best. When I make love to you for the first time, I don't want to rush. I want to take my time and make you feel. I'm going to stop you right there, Rosalie interrupted, a playful glint in her eyes. You can't talk to me like that after kissing so intensely and expect me not to jump you. Fair enough, Rose replied with a smirk, her eyes shifting from onyx back to honey. Looks like we have our marching orders. How about I make you breakfast while you get ready? Does bacon, toast, and eggs sound good? Just then, Bella's stomach rumbled, as if to announce its approval of the breakfast menu. Rosalie laughed softly and leaned in to kiss Bella once more. I'll take that as a yes. There are some clothes for you in the bathroom. I recommend you shower unless you want to be subjected to my sister's endless teasing. Not that I mind. You smell amazing, and I like them knowing the effect I have on you. Rose's voice took on a dark, hungry edge that sent shivers down Bella's spine. Oh, thanks, Bella stammered, feeling her cheeks heat at the implication. As soon as Rosalie left, Bella hurried to the ensuite. She noted that Rose had already set out a toothbrush, toothpaste, a fluffy blue towel, and the clothes she had mentioned. Staring at her reflection, she giggled at her kiss-swollen lips and the wild hair resulting from Rose's wandering hands. Despite the humor in her appearance, she felt slightly shell-shocked by what had just occurred. They'd never kissed so passionately or touched so freely before. And she had never been so turned on in her life. If Irina hadn't interrupted, she couldn't imagine what might have happened. Trying to distract herself from the inappropriate thoughts running rampant in her mind, she took a deep breath and stepped into the shower. With a single-track mind, Bella quickly took inventory of the items Rosalie had chosen for her. Her cheeks flushed when she discovered a new pair of underwear tucked among the clothes, the tag still attached. She knew Rosalie had picked them out. If Alice had been there, she would have opted for something lacy, and Kate would have likely found it amusing to buy her pull UPS or something equally embarrassing. Bella felt grateful, but the thought of Rosalie handling her intimates was still a bit mortifying. Then again, was it really that embarrassing when just minutes earlier, she had wanted to be intimate with the vampire? Her embarrassment faded as she spotted the next article of clothing. Bella smiled to herself when she recognized the Rolling Stones band shirt that Rosalie had worn the first time she visited to work on the truck. She made a silent promise to find a way to keep the shirt. After all, Rosalie had taken her tank top, so it was only fair. Bella ran her fingers over the red tongue of the logo, fondly recalling that night. It felt like a lifetime ago, so much had happened, and they had come so far in a relatively short time. Who would have thought she'd end up dating Forks High School's Ice Queen? Certainly not her, but now that she was, she wouldn't have it any other way. Suddenly remembering that breakfast awaited her, she hurried through her shower, marveling at the perfect water pressure of the spacious walk-in shower. Vampires were so extravagant. Then again, if one had eternity to spend on Earth, who could blame them for wanting to enjoy it? Feeling refreshed and ready for the day, Bella followed the enticing scent of cooking bacon wafting through the house. It was as if there was a magnet in her stomach guiding her straight to the kitchen, her feet moving on autopilot. In the kitchen, Rosalie was working alongside Irina, both busy at the stove. Rosalie was tending to scrambled eggs while Irina took care of the bacon, a plate of already cooked strips sitting beside her. "Did you sleep well?" Rosalie asked, glancing over her shoulder with a warm smile. "Bella, is that you?" Irina greeted her with a warm smile as Bella walked in. "Rosalie sent us away once you fell asleep." "Yeah, thanks," Bella replied, returning the smile while reaching for a plate from the cupboard. She felt a wave of relief that Irina didn't mention what she had overheard earlier. If Irina kept quiet, then so would she. "Are you going to be part of the training today?" "Tanya and I will primarily be watching. Rosalie and Kate are the fighters in the family, but we might step in if needed." Irina absent-mindedly gestured with the tongs as she spoke. "Cool," Bella said, plucking a few strips of bacon from the serving platter while Rose dished out the finished eggs onto her plate. Just as she was starting her breakfast, a platinum blur rushed in, belting out a tune at the top of her lungs. "Who let the dogs out?" Who? Bella snorted under her breath while the others rolled their eyes, continuing to clear the used dishes. "Come on, that was a good one." Kate pouted, glancing around at her unwitting audience. Her honeyed gaze lingered on Bella. "Seriously, Bella? No love for the Baha men? Man, tough crowd. I see Rosie's rubbing off on you, and not in a good way. You two should really work on that. It'd loosen you up a bit and maybe help Rosie get that stick out of her ass." Bella could have kissed Rose for the heads up about showering, as Kate seemed completely unaware of their earlier activities. Irina smirked and turned her back, while Bella buried her face in her hands. "Did you have a point to this senseless interruption?" Rose hissed, flicking water at her sister. Kate snapped to attention, as if suddenly remembering her purpose for coming inside. "Oh, right. They're here." The big guy is asking for you, Rosie. Gods, you are insufferable. You should have led with that. That. Rose grumbled as she rushed outside to greet their guests, the hurricane hot on her heels. Bella quickly finished the last bites of her egg and took her empty plate to the dishwasher. Turning to Irina, she shrugged. I guess we should go make sure they don't kill one another, huh? Probably for the best, Irina replied. If 1,000 years of experience has taught me anything, it's that those two should never be left alone for long. The atmosphere in the Cullens' backyard was tense, to put it mildly. Bella stood on the porch next to Tanya and Irina, watching Kate and Rose address the gathered shifters. For all her goofiness, it seemed that fighting was the one thing Kate took seriously. The two warriors stood ready, shoulders back, feet planted wide, hands clasped behind their backs. Bella idly wondered if they were aware of their mirrored posture. It was clear that the 7 shifters, Bella recognized Seth and Leah Clearwater standing next to Jacob and Embry, were still wary of the situation, their dark eyes full of skepticism and distrust. Except for Seth, who looked like a kid seeing Disneyland for the first time. Bella also noticed that Jake was trying to mask his displeasure, though he looked like he might be sick. When fighting vampires, the first rule of combat is to never underestimate them, Rosalie instructed the shifters. Our bodies are frozen in time, so there's no way of knowing how old we are. Looks can be deceiving, and battles have been lost simply due to overinflated egos. You have numbers on your side, but that alone does not guarantee victory. We are stronger, faster, and potentially possess centuries of experience. Additionally, I believe you are aware that some of us are gifted beyond the normal abilities of our kind. The Cullens exchanged nervous glances, clearly concerned by the prospect of gifted vampires. Apparently, that was news to them. Bella thought, good thing they didn't meet Kate first. That would have been quite a shock. Bella winced at her terrible pun. Apparently, spending time with Kate was affecting her more than she had realized. I can see you have your doubts. Perhaps a demonstration is in order? Rosalie glanced over her shoulder and nodded to Tanya, who swiftly zipped off the porch without a word. The cool wind rustling through Bella's hair was the only indication that she had been there just moments before. Suddenly, the roar of an engine drew everyone's attention. Seconds later, the strawberry blonde appeared, driving Rosalie's restored silver Corvette Stingray. Bella had completely forgotten about Rose's passion project, which now resided in the Cullens' garage. What does a muscle car have to do with fighting vampires? She wondered aloud. Judging by the confused expressions around her, she wasn't the only one questioning Rose's intentions. When she turned back to her girlfriend for answers, Bella was surprised to find that Rosalie had moved further into the yard. She was now standing in the center of a large circle drawn in the dirt while everyone's heads were turned. That, Rose gestured to the Stingray, is the prize for anyone who can knock me out of this circle. Gold-flecked eyes met Bella's gaze, mischief dancing in her ochre depths. Bella groaned internally at her girlfriend's antics. She's totally baiting them. Well, she did say she was going to step up her game. The shifter's expressions shifted from hesitant and wary to downright excited at the prospect. Without a word, the pack disappeared into the tree-line, returning moments later as fully shifted wolves. You're up first, Fido. Rose smirked at the giant russet-colored wolf. In his wolf form, Jake was nearly as large as Sam, easily the second largest of the pack. The wolf responded with an indignant huff as he stepped forward into the circle, which Bella interpreted as a snarky, "You're on, Barbie." Bella watched with a mix of anticipation and concern. With bated breath and her heart racing, Bella watched as the two supernaturals faced off, slowly circling each other. Suddenly, the wolf lunged, jaws snapping aggressively. In an instant, Jake was airborne, landing roughly on his side just outside the circle. To Bella's relief, the vampire appeared untouched, as if she hadn't even moved. She let out a sigh when she saw that Rosalie was okay. Not that she had any doubts, but the thought of Rosalie fighting anyone still made her uneasy. While she felt a twinge of sympathy for Jake, she hoped this experience would teach him some respect and humble his ego a bit. The remaining 6 wolves took their turns, but they all met a similar fate. As you can see, Rosalie said, her voice steady, fighting a vampire one-on-one is very difficult. However, you're a large pack, and I see your numbers have grown since our last encounter. Your numbers give you an advantage, but they don't guarantee success. Let's put that to the test, shall we? All 7 wolves descended upon the lone vampire, a chaotic mass of fur and fangs. Bella watched the fight with wide eyes, catching intermittent glimpses of Rosalie. She gripped the railing tightly, her knuckles turning white. She was so engrossed in the scene before her that she didn't realize she was bobbing and weaving as if she were right in the center of the fray. Bella had to admit, Rosalie in action was a sight to behold, even though it was clear the vampire was holding back. The speed at which Rosalie moved, even detectable to her human eyes, was astonishing. She dodged and maneuvered with skill and precision, picking her target strategically and using the chaos to her advantage. Maybe it was her imagination, but it seemed like Rosalie was turning their numbers against them. For all their attempts, Bella hadn't seen a single wolf land a blow against her. One by one, the wolves were rebuffed, finding themselves outside the circle. After several minutes of heated fighting, the dust settled, revealing Rosalie, the vampire, standing unscathed within her circle. Bella was usually an advocate for avoiding fights, but there was no denying that Rosalie made it look impressive. Watching her girlfriend stand victorious was exhilarating, to say the least. Suddenly, Rosalie's head snapped in Bella's direction, her golden eyes darkening as her nostrils flared slightly. It took Bella a moment to understand what had triggered Rosalie's reaction, and when she did, she silently wished for the ground to swallow her whole. When that prayer went unanswered, Bella clenched her thighs together, trying to suppress the scent of her arousal. If Rosalie could smell it, so could the other vampires, and likely the wolves as well. Sometimes, being human had its drawbacks. Before she could dwell on her embarrassment, the familiar sound of vampire bodies colliding echoed through the air. A moment later, Rosalie found herself flat on her back, with Kate standing over her, a triumphant smirk on her face. Kate turned to the assembled wolves. Rule number 2, wait for your opening. Attacking a vampire head-on while they're expecting it is a surefire way to get your ass kicked. Rosalie muttered something under her breath, which only made Kate's smile widen. The older vampire helped her sister to her feet. You said anyone. You should have been more specific. Now hand over the keys, sis. Fine, but only because you won on a technicality. Now, Rosie, no need to be a spoil sport. Kate grinned as she caught the keys Tanya tossed her way. She turned back to the wolves. Well, she mentioned it earlier, what my sister failed to tell you is that she is gifted. We call it retribution because saying, Rosalie takes revenge to a whole new level, is way too long, and saying, she's too stubborn to know when to quit, doesn't quite flow. To the best of our knowledge, it works kind of like Black Panther's suit. Her attack power becomes proportional to that of her attacker, so if you hit her, she'll hit you back even harder. The catch is that she has to be aware of the attack. That's why charging at her head-on is literally the worst strategy you can use. You need to catch her off guard. Trust me, after centuries, the only time I can defeat her is when I surprise her or shock her. Without warning, Kate reached over and grabbed the junction of Rosalie's neck and shoulder. The air crackled with electricity as Rosalie dropped to her knees. What the hell, Kate? Bella snarled defensively from the porch. Ooh, protective Bella, I love it, Kate teased. Just had to check that I still got it. You've been making me feel a bit self-conscious lately, Blue Bells. Sometimes I really wonder about you, Bella grumbled, relieved to see Rosalie getting back on her feet. If looks could kill, Kate Denali would be 6 feet under. Unfazed, Kate turned to the wolves. Okay, my turn. As my sister said, you've got the numbers, but you're uncoordinated. You fight with your anger and instincts, not with strategy. You need to work together whenever possible. Strategy is the true strength of any pack. Sam and I will demonstrate a few drills, so watch closely. Then the rest of you will pair up and give it a try while we observe and provide feedback. Bella was half listening, distracted by the vampire now draped over her shoulders like a stylish accessory. "I can't believe you bet your car," she said, rolling her brown eyes playfully as the blonde nipped at her ear. "Well, I wasn't expecting Kate to get involved. But a deal is a deal, and it's on me for leaving a loophole." "You are ridiculous." "Perhaps, but you still like me, so I see no reason to stop." Bella hummed in agreement as she watched Kate point out the wolf's vulnerable spots. "Do you think you could teach me some of this stuff? I know I won't be able to do much against a vampire, but it might be good to know." "It would be my pleasure," Rosalie purred in Bella's ear, sending a shiver down her spine. "Knowing self-defense will be useful once you turn. You're just getting a head start." Yeah, great." Bella struggled to focus on anything other than the swell of Rosalie's chest pressing against her back. "When should we start?" Before Bella could fully register what was happening, Rosalie had her flat on her back, pinned down, yet gently cradling the back of her head with one hand. Rule 1, always be ready for a sneak attack. Golden eyes sparkled with mischief as Rosalie leaned forward to kiss her, soothing Bella's bruised ego. "Oh, for the love of all that is holy, go get a room, you two. The rest of us are trying to work around here." Kate shouted from across the yard, still holding Sam's giant head in a headlock. "Can't help you there, Rosalie." "You walked right into that one," Irina added with a smile as she descended the porch to join in on the training session. Chapter 20. Shift your right foot back a bit more. You want a solid base to take advantage of your leg strength and core muscles. And don't forget to stay light on your feet. You should never be flat-footed or rigid because it makes it easier to knock you over and slows down your response time. Bella nodded and followed Rosalie's instructions, moving her feet a little more than shoulder-width apart and rocking on the balls of her feet. She felt slightly ridiculous, the movement was awkward and unnatural, but she trusted Rose's advice. "Good. Now bend your knees and twist your body. This lowers your center of gravity, so you won't be thrown off balance as easily. It also improves your mobility and ability to deflect. Plus, it minimizes your forward-facing profile, making it easier for you to defend yourself. Not only are you reducing the target space for your attacker, but it will also be easier for you to anticipate where they'll hit you. Remember, your attacker is always looking for any opportunity to strike, so you never want to leave yourself open to attack." Seemingly innocuous things, like keeping your hands up and bouncing on your feet, can make a huge difference in the long run. Now, regardless of whether you are the defender or on the offensive, you want to control the fight and keep the advantage on your side whenever possible. By doing so, you're not only stacking the deck in your favor, but you're also making your enemy work twice as hard to regain the advantage. It's much easier to maintain the high ground than to fight the uphill battle. Bella nodded along as she listened, focusing on Rosalie's explanations. She knew that if she let her mind wander to what the vampire was wearing, she'd break down into a fit of giggles and never recover. Rose looked, in a word, ridiculous, a bizarre cross between the Michelin tire man and Ham from the Sandlot. She was wearing Esme's padded umpire gear, the torso and sleeves puffed up due to the many layers of foam the blonde had wrapped around her body. Kate had. They had been more than happy to help with human-proofing Bella, their little sister, and they might have gone a bit overboard. After all, with their combined 4,000 years of experience, no human had ever survived a hand-to-hand fight with a vampire and lived to tell the tale. So, they were erring on the side of caution. "Okay, Bella. Arms up in the ready position like we practiced. Block left, jab right." Bella took a deep breath to steady herself, trying to recall the instructions from her lesson the day before. Hands at nose level. Don't wind up the arm. Use core strength to punch. Okay. Block left, jab right. Good. Very good. Rose encouraged, a broad grin lighting up her face as Bella swung at her. "How did that feel?" "Well, that could have gone worse. It kinda felt like hitting a padded wall, which is fitting because this is beyond insane." Bella shook out her arm a little, though inside, she was glowing from the praise. She had padded up too, but not nearly as much as Rose. Bella wore some MMA gloves and forearm guards that Tanya had been kind enough to pick up in Seattle while she was out hunting. It still amazed Bella how fast vampires could move. Then again, they could cut through forests and weren't held back by speed limits. "Do we need to add more padding?" Bella asked. That might help." It wasn't necessarily bad, but it didn't feel great either. Rose hummed to herself as she considered Bella's feedback. "If that's the case, I think I'll need to change. I don't think Esme's shirt can take much more before it stretches beyond repair. Maybe I can try one of Emmett's shirts." She mused, tapping her chin thoughtfully. "Hey, you two, how about we try this for size?" Bella turned, and any remaining self-control she had immediately snapped. A second later, she was on the ground, struggling to breathe between peals of laughter. "What the hell are you wearing?" Rose snapped irritably. "It's a carnival sumo suit," Kate exclaimed, waddling out with complete confidence as she struggled down the porch stairs. "You know, the things you can find on eBay are astounding. It's offensive on so many levels, and you look ridiculous," Rose replied, rolling her eyes. "At least the outside matches what we knew was on the inside." I knew you loved me, baby sis," Kate said sarcastically before turning to Bella, who was trying her hardest not to burst out laughing. "What do you say, Bella? Give me your best shot." Bella took several minutes to gather herself, struggling to stand and think about hitting the platinum blonde. Eventually, she managed to refocus, taking deep breaths with her eyes closed. Block, block, jab. "Hey! That didn't hurt," Bella exclaimed enthusiastically, throwing another jab for good measure. "Good, don't be mad just because I had a better idea for once." Kate's grin widened as she caught her sister glaring at her. Bella could feel the smugness radiating off her. "If you're feeling left out, these puppies came as a set. The red ones in the living room, Rosy Posy. Come on, chop, chop. Daylight's wasting. You have got to be kidding me. I am not wearing that." Rosalie shot Bella a pleading look, which Bella returned with a shy shrug. "Well, if you're not up for the job, I guess I'll just have to teach your girlfriend a thing or two. I'd be more than happy to wear her out a bit." Rose growled at the thinly veiled innuendo and waggling eyebrows. "Fine," she ground out. "These had better be new." The ad said lightly used. Although Kate made a dramatic show of sniffing her armpit, I guess that's all relative. Rosalie looked a mix of murderous and horrified, her golden eyes darting between her sister and Bella as she quickly weighed her options. She sighed in defeat as she turned to Bella. "You're lucky I love you." Without another word, she blurred inside. Bella stood frozen, blinking after her girlfriend. Had she? Did that just happen? As if reading her mind, Kate waddled up beside her, draping a puffy arm over her shoulders. "Yep, that just happened. You know that wasn't directed at me, right?" Bella nodded slowly, her mind struggling to catch up. "I'm sure you picked up on this, but if not, let me spell it out for you. Rose isn't much of a talker when it comes to feelings, so I hope you weren't expecting poetry readings or sappy stuff. I'm actually really surprised she told you about Sasha and Dmitri. Anyway," Kate waved her hand as if swatting away a stray thought, "she shows those she loves that she cares by doing little gestures, or in this case, swallowing her pride and dignity. That's her love language. She might seem rigid and icy on the outside, but she's got a big heart beneath it all. She just has a different way of showing it." Bella nodded again, barely registering Kate's words. Rose's statement still echoed in her mind. She stood there in stunned silence, her eyes distant and mouth slightly open, worried that she might shatter the moment if she spoke or even breathed. She was still reeling when Kate's words finally clicked, and another thought hit her like a 1-2 punch. Holy crap, her truck. How had she not realized that before? Rose had gone above and beyond what she had originally agreed to do without any prompting. In fact, the full restoration had been Rose's idea in the first place. Not to mention the custom side paneling and bumper, Bella staggered back as memories flooded her mind. She was so caught up in her thoughts that she didn't even notice Kate was practically holding her upright as she swayed on her feet. All of the little gestures from the past months that she hadn't thought about suddenly rushed back to her. Thought about all the moments that had flashed through her mind, each one like a neon sign illuminating her realization. Some were the everyday gestures, like Rose holding a door open or enduring lunch with Bella and her friends, even though Jessica could drive her up the wall most days. Then there were the bigger moments. One that stood out was the dance. At the time, Bella had thought the final song felt out of place but had brushed it off, too caught up in their almost kiss. Now, reflecting on it, she realized the song was too specific, the lyrics too intentional, a timeless classic from another era. Had Rose actually arranged it? The more she pondered, the more plausible it seemed. "Oh my God," Bella whispered, her voice so soft that even the vampires standing next to her might have struggled to hear. As the realization sank in, a dopey grin spread across her face. Rosalie Hale loved her. The epiphany had her walking on clouds, much like that goofy scene in Bambi when everyone was love-struck and Twitter-pated. She must have looked ridiculous because Kate just laughed and jabbed her in the ribs to grab her attention. "Oh, I see you two haven't had that talk yet. I take it that was the first time she dropped the L word with you?" Bella stammered, her brain still lost in the clouds, reduced to single-syllable responses. She knew she was being silly. Even if Rose hadn't said the words, Bella was well aware of how much Rosalie cared for her. After all, she had even mentioned wanting to spend several lifetimes together. That alone should have been enough to clue her in on the depth of Rose's affections. Yet, there was a significant difference between knowing and actually hearing those 3 words spoken aloud. If she was honest with herself, Bella had always imagined she would be the one to say it first. Suddenly, her blood ran cold, and she felt a wave of dread wash over her, as if her stomach had dropped out. She wasn't afraid of loving Rose, that wasn't the issue. Bella knew she had been falling in love with Rosalie for quite some time, but she just hadn't found the courage to say it. Now, though, those words were out in the open, and Rosalie hadn't responded. Bella felt a wave of panic wash over her. Oh no. Was Rosalie expecting me to say it back? Should I have responded immediately? What if she didn't mean to say it? Did she even realize what she had just said? It came out so naturally, maybe it didn't mean anything to her. Before Bella could spiral any further into her thoughts, Rosalie reappeared on the porch, wearing a matching suit and a deep scowl. Despite the turmoil inside her, Bella couldn't help but let out an undignified snort at the sight of her girlfriend. Rosalie clearly regretted her decision, but the fact that she was putting herself out there for Bella made her heart flutter. "Looking good, Rosie Posey," Bella said, trying to keep her tone light while maintaining a neutral expression. She was pretty sure her cheeks were puffed up like a chipmunk trying to hold back laughter. "I'm going to murder you, Katerina," Rosalie said, her voice low and threatening. Now, sis. Remember, this is for Bella," Kate interjected, wisely taking a few steps back. "Fine. But after this is over, you and I are going out back to settle this," Rosalie retorted, waddling over to Bella and stopping beside her. Lightly used, she scoffed under her breath. "This smells like the inside of a men's locker room after an entire hockey team has used it." Until that moment, Bella had never considered how being human might have its advantages over vampirism, but right now, she was eternally grateful for her weaker senses. Sure, the suits didn't smell like daisies, but they certainly didn't smell as bad as what Rosalie was describing. "Had a lot of experience with this, have you?" Bella asked with a teasing smile. "Have you?" Kate explained, jumping back as Rose lunged, narrowly avoiding being tackled. "Oi! Watch it. You break it, you buy it." Rose missed her target and overcompensated, trying to keep her balance without tearing the suit. Unfortunately, she ended up tumbling to the ground, bouncing and rolling several times before finally coming to a stop. Bella doubled over, struggling to contain her laughter as she watched her girlfriend flail on her back like a turtle, arms and legs flapping helplessly. There we have it, folks. The mighty Rosalie howled, defeated by a marshmallow suit. Kate crowed, laughing so hard that tears might have streamed down her face if she could manage it. After several failed attempts to right herself, Kate took pity on her sister and helped her back up. Bella could tell they had been arguing at vampire speed, judging by the random jumps in their conversation. Yeah, I know. We can worry about you getting even with me later, Kate giggled, her eyes gleaming with mischief as she watched her sister's awkward movements. Then she turned to Bella with a serious expression. Okay, Bella. Jab, block, jab. Hit me. Bella lined up for the shot, but a quick clicking sound caught her attention. She turned to see Irina and Tanya on the porch, cameras in hand, rapidly snapping pictures of the three of them in the yard. We have to document Bella's training so we can measure her progress, Tanya said, her reasoning solid. Bella couldn't shake the feeling that the images would ultimately be used to tease her. I hate you all, Rose grumbled. Just think of how this is helping Bella. You wouldn't want her to be unprepared, would you? Now, take a step closer to Rosalie, Malika, Tanya added with a sweet smile, snapping another picture. Bella smiled at the pet name, even though she knew Tanya was buttering her up. Fine, Rose huffed, resigned to her fate. Bella suspected that her older sisters were going to use the photos for some good-natured teasing. It's for Bella, she thought, fully aware of how they were playfully teasing Rosalie. If things got out of hand, she'd step in, but honestly, it was hard not to find the sisters' antics endearing. Aside from bruising Rose's ego, they weren't really hurting anyone. She could easily think of several ways to make it up to her girlfriend later. Okay, Bluebells, time to focus for real. Show us what you've got. The next 4 days flew by, and Bella didn't mind at all. Each day brought her closer to spring break and a week of freedom. She was pleasantly surprised by how readily Charlie agreed to let her accompany Rose on a trip to visit her extended family in Alaska. It probably helped that Irina was coming along as an adult presence, pretending to be Carlisle's younger sister. The chief of police filled Bella in on his plans for a well-deserved boys' weekend, with Harry and Billy to celebrate the sudden drop in animal activity. Bella had to suppress a snort when her dad mentioned that Fish and Game had called off their search, concluding that whatever animals were responsible for the deaths of the 2 hikers had likely moved on. If only he knew. Actually, it was probably better that he didn't. Each evening, the wolves gathered for training sessions. Kate and Rose wanted to make the most of their time together before the family headed to Alaska. As excited as Bella was to see the tensions easing between the Cullens and the Denalis, she couldn't shake the irrational pang of jealousy toward those monopolizing her girlfriend's time that Bella usually spent with her. It felt strange. She had grown so accustomed to her routine with Rose that she found herself missing her girlfriend. Even though they saw each other daily, it just wasn't the same. Those few hours alone with Rosalie, working on cars, had become a staple of her evenings. Hopefully, they could make up for lost time in Alaska. The downside of sharing Rose was that they hadn't had a chance to pick up where they'd left off before Irina interrupted. Bella felt a mix of frustration and gratitude as she navigated her emotions. She knew there were bigger issues than her swirling teenage hormones, but it was as if Pandora's box had been opened, and she didn't want to close it. To complicate matters, she hadn't found the right moment to tell Rose that she loved her back. She didn't want to make a grand gesture, but she also didn't want to say it casually. It needed to feel meaningful, but that was a problem for another day. Instead of dwelling on her feelings, Bella channeled all her energy into finishing her homework. She wanted to get everything done before heading to Alaska, and she continued her training sessions with Tanya and Irina. Although they were more lenient instructors, the sessions always left her feeling completely drained. By the time she got home, all she could manage was to drag her tired body upstairs before sleep claimed her. Bella jolted back to reality when her phone vibrated in her pocket, pulling her attention away from her daydreams and back to her government class. Thankfully, it seemed like everyone else was in the same boat, staring blankly into space or doodling mindlessly. It was the last period before spring break, and the teacher had opted for a movie instead of a lecture, clearly just as unenthusiastic about being in class as the students were. She quickly glanced around to make sure the coast was clear before pulling out her phone and checking the screen under her desk. Rose, 1:43 p.m. Something came up, and I had to leave early. It's nothing you need to worry about right now, it's just a conversation best had in person. Bella's shoulders slumped. She had ridden with Rose that morning so they could leave straight after school. At least her travel bags were in the right spot, but Rose's absence was concerning. Just then, her phone lit up again, responding to her unspoken worries. Rose's message popped up on Bella's phone. "Kate will be by after school to pick you up," it read. Bella cringed at the thought. Having Kate in the middle of high school was an accident waiting to happen. A moment later, another message came through. "Let me know if she misbehaves." Bella snorted and quickly typed back, "Okay, I will. I'll see you later." With a sigh, she put her phone away and settled back in her chair, silently willing time to move faster. Just 31 more minutes. As soon as the final bell rang, the hallways transformed into a sea of bodies as students flooded out of their classrooms. It was chaos, jostling, shoving, and a desperate bid for freedom. Bella was grateful for her recent training. With "keep your hands up" drilled into her head, she instinctively slipped into a defensive position, successfully blocking several wayward elbows. Starting her break with a black eye was not on her to-do list. The commotion in the halls paled in comparison to what awaited her in the parking lot. As she stepped outside, she was met with a wall of bodies. Why hadn't people left yet? Was there another accident? A year ago, she had nearly met her end thanks to Tyler's van, so it seemed fitting that something would happen around that anniversary. Impatient to get moving, and to minimize Kate's time spent in public, Bella pushed her way into the crowd. Like a salmon fighting upstream, she wove between the tightly packed bodies, her earbuds drowning out the excited chatter surrounding her. Finally breaking through the human wall, she was greeted by an unexpected sight. Kate leaned casually against the hood of her Stingray, dressed in dark skinny jeans, a white t-shirt, boots, and her signature black leather jacket. Her gold eyes visibly brightened when she spotted Bella. "Hey there, Bluebells. You ready for our vacation?" Bella glared incredulously at her older sister, yanking her. Bella pulled her earbuds out and exclaimed, "What the hell, Kate? This is a sidewalk. You can't park here." Kate shrugged, glancing down. "What?" There was a ramp. "Oh my God, that's for people in wheelchairs and stuff. You're literally blocking everyone in." "What?" "They can go around. I left room." Just then, Jessica piped up from beside Bella. Bella, care to explain what's going on? Do you know this lady?" Bella had been so focused on Kate that she hadn't noticed who else was around. "Yeah, Bella, what the hell? Seriously? How do you have all the luck?" "Stop drooling, Mike. It's gross," the top candidate for valedictorian chastised him. The blonde boy rolled his eyes but discreetly wiped his mouth. Bella glanced back at the crowd, catching snippets of whispers. "I thought she was dating Hale. Because damn. Wait, do you think she's dating both of them? Hot. Guess she's got a type. Can't say I blame her." Bella felt her cheeks burn as she mentally face-bombed. She turned to her friends, eager to clear the air before more rumors could spread. Everyone, this is Kate, Rosalie's older sister. I thought she was adopted by the Cullens." Lauren sneered, arms folded across her chest, clearly annoyed by the delay. Kate stepped in, surprisingly diplomatic. "Technically, I'm her half-sister. We recently reunited. It's amazing what DNA testing reveals." Heads nodded in acknowledgement, easily buying the explanation. "Okay, people, move on, nothing to see here," Eric shouted, waving his hands to disperse the crowd. For someone so small and awkward, he held quite a bit of influence in the social scene, and people generally listened to him. The masses began to slip past the silver classic, forming a single file and careful not to scratch it. "Well," Bella said, scratching the back of her neck as she looked between Kate and her friends, I guess we should get going. She made a quick round of gestures to signal her friends to follow her. After saying her goodbyes to her friends, Bella flipped into the passenger seat. Keep it under 50, please. My dad is the top cop, and I don't want him changing his mind about letting me go with you guys. Yes, yes, Kate replied, waving her hand dismissively as she started up the Corvette. The engine roared to life, eager to hit the open road. Rosie already gave me explicit instructions to behave. I swear on my unbeating heart to obey traffic laws. Kate drove to the Cullen mansion at a steady 49 miles per hour. The mood was somber when they entered the living room. Rosalie was sitting on the couch, her gaze fixed expectantly on the hallway, waiting for Bella to appear. Tanya and Irina stood close by, both wearing serious expressions with furrowed brows, clenched jaws, and narrowed eyes. Bella immediately sensed something was wrong when Rosalie didn't acknowledge her arrival. She hurried to Rosalie's side, grasping her cool hand. The touch seemed to snap the blonde out of her trance. Rose? What's going on? I thought you said it wasn't serious, but you're scaring me. Gold-flecked eyes met hers, and Rosalie's expression softened. I'm sorry. I didn't want to worry you at school, but it's a little more serious than what I led you to believe. She trailed off, and Bella suspected she was having a silent conversation with her sisters. Okay. So, what is it? Bella prompted, fighting against her rising anxiety. Tanya stepped forward. Alice called. The Cullens are coming back. Chapter 21. Bella sat frozen, Tanya's words echoing in her mind like a broken record. Her thoughts raced chaotically, feeling like Grand Central Station at rush hour, yet her mind felt as empty as Death Valley in the height of summer. A million thoughts bounced around in her head, but nothing seemed to stick. All she could focus on were 5 little words: the Cullens are coming back. Her mouth went dry, and each breath felt like a battle. In fact, she wasn't even sure if she was managing to breathe at all. It felt as if her consciousness was floating somewhere far away, while her body remained anchored in place. Of all the possibilities, the return of the Cullens was the one scenario she hadn't anticipated. Bella, are you okay? Talk to me. What's on your mind? Rose asked, giving her hand a firm squeeze, her voice laced with concern. That gentle touch pulled Bella back from her near catatonic state. It took several minutes, but eventually, her breathing steadied, and her heart stopped racing. She blinked a few times, shaking her head softly as her thoughts began to clear. I don't know what to think. I guess it was naive of me to believe I'd never see them again, considering you're all family and everything. I just thought it would be a few decades, she said, forcing a chuckle at her lame attempt at sarcasm, still feeling a bit off-kilter. We can hold them off if you prefer, at least until we're back in Alaska. This might be their house, but they have no claim on you. You're part of this family now. As such, you get a say in how we handle it, Tanya reassured her with a gentle smile. Whatever you decide, we will respect your choice and act accordingly. Yeah, we're a team. If they start anything, we've got your back. Kate growled from where she leaned against the wall, punching her fist into her palm. No, we will handle it. Irina, you should know better than to respond like that. We need to handle this with tact and diplomacy, Tanya said firmly. Irina shot back immediately. You can't solve all of your problems with your fists, Katerina. Why not? It worked just fine in the past. Kate pouted, sticking her tongue out at her older sister. Put that tongue away, young lady, Tanya chided, her tone shifting into leader mode. It was clear she wasn't to be trifled with. To Bella's surprise, Kate immediately straightened up and pulled her tongue back into her mouth, not offering a sarcastic retort or even a hint of grumbling. Satisfied, Tanya continued, Irina is right. The Cullens are our allies, and with tensions running high, we cannot afford to alienate ourselves. We are a strong coven, but we haven't survived this long by being rash and irrational. Furthermore, without knowing what Victoria has planned, it would be unwise to sever ties at this critical time. Irina nodded in agreement. I, for one, would like to know why they chose to abandon Bella like they did. I'm grateful our sister saw a reason and decided to stay, because if the Vulturi learned of this. She shook her head ruefully, not finishing her thought. I actually agree with the stick in the mud for once, Kate added. There has to be something there. It doesn't make sense to me. Eduardo leaving would have been one thing, but the entire coven? Did they say anything to you before they left? Rose shook her head. Once they made their decision, I tried to stay out of it. I didn't want to be seen as an accomplice. Wise move, but unfortunately, that leaves us at a disadvantage, Tanya said. We need to talk with them. If nothing else, it will help us decide if they're the kind of allies we want to align with in the future. We don't want to be implicated if they break the laws again. It's possible we have enough strength with the shifters, but we shouldn't count on that just yet. Tanya absent-mindedly drummed her fingers on the table, deep in thought. Her thigh as she thought aloud. But all of that means nothing if Bella isn't ready to see them. I won't let them hurt her again, Rosalie countered, fully enveloping Bella in a comforting embrace. She shifted to sit behind the shorter girl, resting her chin on Bella's shoulders while her fingers rubbed soothing patterns on her arms. Tanya shook her head softly. True, but this is their home. Even though you straddle both covens, you're a Denali first, and we cannot stop them from returning. I want to see them, Bella interjected suddenly, heat rising in her chest and fists clenched at her sides. Cool fingertips halted their motions, and 3 pairs of golden eyes stared at her as if she'd grown a tail and an extra head. Bella took a deep breath and pinched the bridge of her nose before continuing. Look, we can sit and speculate all we want, but the point remains that we won't know unless we actually talk to them. Frankly, I'm not willing to waste any more energy running in circles around them or second-guessing myself. The way I see it, it was bound to happen eventually, so we might as well rip off the band-aid. Are you sure, Malika? I don't want you to feel like you have to push yourself because you think it's what we want to hear, Tanya said gently. I appreciate you trying to protect me, Tanya. It means so much that you're including me in this discussion instead of just deciding for me. But I've already spent too long wondering why they did what they did. I just want some answers. I deserve to know. Of course, Tanya nodded with a heartfelt smile. Would you like to delay your trip up north so you can meet with them here, or would you prefer to stick to the schedule? If the latter, when would you like to meet with them? In our home territory, we can control the terms. Not here. Bella paused, considering the question for a moment. Maybe next Thursday. I'd like some time to enjoy Alaska and not rush into anything. Worry for a few days. Do you think they'd agree to that? I think it's the least they could do after what they put you through. Rosalie spoke up from behind Bella. Bella could sense the slight tremor in Rosalie's voice as she tried to keep her emotions in check. Despite her girlfriend's efforts, Bella could feel the waves of anger radiating off her cool skin. That's a good idea. It would help us to have our full numbers. Eliezer and Carmen are still expecting us, and I know they'll agree with us, Irina chimed in, offering her support. Home field advantage. Smart, Kate added with a nod of approval. Then it's settled. I'll reach out to Carlisle. Tanya pulled out her phone, quickly typing a message before slipping it back into her pocket. We'll also need to find a new place to stay when we return to Forks, assuming they allow us to remain in their territory. If the Cullens are coming back, we can't stay in their home, Irina mused. Since we're tentatively meeting with them on Thursday, maybe Tanya and I could stay here an extra day or two to look at real estate. You 3 could get a head start, Irina suggested. You're really leaving me alone with her? Rose exclaimed, horrified at the thought of being stuck in a car for a 2,400-mile drive with her sister. Flying would have been faster, but with the new security measures since 9/11, air travel was off the table for vampires, unless it was a private jet, and Bella refused to let them spend that kind of money on her. Don't worry, sis. You'll have Bella all to yourself. I have to drive my new baby up there, anyway. Just remember, Rosie, hands at 10 and 2 at all times, and by 2, I don't mean on Bella's. Kate's suggestive smile remained unwavering, even as Irina playfully smacked the back of her head. So, what's the game plan, boss? Bella paused, genuinely surprised that the four vampires were looking to her for a decision. Well, perhaps we should start with what we know. Alice knows Rose is here with. I mean, I guess they all do, but you get what I meant. Does she know you three are here, too? I think it's highly unlikely that she hasn't had some sort of vision involving us being here, Tanya supplied. Okay, so they know we've met, and probably that you guys have vamp-adopted me. Did Alice say who all was coming or why now? No, just that they wanted to return. It was all very vague, actually, Rosalie said, shaking her head softly. Her silky hair brushed against Bella's neck. Unfortunately, we can't call her back and ask. They might see that as a threat and get suspicious, Irina added. What about the new agreement with the pack? Unknown. Alice's visions don't work on the shifters, Rosalie responded. So, we're kind of in the dark about everything. Perfect. Bella slumped in defeat. Not to be deterred, Tanya kept the conversation going. It's not a total loss, we can still plan. What do you want to talk about with them? Are there any particular questions or subjects you want addressed? We can make a list of approved topics, as well as those you want to avoid. That way, we present a united front and don't accidentally say something out of line. Four heads turned to the platinum blonde woman inspecting her fingernails. Sensing their eyes on her, Kate looked up. What? Why are you all looking at me? The other blondes shook their heads and turned back to Bella. Well, figuring out why they left is a must, Bella started. Tanya zipped out of the room, returning a moment later with a pad of paper, hastily writing notes. There's also the matter of the shifters, Irina supplied. They'll probably be curious about our relationship, especially since they still thought Edward was your mate when they left. If they refuse to see logic when it was clear that you're his singer, they might not accept the idea that you two are not mates, despite the fact that he left you. If that's the case, I doubt they'll take the news so easily. Rosalie growled softly. Rosalie squeezed the blonde's forearm, and the rumbling conversation began to fade. She took a few deep breaths to steady herself before speaking again. I've known Edward for a long time. He's likely to put up a fight. He's used to getting his way, and Carlisle has a tendency to favor him since he was his first newborn. He sees Edward as a son, which makes this situation even more delicate. Bella chimed in, he's got another thing coming if he thinks he can just swoop in and steal my sister's mate. My offer still stands to reattach his head to his ass. Bella smiled, feeling warmed by Kate's protectiveness. She silently prayed it wouldn't come to a fight, but she knew she had the best allies if it did. Her grin widened when Kate referred to her as Rose's mate. It was the first time those words had been spoken aloud. Although she knew they were moving in that direction, it still sent butterflies fluttering in her stomach. Rosalie subtly tightened her hold and nuzzled Bella's neck with her cool nose, as if to acknowledge Kate's word choice. Bella fought to suppress the flush creeping into her cheeks, trying to silence her overactive imagination as it conjured images of them consummating their mate bond. Ever since their interrupted make-out session, those visions had grown increasingly explicit, and she definitely didn't want to have a sexy daydream in front of her family. Clearing her throat, she eagerly shifted the conversation to distract herself. Right. We should definitely put a stop to them thinking there's anything between Edward and me because that ship sailed long ago. I want them to know that I choose Rose, both now and in the future when I turn. I'm in it for the long haul. Rosalie hummed contentedly and tightened her grip. Bella wasn't sure, but she thought she heard the blonde whisper mine under her breath. What about your plans to transition? I'm sure that will come up as well, Irina asked as she moved across the room. Bella settled into an armchair, looking around the room. Oh, yeah. I guess that's okay. But I feel like we should address this together first to get on the same page since it affects all of us. Plus, you all have gone through this, so I'm open to suggestions and advice. Of course, Malika. But remember, it's your body, your choice, Tanya replied. Bella would have hugged her if it weren't for the tight grip around her waist. It was about time someone, aside from Rosalie, recognized this. Honestly, why it was even a debate among the Cullens was beyond her. Yes, having a newborn vampire would impact the coven, but it should have been her decision, not something to be voted on. Well, Rose and I have talked about this a bit. I know I want to wait until after graduation, but I'd like to hold off until my birthday if possible. I know there's a deadline, but I want to be the same age as Rose when I turn. Understandable. As long as the Vulturi don't interfere, I don't think that will be an issue. We have every intention of changing you, so we're still operating within the law, Irina commented thoughtfully. What's the cover story? Kate asked from Emmett's gaming chair, surprising Bella. She hadn't even seen her move. I thought I'd tell my dad I was going on some, finding myself, summer road trip or something. We could stage an accident. That way he gets his closure. I feel like anything else would just leave him searching for answers for the rest of his life. He's not the kind of man to give up. He fought tooth and nail for shared custody of me, even though the court somehow ruled in Renee's favor. He wouldn't handle a mysterious death or disappearance well. Yes, very logical. Easily explained and accepted by human standards, I believe, Tanya noted, stopping her note-taking, probably to eliminate any potential evidence. And after you turn? Are you going to do the Bambi diet with us? Well, maybe, Bella hesitated. But something Rose said a while back caught my attention, and I've been thinking about it. Last year, I was almost assaulted by a group of guys, and I was thinking maybe I could use my vampirism for the greater good. Clean up the streets a bit, if that makes sense. I don't want to make things awkward for you all if I choose to prey on humans. We would never judge you for that. We've all had our share of years feeding on humans. It is our natural instinct, after all. Our diet is a personal choice, one that we would never force on anyone who wasn't willing. Bella sighed in relief at Tanya's words. She had been hesitant to bring this up, unsure of how it would be received, but there was no judgment in the leader's eyes. It's an admirable goal, to be sure, Irina said, nodding slowly. I don't mean to discourage you, but in the spirit of transparency, if you go the human route, it will take you longer to learn to control your instincts. Even mature vampires struggle around human blood, and being a newborn makes it infinitely harder. There will likely be unintended casualties. Yeah, I get that. I know I'll probably mess up a lot, but maybe it won't be so bad with you all helping me. We're here for you. No questions asked. Kate rocked back and forth on the floor chair, the childish motion contrasting with her serious tone. Okay, good. I can't really think of anything else right now. Let us know if you think of anything else. We still have time. Tanya folded her notepad and tucked it into her jacket pocket. Bella fought, and failed, to suppress a yawn as a wave of exhaustion washed over her. Looks like it's time for the human to sleep, she said. Kate jumped to her feet. I think I'm going to go hunt. Power up for the long drive and all. We'll join you. Irina blurred after Kate. If we don't see you again before you leave, drive safe, and we'll see you in Denali. Tanya gave Bella a quick kiss on the cheek. Bella pressed her forehead gently against Rose's before following her sisters into the darkening forest. Silence enveloped the trio, and Bella slumped back against her girlfriend, feeling the weight of the day's emotional toll catch up with her. Tired? Rose asked. That's an understatement, Bella replied with a sigh. I feel like I've been run over by a semi-truck. Repeatedly. How about I draw you a bath? Rose purred in her ear, sending a delightful shiver down Bella's spine. Honestly, that sounds like heaven. Thanks. No problem. I also took the liberty of bringing your travel bag up to my room since we're starting later than planned. I figured there might be some things you'd want for the evening. We can leave at first light tomorrow, or you can sleep in the car if you want an earlier start. Morning sounds good. I know you'll make up for lost time with that lead foot of yours. You know me so well, Rose grinned, planting a kiss on Bella's nose. I'll be upstairs getting the water ready, Come up when you're ready." With that, Rose blurred away, leaving Bella to her thoughts. The brunette sank back against the sofa, waves of exhaustion washing over her. She stared blankly at the ceiling, trying to quiet the whirlwind of thoughts in her mind. She was grateful for their supportive and respectful approach to her choices, but it was a lot to process. With a grunt, she pushed herself off the couch, drawn by the promise of a hot bath. To her delight, after just a week of training, she managed to walk up the 4 flights of stairs without sounding like an asthmatic librarian by the time she reached the top. She also noticed her muscles beginning to show some definition. Bella had always considered herself perfectly average in body type, slim but soft, but now, it felt like a refreshing change. As she approached the bathroom, she caught the faint scent of lavender, jasmine, eucalyptus, and something else she couldn't quite identify wafting down the hallway, urging her to pick up the pace. Bella's ears picked up the soothing sounds of new age instrumental music, a gentle flute accompanied by soft drums. She paused at the doorway, hand raised to knock, when a warm voice reached her. "You can come in, Bella. You have full permission to enter. You don't need to knock every time." Bella smiled and stepped inside. Rose sat at her vanity in the ensuite, lazily brushing her hair. Golden eyes met Bella's gaze through the mirror. "I tried to get the water just right. It's tricky for us to judge temperatures. The settings are on the little dial near the faucet if you need to adjust anything. It maintains the temperature, or else our bodies cool the water too quickly," Rose explained, noticing Bella's raised eyebrows. Bella turned to see the giant jacuzzi tub filled to the brim, a thick cloud of bubbles floating on top and hiding the water beneath. Eagerly, she moved closer and dipped her hand in to test the waters, letting out an involuntary sigh. Perfect. She nibbled her lip, torn between inviting Rose to join her or enjoying a moment alone. Ultimately, her logical side prevailed. After the emotional roller coaster of the past few weeks, she felt too exhausted, despite her racing hormones and vivid imagination. She wanted to move things along, no question about that, but she also wanted to savor the experience. Maybe next time. Yes, definitely next time. A cool breeze signaled Rose's presence behind her as Bella stood up, shaking the water off her hand. "Take your time, you deserve to relax. I'll get you something for dinner when you get out. Any requests?" Rose wrapped her arms around Bella, hugging her gently. "A bath and dinner? Are you trying to butter me up for something?" Bella teased. "Oh, believe me, you'll know when I am," Rose clipped back, and Bella shivered involuntarily at the playful tone in her voice. "I just wanted to do something nice for you. It's been a tough few weeks, so you deserve some pampering." Well, when you put it that way." Bella chuckled, turning in Rose's arms and gazing up into her honey-colored eyes. "How about a burger and fries? Maybe a chocolate milkshake?" "As you wish. I'll be back soon." Rose planted a quick kiss on Bella's lips before disappearing from the room. Once Rose was gone, Bella wasted no time settling into the luxurious tub, sinking into the hot water with a satisfied groan. She inhaled deeply, the aromatic blend of essential oils calming her further. Despite the chaos that seemed to follow her everywhere, she allowed her troubles to drift away, clearing her mind for this moment. There was nothing she could do about any of it now, so why worry? As Rose had said, she deserved a moment to herself. An hour later, a very pruny brunette emerged from the bath, moving slowly in her overly relaxed state. She dressed in the pajamas her girlfriend had laid out for her and wrapped herself in a fluffy robe. As she entered the main bedroom, she found Rose sitting on the bed with a tray of food prepared. Bella's stomach lurched at the smell of her favorite takeout from the diner. She hadn't realized just how hungry she was. "Hey," Rose greeted. "Hey. Did you enjoy yourself?" "Most definitely. I think I want to marry your bathtub. That water trick is amazing. I didn't realize how much time had passed. If I'd stayed in there any longer, I might have actually turned into a raisin." Bella waved her wrinkly fingers for emphasis as she crossed the room and settled on the bed. Rose chuckled softly. "Well, I'm glad. You're welcome to it any time you want." Thanks. And thanks for getting all this. Bella grabbed the burger and took a large bite, stifling a groan of pleasure as she chewed. I wish I could do things like this for you. I appreciate the thought, but don't worry. I really enjoy spoiling you. Seeing you happy makes me happy. Bella hummed in acknowledgement as she quickly finished her meal. Remember that first night? Bella said, twirling a fry between her fingers. You complained about this the entire ride back to my house. I thought you were going to kill me when I dropped that fry. Now look at you, letting me eat on your bed, and you haven't made a single snarky joke about the grease. Rose laughed, her voice soft like wind chimes in the breeze. Well, we've both come a long way since then. Bella nodded and took her empty tray to the desk to clear it away. When she returned to the bed, Rose instantly wrapped her arms around her, pulling her close. Rose? Bella asked. Rose replied. How are you feeling about all this? You guys were asking me how I felt, but I never asked how you felt. Are you okay? I mean, it was bad enough for you to leave school, so... It caught me off guard, Rose confirmed. I didn't want to cause a scene. It's gotta be tough being caught between the two covens and all. Several moments passed before Rose finally spoke, her tone thoughtful and somber. It's a difficult predicament for me. It hurts because I've been with them for a long time, and I do love them. But I stand by you and my sisters. I hope the time doesn't come when I have to choose, but if it does, I'll choose you over them. I don't like the way they handled this situation, and it broke a bit of my trust in them, though I'm not sure of the full extent of the damage. I guess it all depends on how this meeting goes and what we learn. Bella nodded, rubbing the vampire's cool forearm. I'll choose you, too. I've got your back through all this. Just let me know how I can support you, okay? I will. Just knowing that means the world to me. Well. Bella paused for a moment, weighing her words. She had been trying to find a way to express her thoughts. It was time to talk to Rose, but with everything happening, it felt like there was always something getting in the way. Well, there's no time like the present, Bella thought. It's what you do for the ones you love. I love you, Rosalie Hale. Rose's smile could have illuminated the entire world. I love you, too. Chapter 22. Bella stared out the window, watching the scenery fly by as Rosalie sped down the winding highway. She had spent most of the drive either reading or sleeping in the blanket fort Rose had built in the back seat to pass the time. Now, as they neared their destination, the growing anticipation made her antsy, so she decided to move up front for the final stretch. At some point, the landscape had transformed from the familiar conifer forests of the Pacific Northwest to something completely new. Even after hours of gazing at it, she struggled to find the right words to describe the Alaskan tundra. It was more than just the open, snow-covered plains, expansive rolling hills, scattered trees, and hardy shrubs. It was a feeling. It was wild and free, acres upon acres of untamed wilderness where nature still reigned supreme. If it weren't for the highway and power lines, it seemed untouched by human influence. The sun shone high in the clear blue sky, and its bright rays sparkled off the blanket of snow, creating the illusion of a sea of glistening diamonds stretching as far as the eye could see. She didn't believe in magic, but if she did, this would be it. The view filled her with a sense of limitless possibility, awe, and wonder that she hadn't felt in years. Despite having lived in Arizona and California for most of her life, Bella had quickly acclimated to the dreariness of Forks. She was reluctant to admit it, but she had almost forgotten what everything looked like without the oppressive cloud cover that cast a gray lens over the world. This was a welcome change. Bella shifted in her seat, absent-mindedly drumming her fingers on her thighs to no particular rhythm. Am I boring you, Miss Swan? Rosalie asked, her voice cool and teasing, pulling Bella from her thoughts. Bella rolled her eyes playfully. I knew this was going to be one hell of a road trip, even with your maniac driving, but I somehow didn't realize it would be this long. Honestly, I think I lost the ability to feel my rear end somewhere around Anchorage, Bella said with a laugh. We're almost there, Rosalie replied, smiling as she reached across the center console to take Bella's hand, squeezing it gently. Eleazar and Carmen are excited to meet you. I fear my sisters have been talking about you. A lot. All good things, I hope? Bella asked, raising an eyebrow. Of course. Obviously, Kate adores you, but Irina and Tanya are just as captivated by your charms. They sing your praises and are genuinely looking forward to you joining our family. Well, I'm looking forward to it, too. It's kind of weird. Even though I've known the Cullens longer, I actually feel closer to your sisters. You should tell them that next time you see them. I'm sure they'll be happy to hear it. Bella could hear the smile in Rosalie's voice. She instinctively smiled back, letting the conversation drift as she got lost in her thoughts. So, speaking of your sisters, I was thinking. She trailed off, taking a moment to collect her thoughts, her teeth worrying at her bottom lip. Rosalie waited patiently, her cool thumb rubbing soothing patterns against the back of Bella's hand. Even if everything goes well on Thursday, I was thinking maybe we could move up here with Tanya and the others. You know, for my transition. I just think it would be better for me to be away from civilization as I learn to control myself. Fewer accidents, too. She didn't elaborate, both women knew which accidents she was referring to. Bella wasn't looking forward to learning to control her newborn bloodlust, but she understood it was part of the vampire learning process and tried to accept it. No point in fretting over the inevitable. At least she had months to mentally prepare for her change, a luxury none of the sisters had been afforded. She should be grateful for that. It certainly would have been much harder to accept becoming a vampire if she had been thrust into the supernatural world without warning. I'm more than fine with it. I've been contemplating my options for some time now. Staying with the Cullens isn't a viable choice for me, at least not right away. Maybe in a decade, I'll be ready, but for now, I agree that being with my sisters is best. Perhaps we could travel a bit once you learn to control your instincts. There's a whole world out there that I'd love to show you. Yeah, that sounds good. I haven't had much chance to travel, unless you count Renee's sporadic moves when I was a kid, so I'm open to whatever, Bella replied with a shrug, shifting again in her seat. She felt a wave of gratitude that Rose shared her sentiments about living in Alaska for a while. Bella was looking forward to the change of scenery. She genuinely liked the Denalis and had come to see them as family in just a few weeks, perhaps even more than she felt about the Cullens. The sisters were respectful, patient, and understanding. They truly made her feel like she belonged with them. While they were mindful of her human status and its limitations, they didn't treat her like a porcelain doll, which was something she appreciated more than she let on. The Cullens had always walked on eggshells around her, making her feel like an outsider. They tried to create a sense of normalcy, but their efforts weren't as subtle as they believed. She could sense the tension in their restraint, as if touching her might cause her to shatter instantly. Then there was their obvious struggle with bloodlust, some more than others. Over time, she had learned to overlook it, or rather, she chose to willfully ignore it, because of her excitement about dating Edward and being around a coven of vampires. But it was always lurking in the back of her mind. With the Denalis, there was no hesitation. They hugged her and interacted with her like any other person would. They didn't make her feel wrong for being human. Unlike Edward, they didn't assume they knew what she was feeling. The Denalis were 1,000 years old, but they always let her make her own mistakes and learn from them. Sure, they would argue over who got to tend to her, human boo-boos, whenever she got hurt, but not once did their eyes turn black around her. Not even when Kate had tried a new balance exercise, leaving Bella perched on a tree limb, and she ended up falling and scraping her knee. Honestly, their control was inspiring, and she felt grateful to be learning from them. Besides, I miss my sisters, despite their constant pestering. It's been nice to reconnect with them. And yes, it will be easier to keep an eye on you with the four of us around. I have a feeling you're going to be one hell of a newborn, Rose said. Great, can't wait. Bella replied with a sardonic chuckle. It doesn't last forever, Rose reassured her, giving her a gentle squeeze before letting go to fiddle with the iPod. Bella yelped when a cool finger suddenly slipped behind her and pinched her but without warning, What was that for? She hissed at her girlfriend, who was grinning smugly. Just checking your theory. I'm pleased to inform you that you did not lose your ass somewhere in Anchorage, Rose teased. You're incorrigible. Perhaps, but you love me regardless. Guilty as charged, Bella said with a grin, secretly enjoying Rose's playful side. Feeling mischievous, she decided to poke the bear a little more. I think all this time with Kate is rubbing off on you. That was definitely a move straight from the Hurricanes playbook. Rose gasped, feigning offense, though there was a chance the sentiment was genuine. I'm nothing like that menace. Unlike her, I have a healthy sense of dignity, pride, and self-control. Yeah, and challenging her to a boulder throwing contest was? A momentary lapse in judgment, Rose admitted, and they both chuckled softly for a moment, allowing the conversation to wind down. A pleasant silence settled between them, each woman lost in her thoughts as Rosalie's. A sleek black Audi raced along the road. After nearly 36 hours of non-stop driving, the 2,500-mile journey was finally coming to an end. Bella felt tears of relief welling up as Rosalie parked next to the silver Stingray, already occupying a spot in the large, cul-de-sac-style driveway. She was unbuckled and had the car door open before the blonde even had a chance to kill the engine. Scoffing under her breath, Bella climbed out of the car and stretched her aching limbs, taking in her new surroundings. When Tanya had described their home as a lodge, Bella had imagined a quaint little cabin nestled in the forest. She should have known better. Like the sisters themselves, the building before her was anything but quaint. The massive 4-story structure was built entirely of wood, save for the giant multi-pane windows that formed the main wall of the 3rd and 4th floors. What was it with vampires and windows? Smaller windows dotted the 1st and 2nd floors. From her vantage point, Bella could see several wings extending from the main structure. The roof came to a sharp point, intentionally angled to prevent snow buildup in winter, and the windows on the 4th floor were cut to follow the roof's slope. 2 wraparound porches, one at ground level and the other on the 3rd floor, along with several stone chimneys poking out of the sloped roof, completed the look. A whispered, "Wow," escaped Bella's lips as she turned to take in the rest of the scenery. Unlike the Cullen mansion, which, while impressive with its modern structure and design, stuck out like a sore thumb against the thick pine forests, the Denali home blended seamlessly with its surroundings. The lodge was nestled deep in a secluded valley, perched in a clearing overlooking an icy lake. Snow-capped mountains towered overhead, making Bella feel small and insignificant in comparison. It wasn't bad, per se, just a reminder of how awe-inspiring nature could be. She desperately wished she could see it without the thick layer of snow, but winter's grip was still strong this far north. Bella stood there, trying to imagine what the landscape would look like in summer or autumn, with the leaves changing colors. Carino. A soft yet masculine voice pulled Bella from her thoughts. She turned to see 2 figures walking down the shoveled path from the lodge. The man was tall and slender, with a gentle face. As they approached, Bella noticed they both had the distinctive golden eyes associated with vegetarian vampires. Eliezer. Rosalie greeted the brown-haired man warmly, wrapping him in a firm hug. Though his skin shimmered in the sunlight like any other vampire, it had a slightly olive hue, unlike the other Denalis and the Cullens. The woman beside him, whom Bella guessed was Carmen, had a similar complexion. "It's good to see you, mi tesoro," Carmen said as she stepped forward to embrace Rosalie, kissing her on both cheeks. She patted Rosalie's cheek gently before turning to Bella. "You must be Bella. We've heard so much about you. Welcome to the family." Carmen treated Bella to the same warm greeting. Fortunately, they were similar in height, which made the moment less awkward. Carmen had practically grabbed Rosalie's face, pulling her down to cheek-kissing level, one of the downsides of being close to 5 feet 10 inches. "It's nice to meet you. I've heard a lot about you as well," Bella said, smiling fondly at the sparkling woman. She was grateful to have gotten used to seeing Rosalie in the sun, otherwise, she might have felt guilty for staring. Despite the familiarity, a brief wave of panic washed over her at the thought of someone else spotting the shimmering figures, but she quickly realized that the secluded lodge was miles away from any main road. Plus, the vampires would likely sense any approaching humans long before they could get close enough to see anything unusual. She turned to greet Eleazar, but was met with a vacant expression, reminiscent of. Bella watched as Alice adopted her blank stare, a sure sign she was having a vision. Rose leaned in and whispered, "We mentioned that Eleazar can sense gifts, right? Apparently, yours is quite something." The three women began unpacking the car, giving Eleazar some privacy. A moment later, he snapped out of his trance. "My apologies. I can't always control my gift, and yours caught me off guard," he said. "Really? I'm going to have a gift?" Bella felt her heart leap in her chest. She had sensed something unique about herself, especially in her reactions to Kate and Edward, but hearing it confirmed was thrilling. "Kate said you were an eager beaver, and now I see what she meant," Eleazar chuckled. His accent wasn't as pronounced as Carmen's in that moment. "Come, let's get you inside first. I'm sure you both would like a moment to refresh yourselves after such a long journey. We can discuss your gift later. Katerina is out hunting, but I'd love to get her perspective as well." "Oh, right. Yeah, I could use a few human moments," Bella replied, shuffling her feet and adjusting the strap of her backpack. Just then, her stomach chose that moment to protest loudly, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment. "I would be happy to cook something for you," Eleazar offered. "Tanya instructed us to stock the kitchen for your arrival. Would you be opposed to some Spanish fare?" "Carmen was a chef in her previous life," Rose added, trying to ease Bella's worries about the meal being prepared by someone with questionable taste buds. The memory of marinara-drenched salmon still haunted her culinary nightmares. Her descendants still operate several restaurants in Madrid. The recipes have been passed down through generations, and I believe a few are Carmen's originals. "Oh, you must go visit if you have the time," Carmen said, beaming with pride and nodding enthusiastically. "But if not, I shall bring the tastes of Spain to you. It won't be the same, though. There's something special about picking fresh ingredients from the market, but it should taste just fine all the same," she said with a rueful shake of her head, lost in her memories. "I'm sure it will be delicious, mi amor," Eleazar reassured her, kissing her temple before grabbing a random bag and leading the way inside. "Honestly, that all sounds wonderful." "Thanks." Bella picked up her travel bag and followed the pair inside, holding Rose's hand with her other. Rosalie's room in Denali was nothing like her room in Forks. Like the rest of the lodge, the spacious interior had a surprisingly homey, rustic vibe, which Bella preferred. There were a few fur area rugs scattered across the floor and a fire crackling in the stone hearth. The walls boasted several bookshelves, filled with books, trinkets, and artifacts that Rosalie had collected and deemed worthy of keeping. "So, where's your Slytherin pride?" Bella teased, lounging on Rosalie's bed, which was just as impressive as her own back in Forks. After her shower, she had dressed in fresh jeans and a light sweater. Carmen and Eleazar had gone a little overboard, lighting all the fireplaces and cranking up the heat. She wasn't complaining. She might have been used to the constant layer of gray in Forks, but she still hated the cold with an undying passion. "Why does everyone think I'm a Slytherin? Is it because they think I'm evil or something?" Bella could practically feel Rosalie rolling her eyes behind her. "Being a Slytherin doesn't make you inherently evil," Rosalie said, hanging up her clothes in the closet. "It just means you're ambitious, cunning, and will cut a bitch if she messes with you. You're not doing a very good job of convincing me that being a Slytherin is a good thing," Rose pouted as she settled on the bed, curling around Bella. She snuggled the human close, nuzzling her nose against Bella's neck and hair. Next to kisses and hand-holding, it felt just right. Was her most frequent way of showing affection. Tanya had explained that half the time, Rosalie wasn't even aware she was doing it. It was her vampire instincts marking Bella as hers, especially since Bella was still human. It was a way to signal to other vampires that the brunette was spoken for. "This reminds me of my first home, so I've tried to keep it authentic to my memory. With modern updates, of course. If someone had an electric light bulb back then, I'm certain they'd have been accused of sorcery," Rosalie said. "Morbid and graphic, but I think I get what you mean." Bella looked around, her gaze landing on a nearby shelf where the glint of metal caught her eye. What's that? Rosalie followed her line of sight and blurred to retrieve the item in question, returning before Bella even registered her absence. It's my axe, she said proudly, handing the weapon to her girlfriend. It was simple but well crafted, the even balance felt good in Bella's hand. The wooden handle was wrapped in leather strips, forming a comfortable grip, and the upper shaft was adorned with runic designs. Bella's eyes widened in surprise. You mean the one you had when you were human? The one your mom trained you with? The very same. Holy shit, I shouldn't be getting my human germs on it. This belongs in a museum or behind glass or something. She exclaimed, handing it back. It's like 1,000 years old. Well, so am I, but I'm not hanging about behind glass, Rosalie snarked. It's a tool. It was made to be used and handled. Putting it behind glass would be a disservice to its memory. Yeah, but it would help preserve it, Bella argued. The axe head is the main part. I can replace the rest relatively easily, and I've done so on a few occasions. Rosalie shrugged and returned the axe to its stand at a human pace, then extended her hand as she approached the bed. It smells like Carmen is about done. I hope you're hungry. I have a feeling she cooked enough for a small army. I feel bad. It's just like Esme waiting on me. Bella stood up, accepting Rosalie's outstretched hand. Don't feel bad. Esme was different. It was a product of how she was raised. In her time, women were expected to be housewives, to serve and entertain. Cooking is Carmen's passion, one she rarely gets to pursue. This is bringing her more joy than you can imagine. If you really want to earn points, you can ask Carmen to teach you some dishes. That sounds like a great idea. I'm sure Charlie would appreciate a change in diet, too. Though I'm certain he could eat nothing but steak and potatoes for the rest of his life and still be happy. Rosalie hummed non-committally as she walked down the stairs, her pace matching Bella's. Bella furrowed her brow, sensing Rosalie's nervous energy. Just as she was about to ask what was on Rosalie's mind, the blonde spoke up. I was thinking that after you eat, I could take you out. I know it's been hectic with Victoria and the shifters, and I've really wanted to take you on a date, but it never seemed like the right time. I worry that if I delay, we might miss this opportunity, especially with the Cullens coming back. Who knows how that's going to go? And it's not going to be a standard date like people go on now since we're in the middle of the woods, but... Bella silenced the rambling vampire with a quick kiss, taking advantage of the stairs to look Rosalie in the eye. Stop. I don't want standard or normal, I just want you. So yes, I would love to go on a date with you. If you're worried about it, we can plan for more official dates in the future. But as you said, things have been crazy, so any alone time I can get with you is special. I mean it. But. No buts, Rosalie Hale. If you want to make it special, don't tell me what it is. Really? You hate surprises. For you, I think I'll make an exception. Just this once. Bella released a low, contented sigh as she pushed her plate away from her. As Rosalie had warned her, Carmen had. Bella had prepared enough food for at least a dozen people, presenting a full tapas spread. The older woman apologized for what she deemed simplicity, wishing she could have made something more elaborate if only she had had more time. But all her worries vanished the moment Bella took her first bite. Everything she tasted was delicious, and she found herself wishing for Jake's appetite so she could enjoy more. Even with her limited capacity, she managed to make a respectable dent in the spread before her stomach began to protest. She considered mentioning the half-dozen perpetually hungry shifters but decided to put that thought on the back burner for another time. As she packed away the leftovers, Carmen entered the kitchen with Kate in tow. Rose was still out hunting, trying to make the most of their time before the first official date. Once the last dish was tucked away, Bella turned to the platinum blonde. Hey, can we talk real fast? She blurted out before her nerves could get the best of her. Sure, Bluebells, what's up? Carmen replied with a smile, sensing she wasn't needed for this conversation and excusing herself. Bella hesitated as the brown-haired vampire left the kitchen. In private? Ooh, a sneaky talk without Rosie knowing? Scandalous. Kate grinned, swiftly whisking Bella into her arms and rushing her upstairs at vamp speed to cut down on travel time. Before she knew it, Bella found herself sitting in a plush armchair next to the fireplace in Kate's room. So, what's on your mind? Kate asked, perching herself in the matching armchair and leaning forward eagerly. Well, you know I love Rose and Rose loves me, but I don't know how to, you know. Kate blinked in surprise as Bella's words sank in, a broad grin forming on her lips before she erupted into uncontrollable laughter. Bella's cheeks burned, but she pressed on despite the vampire's amusement. Because, my mom gave me the talk, but that was when she thought I liked boys and... Well, that's not really helpful, Bella sighed. Charlie tried again when I started dating Edward, but he only got out about 5 words before I blurted out that I'm a virgin and literally ran away. She was starting to regret asking Kate for advice. She didn't have the time to pick Tanya's brain, and Irina only played for the men's team, so she wouldn't be much help here. Kate took a moment to compose herself. My little bluebell's all grown up and wanting sex advice, she cooed. Have no fear, I'll share everything I know. Rose will be screaming your name for the world to hear. Maybe not everything, but yeah, maybe. Bella stammered, nervously running her fingers through the baby hairs at the back of her neck. Don't be embarrassed. Sex is natural, and there's no shame in wanting it. We all have needs. Kate's reassurance did little to calm Bella, whose blush had spread to the tips of her ears and down her neck. Okay, I get it. All joking aside, Bella said, trying to regain her composure. Suddenly, Kate snapped to attention, her tone turning serious. Truthfully, you should probably be having this conversation with Rosalie. It's important to be on the same page to decide if you're both ready to take this step. Well, yeah, but when that time comes, I'd like to have some idea of what to do. Otherwise, Rose will think I'm an idiot or something. Even if you missed and got the wrong hole, which can be fun in its own way if you're feeling a little adventurous, Rose would never think you're an idiot. Inexperienced? Yes. Idiot? No. She would never judge you on your abilities in bed. Besides, usually, the first few times with a new lover are awkward as hell because you're learning each other's bodies. Bella nodded, her initial panic finally beginning to ease. The tightness in her chest was loosening, and she wasn't on the verge of hyperventilating anymore. She took a steadying breath. Bella took a deep breath before continuing. Okay, so what do I do? Do what feels right, Kate replied. Take your time to listen and pay attention to her cues. It's also perfectly fine to ask if what you're doing feels good or not. I'm sure Rose will have no problem guiding you. Have you ever tried pleasuring yourself? Bella ducked her head, nodding quickly. Just a few times. I was curious. Nothing to be ashamed of, Kate reassured her. Think about what felt good to you. Of course, not all bodies are the same, but it's a start. And for the love of all that is holy, don't go straight for the clit. A woman's body is special and complex. Play with her, tease her, find those erogenous zones that make her toes curl. Then, when she's begging you, go for the gold. Bella choked on her spit. Well, this was definitely what she had expected when she decided to ask Kate for advice. Right, thanks. That was insightful. I'm just gonna go. Oh, and let me know when you do the deed. I don't want details, but I'll need to give you a new nickname then. Oh my God, have you been referring to blue balls this entire time? I thought it was obvious. Rose has been so into you, but you just can't tell with your weak human nose. It's been really annoying, actually. You are. Ugh. Bella threw her arms up in frustration and stalked away. I love you too. I can hear your lady approaching. You've got about 30 seconds before she gets back. Go get Tiger. Bella rushed out the door, not looking back to see Kate wink and settle back into her chair. Chapter 23. Bullshit. Now I know you're messing with me. There's no way you have a constellation about a toe. Yes. It's right there. Rosalie exclaimed, grabbing Bella's hand and pointing to a cluster of stars. Orvindal's toe. See it? After his epic battle against Hrungnir, Thor rescued his friend Orvindal from Jotunheim, the land of the giants. Unfortunately, Orvindal's toe had become frostbitten, so Thor broke it off and threw it into the sky. Bella nodded slowly as she listened to Rosalie's explanation. She leaned back against her girlfriend's front, tilting her head to gaze at the heavens while Rose gently massaged her scalp with her free hand. It took every ounce of willpower not to close her eyes and surrender to the soothing touch. Instead, she focused on Rose's voice and the constellations above. Her attention drifted across the clear sky, her eyes wide as she took in the sparkling tapestry. It was mind-boggling how many stars there were. Even with her limited human eyesight, she could see millions of tiny specks of light twinkling from zillions of miles away. She couldn't help but wonder what it looked like for Rosalie with her vampiric vision. Well, she'd find out soon enough. Despite her limited senses, it felt as though she was seeing the night sky for the first time. Forbes was always too cloudy, and there was too much light pollution in Phoenix to see much. Sometimes, when she was really desperate as a child, she pretended the planes coming to and from Sky Harbor were shooting stars. Bella stifled a reflexive yawn. The pair had been sitting on the roof of one of the Denali's satellite cabins for quite some time now. Last she checked, it was nearly midnight, and that felt like several hours ago, but Bella couldn't find it in herself to care. For this moment, she was content to exist without worrying about something as trivial as time. It was just them, and that's all that mattered. Tired as she was, she didn't actually feel like sleeping. The drive up to Alaska had taken its toll. Bella was determined to stick to her sleep schedule, but she wasn't about to miss a single moment of their first date, even if it meant pulling an all-nighter. Rosalie had promised that her surprise would be worth the wait, and that alone was enough motivation to push through the fatigue. Besides, the old Norse myths and legends Rosalie had been sharing to pass the time were genuinely fascinating. Tired? Rosalie asked, peppering soft kisses along the side of Bella's neck. A little bit, but this is nice. You tell great stories, Bella replied, snuggling deeper against her girlfriend. They were both bundled up in winter clothes, Rosalie not out of necessity, but rather to create a barrier between Bella and the cold, ensuring she didn't lose any body heat while dutifully playing the role of a human chair. It shouldn't be much longer now, Rosalie hummed, wrapping her arms around Bella's waist. You're still not going to tell me what it is? Bella asked, her curiosity piqued. You said I could surprise you. You're not going back on your word, are you, Miss Swan? Rosalie teased. As if. I'm just glad you weren't planning on blindfolding me like you did with the truck. Bella held her ground, but she felt her resolve wavering as sharp teeth playfully nipped at the shell of her ear. Who says I'm not? Rosalie growled, her voice dropping to a sultry timbre. Bella shivered involuntarily as a wave of heat coursed through her, pooling in her core. She squirmed, rubbing her thighs together in a futile attempt to ease the growing ache. Judging by the tightening of Rosalie's arms around her waist, her reaction hadn't gone unnoticed. That realization excited Bella even more, knowing that Rosalie could sense her desire. They definitely needed to have that talk soon. Her mind drifted back to her brief conversation with Kate, and Bella suddenly realized that she had probably signed herself up for years of teasing by going to the chaotic middle sister instead of. Bella had always turned to her eldest friend for relationship advice, and while it felt a bit silly, she was willing to pay that price. At least it wasn't entirely in vain. As goofy as Kate could be, she had offered some surprisingly solid wisdom. Plus, Bella discovered she wasn't alone in grappling with her raging hormones and desires. While she felt guilty about Rosalie's unfulfilled needs, it was an unexpected boost to her ego to know that she affected the vampire just as strongly as Rosalie affected her. It made her feel slightly less embarrassed, knowing she wasn't the only one living in a near-constant state of arousal. I'm sorry, else can mean. I didn't mean to make you uncomfortable or feel pressured, Rosalie quickly amended, misinterpreting Bella's silence as discomfort. The concern lacing her girlfriend's normally confident tone pulled Bella from her thoughts. We have plenty of time to explore the more intimate aspects of our relationship later if you need more time. I can wait. Sometimes I get excited and forget myself. Bella swallowed hard and turned in Rosalie's arms, settling down on her lap. She reached up to cup her girlfriend's sharp jaw, her gloved hands rubbing softly to soothe her concerns. Well, it seemed the time for that conversation was now. Part of her wished she'd had more time to think and plan, but another part was glad it was coming up organically. At least it felt natural rather than forced or awkward, well, at least less awkward than it already was. Taking a deep breath to calm her nerves, Bella began, "No, it's not that. I mean, I'm not opposed to trying new things. It's just that everything is new to me. Kissing is still new to me, so sexy and, kind of kinky stuff is just a little intimidating, I guess." Rosalie hummed softly as she listened, the crease in her brow smoothing out. "I understand. Well, I told you before that I'm a very patient woman. I can wait until you feel ready. We can ease into it, take it slow. One step at a time." Bella shook her head, feeling impatient. "But that's the thing. I do feel ready. I love that you're so aware and respectful, but I want to be more physical with you. I want to show you how much I love you, I just don't know what I'm doing. Kate said I should talk to you about it, which I guess is what we're doing now. But I also want to discuss the things you like and don't like, and other stuff, as I figure out what I like. I don't want to disappoint you, and I don't want it to be one-sided. I've never had sex, so I was kind of hoping you would take more control, at least for the first time, so I can get an idea of what to do." She noticed the deep rumble in Rosalie's chest when she mentioned relinquishing control to her. "I'm more than fine with that," Rosalie practically growled in her ear, though Bella could sense her struggle to maintain control over her desire. "I won't lie. I want you. Badly. Just let me know if this is too much for you. You set the pace here. I don't want you to feel obligated to do anything you're not comfortable with just because you think I'll like it. I have an eternity to love you, and I don't want to rush a single second." As Rosalie spoke, Bella felt herself falling deeper and deeper, until all her hesitation faded away. She gazed into Rosalie's gold-flecked amber eyes, and everything else slipped away. No Victoria, no impending change, no faking her death and breaking her father's heart, no high school drama, no shifters, no Cullens. All she cared about was the blonde vampire she was straddling. In a surprising moment of boldness, she surged forward and captured Rosalie's lips. The vampire groaned into the kiss, and Bella seized the opportunity, slipping her tongue between Rosalie's lips. Her hands moved from cradling Rosalie's jaw to threading into her thick golden hair, holding the moment close. The older girl held her in place, or at least gave her the illusion of control. Rose could easily break the hold, but she showed no intention of moving away. In fact, quite the opposite happened. Strong arms tightened around Bella's waist, pulling her impossibly close, at least as close as their puffy layers would allow. Despite the barrier, Bella could still feel every curve and contour of her girlfriend's body. "Bella." Rose's voice was raspy, thick with want and need. "If we continue, it will be very difficult for me to stop. I trust you, Rose. Completely." Bella panted against cool lips, still breathless from their heated kisses. "I know, else can mean. I just want to be fully transparent with you. Even though you're not a vampire yet, my instincts still recognize you as my chosen mate, not just a passing fancy. They're pushing me to claim you as part of the bonding process. Every fiber of my being is screaming at me to bite you, to mark you as mine. Of course, I won't if you don't want me to, and I have enough control to resist my urges. I just want you to understand what I'm feeling, as this is a very big step and affects us both." Bella's eyes widened. Well, Kate certainly hadn't mentioned that part of vampire intimacy. She had a surface-level understanding of the mating process, thinking it was just the act of having sex that sealed the deal. No one had mentioned anything about sharing bites, although it made sense why they'd do it. Scars lasted much longer than rings. Beyond that, the idea of being bitten should have scared her, but knowing it was Rose, whom she loved and trusted completely, put those fears to rest. In fact, the significance of it excited her even more. She nodded slowly to show she was listening, and Rose took the silent cue to continue. But if you do want it, I'll bite you without releasing venom or drinking your blood. After I deliver the bite, I'll seal your wound to staunch the bleeding, but you'll still carry a scar for the rest of your existence. As a human, you won't be able to return the mark, so my instincts will be all over the place until then. I'll probably become possessive and overprotective, and I'll feel insecure about not having your bite. Logic and reason matter little when it comes to vampiric instincts. You'll understand it better once you've turned. As a newborn, all your emotions will be heightened, and I'm certain you'll instantly recognize me as your mate because of our existing relationship and love for one another. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if your first act as a newborn is to try to complete our bond and mark me as yours. Bella shivered. The idea of marking Rose as hers was undeniably appealing, even though she hesitated to mar such perfect skin. I told you once that these mating bonds aren't necessarily eternal, but once the connection is formed, vampires rarely break their relationships. Unless something drastic happens, I'll be yours, and you'll be mine forever. Bella released a slow breath. There was a time she thought that forever with Edward was what she wanted, but hearing Rose talk made her realize just how naive she had been. What she had with Edward wasn't real. It was just a schoolgirl crush, existing in her perfect bubble. This was a whole different ball game. It should have terrified her, she was so young to be making such big decisions. Yet, she knew all of this was coming, and she was ready. She was ready for the next step with Rose. Her forever was just a bite away. Okay. That's all you have to say? Rose leaned back, surveying Bella's face with a skeptical expression. You don't want to think about this more? It's a life-altering decision, Bella. I know that, but I've already made my choice. I've known for a while now that this is what I want. I'm ready for this, Rose. Rose purred, nuzzling her nose against Bella's neck before she slowly leaned back against the wall. Pulled Bella down with her onto the roof. She propped herself up on her elbows and leaned in to capture Bella's lips. Their kiss was long and slow, both women savoring the moment. After a few minutes, Rose pulled back, her golden eyes heavily lidded and pupils wide. It will be my greatest pleasure to show the world what you mean to me, my love. But first, look up. It took Bella a moment to fully process Rosalie's words. Reluctantly, she pulled her gaze away from the woman below her and tilted her head upward. Her jaw dropped at the sight before her. Without realizing it, she climbed off of Rose's lap and settled on the roof for a better view. The northern lights danced above them, vibrant swaths of purple and green lighting up the sky as they moved gracefully across the heavens. Bella stared, entranced by the celestial display. She understood the science behind it, the streams of charged particles colliding with the Earth's atmosphere, but it was still breathtaking enough to momentarily distract her from their previous activities. Rose sat up too, easily pulling Bella back onto her lap, resting her chin on her shoulder as her eyes followed the mesmerizing movements in the sky. I wanted you to see them before they end for the season. It's really something, Bella murmured, her eyes still glued upward. Definitely worth staying up late. Best date ever. Good, I'm glad you think so. But now, I believe there's something else we can do that's worth staying up late for. Bella shivered as Rose's deft fingers slid beneath her jacket and sweater, cool fingertips grazing the soft skin of her stomach just above the waistband of her pants. Just like that, the temporary distraction of the aurora borealis faded away, and it was full steam ahead. In an instant, Rosalie had them off the roof and back inside the cabin. Bella shivered appreciatively at the warmth of the fireplace, her nose and ears tingled from the abrupt change in environment. Once she was steady on her feet, she rushed forward, pressing her body against Rosalie's, desperate to close the distance between them. The need coursing through Bella had become almost painful, a throbbing ache between her thighs that only Rosalie could soothe. It seemed Rosalie felt the same urgency, eagerly returning the embrace as their lips locked once again. The warriors shifted their bodies, pressing her thigh between Bella's legs. Bella seized the opportunity, grinding her hips slowly in search of relief. It wasn't enough, and she let out several frustrated sighs and moans. "Bedroom. Now," Rosalie commanded, pulling away. Her eyes were pitch black and hungry. Bella complied immediately, though she already missed the friction. She kicked off her boots as she stumbled down the hallway, unzipping her jacket and discarding it along the way. Crawling onto the bed, she sat with her legs dangling over the edge, waiting expectantly. Her heart raced, and her breath came in rapid, uneven spurts as anticipation coursed through her veins. They were really doing this. A few seconds later, Rosalie entered, clearly trying to maintain some control over her instincts. She moved slowly and purposefully, like a huntress stalking her prey. Her nostrils flared slightly, and her eyes darkened even further as she took in the sight of Bella waiting for her on the bed. Bella's heart thundered in her chest, so loud she could hear her pulse in her ears as she watched Rosalie begin to remove her clothes, dark eyes never leaving hers. It was intense, but Bella couldn't look away, unwilling to miss a moment. One by one, Rosalie's clothes found new homes on the floor: her jacket, ski pants, sweater, undershirt, and finally, her jeans. Bella gulped as she took in the sight of the tall blonde goddess standing before her in nothing but a set of black lingerie, the silky fabric creating a delicious contrast against her alabaster skin. Her fingers trembled as she reached up and Bella attempted to adjust her own clothes. "Don't." At the sharp command, she froze instinctively. She watched as Rosalie sauntered forward, stopping right in front of her. With her hands resting on the bed on either side of Bella's hips, she effectively blocked her in. "Let me." Bella shivered as Rosalie pressed her face into the crook of her neck. She could feel the vampire's cool breath dancing across her skin as Rosalie took several unnecessary breaths, greedily inhaling Bella's scent. Firm lips began to press open-mouthed kisses along the column of her neck and along her jaw, alternating between feather-like touches and gentle sucking. Bella's eyes slipped shut, releasing a low sigh when Rosalie found a particularly sensitive patch of skin below her ear. She was so lost in the sensation that she almost didn't register cool fingers playing at the hem of her sweatshirt until the garment was pulled over her head and tossed aside. Her waffle-textured long-sleeved shirt met the same fate, leaving Bella in just her bra. Rosalie hummed appreciatively as she took in Bella's mostly bare torso. Normally, Bella would feel self-conscious about her state of dress, but the love and adoration in Rosalie's eyes quickly soothed her doubts and insecurities. Moments later, the vampire was busy exploring the newly exposed skin. Rosalie was thorough, even methodical, as her lips, teeth, tongue, and fingers mapped every inch and traced every contour of Bella's body. Bella laid back, eagerly accepting the attention, writhing and squirming. A breathy moan slipped past her lips whenever Rosalie found a sensitive spot. Her mind was cloudy, swimming with arousal and desire. All she could focus on was Rosalie's touch. "You're beautiful," Rosalie murmured against her shoulder, her teeth playfully tugging at the strap of Bella's bra. Black eyes searched molten chocolate, silently asking for permission. Meeting no resistance, Rosalie continued her task. Bella nodded, and cool fingers slipped behind her back. Bella felt Rosalie unhooking the garment, and she instinctively arched her back to assist, shivering as the fabric was pulled away, leaving her top half completely exposed. Surprisingly, embarrassment didn't wash over her. Instead, a wave of strength and confidence surged within her as she watched Rosalie lick her lips, her gaze fixed on Bella's chest. "May I?" Bella asked softly, and the blonde nodded, her eyes never leaving Bella's breasts. Bella fought against her nerves as she reached up, willing her hands to remain steady while she unhooked the front clasp of Rosalie's bra. Her fingers itched to wander, to explore further, but she focused on the task at hand. Although she wasn't as graceful as she hoped, the lacy fabric eventually joined the rest of their clothes on the floor. As she had expected, Rosalie's breasts were perfect, flawless skin like marble, capped with pert, pink nipples. Bella's hands moved to cup them, squeezing gently, almost experimentally. Rosalie's eyes slipped shut, a deep rumble of approval emanating from her chest, the vibration sending tingles through Bella's hands. A moment later, Rosalie's eyes snapped open, desire and lust dancing in their dark depths. Cold hands reached up, gently gripping Bella's wrists, halting her movements. The message was clear: tonight was about Bella. Rosalie leaned forward on her elbows, forearms framing Bella's rib cage, and kissed her passionately, finally allowing their bodies to touch without any barrier. Bella arched her back again, pressing their chests together. Rose's body felt cool and her skin unyielding, but not uncomfortably so. In fact, the weight pressing against her felt just right. Their bodies melded together like pieces of a puzzle, with Rosalie's legs slotting perfectly between Bella's. Bella bucked her hips, pressing her core against Rosalie's thigh once more. She was bursting with need, and there was only so much teasing she could handle. "Patience, love," Rosalie murmured. "Please, Rose. I need you," Bella pleaded, nipping at her earlobe. "You'll have me, don't worry, else can mean." "All in due time," Rosalie replied soothingly. Bella whined softly, expressing her disapproval, but the sound caught in her throat as she felt a cool tongue swirl around her nipple. Any protest she had vanished as her mind went blank. A stream of incoherent sounds escaped her lips while Rosalie worked her nipple into a stiff peak, alternating between gentle sucking and blowing on it, all the while her hand fondled Bella's other breast. Satisfied with her work, Rosalie switched sides, giving the other breast equal attention. Bella writhed under the sensations, her fingers tangling in Rosalie's hair, searching for something to hold on to. "May I take these off?" Rosalie asked, her pale fingers curling into the waistband of Bella's poofy ski pants, awaiting permission. The question caught Bella's attention. She leaned up, propped on her elbows, watching with curiosity. "Uh-huh," was all she could manage to say. In the blink of an eye, Rosalie yanked off both the ski pants and the jeans beneath in one smooth motion, pulling Bella forward so her backside rested against the edge of the bed. Bella hadn't even realized that Rosalie had undone her jeans. Sneaky vampire. Dropping to her knees, Rosalie dipped her head, kissing along the crest of Bella's hip, moving infuriatingly slowly as she teased the brunette. Bella was a mess, in more ways than one. She knew her underwear was already ruined, and the longer Rosalie teased her, the worse it got. Unfortunately, she was too turned on and too worked up to voice her complaints about the pace. Instead, she let her legs fall open, silently inviting and encouraging Rosalie to continue. Whether intentional or accidental, Rosalie missed the memo and skipped right over where Bella needed her most. The blonde began a slow journey down Bella's inner thigh, seemingly delighting in making the human squirm. "Please, Rose. I can't wait," Bella gasped. "Please," Bella pleaded, her breaths coming in labored gasps. Sharp teeth paused their teasing on her inner thigh as Rosalie looked up from her position between Bella's legs. From this angle, Bella could only see the mischievous glint in Rosalie's black eyes and the top of her head. Slowly, Rosalie leaned forward, heightening the anticipation. "Tell me," she urged. "Rose, please," Bella begged. With a low growl, Rosalie nipped playfully at Bella's thigh, dangerously close to her core. "I need to hear it. Tell me what you want me to do, my love. I want you to take me. I want you to make me yours. I want you to mark me." Bella gasped as, finally, Rosalie pressed her mouth to the apex of her thighs. Even through the thin fabric, the contact was enough to make Bella cry out. Instinctively, she bucked her hips, seeking more. "So eager," Rosalie hummed, the vibration sending Bella into a tailspin. "You're so wet. You smell so good." Bella's breath hitched as she felt the last barrier between them slide down her thighs, leaving her fully exposed before her lover. Her hands clenched into fists, gripping the blanket as Rosalie's tongue lightly traced her most sensitive area before slipping between her slick folds. Bella moaned, overwhelmed by the new sensations, tiny sparks dancing behind her closed eyelids. "Fuck. Rose. She keened when Rosalie flicked her clit, reflexively pressing her hips forward. It was a good thing the vampire didn't need to breathe, otherwise, Bella would have been suffocating her between her legs. Rosalie eagerly continued her movements, licking and sucking with expert precision. Bella whined when she felt a finger join the mix, pressing against her sensitive flesh in well-practiced motions. Teetering on the brink of ecstasy, she felt the tension building dangerously close to release. But it seemed the vampire had other plans. "Are you ready, Bella?" Rosalie asked, her mouth retreating from between Bella's thighs. Bella felt a rush of sensations as Rosalie's face hovered just inches from her own. Leaning in, she kissed Rosalie, surprised to taste herself on the blonde's lips. It was an oddly erotic moment. "Yes. Please, yes," Bella breathed, her impatience evident. Rosalie nodded, propping herself up on her left forearm. Her right hand began a slow, tantalizing journey down Bella's body, pausing at her breasts before teasingly brushing against the soft curls at the juncture of her legs. She slid her finger along the length of Bella's slit, once, twice, and then a third time, gathering some of the slickness before pressing against her opening. "This will hurt a bit," Rosalie warned, her gaze locked onto Bella's. "I trust you, Rose." "Make me yours," Bella replied, arching her back as a mixture of pain and pleasure surged through her when Rosalie pressed her finger inside. It was a claim like no other, something that had never been taken before and would never be shared with anyone else. Rosalie would be her first and last. The vampire paused, waiting for Bella to relax before continuing. Once she felt that affirmation, Rosalie pressed forward again, slowly inching deeper until her finger was fully enveloped within Bella's silken walls. Bella groaned, the sensation overwhelming as she instinctively clenched around Rosalie's finger. When Rosalie began to move, Bella felt herself teetering on the edge of ecstasy. The vampire started with a slow, languid pace, ensuring Bella was comfortable with the motions, but soon picked up the rhythm. At some point, Rosalie added a second finger, filling Bella completely and pressing against her inner muscles as they moved together in a steady cadence. Bella was reduced to incoherent moans and gasps, lost in the pleasure as Rosalie continued to drive her higher, as if there were no tomorrow. She reveled in every moment, not caring that she was sweaty or that her hair was tangled. She was too consumed by the sensations to notice the dryness in her mouth from all the gasps and cries of delight. Bella was completely immersed in the moment, feeling utterly connected to Rosalie. It was an exhilarating experience, and she reveled in it. When Rosalie curled her fingers against her, Bella felt as if she were seeing stars. The pressure building in her lower belly was reaching its peak, like a spring coiled tightly, ready to release at any moment. Bella's legs began to shake uncontrollably, her voice rising to a pitch she had never reached before, as Rosalie continued to push her closer to the edge. She was almost there, so incredibly close. "Let go, my love," Rosalie whispered in her ear, her lips brushing against her skin. That was all it took. One moment, Bella was teetering on the brink, and the next, she was tumbling into the unknown, the spring finally releasing its grip. Waves of pleasure coursed through her body, and Rosalie maintained her rhythm. Without pause, Bella soon found herself approaching a second peak. Her exhausted body was on the verge of becoming overly sensitive, yet Rosalie pressed on, albeit at a slightly slower pace. Just as Bella reached her release, Rosalie pressed her palm firmly against her, heightening the sensation and causing Bella to throw her head back, exposing her neck as a powerful orgasm overwhelmed her. Without warning, sharp fangs pierced her delicate skin, sinking in before retracting just as quickly. Bella was spent, her body could handle no more. She lay there, eyes closed, panting and trembling as the aftershocks of her orgasms and the bite coursed through her. Vaguely, she felt a cool body sliding against her overheated skin, a firm tongue lapping at her neck to soothe the ache. It was different from the bite she had received from James. While it hurt, there was no burning sensation afterward. Just as Rosalie had promised, no venom entered her bloodstream. "Are you okay?" Bella's body felt like lead, but she managed to turn her head to meet Rosalie's gaze. "That was perfect," she mumbled lazily. "Can I get you anything? Water? A blanket?" "Water." And lots of cuddles. Rosalie was gone in an instant, returning with a cool glass of ice water in hand. She helped Bella sit up, holding the cup to her lips as Bella drank greedily, finishing it in one go. Carefully, Rosalie pulled back the sheets and tucked Bella into bed before climbing in next to her, her fingers tracing the new mark on Bella's neck. "You're perfect. I love you." Love you too, Rose," Bella murmured, snuggling against the cool body beside her and savoring the skin-to-skin contact. Just as she was on the brink of falling asleep, Rosalie sat bolt upright, fixing Bella with an incredulous stare. "Wait, you went to Kate for sex advice?" Chapter 24. A weak beam of sunlight trickled in through a crack in the curtains, bathing the small bedroom in a soft yellow glow. The line of pale light slowly marched across the room as the sun rose higher, eventually illuminating the two lovers curled up together in a tangle of sheets and blankets. They were so intertwined that it was impossible to distinguish where one woman ended and the other began. Bella shifted as the beam reached her eyes, scrunching her nose in irritation at the sun for daring to interrupt her pleasant dreams. Reluctantly, she cracked open one brown eye, only to glare at the light. Instantly regretting her decision, she turned her head away from the offending brightness. What greeted her made her heart drop and her breath catch in her chest. Rose lay on her stomach, one arm tucked under her pillow and the other wrapped around Bella's waist. Her head was turned toward the center of the bed, her eyes closed and brow smooth. She looked completely at peace, fully relaxed and without a care in the world. Bella's heart swelled, and she couldn't resist leaning forward to steal a quick kiss. The blonde stirred at the contact but otherwise remained still. "Just 5 more minutes," Rose murmured. "You don't sleep," Bella replied. "Humor me." Bella rolled her eyes but obliged her sleeping girlfriend, propping herself up on an elbow with her cheek resting on her fist. A devilish smile spread across her lips as memories of their night replayed in her mind. Her skin tingled, recalling every sensual kiss and tender caress, while the dull ache between her legs and on her neck reminded her of the significance of what had transpired. It was more than just the act of making love, which she eagerly looked forward to reciprocating, or even the scar she proudly bore. She and Rose had bonded on a level she never imagined possible. She had been hopelessly in love with the blonde before last night, but now everything felt perfectly aligned. Bella felt a profound connection within her, down to the very atoms of her being. It was as if she was finally seeing the world with complete clarity. She knew that their bond would only deepen when she could mark her mate in return. Her mate. A broad smile spread across her face. Rose was her mate, now and forever. Hope and love bloomed in her chest so intensely that a shiver ran down her body, and she released a wistful sigh. She loved this woman with everything she had and more, and she wanted to show the world just how much Rosalie Hale meant to her. If she weren't so tone-deaf, she'd be singing it from the mountaintops. Well, perhaps that was an exaggeration, but the mere thought of keeping her feelings contained made her heart clench uncomfortably. Despite the request, Bella couldn't wait 5 minutes. The idea of a single second passing without Rose knowing how deeply she cared for her was unacceptable. She reached out with her free hand, gently stroking the golden waves that spilled across Rose's back and cascaded over the sheets. As she did, a dark line caught her eye, peeking out from beneath the thick blonde tresses. Curiosity piqued, she pushed the hair aside. Her eyes widened as a large, round design was revealed just below Rose's shoulder blades. Rosalie's tattoo. Holy crap! How had she forgotten about this? Unable to contain herself, Bella touched one of the thick black marks, her fingers gliding over the cool skin. She held her breath, partly out of awe and partly due to the sheer intimacy of the moment. "Alfheim," Rose said softly. "Bless you?" Bella replied, puzzled. "The rune you're touching." "It's the symbol for Alfheim," Rose clarified, remaining still. "Oh, that makes a lot more sense." "Alfheim," Bella repeated slowly, her tongue struggling with the unfamiliar word. She traced the design fully before moving on to the next rune, which adorned the top of the line that ran vertically along Rose's spine. "Asgard," Bella murmured as she continued her exploration. The circle unfolded in a similar way, with Rosalie listing the 9 worlds of Vegvazar as she touched each new symbol. Nibelheim, Svartalfheim, Muspelheim, Helheim, Jotunheim, Vanaheim, Midgard, Rosalie concluded, as Bella traced her finger to the dot at the center where the 4 lines intersected. Golden eyes fluttered open, and Bella's heart skipped a beat for the second time that morning. Rosalie's eyes glimmered with their usual molten amber, but her expression was open and vulnerable, revealing a glimpse into her very soul. Bella couldn't help but wonder how many people had been fortunate enough to witness this side of the proud warrior throughout her millennia-long existence. She suspected that the number could be counted on one hand. The corners of Rosalie's mouth curled into a lazy smile as she leaned closer. "Good morning, else can mean." Soft lips brushed against Bella's neck, grazing the tender mark. Bella shivered, a pulse of desire shooting straight to her core. As much as she craved another intimate moment, she didn't want to be distracted, at least not yet. "You've called me that a few times." "What language is that?" "What does it mean?" "My love." "It's Icelandic, the closest existing language to Old Norse." The similarities are so striking, despite some spelling variations and semantics, that it was easy for me to learn with very little effort. "Cool. How many languages do you know?" "A fair few. Whenever I'm around Edward, I usually recite War and Peace in a random language. Russian is my favorite, of course. It keeps him from finding anything important. I've also learned Slovak, a variation of Kate, Tanya, and Irina's native tongue, so my sisters and I can have private conversations. Spanish, too, for Carmen and Eleazar." "Cunning linguist," Bella quipped, snorting at her own play on words as she flopped down on the bed, staring up at the ceiling. "I don't recall you complaining last night." "Absolutely not. That was the best night of my life." "Why did we wait so long?" I asked myself the same thing. Rose teased, propping herself up on her elbows. Bella had to remind herself not to stare at Rosalie's exposed figure. Well, she tried to resist, but her gaze wandered after just 2 seconds. "See something you like, Miss Swan?" Rosalie arched a golden eyebrow. Bella swallowed thickly and simply nodded. She was about to lean in again when her bladder suddenly made its presence known. "Ugh, I hate being human sometimes. I spend so much time in the bathroom," she complained, covering her face with her hands. "Can we pick this up when I'm done?" "Of course, love. Take your time. Would you like me to make you breakfast while you do your human thing?" You're the best." "I know, but I appreciate you recognizing it too." Rosalie smirked as she pressed a soft kiss to Bella's temple. Without another word, she rolled out of bed, wearing only her lacy black bottoms that had managed to stay on through their night together. Bella's brown eyes fluttered open as the mattress shifted, instantly captivated by the way the blonde sauntered away. She knew Rosalie was putting on a little extra effort with her seductive display, exaggerating the sway of her hips, but Bella certainly wasn't complaining. In fact, she unconsciously licked her lips, watching until Rosalie disappeared down the hall. A moment later, it hit her that Rosalie hadn't bothered to grab any clothes. Well, that was enough motivation for Bella to get out of bed. In the kitchen, Rosalie stood wearing nothing but her underwear and a little apron tied around her neck. She had pulled her hair up into a loose bun, giving Bella quite the view as she padded in after her quick shower. Not feeling bold enough to walk around in just her skin, Bella had opted for one of Rosalie's long-sleeved flannel button-ups, the hem brushing against her upper thigh as she walked. Bella knew that wearing Rosalie's oversized flannel shirt wouldn't provide much coverage if she bent over or moved around too much, but it made her feel a bit more secure. She bit her lip to stifle a giggle when she caught Rosalie glaring at the skillet as if it had personally offended her. One sniff was enough for Bella to guess the source of Rosalie's frustration. "Wow, what did that pancake ever do to you?" "Shoo, I'm counting the rate of bubbles," Rosalie replied, her voice serious. "The instructions said the bubbles should appear at a steady rate, but it doesn't specify what constitutes steady. I don't want to feed you an undercooked pancake." She grumbled, gripping the spatula tightly. Bella shook her head and closed the distance between them, wrapping her arms around Rosalie's waist and pressing her cheek against the vampire's bare back. Her thumbs absent-mindedly rubbed along the smooth plane of Rosalie's stomach, soft yet toned, even through the thin fabric. Rosalie in an apron, cooking breakfast, was enough to make Bella melt right then and there, but somehow, she managed to keep her composure. "You can also check the bottom," Bella suggested playfully. "Just lift the side a bit and see if it's golden brown underneath." She grinned to herself as she felt Rosalie's muscles shift, wordlessly following her advice. Bella closed her eyes, savoring their closeness and the lazy morning atmosphere. "I could really get used to this," she mused. "Well, it's good you feel that way because this is just the beginning," Rosalie hummed as she flipped the pancake, finally satisfied with its progress. "Although, I can think of a few ways to make this morning even more enjoyable." "Oh, really?" Bella asked, already knowing where Rosalie's mind was heading, right into the gutter alongside hers. Still, she decided to play coy. "Care to share with the class?" Before Bella could react, she found herself suddenly sitting on the table across the room, with Rosalie standing between her legs. A cool breeze reminded Bella of her current state, and she couldn't help but smile at the unexpected turn of events. Bella found herself in quite a clothing predicament. "No underwear?" "How naughty," Rosalie purred seductively against Bella's neck. A slender finger trailed along her inner thigh, teasingly brushing against her exposed core before pulling away. "I might just have to make that a rule when we're alone together." Bella couldn't help but moan softly. There was no one else around, and she had no reason to feel embarrassed with her mate. Besides, she had made far lewder sounds the night before. "Mine," Rosalie rumbled, one hand settling on Bella's thigh while the other cradled the back of her neck. Cool fingers brushed over the mark, causing Bella to shudder and squirm at the gentle touch. Bella had seen it in the mirror. The mark itself was surprisingly ordinary. Unlike Jane's bite, which had a silvery hue and felt several degrees cooler than her surrounding flesh, there was little evidence left behind, just two dark bruises where Rosalie's elongated canines had pierced her skin. Once those healed, Bella was sure it would be hard to notice any difference. At least it wouldn't raise questions among her friends or Charlie. However, vampires would likely see the scars as clear as day and know she was claimed. She wondered how the Cullens would react to the news. But they had abandoned her, and she didn't care what they thought anymore. Their opinions held no weight in her life. Meeting with them would be merely a formality, a way to test the waters and see if she wanted them back in her life. Regardless, she had a family that loved and accepted her completely, and now she was irrevocably bonded to one for the rest of her life. Then an unpleasant thought drifted into her mind. If vampires could see the mark, then it was likely the shifters could too. What would Jake or the pack think? Things had been going fairly smoothly between the two supernatural groups, but there was still lingering tension. Her heart raced, and her breath hitched as panic set in. "What's wrong?" Rosalie asked, concern lacing her voice. Rose pulled away, her eyes filled with concern as they searched Bella's face. "I was thinking about Jacob," Bella blurted out, not considering the implications. Rose took a step back, pain etched across her flawless features. She wasn't breathing, though she didn't need to, and her normally bright eyes darkened, haunted. You're thinking of a man? When we were about to. Do you regret what we did? Do you not want me?" "No." "Oh God, not like that." Bella realized her mistake instantly and reached for her mate, cupping her face in her hands. "I was worried about how the wolves will react to our bond. I know they're still wary of vampires, and I don't want to jeopardize everything you've worked for with this new alliance. And Jacob's like a brother to me, nothing more. You have nothing to worry about." Rose visibly relaxed, though her muscles remained slightly tense. "I'm sorry. I told you I'd be insecure until our bond is completed. The thought of you not choosing me." Bella silenced the blonde with a kiss. It was slow and tentative, meant to ease the doubt plaguing the vampire rather than ignite passion. Fortunately, it had the desired effect. When Bella pulled away for a much-needed breath, Rose looked calm once again. Not fully satisfied, Bella clasped one of Rosalie's hands and guided it to her chest, placing it right over her erratically beating heart. You feel that? That's for you, my heart beats for you. I choose you, Rosalie Hale. You're the one I want. She paused, her gaze dropping to Rose's chest, where her breast strained against the apron. And I'd love to show you just how much you mean to me. Kitchen sex wasn't how Bella had imagined her first time going down on a woman, but she couldn't deny the appeal. There was something taboo yet invigorating about a public setting. Feeling bold, or perhaps driven by a subconscious need to prove herself and her intentions, Bella reached forward, her fingers slipping beneath the apron and grazing across the textured lace fabric. Bella was just about to reach the juncture of Rose's legs when a cool hand slipped around her wrist, stopping her in her tracks. Not yet, Bella. I can't risk it. What do you mean? Bella felt a wave of insecurity wash over her. Did Rose not want her to reciprocate? She was ready, eager even, but maybe the vampire didn't trust her because of her inexperience. You don't want me to? Oh, I want you to. Gods, do I want you to? Rose quickly reassured her. I just don't want to break you. I'm good at staying in control, but one slip and I could snap your jaw with an accidental muscle twitch. Bella nodded, trying to mask her disappointment. Oh, I guess that makes sense. It was logical, but not the news she wanted to hear. I just don't want it to be one-sided. I don't mind, honestly. But if you're concerned, you can make it up to me when you're a newborn. Okay, I guess I can be patient. But that doesn't mean we have to wait, right? I mean, I really enjoyed last night, but I don't want to assume or make you do all the work. Oh, I fully plan on having my way with you. Frequently. Rose growled, stepping back into Bella's space, pulling their bodies flush. Including right here, right now. As much as Bella craved this, something caught her attention. Hey, Rose. I think something's burning. Fuck. Bella hesitated to leave their cabin, but she knew they had to rejoin the world. They still had a day before the Cullens were set to arrive, and she wanted to spend time with the rest of the family too. Dreading the teasing she would face from Kate, she also missed Tanya and Irina, who should be back by now. Plus, she wanted to talk with Eleazar about her gift and spend time with Carmen in the kitchen. Still, it had been wonderful to steal a few days away, just enjoying time with Rose. Rose and Bella had reaffirmed their bond in every possible way, on the couch, in the shower, in the bathtub, on the floor in front of the fire, on the kitchen table, and on the bed, which was now missing part of the headboard. No surface or wall was safe from their exploration. Thankfully, true to her word, Rose had no qualms about being the one to take the lead. In fact, there were times when she was particularly worked up, and she took care of her own needs while Bella watched. It was beyond sexy to witness Rosalie in such a vulnerable state. The vision of Rose's body arched like a bow with her hand between her legs was permanently etched in Bella's memory. It also gave Bella a clear idea of what her mate enjoyed. As expected, Kate was waiting on the porch to greet the newly mated pair. She casually reclined in a rocking chair, her feet propped up on the railing, a huge grin lighting up her face. Well, well, well. Look who finally decided to show up. I was about to send out a search party, but I didn't want to permanently scar anyone, Kate teased. Bella felt a flush rise to her cheeks as Rose tightened her arm around Bella's waist. Well, Tiger, it seems like you got over your nerves and finally worked things out. I'm happy for you. And it looks like you've got some new jewelry, too. Kate gestured to her own neck. A shame, I guess now you really are off the market. I was going to try my hand at it if Rosie Posey didn't get a move on. Before Bella could respond, Rose shot forward and tackled Kate out of her chair. The two took off in a blur, leaving Bella momentarily alone. The sounds of crashing bodies and splintering would echo through the once peaceful valley. For the love of all, you two are why we can't have nice things. Irina shouted from somewhere inside the lodge. Bella shook her head and followed the voice. She knew the brawling sisters would be back soon. Sure enough, 20 minutes later, the two warriors returned, both sporting wide grins with their arms casually draped over one another. "Looks like you two figured it out," Tanya said, looking up from her book by the fire. "Katerina, you should know better than to tease a newly mated couple. Whatever she does to you is well-deserved, in my opinion. Just tell me you left a few trees standing. Last time, we had to fake a landslide to cover up the damage you caused." "It's all good," Kate replied, darting upstairs to change her ruined shirt. She returned moments later, looking refreshed in a cozy knitted sweater and jeans. Bella let out a snort from her spot on the couch, happily munching on a snack she and Carmen had whipped up. She hadn't realized how famished she was. Caught up in the moment, she hadn't noticed how much energy they had expended. Who knew that sex could be such good exercise? "Well, now that we're all here, maybe we should discuss Bella's gift," Irina suggested, standing by the window. The sunlight sparkled on her cheek as she watched a herd of elk on the frozen lake below. "Oh, yeah," Bella exclaimed, nodding enthusiastically as Rose settled beside her, wrapping her arms around Bella's waist. The gift reader looked up from his game of chess with his mate. He studied the board one last time before tipping his king over. "Good game, mi amor. You've got me in 3 moves." Carmen grinned, pleased with herself, and gave him a quick peck on the cheek before joining the rest of the coven in the main sitting area. She curled up on the love seat, and her mate joined her a moment later. He gently stroked her cheek, gazing at her as if she were the light of his life, before shifting his attention to the others in the room. Bella quietly observed their brief interaction. She wasn't sure how long they had been together, but their love seemed untouched by time. From her conversations with Rose, she understood that their bond was strong yet required effort, as all relationships do. Still, witnessing their connection filled her with hope for her own future. The future is a long time, after all. "We thought she was a shield, which is why Edward couldn't read her mind," Rosalie said, bringing Bella back to the present. "If she were a true shield, then Alice wouldn't be able to see her future, and Jasper's gift wouldn't work on her," Eleazar explained calmly. "I can't know for certain since my gift only works on vampires, but I have a feeling she's going to be one interesting immortal." "So, you don't actually know?" Bella felt a wave of defeat wash over her, leaning against her girlfriend for support. "Not completely, no," Eleazar admitted. "But I can make a few educated guesses based on what I've learned. Kate, could you weigh in on this? What did it feel like when you touched Bella?" "I could give you a little demonstration," Kate said with a grin, wiggling her fingers. "If I recall, there were a few more spots I hadn't tested yet." "Absolutely not." Rosalie snarled, pulling Bella closer. Her growl softened into a pout when Bella flicked her nose and said, "Bad Rose." The rest of the family chuckled quietly as Rosalie mumbled under her breath. "Kate." Eleazar pressed, trying to steer the conversation back on track. "It feels like I'm zapping myself, which is really weird. How is that even possible? That's the mystery we're trying to solve. Did you feel weak at all, or anything else unusual?" "Nope, just my usual 1000% of pure awesomeness." Eleazar drummed his fingers on his chin, his golden eyes fixed on Bella, unblinking. She fought the urge to shift or look away. She knew his intentions were good, but she didn't like feeling like a science experiment. After several minutes of scrutiny, his expression relaxed as he leaned back against Carmen. "My guess is that she'll either be a mirror or a mimic. Or perhaps something I haven't encountered before. It's very intriguing. Like I said, I might not be able to get an accurate read because she's still human. However, if my hypotheses are correct, she might also be interfering with my gift," he said. "We'll know soon enough." Suddenly, every vampire in the room stiffened, their heads snapping in unison toward the front door. Bella glanced around at the others, feeling as if she were in a museum, surrounded by marble statues. "Guys? What's going on?" Rosalie was the first to respond, sensing Bella's discomfort. "They're here." . Chapter 25. Ding dong. No one moved. No one breathed, not even the one who technically needed to. Anticipation and nerves held Bella's lungs captive in an iron vice. If not for the organ beating a frantic tattoo against her ribs, she could have easily passed for a vampire herself. In any other situation, she might have laughed at the absurdity of vampires using doorbells. But right now, her mind was far too preoccupied. She had imagined this moment countless times, rehearsing various speeches for when she finally saw the Cullens again. It had felt easy to confront them in the privacy of her mind, and she had deluded herself into thinking it would be a walk in the park. But now that the moment was here, all her preparation flew out the window, and panic began to set in. Her palms grew sweaty, and she trembled against the strong embrace that held her close. In a moment of desperation, Bella turned to Rose, her eyes wide and pleading. Thankfully, her mate understood the unspoken request. In an instant, Rose scooped her up and carried her bridal style up the stairs to her room. Tanya must have noticed Bella's sudden hesitation, because she waited until the new couple was out of sight before getting up to answer the door as the doorbell rang out a second time. As soon as the bedroom door closed, Bella squirmed out of Rose's arms. She began to pace, fingers tangled in her hair, clutching her skull. "It's okay, else can mean," Rose tried to reassure her. But Bella's frustration only intensified. "It's not okay, Rose," she snapped, whirling to face the blonde. "It's stupid. I'm stupid. I thought I was ready, and now look at me. I'm hiding. I'm a coward. I should have known this would happen." For her part, Rose chose not to respond to the misplaced anger. She sat quietly on the bed, waiting patiently as Bella continued to pace, her rant devolving into incoherent murmurs. Once her mate had calmed down, or at least the danger of her popping a vein had passed, Rosalie spoke up again. "You're not stupid, love. Please, come sit with me." Bella scoffed but complied, flinging herself down on the bed and glaring up at the ceiling. "What do you need?" Rosalie coaxed gently. Despite her soft, neutral tone, Rosalie's words ignited a fresh wave of fire through Bella's veins. "I need this to be over. I just want it done. I was happy here with you and the others, and then they showed up early and ruined everything. I know a day isn't a big deal to someone with infinite time, but it's a huge deal to me. I hate making plans just for them to be disregarded. Why did we even bother? It's just like before, asking for my opinion but not actually listening to anything I said. I'm sick of it." Her initial anger and frustration faded as she finished her rant, allowing other emotions to rise to the surface. She lay there, overwhelmed and panting. Fat tears began to leak from the corners of her eyes as she gasped for breath between sobs. Bella covered her face, pushing away the salty droplets with the heels of her hands. She could hear Rosalie still speaking to her, but it was as if the blonde was underwater and 100 miles away. Her mind was so full of conflicting emotions that she couldn't fully process what was being said, leaving her feeling immobile and indecisive. "Can I touch you? Would that help?" Eventually, the mental noise calmed enough for her to hear Rosalie once more, and she nodded her consent. A moment later, the comforting scent of cinnamon, apple, and rain filled her stuffy nose, helping her relax as she nestled into her girlfriend's embrace. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to yell at you," Bella choked out between lingering sobs. "I know, else can mean. It caught us all off guard. I wish you'd talk to me in the future. First, I completely understand how overwhelming things can get. Given the situation, your response was totally natural, expected, even. Honestly, the only reason I haven't gone out there and torn some arms off is because you're my top priority. The others can handle it for now." Bella nodded, burying her face into Rosalie's comforting embrace. She pulled away once her tears had subsided, fixing Rosalie with an apologetic look. "You know, this is the second time I've yelled at you because of them. I thought you said you wouldn't be my verbal punching bag again." "Things have changed," Rosalie replied, tightening her grip and nuzzling her nose against Bella's ear. "While there are healthier ways to express ourselves, I understand the need to just let it all out sometimes. I usually go smash a boulder or two." We all have our coping mechanisms. And for the record, you're not a coward, and you're not stupid. It hurts me to hear you say that about yourself. I know, Bella said, ducking her head sheepishly. I was mad and talking without thinking. That's understandable. We all say things we don't mean when we're scared, angry, or stressed. But thank you for acknowledging it. How are you so amazing and understanding? Because I love you, and we all deserve someone in our corner. Plus, I've been in your shoes before, and Tanya and Irina were there for me. Even Kate, in her own way. Rosalie hummed a soft melody as her fingers wove through Bella's thick chestnut hair, rubbing soothing patterns against her scalp. Bella nodded slowly, her breath evening out as she savored the gentle touch. Rosalie knew just how to calm her down. So, did they all just hear me lose my temper? Bella asked, feeling her cheeks flush at the thought of the Cullens witnessing her breakdown. No. Our rooms are well soundproofed. Honestly, I think I'd find a way to end my existence if I had to listen to Carmen and Eleazar every night. Both women shared a knowing smile, the tension easing between them. A chuckle escaped Bella, mixed with a grimace. A heavy silence settled between them, both finding comfort in their embrace. After a few moments, Rosalie stirred, kissing Bella's temple and gently stroking her cheek with her free hand. Do you feel well enough to go back downstairs, or would you rather stay up here? You don't owe them anything, so this is purely your decision. I will stand by you, whatever you choose. Bella nodded slowly as she contemplated her next move. I'm just going to wash my face and clean up a bit, but I think I'm ready now. Will you stay with me? Always, Rosalie replied. Bella clutched Rosalie's hand tightly as she began to descend the stairs. Each step felt heavier than the last, but she pressed on. After their conversation, she had refreshed herself and changed into one of Rosalie's old college sweatshirts, Harvard, of all places. Being enveloped in her mate's scent brought her further comfort, and Rosalie appreciated the not-so-subtle message. As they approached the first floor, Bella could hear the murmur of several conversations taking place, but the hushed voices spoke too quickly for her human ears to follow. For once, she was grateful she couldn't catch every word. Rosalie, on the other hand, looked stony and impassive, a sign Bella had learned to interpret as troubling. Here goes nothing, Bella whispered, though she knew every immortal in the room would have heard her. Still, she liked pretending she had a semblance of privacy. Rosalie merely nodded and gave her hand another reassuring squeeze before following her lead. The whispers ceased the moment Bella came into view, and she faltered momentarily under the weight of their gazes. She quickly regained her composure, though her lungs still felt like ice in her chest. There they were, clustered together on the far side of the room, nearest to the front door. The Cullens hadn't made it more than 10 feet inside before they'd halted. In contrast, the Denalis stood on the opposite side of the room, closest to the stairs, poised and ready for action. Even Carmen, gentle as she was, looked furious. Kate's fingers crackled intermittently, and the way she and the others stood sent a clear message: the Cullens would have to get through them to reach Bella. A sense of relief washed over Bella, knowing she was protected by the Great Wall of Denali. She paused behind Kate and Tanya, still clutching Rosalie's hand, peering between their shoulders. Despite everything she had endured, her heart tightened as her gaze swept over the familiar faces of those she once considered family, those she loved and believed loved her back. They were the ones she had envisioned spending eternity with, and now, they felt like ghosts of a past she couldn't escape. Their expressions ranged from disbelief to guilt, and everything in between. The one thing they all shared was their evident confusion about the situation. Carlyle stood slightly forward, his caramel-haired wife beside him. Alice and Jasper were to the left of the coven leader, while Emmett stood to Esme's right. But then Bella's eyes searched the crowd. Wait, where is Edward? She thought. She couldn't tell if she felt relieved or even more frustrated by his absence. Bella. Emmett was the first to break the silence, his excitement bubbling over. Either unaware or unconcerned about the tension, he stepped forward into the no-man's land that lay between the two covens. Rosalie tensed beside him, her body coiled and ready to protect. Emmett froze, confusion crossing his face as he glanced between Bella and his best friend, the one who had saved him from being mauled by an enraged bear all those years ago. Rosalie. Carlyle quickly admonished, but his reprimand only made Rosalie snarl, her painted red lips curling back to reveal her sharp white fangs. Emmett instinctively took a step back, surprised by her display. Switching tactics, he turned his attention to the eldest Denali. Tanya, I urge you to explain what's going on. I don't understand, and I really dislike being blindsided like this. We accepted your invitation in good faith, but we don't appreciate being threatened. What was the purpose of this meeting? Why couldn't it have taken place in Forks? We know you were there, your scent was all over our house. Tanya straightened her shoulders and locked eyes with the other coven leader. I won't deny our presence. We came because one of our own, who you also welcomed into your coven, asked us for help. As for the rest, you're here because Bella wanted to meet with you and give you a chance to explain your actions. Frankly, it's more than you deserve after everything she's been through. You're fortunate Rosalie stayed with Bella after your family fled, otherwise, would have reported you to the Vulturi for breaking the law. To an untrained ear, the strawberry blonde sounded neutral, perhaps even bored, but Bella could sense the simmering anger just beneath the surface. It was clear that, despite being in full leader mode, Tanya was struggling to maintain her composure and an air of diplomacy. Hearing her usually warm tone carry such a sharp edge was unsettling. I don't understand what you mean, Carlyle said. Don't play dumb, Carlyle. It's unbecoming, especially for someone who has lived with the Vulturi, even for a short time. You know the laws as well as I do. Your coven left a human behind, one that one of your own claimed as his mate, without any protection or supervision. And to add insult to injury, he doesn't even have the courage to face what he's done. Rosalie stiffened at Tanya's words, her body vibrating with tension as she growled. Bella placed a hand on her girlfriend's shoulder, and the deep rumble in Rosalie's chest slowly subsided. She rejected him, that's why he isn't here. Carlyle turned to Bella, his expression pleading yet. Don't you see how much pain you caused him? Tanya's voice was accusatory. He loves you, and yet he stays away, trying to respect your need for space. He hasn't been around in months, trying to ease his heartache. Don't you dare put this on her. Kate snarled, unable to contain herself. He's hiding like the coward he is. The pain I caused him? Bella barked out a laugh, silencing the platinum blonde. He abandoned me. You all abandoned me. Emmett frowned. What do you mean we abandoned you? Edward said you wanted us to leave. That you finally saw us as the monsters we are. That's what he told you? He left her in the goddamn woods. I've known you were a lot of things, Emmett, Bella quickly cut Kate off again, but a monster was never one of those things. Yeah, the birthday party was a disaster, and it scared the hell out of me, but I don't hold it against you. That includes you, Jasper. The Major caught her gaze as she addressed him. His brow was drawn, and he looked like he was in pain, probably due to all the heightened emotions swirling around him. He blinked at her a few times in disbelief before dipping his chin slightly in acknowledgement, but he didn't speak. Seeing his response, Bella continued, grateful that no one else was interrupting her. I knew what I was getting into by associating with vampires. What happened was an accident, one that I was willing to forgive. Her voice was surprisingly steady despite the emotional storm raging within. What I don't understand is why you all left without saying anything, why there was never a follow-up discussion. Her expression darkened, her lips twisting into a wry line. I suppose in some ways I should be thanking you. If you hadn't left, I never would have become closer with Rose. She slipped her hand back into Rosalie's, clasping it firmly, feeling the smugness radiating off her mate. Carlyle shook his head. Disapprovingly, his gaze drifted to the furious Northman. Rosalie, I've known you for almost my entire existence. I know you and Edward have never seen eye to eye, but this goes too far. You took his mate while he left to protect her. How could you do that to him? Are you really that selfish? His mate? Rosalie spat through clenched teeth. Don't tell me you're still stuck on that ridiculous idea, Carlisle. I've told you countless times that Bella is his singer, not his mate, yet you refuse to listen to reason. If she were truly his mate, he would never have left her. He couldn't have left her. I would rather be torn apart and burned than let anything come between Bella and myself. Look me in the eye and tell me you don't feel the same way about your mate. Can you even bear the thought of being apart from Esme? The very idea of being separated from her causes you pain, doesn't it? A victorious smirk tugged at her lips as she watched the blonde man recoil, though she tried her best to hide it. Her message had struck home. Bella observed the interaction, curious to see how the Cullens would respond to the news of her bond with Rosalie. Even with her human senses, she could see his resolve falter, a look of understanding flashing in his eyes. Maybe he was finally ready to listen. Driving her point further, Rosalie continued, as for protecting her, that's a ridiculous argument. He left her, you all left her, alone and vulnerable with a vengeful vampire out there hell-bent on revenge for your actions. If I hadn't stayed, she'd be dead. What do you mean? Alice looked up, though Bella noticed the pixie didn't meet her gaze. I didn't see anything. She was almost attacked by Laurent, who was acting on Victoria's orders. I called my sisters for help because I had no one else to turn to. Since then, we've forged a new alliance with the wolves because I have a feeling this isn't the last we'll see of Victoria. Don't forget Tommy, Bella added. Tommy? Esme asked, her gaze shifting between the couple holding hands. She had been quiet throughout the conversation, and Bella could see the internal struggle playing out on her face. Bella wished Esme would find the courage to stand up to Carlisle one day. There was no way such a caring and intelligent woman could be oblivious to the manipulation happening right under her nose. She would need to find time to talk to her ex-mother figure about it later. A newborn. Rose kicked his ass, though, Bella explained proudly. A newborn? Victoria sent a newborn? Jasper perked up, finally breaking his silence. Yeah, what of it? Bella shot back defiantly, her brown eyes flashing with determination. I'd been tracking a surge of newborn activity all across the Pacific Northwest, mostly in Seattle but stretching as far south as Portland. Jasper shook his head. I didn't think much of it, but I suppose it makes sense in this context. I never imagined Victoria would stoop to such levels. Great, a newborn army, Kate drawled sarcastically. Well, at least I'll get to kick someone's ass. Carlisle growled, tensing his shoulders at the thinly veiled threat against his coven. Bella could feel, rather than see, everyone stiffen imperceptibly in response. The mounting tension was suffocating, approaching a breaking point. It's been a busy day, not to mention the surprise of your early arrival. I suggest we all take some time to hunt and collect ourselves, Tanya interjected. You're welcome to stay at any of our cabins, but I recommend we reconvene tomorrow at the originally scheduled meeting time. While you are here, you are not to approach or attempt to contact Bella unless she gives you explicit permission. Bella felt a wave of relief wash over her. She was already nearing her breaking point, and with tensions running so high, she wasn't sure how much more she could handle. While she had gained some new insights into what had happened, no surprise that Edward had twisted the situation yet again. Same place I was before, Bella admitted, her voice barely above a whisper. There's so much unresolved, and I can't shake this feeling of betrayal. Her thoughts drifted back to Emmett. The hurt and shock on his face had been genuine, and she wondered if he had been manipulated just as much as she had. She wanted to hear Alice's perspective and Esme's too. They had left her behind without a fight, and she deserved to know why. It frustrated her that Alice, her former best friend, hadn't said a word. But judging by how the pixie avoided her gaze, Bella suspected there was more to the story, an issue for another time. Very well, Tanya. We will respect your request in your terms. As you've made clear, it is the least we can do. I hope that tomorrow we can have a rational discussion and reach a mutual agreement, Carlisle stated firmly. He turned on his heel and swiftly exited, the rest of the coven following him. Emmett lingered for a moment, glancing between the open door and the Denali coven. His shoulders slumped in defeat as he finally left, closing the door behind him. As soon as the door clicked shut, Bella nearly collapsed against her mate. Rose was quick to support her, lifting her effortlessly and carrying her to the love seat by the fire, where the Viking curled protectively around her. The rest of the coven settled in the room, some sitting, others standing, all lost in their own thoughts. Silence enveloped them for a while, and gradually the tension began to fade. "Well, that went better than I imagined," Irina said with a wry chuckle. "But I have more questions than answers." "You and me both, sis," Kate chimed in from the carpet by the fireplace. She was sprawled out like a cat soaking up the sun, which made Bella smile inwardly. "I still can't believe Carlyle is so willfully ignorant. How can he actually believe any of Edward's lies?" Tanya shook her head. Eleazar and Carmen nodded in agreement but remained silent, opting to observe. "How are you feeling, Malika?" Rose asked gently. "I'm about in the same place I was before," Bella replied, her voice heavy with the weight of her emotions. "I'm in the same boat as all of you. I have a lot of questions, but I'm also relieved you ended this when you did. I was starting to feel overwhelmed. I want to talk to each of them individually at some point because there are so many contradictions in their stories. I want to hear their sides without being influenced by the others. And the fact that Edward isn't even here? I'm not sure if I should feel glad or angry. If he knows what's good for him, he'll stay far away," Rosalie hissed under her breath. "If it's okay with you, I want to reach out to Jasper," Kate chimed in. "We need to know what he's found out about this newborn problem. He has a lot of experience fighting newborns, too. He could be a valuable ally, and we'll need all the help we can get if it comes to a fight. Newborns are a whole different level of crazy." "Yeah, that's fine with me. Honestly, out of all of them, I understand why he left, and I don't hold it against him that much." Bella shrugged before tilting her chin to meet her girlfriend's gaze. "How are you doing, babe?" Rose smiled at the pet name, her face relaxing slightly, though her body remained tense. On a scale of 1 to marble statue, she was at 11. "I think I need to hunt and destroy a dozen rocks," she admitted. Bella gave her a swift peck on the cheek and leaned closer. "Do what you need to do. I could use some food myself." Carmen immediately brightened and headed for the kitchen. "Okay, I'll be back soon. If anything happens, don't hesitate to call me." Rose stood and helped Bella to her feet. "I'll go with you," Eleazar offered. "We probably shouldn't go alone with things as heated as they are. I doubt they would do anything, but I'd rather not risk it. Besides, Edward being at large is more than enough cause for concern." Tanya nodded in agreement. "We'll take shifts. Why don't you accompany them? Irina, Kate, Carmen, and I will go once you've returned." Overwhelmed by her emotions, Bella moved around the room, hugging each of the vampires. Words failed her, but her gestures conveyed how much they meant to her. Once Rosalie stepped out, Kate sidled over to Bella. "I know the timing's really bad with everything going on, but I got you a little something. Come on, it's in my room." Grateful for the distraction, Bella followed Kate up the stairs without hesitation. Inside Kate's room, the vampire handed Bella a white box tied with a red ribbon. Curiosity and dread mixed in Bella's stomach as she tentatively shook the box. Something solid thumped inside, but she had no idea what it could be. "Go on, open it," Kate encouraged, perching herself in one of her armchairs, eagerly waiting for Bella. Bella rolled her eyes but carefully untied the ribbon, relieved that the blonde hadn't wrapped it too tightly. She didn't want a repeat of her birthday. Her cheeks flushed as she lifted the lid and took in the contents. She hesitated, reaching in to grab the brightly colored dildo attached to a leather harness. "This is new, right?" Gross. That's a bit much, even for me." "It's not in a package because it's custom reinforced silicone," Kate said, rolling her eyes dramatically. "I just figured you two might want to blow off some steam with everything going on. Besides, I know Rose hasn't let you touch her yet, and this might be a nice compromise that you both can enjoy." "How did you know?" "I have my ways," the platinum blonde replied cryptically. Bella tossed the box aside and hugged her sister tightly. God, you're such a dumbass, but I love you. Chapter 26. Bella sat in the library, nestled in a window alcove that overlooked the icy lake below. A first edition copy of Wuthering Heights rested in her lap, but truthfully, she had stopped reading some time ago, choosing instead to take in the breathtaking scenery. She privately hoped to catch a glimpse of her mate's return. Hours had passed since Rose went hunting with Irina and Eleazar, but Bella wasn't surprised that her girlfriend needed extra time to blow off steam through some rock demolition. The tense afternoon had weighed heavily on everyone. With a sigh, Bella gazed out over the picturesque landscape. The sun was beginning to dip beneath the horizon, casting its final rays that glittered off the blanket of white covering the land and trees. It was so peaceful here, and a large part of her wished she could stay forever, perhaps even feign her death to avoid returning to Forks on Sunday. After the epic road trip north, she wasn't sure her body could handle another 36 hours in the car. She had reluctantly agreed to use the Denali's private jet for the return journey. As eager as she was to start the next chapter of her life, she knew she couldn't deviate from her timeline, at least, not without good reason. It wasn't just about Victoria and her suspected newborn army or her own chaotic newborn phase. It wouldn't be fair to Charlie. He deserved so much better than having his daughter disappear without a trace, with only the fiery remnants of a staged car crash as a clue. Her death would be devastating for him, and she wanted to ensure he was prepared for life without her, or at least as prepared as one could be. Renee, on the other hand, would be fine. Despite her mother's reassurances that she missed her daughter, Bella could hear in Renee's voice that she was happier now, free from the responsibilities of parenthood. God, Renee is so selfish, Bella scoffed bitterly to herself. When she was younger, she had deluded herself into thinking that Renee truly cared, that she was merely struggling under the burden of motherhood. Bella reflected on the challenges of being a young, single mother. Looking back, she believed that if her mother truly had her best interests in mind, she would have signed over custody to Charlie. At least her dad had a steady job and genuinely tried to provide for her. To her knowledge, he had never missed a support payment or an awkward birthday call. At least he wanted her. To Renee, Bella felt like little more than a prop for sympathy, a meal ticket for government funding. Well, if Renee was living her best life without Bella, then Bella resolved to live her best afterlife without guilt over her mother. In fact, she refused to waste any more energy on the older woman, especially when it wasn't reciprocated. She would just get through 6 more months of obligatory check-ins and be done with it. Thankfully, those calls were infrequent and often rescheduled due to Phil's hectic and unpredictable travel schedule. That reality drove another stake through her heart. Her mother had always prioritized her new husband over her. She chose him over Bella, even when they were just dating. Once Renee and Phil got married, Bella's very existence seemed to become an inconvenience. It was clear that Renee was unhappy staying home with her when Phil was away. So what did her mom do? She shipped her only child off to Washington so she could jet set around the country with a man who could have passed for Bella's older brother. And Bella, eager to please, went along with it. She accepted it without question. At the time, she thought she was doing everyone a favor. Looking back, that probably explained why it was so easy for Edward to manipulate her. She had been so starved for attention and affection that she was willing to overlook the faults and strings that came with it. She just hadn't realized it then. At least now she recognized the manipulative behavior for what it was and wouldn't fall prey to it again. Bella clenched her fists so tightly that her nails dug half-moons into her palm. She desperately wished Rose were there to talk her through this. It had been a while since they had a therapy session, and they hadn't broached this topic yet. Yet, at the same time, Bella understood she had to learn to stand on her own. Rose had helped her build a foundation, now it was up to her to decide how to move forward. She took a few deep breaths, mentally coaching herself down from the edge. In through the nose, out through the mouth. In through the nose, out through the mouth. Breathe. In. Out. You're not that girl anymore. She can't hurt you anymore. As she observed the Denalis, how they protected her and prioritized her needs without hesitation, Even if it meant standing against their cousins, she realized just how troubled her childhood had been. That was the support she had missed from Renee. That was the love she hadn't received from Edward. She also knew that once she became a vampire, she would feel the same fierce loyalty toward them. She would rise to defend them without hesitation and love them unconditionally in return. That was family. This was her family. Her heart raced at the thought, overwhelmed by the realization that she was finally loved and accepted. Malika? Tanya's soft voice broke through Bella's introspection. Would you like some company, or do you need some time alone? Bella gestured to the open space on the seat, and the coven leader took the cue, settling in beside her. How are you feeling, little one? Bella cast one more glance out the window before turning her attention to the strawberry blonde. As well as can be expected, I suppose. Thank you for everything you've done. This afternoon couldn't have been easy for you. While I appreciate that, there's no need for thanks. We are family, and we look out for one another. We love you, Bella. All of us. Tanya smiled softly. Among the four sisters, she had the calmest demeanor. Irina was a close second, though she had a shorter temper that could flare up at the slightest provocation, usually in response to Kate's antics. Rose was selectively patient, while Kate wouldn't recognize patience even if it hit her upside the head. Bella's heart swelled at Tanya's words. Well, I love you all, too. Even though I haven't known you for long, it just feels right. I'm glad to be part of this family, and I can't wait to join you officially. Tanya smiled brightly. And we're all happy to have you. Even if you weren't Rose's mate, having you here has been a delight. The fact that you two are together makes it even better, and I'm truly happy for you. You both deserve the world. With that, Tanya pulled Bella into a tight embrace. They held the hug for a moment before letting go and settling back into their respective corners of the window seat. How do you do it? Bella broke the comfortable silence that had settled between them. The way you talk to Carlisle and everything. You're both coven leaders, but you're so different. Tanya's expression grew distant as she pondered her answer, lost in thought. I think a big part of it is our age, she finally replied after several moments. Carlisle might be several hundred years old, but he's still so young and inexperienced compared to me. While our bodies might not change, our minds are not fixed, except perhaps for maturity level, which is a matter that can be debated whenever Katerina is involved. We can still learn, and our experiences shape us over time. The world was a very different place when I was human and in my early years as a vampire. I've seen things that would cause nightmares and done things I'm not proud of just to survive and protect my sisters. Carlisle hasn't experienced that, not with Rosalie guiding him. The world he knows has been relatively stable and free of real turmoil or hardship. As a result, he is a very trusting man, and he works to make the world a better place for everyone. Being a doctor among humans is admirable and shows that he has a great deal of control. However, his compassion is both his strength and his weakness. He wants to see the best in people, even if that leaves him blind to all the darkness that exists. I don't think he meant any harm this afternoon, but I believe he needs to take a step back and reflect seriously, Tanya said. I guess I didn't think of it like that, Bella replied, nodding thoughtfully. Tanya's words began to chip away at the ice in her heart, though a healthy dose of distrust still lingered toward the man. I just want them to respect my choices and accept that I am her mate, not Edward's. Tanya reached across the space between them and rested her hand on Bella's knee, giving her a reassuring pat. I think that will change with time. This afternoon caught everyone off guard, and I believe tomorrow will be better for both parties. Even though you're still human, your connection to Rosalie is obvious. They'd have to be foolish to deny it once they see you two interact. Furthermore, your relationship with Rosalie will only strengthen once you become a newborn and complete your bonding. When you change, I think any lingering doubts will disappear. At least, that's my hope. Bella listened intently as Tanya continued. I, too, wish to see the best in people, but I also know when it's a lost cause, when someone is too far gone, or rather, too stubborn or proud to seek help or change their ways. I've seen what happens once someone has passed the point of no return, and nothing anyone says will sway them otherwise. Because of your gift? Bella perked up, recalling Irina's comment from the night she'd first met Rose's sisters. That does help, I'll admit. But I think much of my outlook on the matter is directly related to Sasha and Nikolai. I knew she was acting strangely, but when I asked her about it, she brushed me off. Instead of pressing the matter, I chose to look the other way, to give her the benefit of the doubt. I ignored my instincts, and by the time we realized what had happened, it was too late. The Vulturi arrived shortly thereafter. Tanya paused, her expression somber. Unfortunately, the laws are very clear. While it hurt like hell to watch, it had to be done. Even if Rosalie hadn't brought Dmitri, along with the child, was causing such destruction that it threatened to expose our existence to the humans. The Vulturi would have intervened regardless. In some ways, it was better that Dmitri betrayed her when he did, as it kept her safe and kept us safe, since we weren't viewed as accomplices. We are a family, and we love and support one another. We make some decisions as a coven when it affects us all, but even then, we are free to make our own choices as individuals. As such, we alone are responsible for the consequences of our actions. Sasha knew that what she was doing was against the law, yet she still made her choice and paid the price in the end. The accountability rested solely with her, and I'm glad Rosalie has stopped assuming guilt where there was none. I've been waiting a long time to get my sister back. Bella sat in silence for a few moments, mentally digesting Tanya's words. That certainly explained why they were so willing to hear her out and accept her choices. It was a sharp contrast to the voting system the Cullens used to make decisions. She could see the benefits of each style, but she preferred the Denali's methods. It made sense that some decisions were personal, and while the rest of the coven could weigh in with their thoughts, in the end, it was up to the individual to choose. Do you think the Cullens are too far gone, or do you think there's still hope? Should I forgive them? That's up to you to decide, Malika. I cannot tell you what to do or what to believe. Tanya shrugged. For me, it honestly depends on what we learn tomorrow. Personally, I'm not so callous as to think that there's no room for forgiveness. That said, if they're not willing to admit fault and change their attitudes, then I also have no problem cutting ties with them. My number one priority is our coven, and I will not risk bringing the Vulturi's wrath upon us by maintaining a poor alliance if they should break the law again in the future. Like I think they all need to do some serious soul-searching, Bella said. I guess we'll find out tomorrow then, Tanya replied. Tan, they're back. Let's go chase some caribou. But I call dibs on a moose if we find one. Kate's voice rang out, breaking the moment. Tanya rolled her eyes, muttering under her breath about her dislike for Kate's nicknames. Bella chuckled inwardly, amused at how similar Kate's mannerisms were to Rosalie's. Thank you for talking with me, Bella. I hope you found it helpful and enlightening. Whatever happens tomorrow, we all support you, Tanya said, rising gracefully from her seat. She kissed Bella on the forehead and flitted away in an instant. A moment later, the sweet scent of vanilla and jasmine was replaced by the fresh aroma of apples and rain as Rosalie took her sister's spot on the ledge. Bella drifted off shortly after Rose returned, the exhaustion of the day finally catching up to her. Kate's gift, tucked away deep in her travel bag, would have to wait. The next morning, Bella and Carmen prepared breakfast together, a chorizo, tomato, and spinach omelet paired with fried potatoes. Bella casually mentioned the pack and their ridiculous appetites. Carmen was practically vibrating with excitement, a skill Bella thought only Alice possessed, at the prospect of showcasing her culinary skills for a group of teenage shifters. As they ate, the chef rattled off possible menus, eager to consider the shifters' preferred diets. Bella's only contribution was, lots of meat and carbs. After breakfast, Bella spent some time talking with Eliezer over a game of chess. She lost spectacularly but enjoyed his company nonetheless. She was surprised to learn that he had spent over a century as a member of the Vulturi Guard, serving as their talent scout. Even more surprising was the fact that the Vulturi allowed him to leave once he found Carmen and began to feel conflicted about his place among them. Kings and queens ruled with an iron fist, so their unexpected act of compassion caught her off guard. Perhaps they weren't as evil as she had been led to believe. Maybe they had to be tough because keeping an entire species safe and in line demanded it. Regardless of this new perspective, she wasn't eager to find out for herself, so she filed it away for later. In the hour leading up to the Cullens' second arrival, she found comfort nestled in Rose's arms while the blonde hummed soothing Norse lullabies to her. They had already discussed their game plan for the afternoon and were both eager for a moment to rest and recharge. They planned to talk with Jasper first, as Kate wanted to be part of the discussion. Emmett would be next, followed by Alice, and then Esme. They hoped to sway the others to their side before approaching Carlisle. If his own coven stood up to him, they might have a better chance at convincing him. Judging by their previous interaction, he seemed to need the biggest push, and at this point, they were willing to try anything. The doorbell rang precisely at noon. Unlike the day before, the sound didn't send a wave of panic through the 7 individuals strategically positioned throughout the main room. Just as before, Tanya greeted the Cullens and invited them in, leaving them at the entryway to decide whether to spread out in the available seating or stay clustered together as they had the day prior. They chose the latter, but they seemed less tense today. Bella couldn't help but laugh to herself as she took in their appearances. They looked like models posing for an LL photo shoot, all dressed in outdoorsy clothing, likely to blend in with any humans they might encounter. Still, for all their efforts, they had never been particularly subtle. "Thank you for meeting with us today," Tanya began. They had taken the time to discuss their talking points, and Bella was more than happy to let Tanya lead the conversation. She knew her chance to speak would come soon enough. "I'm sure you all have questions, but we have questions of our own," Tanya began, her tone authoritative. "Bella would like to speak with each of you individually. Her mate will be present, of course, before we talk as a group. If you're willing, she'd like to start with Jasper, and Kate can join as well. We're very curious about the newborn situation, and he has the most experience with it." Bella noticed 5 pairs of golden eyes darting between her and Rosalie at the mention of mates, but no one interrupted Tanya. Her tone made it clear that the decision was final, and Bella felt a sense of relief that the Cullens were showing the respect they deserved. "While they're away, we're happy to discuss other topics, as long as they don't pertain to Bella or Rosalie. They'll be glad to answer those questions once they finish their individual conversations," Tanya added. "We can agree to those terms, though I do look forward to speaking with them both," Carlisle replied, sounding much more rational and level-headed today. Bella wondered if Jasper had influenced him or if Carlisle was simply more open to hearing her out. She wanted to stay positive but was cautious not to get her hopes up. Carlisle turned to Jasper. "Jasper?" The soldier nodded in agreement and stepped forward, dipping his head in respect as he passed Tanya. "Ma'am," he said. Bella, Kate, and Rosalie stood and led the way to the adjoining drawing room, with Jasper close behind. Like the bedrooms, this room had been soundproof for private meetings. Bella and Rosalie settled onto the sofa, facing the 2 armchairs that had been set up overnight. Kate took her place, her usual silliness replaced by a serious, impassive expression that felt jarring for someone so typically lively. Jasper sat down gingerly in his chair, his eyes flicking between the 3 women. "It's good to see you well, Bella," he began cautiously, his Texan drawl more pronounced than she remembered. "Before we begin, I want to express how sorry I am for my part of our last encounter," Jasper began, his voice low. "The part where you almost lost control and tried to drain her dry?" Rosalie snapped, her protectiveness flaring up. She calmed down when Bella squeezed her arm gently. Jasper lowered his head, a shadow passing over his face. "Struggling with my own bloodlust is hard enough, but feeling Edward's desire for his singer pushed me over the edge. I know it's not an excuse, but it's the only defense I have." Bella adopted a matter-of-fact tone as she responded, "As I said yesterday, I don't hold it against you, neither the attack nor the departure. Hell, out of everyone, you leaving made the most sense. Still, I would have liked a goodbye or some sort of explanation, but we can't change that now." For the first time, Jasper looked up and fully met her gaze. She might not be an empath, but she could see the guilt in his eyes as clear as day. I don't deserve your kindness, Bella. Even with your forgiveness, I still feel that I need to atone for my actions. How can I make it up to you? Name your terms. Well, you can start by telling me all you know about this newborn situation, Kate chimed in. Of course. And naturally, I offer my services against the newborns if they move against you. But if it's all right with you, I think it's best I keep my distance otherwise, at least until you turn. Just don't go running off again. Or at least send a postcard next time, Bella replied with a playful tone. Jasper shook his head, chuckling lightly in disbelief. You've always been a strange one, Isabella Swan. I'm glad you've met your match. She'll definitely keep you on your toes. He glanced over at Rosalie, who smirked and tightened her hold around Bella's waist. Ah, that brings up another point. Rose and I are mates now. Well, we're halfway there. I intend to finish our bonding once I turn. Anyway, it would be super helpful if you could help convince the others, if it becomes an issue at least. Ideally, everyone will just accept that Edward and I were. I never meant for it to be this way, and I chose Rosalie, Jasper said. Honestly, I don't think they will need much convincing, maybe Carlisle, and Edward, whenever he shows up. That man is so blinded by his bloodlust for you that it's become an unhealthy obsession. But you have no quarrel with me. I can feel that what you two have is real, and I don't even need my gift to sense it. Yes, they're very cute and in love. Can we get to the serious part about kicking some newborn ass? Kate interjected. It seems she was back to her old self now that she wasn't worried about Jasper's reaction. Of course, ma'am. Perhaps you and I should discuss this elsewhere? Unless you two want to be involved. He turned to the couple on the couch. No, that won't be necessary. Kate can fill me in later, Rosalie dismissed his offer. Certainly. Who would you like to talk to next? Jasper asked. Could you please send Emmett in? Bella inquired. The major tipped his invisible hat and exited, with the ancient warrior at his side. Bella perked up when she heard a knock at the door. She had been both looking forward to and dreading this moment since yesterday. Come in, she called. The door creaked open, and Emmett shuffled in a moment later, his broad shoulders slumped. For someone so big, he looked remarkably small. Bella watched him closely as he took a seat in the chair Kate had occupied. Hey, Bella. Hey, Rose, he said, his voice quiet and hesitant. I'm really sorry. I didn't know. I would have stayed if I had. Bella felt her anger rise but took a deep breath to remind herself that based on his reaction yesterday, Emmett had been twisted by Edward's lies. That didn't excuse his actions entirely, but it did make her sympathetic to his plight. How could you just leave without saying anything? You took his word at face value? No questions asked, she asked, her voice sharp. The burly vampire flinched, as if Bella's words had cut him. I wanted to stay, or at least see you before I left. Really, Did you really think I'd say that? That I'd just turn my back on you all without a word? Bella's voice was a mix of disbelief and frustration. Yeah, I was scared at the party, but it wasn't a deal breaker. I mean, come on, I stayed with you all after the whole James situation. That was way worse than Jasper. You know I'm not breakable, and I wouldn't just change my mind about you all. I know that, he replied, his voice softer now. I trusted what Edward said because he was your boyfriend. I didn't think he'd lie about something like that. I shouldn't have. Well, you're not the only one who put their trust in the wrong person, Bella scoffed. For her sake, she really hoped she never had to see Edward again. The thought of how he'd outright lied to his family and twisted their breakup to his advantage made her blood boil. She fantasized about helping Kate take care of him, perhaps even misplacing his head somewhere deep in the Mariana Trench. So, what really happened? Kate mentioned something about the woods. Bella held Rose's hand tightly for support as she recounted the abridged version of that day, the same story she had shared with the Denalis. It still hurt, but with each telling, it became a little easier. He what? Emmett roared. And then he had the audacity to say it was your choice? I'm going to kill him. Seriously. Get in line, Rosalie drawled. And please don't break the furniture. I taught you better than that. Emmett blinked a few times, looking down at his hands. Oh, my bad. I'll fix that. He brushed the splintered remnants of the armchair off his jeans, sending bits of wood to the floor. Predictably, Rosalie launched into a rant, scolding him like an unruly child. Bella watched their interaction with a smile, warmed by their familiarity. Just 6 months ago, she would have been. Bella couldn't help but feel a surge of jealousy at the thought of Rosalie and Emmett as a mated couple. But now, all she felt was amusement, comforted by her own connection with the blonde. What do you mean, you taught him better? I thought you said makers were responsible for teaching their newborns? Bella asked, raising an eyebrow. Oh, right. I guess Rosalie didn't tell you. Back in 1935, she found me wrestling with a bear. To be fair, I totally had him, Emmett replied with a smirk. You were bleeding out, Rosalie interjected, her tone perfectly deadpan. Yeah, well, you should have seen the other guy, Emmett teased, puffing out his chest. Bella dropped her face into her hands, massaging her temples. You died by literally poking the bear? What can I say? I'm a lovable idiot, Emmett grinned. Anyway, there I was, and this angel comes along and asks me if I wanted to be saved. I mean, of course I did. I wasn't ready to die. The world hadn't gotten enough Emmett McCarthy yet. I mean, have you seen this awesomeness? God, you're just like Kate, Bella said, shaking her head. I'll bet you'd give her a run for her money with the trouble you get into. Oh, is that a challenge? Emmett flexed his arms, cracking his knuckles. Bella, love, what are you doing? Rosalie looked horrified at the thought of having to deal with both Kate and Emmett at the same time. Relax, Rose. It's not like Em is staying here when everyone leaves. About that, Emmett coughed dramatically. With everything going on, I was wondering if it would be cool if I could stay up here for a while. I'm not thrilled about the Cullens, and since you're my maker, you're responsible for me, right? That's not how it works, Rosalie said, shaking her head rapidly. That's not how any of this works. Nope, doesn't matter. I'll bet Kate will vouch for me. Emmett beamed triumphantly. What do you say, Belsie? Can I stay? Pretty please? Bella rolled her eyes at the well-practiced puppy dog look he gave her. Eyes are definitely on you, Emmett said, a grin spreading across his face. I mean, I'm fine with it if Tanya gives the thumbs up. But once I change, I'm going to punch you in the face as hard as I can for being an idiot, and then we'll call it water under the bridge. That's fair, Emmett nodded emphatically. Bella had never imagined she'd see someone actually get excited about the prospect of being punched, but Emmett's smile lit up the room as they shook on their deal. In an instant, he zipped out of the room, still beaming triumphantly. Whatever happens next, it's all on you, Rosalie said, playfully glaring at Bella. Yeah. I'm sure it will be fine. What's the worst that could happen? Lots, Rosalie replied. Whoops, Bella chuckled wryly, scratching the back of her neck. Just think, only 3 to go. A pregnant pause hung in the air, neither woman saying what they were both thinking. They didn't have to, they both knew they felt the same way. The 3 hardest conversations were coming up next. Chapter 27. 3 figures sat in stony silence, the air between them heavy and oppressive. Tension mounted with each passing second, and the steady ticking of the grandfather clock did nothing to ease the growing discomfort. The weight of the moment became unbearable, thick enough to cut with a knife. The smallest woman was the first to break the silence. She shifted her weight in the lone armchair, her golden eyes darting between the 2 women sitting on the sofa opposite her. Bella, I'm so sorry. Bella raised a hand, silencing the pixie. No. You don't get to talk yet. I need you to understand how I feel before I hear your side. To her surprise, Alice obeyed, immediately clamping her mouth shut. Satisfied that she had the raven-haired woman's full attention, Bella continued. You lied to me, Alice. Alice flinched at the accusation, opening her mouth to defend herself, but a rumbling growl from the blonde statue made her think twice. Taking advantage of Alice's silence, Bella didn't hesitate. She launched right in, going straight for the jugular. She had held on to this for too long, and she wasn't about to hold back now. Despite the myriad of emotions roiling in her stomach, she spoke in a clear, surprisingly calm tone. You told me I was your best friend and that one day I'd be like you. You said we were family, that we'd be sisters forever. But then you left me, and you didn't even bother to say goodbye. You just vanished without a trace. I tried to contact you every day for 2 weeks, but you disconnected your phone number and email. What the actual hell? Alice looked to Rose for support, but the blonde shook her head. Don't take my silence as a sign that I'm in any way agreeing to help you. This is Bella's time to talk. You and I are going to settle things between us later. Rosalie's tone was flat, icier than the Arctic tundra outside. Receiving a reassuring hand squeeze from her mate, Bella continued. I would have understood if you had just given me a reason for needing to leave, but you didn't say a single word. What was I supposed to think, Alice? Did you really believe I would just forget you ever existed? Was I meant to pretend that knowing you was just a dream or something I made up in my head? Because that's complete nonsense if you thought that logic would ever work. I can't just forget people or act like 6 months of my life never happened. Did you ever actually care about me, or was I just a life-size Barbie for you to play dress-up with? I do care about you, Bella. Alice wailed, her voice cracking. We all do. Then how could you hurt me like that? You went along with them. Bella shot back, her grip on her emotions beginning to slip. You didn't stop them from leaving me. You didn't stop the party. In fact, the party was your idea. I know your visions are subjective and you don't see everything, but how did you not have any idea about what would happen? I even said I didn't want a party, but you insisted. Alice ducked her head, her eyes darting away. Bella focused on her guilty behavior, pressing for answers. Alice, what are you not telling me? I did what I had to do, Bella. Alice's golden eyes lifted, tears that would never fall welling in the corners. I made a choice, knowing you'd hate me when you found out the truth, but it was better than the alternative. Please believe me when I say I acted with your best interests in mind. More explaining, less guilt-tripping, Cullen, Rosalie snapped, her patience wearing thin. Alice shrank under the withering glare of her ex-coven mate, her petite shoulders curling inward. This goes back way before the party. I knew you were important from the start because I began having visions of you before you even arrived in Forks. It wasn't much at first, just snippets of you interacting with us and my siblings' futures. It was just like when I started having visions of Jasper. The Cullens and everything changed when you arrived. I knew you would date my brother, but I didn't think it would go anywhere. You and Rosalie always ended up together, despite your rocky start. Everything unfolded exactly as I had foreseen, the van, dating Edward, even the baseball game, except for the nomads. I didn't anticipate their arrival until it was too late. Alice paused, taking a deep, unnecessary breath before continuing. The vision started to shift over the summer. Jane's attack changed something in Edward. He began to have different thoughts and make new decisions. At first, it seemed inconsequential, but as his plans grew more elaborate, I lost sight of your future. I knew I had to act. With your birthday approaching, I saw my chance and I seized it. The party and Jasper attacking you provided the perfect excuse for Edward to feel guilty enough to leave you. It was our way of stepping back so that things could unfold as they were meant to. Between Edward's lies and my visions, it was easy to convince the others. How dare you? Bella shouted, leaping to her feet with her fists clenched tightly. Rosalie quickly wrapped her arms around Bella's waist, likely to prevent her from lashing out at Alice. Bella glared at the petite vampire for several tense moments, her chest heaving as she struggled against Rosalie's firm grip. Eventually, she calmed enough to speak, her voice a fierce whisper. "You're telling me that you orchestrated that entire party knowing exactly what would happen in the aftermath? You knew your husband would terrify me and that Edward would break up with me? That he would shatter my heart and leave me alone and lost in the woods? It had to happen." Alice sobbed, her voice cracking. "Edward wouldn't have left otherwise. My life isn't a game for you to manipulate however you want," Bella retorted, her eyes blazing. "The future isn't set, Alice. You told me that yourself. There are countless choices that could change the outcome. I could have changed my mind. Rose and I could have figured things out eventually." Bella sobered at Alice's words and looked her directly in the eye. "Bella, it wasn't your decisions driving the visions. In fact, you were hardly making any choices for yourself at the time. It was all Edward." A heavy weight dropped in Bella's stomach, the cold reminder of the spineless doormat she had been with her ex-boyfriend. Had it really been so bad that she wasn't even in control of her own future? Had she allowed him to dictate so much of her life that there would have been major consequences if Alice hadn't intervened? She opened and closed her mouth several times, searching for words. Finding none, she sank back onto the couch, still shaking as she mulled over Alice's last statement. Now that she wasn't fueled by rage and adrenaline, her mind began to process the information better. While she was still angry, she started to regain a bit of control over her emotions. She dropped her face into her hands, massaging her temples in an effort to calm herself. "What did you mean when you said I no longer had a future? What would have happened if he'd stayed?" "You." Alice hesitated. "You would have died. 2 days before your 19th birthday." "How?" Bella's voice was barely a whisper, yet she knew the two immortals heard her clearly. Her mate was stiff to begin with, but Alice's statement left her frozen, completely immobile. Alice paused, carefully eyeing Bella, who still looked ready to tear her head off. "He was going to coerce you into marrying him in exchange for changing you. Over your honeymoon, you became pregnant. Oddly, this would have marked the beginning of your relationship with Rosalie in that timeline. You two would have bonded because Edward essentially abandoned you to deal with the pregnancy on your own. I would have been a mother." Bella wasn't sure if she felt excited or disgusted by the thought. Either way, a knot twisted uncomfortably in her stomach. Alice nodded solemnly, her expression darkening. "But the baby, it was too much for your human body. You thought you could hold out, that you could be turned at the last minute after delivery. But there are some conditions that even venom cannot fix. The heart needs to keep beating for the entire transition, and yours." Alice swallowed thickly. "Your heart would have stopped on the second day." "And the baby?" Bella asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "A girl, but she..." Alice looked down, shaking her head, unable to finish her sentence. The silence in the room felt heavy, her unspoken words hanging in the air. The only sounds were the crackling fire and the grandfather clock ticking softly in the corner. If it weren't for that rhythmic ticking, hours could have slipped by unnoticed. As it was, the 97 seconds of silence stretched out like a lifetime. "I'm not okay with what you did, Alice." Bella finally broke the stillness, her breath shaky. "While I understand you were acting with good intentions, what you did was really wrong. Not only did you manipulate me, but you manipulated your family too. I can't believe you let Jasper take the fall and lied to everyone else. That's something you need to come clean about, and it's up to them to decide how they want to handle it. As for me, I need some time." "Bella, please." "I did this for you," Alice pleaded. "No, don't try to turn this on me. You made decisions that you had no right to make, and now you need to face the music, Alice. You don't get to play God as you see fit. I'm glad I'm going to live, but death is also part of being human. People die every day. Sometimes we don't get the life we wanted or imagined." Rosalie grasped Bella's hand at that moment, nuzzling her nose against her neck and into her hair. Bella could feel the emotional turmoil radiating from her girlfriend in thick waves. While she felt a pang of guilt for causing her mate distress, she knew she had spoken the truth, finally addressing the ever-present elephant in the room. She was a human in a vampire's world, and death was a very real possibility for her. Even without the looming threat of Victoria, it could happen at any time, any day. With her luck, Bella thought a bolt of lightning could strike her down at any moment. And let's not forget that Rosalie's bite was still looming over her for September. At least that was one thing she had accepted and even looked forward to. The rest felt like a gamble. As upset as she was with her former best friend, Alice's meddling had helped her avoid a disaster with Edward and led her to Rosalie. That was why she couldn't bring herself to completely cut the seer out of her life. However, rebuilding the friendship they once had would be a long and challenging journey, starting with some firm boundaries. "You made a mistake, but it's not irreparable," Bella said, her voice steady. "I'm not ready to fully forgive you. I just need a little time to process this. But let me make something crystal clear. This is the last time you ever do anything like this. Am I understood?" Alice nodded vigorously, hope shining in her eyes. "If you have an important vision, you need to talk to me about it. I know you can't help seeing what you see, but you need to respect my privacy and boundaries. You don't get to make decisions for me, or anyone else, for that matter. I promise, Bella. I won't let you down." Alice jumped up. "Why would you encourage that?" Rosalie took a deep, unnecessary breath, her golden glare fixed on Alice. "Are you seriously asking me that? You wronged my mate in ways I can't even fathom. Bella can and will do what she sees fit to deal with you, and I will support her in that. She already told you she wasn't cutting you out of her life, though I wouldn't blame her if she did. I suggest you take what you get and be grateful, even if it's just the silent treatment for the next 100 years. Alice's expression fell, but she shuffled back to her seat. I guess that's okay." "No, not I guess. You'll deal with it and be glad I'm not dismembering you right here. Mark my words, if you so much as think of interfering with my relationship with Bella again, I will not hesitate." Alice bowed her head, nodding her understanding of Rosalie's threat. Bella almost felt sympathetic toward the crestfallen vampire, but she wasn't quite done with her ex-best friend. "And one more thing. I want to be there when you tell your family what you did. Now, could you please wait a few minutes before sending Esme in?" Alice hesitated, her slim shoulders slumping even further. "Okay." The tiny woman rose from her seat, reading the unspoken dismissal. She cast one last glance over her shoulder before exiting the drawing room. Bella waited with bated breath until the soundproof door snapped shut. "Well. Damn. You can say that again. Damn." Bella quipped. Her mate scoffed and playfully swatted her shoulder, but the joke provided some much-needed comic relief for both of them, easing the tension just a little. "So, that explains a lot. I'm still pissed as hell, but I can also see why she did what she did." Bella scratched the back of her neck, answering Rosalie's unasked question. "Like, I get that she was acting out of a good place, but that was definitely not the way to go about it. I really hope she takes what I said to heart. I suppose only time will tell. I'm really proud of you for how you handled that situation, else can mean. I probably would have torn her head off if it was my call. I'd have reattached it in a year or so." Rose added as an afterthought. She wrapped her slender arms around the smaller woman, snuggling her as much as the couch would allow. Bella hummed and leaned back against Rosalie's chest, resting her head against her. Rosalie took a deep breath, her shoulder firm as she closed her eyes. "I don't understand something. All that explained why Edward had to leave, but why did everyone else have to go?" Rosalie stiffened, her body tensing. If Bella weren't so attuned to her mate, she might not have noticed. But she was, and she did. As Bella sat up and turned to face her girlfriend, she searched the blonde's impassive expression. The averted gaze sent a ripple of anxiety through her. "Rose? I probably would have continued to ignore you if they'd stayed," Rosalie admitted after a moment, finally meeting Bella's eyes. "In case you haven't noticed, I can be a bit stubborn." "A bit?" Bella interjected with a huff. "Hush, you." Rosalie silenced her mate with a series of kisses along her neck and jaw. She paused in the crook of Bella's neck, inhaling deeply. You would have had the others to distract you, so you wouldn't have needed me for company. Sometimes, I need a shove to get my head out of my ass. I don't like being manipulated, but I suppose I can understand the merit behind Alice's reasoning. The Cullens leaving forced us to interact. As I recall, it was a faulty battery connection that forced us to interact. You seemed perfectly content watching me from afar for the first few weeks. I suppose you're right. As much as I hated your truck before the rebuild, I couldn't bear to see it fall completely into ruin. Seems like we both got more than we bargained for when you offered to rebuild it. Not complaining, by the way, especially knowing how things turned out for us, but it seriously caught me off guard at the time. I nearly had a heart attack when I found you in the kitchen with Charlie that morning. I thought you were up to no good or something. I know, you looked so mad I thought I could fry an egg on your face. I might have been goading you a little, Rosalie admitted sheepishly. It went both ways. I was definitely poking at you, too. And look at us now. Look at us now, Bella repeated, leaning in to capture her mate's cool lips. Rosalie eagerly reciprocated, but just as the moment deepened, a knock on the door interrupted them, much to their shared dismay. Are you ready, else can mean? Bella sighed and pulled away, already missing their closeness. Ready as I'll ever be. Chapter 28. As with Alice, the first few minutes following Esme's arrival were filled with a tense silence. Bella took the opportunity to observe the older woman. Without her rose-colored glasses, it felt as though she was seeing Esme for the first time. Physically, Esme looked the same. Soft, caramel-streaked waves framed her heart-shaped face, and her eyes still held the same love and compassion Bella remembered. However, upon closer inspection, Bella noticed something she hadn't before. Esme appeared timid and uncertain, a far cry from the idyllic, infallible figure Bella had once imagined. The younger brunette tried not to dwell on it too much. Even more jarring was the realization that the Cullen matriarch was just a few years older than she was. How could anyone believe that a woman in her mid-20s was raising 5 teenagers? Bella mentally kicked herself. How had she not realized this sooner? Had she, and apparently the entire population of Forks, just accepted the adoptive mother facade without question? The short answer, yes. When she first met the brown-haired vampire, she had immediately latched on, desperate for a mother's love and approval. Like with Edward, she quickly developed an idealized vision of Esme, putting her newfound surrogate mother above reproach or scrutiny. Now she wasn't that naive, doe-eyed teen anymore. Bella took a deep breath, clearing her mind and letting her heart and instincts guide her. I forgive you, Esme. To others, her easy forgiveness might seem insincere or sudden, but Bella knew this was what she needed, especially after her talks with Jasper, Emmett, and Alice. Their stories and perspectives had softened her anger and helped her see how badly the family had been manipulated. As she told Emmett, it didn't fully excuse everything, and she wanted to hear Esme's reasons, but it was a start. Esme released a choked sob and looked down at her lap, her pale hands wringing together. It was clear that the vampire was trying to maintain her composure, but as the echoes of Bella's words faded, so did her control. Esme's slender shoulders shook slightly, curling inward. Another heavy silence settled in the room, broken only by her quiet gasps, the rhythmic ticking of the grandfather clock, and the popping of the fire. Rosalie and Bella waited patiently for Esme to collect herself. Minutes later, the older woman looked up, instinctively wiping away non-existent tears. Why you don't hate me? Despite the tremor in her voice, a tiny flicker of hope lit up Esme's eyes, driving away the shadows. The corners of her lips turned up in a tentative smile. Oh, I'm still mad as hell. You really hurt me when you left, but based on what I heard from the others, it sounds like you were just as manipulated by Edward's lies as I was. Bella scoffed lightly. So, no. I don't hate you. Esme's smile broadened, her posture relaxing. Coincidentally, that reaction had the same effect on Bella. Her shoulders slumped with relief as a heavy weight lifted off her chest. This is more than I could have hoped for, and more than I deserve. Esme paused, sensing the deep rumble emanating from Rosalie's chest. Bella suspected the blonde would have her own private conversations with her ex-coven, during which sharp words would be exchanged and various body parts threatened. Esme cast a cautious glance between the new couple before continuing. I'll make it up to you, Bella, I promise. I won't take this second chance for granted, and you won't regret this. We can go back to how it used to be. I don't want that, Bella interrupted. You don't have a debt to me. I don't want to spend eternity questioning your motives, wondering if you're around me because you feel guilty or because you owe me anything. Yeah, things happened, but if we keep dwelling on, we'll never move forward if we hold on to the past, Bella said firmly. Esme nodded slowly, understanding the weight of her words, and Bella seized the opportunity to take a few calming breaths. I also don't want to go back to how things were before. I don't want another mom. I thought I did, but I really don't. I have a mother, and yeah, she's not great, but she's what I've got, and I need to accept that. Esme opened her mouth to protest, but another rumbling growl silenced her. Bella turned to her mate, offering an appreciative smile before continuing. When you left, it brought up a lot of my issues with Renee, things I had been suppressing and pushing aside because I viewed you as my new mom or whatever. I don't think it was fair of me to expect that from you, but we both kind of fell into it. I didn't question it because I thought I was happy. I mean, I was happy, but it was also an unsustainable dream. I just didn't realize it at the time. Rosalie squeezed Bella's hand gently as her voice began to tremble. Bella could feel her mate brimming with pride, which brought a gentle flush to her cheeks. The silent encouragement helped her dig deep and tap into her inner strength to continue. So, yeah, it hurt like hell when you left me without an explanation. I wanted to hate you, and I might have for a while. But looking back, in some ways, it was a good thing you left because it forced me to face everything I'd been hiding from, my issues with Renee, in particular. I realized a lot about myself and my relationships because of it. Not just my relationship with Rosalie, but with everyone around me. I don't need to be babied or coddled or waited on hand and foot. I like contributing, feeling like I'm pulling my own weight. That's what I love about the Denalis. They care about me, love me, but they also let me be my own person. They listen to me and support me without assuming they know what I need or what I'm thinking. I'm glad they're going to be my coven after I turn. Esme stifled a quiet sob, her cautious optimism giving way to heartbreak. So, I lost you after all. No, just because they'll be my coven doesn't mean you've lost me. I would like us to be friends once this is all said and done. Esme paused, her expression a mix of relief and distress, but she nodded. I understand, and I accept that. She took a deep breath, her gaze fixed intently on Bella for a few moments, as if studying her. Bella felt the weight of Esme's attention and was about to squirm when Esme broke into a soft smile. You're a different person now, Bella Swan. You've grown and matured a great deal since I last saw you. Yeah, well, a little tough love from this one, Bella said, playfully elbowing Rose in the side, and a lot of soul-searching will do that. I didn't realize how deep Edward had his hooks in me, how content I was being a mindless little lamb. I'll never be that girl again. He held me back, but now Rose lifts me up. I feel like I can be myself with Rose, like I can breathe with her. Bella hesitated, debating whether to continue. But she quickly decided it was better to speak her mind. She didn't know if this opportunity would come again, and she couldn't let it slip by. I can't help but notice some similarities in the way Carlisle treats you. I guess I don't understand why you let them walk all over you. I'm not sure what you mean, Esme replied, her brows slightly furrowed. Well, after seeing how the Denalis interact, it made me realize just how one-sided everything was with you guys. Sure, they aren't perfect, and I'm pretty sure Kate takes pride in annoying everyone, but they work through their problems together, even when they argue. But with you guys, it was Edward or Carlisle, even Alice and her visions, making all the decisions. But you, Emmett, Anne. Jasper is a member of the family too, but it seems like your voices were never heard. Even when you voted, the losers were never taken into account. From what I saw, there was never a compromise. Rarely, Rosalie confirmed in a clipped tone. I don't know. Esme's gaze became distant and unfocused, lost in memory. The grandfather clock ticked steadily in the corner. The seconds stretched into minutes before Esme finally returned to the present. When I was alive, that's what was expected. Women didn't have the opportunities they have today. They were expected to blindly follow their husbands' orders. Some women worked in factories or as secretaries if they were lucky, but it was hard, dangerous work. Additionally, unlike today, being single or a working woman was frowned upon, generally seen as a sign of lower socioeconomic status. Even women of high society wasted their time gossiping or tittering over tea while their husbands made the decisions for them. In fact, women had just barely earned the right to vote when I was changed. Up until then, women weren't deemed smart enough to make their own decisions. Bella froze as the pieces fell into place. She had read about the women's suffrage movement and the struggle to pass the 19th Amendment, so hearing that all of this was happening during Esme's lifetime gave her a new perspective. As much as she was loath to admit it, it made sense why Esme would be so passive. Even decades after securing the right to vote, women were still expected to marry and be housewives, not free, independent individuals. Throughout the suffrage movement and even after the amendment was passed, there was still heavy opposition from those who wanted to continue suppressing women's voices. My husband, Charles Evanson, was one of them. He wasn't a good man, and I'll spare you the details. My parents married me off when I was barely 18. I was young and naive, outspoken and stubborn even. At first, I tried to stand up for myself, but as the years passed, and I began to lose hope. I even tried to run away once, dreaming of heading west to teach, just like I had envisioned as a child. But he found me less than a week later. It took several weeks for the bruising to fade, allowing me to step outside again. Then I became pregnant, and for a while, things seemed to improve. But after our son died, I attempted to escape again, this time off a cliff. That's where Carlisle found me. He could smell the blood. I don't condone suicide, but at that moment, it felt like my only option. If I didn't take my life, Charles likely would have during one of his drunken rages. At least I would be free, and it would be on my own terms. I didn't know that, Esme. Bella was taken aback to hear Rosalie speak to a Cullen in such a gentle manner. The slight frown and the furrow in Rosalie's brow indicated that she, too, was struggling to process this new information. I haven't shared this with anyone, really. Not even Carlisle, Esme said, shaking her head sadly. As a newborn vampire, everything in my world was changing so rapidly that I clung to what I knew, following and obeying. Amidst trying to cope with what I had become, I was terrified that Carlisle might turn out to be like Charles if I upset him. Thankfully, that wasn't the case, and I consider myself fortunate. I finally had a good husband and partner, someone who treated me well and took care of me. Yes, there were times when he didn't consider my opinions, but I convinced myself he was doing what he thought was best for me and our family. I didn't see any problem with the imbalance, so I suppose I never questioned it. You can be partners and equals, those aren't mutually exclusive, Bella said softly, her heart aching for Esme. It was true that Esme came from a different era, a time and society Bella could barely comprehend, so she made an effort not to judge too harshly. At the same time, the silent struggles that Esme had endured weighed heavily on her heart. Esme knew that what she had endured was wrong, and she wasn't going to sit idly by any longer. She had to at least try. I know, and I'm ashamed to admit that Rosalie and I have had a very similar conversation before. Repeatedly, Rosalie interjected. I guess I just stayed quiet because things were good. I was content in my complacency and didn't really see why it needed to change. But now I'm starting to realize how harmful that was, not just to myself but to those around me. I'm sorry that you were caught in the crossfire. If you can find your strength, then so can I. You're a great inspiration for me. Without even realizing it, Bella crossed the room and wrapped her arms around the seated woman without hesitation. I'm proud of you. It's not easy, but it will be worth it in the end. You can do it, Esme. I believe in you. She smiled again as she felt a second set of arms embrace her from behind, the warm scent of apple cinnamon mixing with Esme's evergreen fragrance. The three women hugged in silence, content to share the moment. It would be a long journey, but the first steps had been taken. Bella collapsed face first onto Rosalie's California king bed with a groan. While the rest of the afternoon had gone surprisingly well, the emotional toll of the day hit her like a 1-2 punch. As expected, Carlyle had pushed back at first, but when his entire coven sprang to Bella's defense, including his normally passive wife, and he learned the truth from Alice, he began to see things with an open mind. By the end of the afternoon, he admitted that his first son's behavior was unacceptable, regardless of Bella being his intended mate. He even stopped trying to lecture Rosalie about being a mate stealer. It wasn't perfect, but it was progress. How are you feeling, my love? Cool lips pressed against her temple. Like I got run over by a semi-truck, followed by a herd of elephants, Bella mumbled into the blanket, grateful for Rosalie's superior hearing. I just want to escape from it all. Just for a little while. We can handle the newborns and the fact that the Cullens are returning to Forks later, Bella said. Would you like a hot bath? That should help loosen you up. I could give you a massage if you'd like, Rose offered. Bella rolled onto her side to look at the woman standing beside her. Instead of responding verbally, she gave Rose her best pleading puppy eyes and nodded pitifully. Rose laughed and leaned down to plant another kiss on Bella's lips before promising to get the water ready. Reluctantly, Bella pried herself off the bed and headed for the ensuite, just as she heard Rose turn off the water. The scent of lavender bath oils filled the air as she crossed the threshold, and her breath caught in her throat. Rosalie was already in the massive tub, visible only from the neck up, her body hidden beneath a thick layer of bubbles. Took you long enough, Rosalie quipped with an impish smile. I was worried you'd fallen asleep and I'd have to bathe alone. You promised me a massage. I've come to collect, Bella laughed, quickly shedding her clothes and joining the blonde in the luxurious bathtub. She was surprised at how quickly she acclimated to being naked in front of her mate. Always shy, awkward, and modest, Bella felt secure and confident in her own skin with Rose. She half swam, half walked over to where Rose was sitting on a submerged bench and crawled onto the blonde's lap, clinging to her like a koala with her head resting on Rose's shoulder. Bella closed her eyes, savoring the feeling of their bodies pressed together and the gentle pressure of Rose's hands on her waist. In the warm bath, Rose felt almost human. Her chilled skin absorbed the heat from the water like a sponge. They sat in comfortable silence for a while before Bella broke it. You feeling okay? Not great, but better than before, Rose admitted with a quiet sigh. I honestly imagined that Carlyle would be more difficult. He always. Bella had always favored Edward the most, so seeing him doubt Edward's actions was a significant moment. It was encouraging to witness Esme and the others finally standing up for themselves. I hope they take this opportunity to reflect and rebuild. It's unfortunate that it had to come to this, but perhaps your mistreatment was the push they needed to change their ways. Even if they don't, we've done what we can to plant the seeds. Now, it's up to them. Yeah, I guess that's true. I'm glad they all agreed to help with the newborn problem. That should make things easier. Bella pulled away and kissed Rosalie softly before turning around to settle between her toned legs. Marble fingers found Bella's shoulders, applying gentle pressure that eased away the tension and knots. Within minutes, Bella felt like putty in Rosalie's hands, but the blonde didn't stop until Bella was completely relaxed and slumped back against her, half asleep. I was hoping you'd be up for a little more, Rosalie said softly, her sharp teeth grazing the shell of Bella's ear. Bella couldn't help but giggle internally at the sight of her proud warrior girlfriend pouting. I could be persuaded. What did you have in mind? Bella raised her eyebrows suggestively, even though she knew Rosalie couldn't see her expression. I think you know exactly what I have in mind, Rosalie growled, her voice dropping to a husky whisper. Strong arms tightened around Bella's waist as one hand slowly traveled lower. You did ask for me to help you forget everything. Sex is usually a good distraction. Yes, Bella hissed under her breath as the wandering hand reached its destination, moving in long, languid strokes across her center. She panted, spreading her legs further to encourage Rosalie, who wasted no time taking advantage of the easy access. Bella knew Rosalie was teasing her, just warming her up, but the ministrations had already begun to drive her wild. Bella felt herself unraveling in mere moments. As promised, everything beyond the four walls of Rosalie's room faded away. It was just the two of them. She squirmed and writhed, craving more. Patience, else can mean, Rosalie murmured, sucking gently along the column of Bella's neck. Her free hand cupped Bella's breasts, teasingly tweaking a nipple. Rose, please, Bella panted, not caring how needy or desperate she sounded. Since you asked so nicely, Rosalie replied with a playful tone. She lifted Bella off her lap and set her on the bench seat. Without warning, Rosalie slipped beneath the thin layer of bubbles. Hey, what? Where are you? Bella began to protest at the sudden absence, but her words caught in her throat as she felt Rosalie moving under the water. Hands pushed her legs apart, and then two fingers entered her. The thrill of not being able to see her mate heightened the anticipation of what Rosalie would do next, amplifying every touch, every lick, and every thrust. Rosalie repositioned Bella's legs, draping one over her shoulder for better access, which she took full advantage of. Bella cried out as slender fingers reached deeper inside her, carefully massaging her inner walls. The warmth and pressure of Rosalie's fingers, combined with the steady rhythm of her skilled tongue on Bella's clit, had Bella gripping the edge of the tub for dear life as she approached her climax. An endless stream of incoherent babble escaped her lips, punctuated only by a shouted expletive as Rosalie relentlessly drove her higher and higher. The fact that she didn't need to breathe had its advantages. Minutes later, Bella reached her peak, moaning loudly as waves of pleasure coursed through her body. Rosalie surfaced with a smug grin, one that was well-deserved. Her fingers remained deep inside Bella, flexing slightly as warm muscles clenched around them, feeling the lingering aftershocks of Bella's orgasm slowly taper off. Have I mentioned how? Isn't it amazing how you sound when you come? I don't think I'll ever tire of hearing it. Bella rolled her eyes, letting her head loll to the side so she could see her girlfriend. I'm glad you think so, because I quite enjoy it. I can't wait to reciprocate. Soon, love. You know why we can't yet? Yeah, I know. Bella moaned softly as Rosalie finally removed her hand and settled back on the submerged seat, pulling Bella's relaxed body onto her lap once more. Bella lay there for a few minutes, savoring the warmth of Rose's embrace as she recovered. As the fog began to lift from her mind, a sudden thought jolted her upright. What is it? Rosalie immediately stiffened, scanning their surroundings for any sign of danger. I have a way. Well, Kate gave us a present we could both enjoy. I kind of hid it in my bag because I wanted to talk to you first. I guess it's specially made to be more, resistant to vampire strength or something. And I'll understand if you want to wait, but Bella's nervous rambling was cut short by the chilly breeze that followed Rose as she rushed them out of the tub at vampire speed. The chill barely had time to settle on Bella's skin before she was enveloped in a fluffy towel. In case you couldn't tell, I'm very enthused by this, but let me dry you off first, Rosalie said with a grin, taking great care to dry Bella. Luckily, Bella's hair remained mostly dry since she hadn't fully submerged herself. Once she had sufficiently dried Bella, Rosalie began to dry herself. There was no logical reason why this was so sexy, but Bella found herself momentarily entranced, her eyes wide and her jaw slack. She snapped out of her haze when the towel shifted, giving her a full view of Rosalie's shapely breasts. Feeling a rush of boldness, Bella moved forward, pressing herself against the taller woman. There's no point if you're just going to get wet again, she growled, capturing Rosalie's lips in a searing kiss. Without breaking contact, Bella grabbed the towel and tossed it aside, feeling no resistance from Rosalie as her hands glided over her warm body. She took her time, tracing the contours of Rosalie's full breasts and down the planes of her abdomen. Bella expected Rosalie to move or stop her when she reached the neatly trimmed patch of blonde curls, but instead, the vampire acquiesced, allowing Bella to touch her for the very first time. Rosalie felt warm, almost hot, her core slick with the remnants of the bath water and a rising arousal. Bella slid her fingers wherever she could reach, curious and searching. It wasn't the best angle, but she was determined to make the most of it. A smile crossed her lips when she heard Rosalie's breath catch. Just as she had anticipated, her hand was gently guided away a moment later. The brief contact ended far too soon for Bella's liking, but it had satisfied her curiosity for now. She knew she would have plenty of time to explore Rosalie's body once she became a newborn. Taking Rosalie's hand, Bella tugged gently, guiding her toward the bedroom. With a playful shove, she sent Rosalie onto the bed. Her girlfriend was kind enough to pretend that a human could actually push her around. Bella moved to retrieve items from her bag, her mind racing with newfound confidence and a sense of purpose. She managed to attach the harness with minimal fumbling, while Rosalie watched patiently from the bed, her eyes dark with desire. But as Bella looked down, her rush of bravado faltered. She realized she had no idea how to use the harness. Caught up in her excitement, she hadn't fully thought through what they were about to do. Maybe she should have practiced a few times before mentioning it to Rosalie. I don't know how to do this," she admitted sheepishly, her gaze fixed on the floor. Rosalie's expression softened, her eyes fading back to a warm gold as her mind cleared. "I'll help you," she said, patting the bed next to her. Bella nodded and moved to join her. Bella followed the cue, feeling a mix of amusement and annoyance at the appendage swinging in front of her. Once she was seated, Rosalie took her face in her hands, gently cupping her jaw to make sure their eyes met. "I love you, Bella. Don't worry. I want you to enjoy this too. If you're not feeling ready, we can wait. Or I can use it on you first if you want to get some experience on the receiving end." Bella shook her head. After spending the whole week on the receiving end, not that she was complaining, she was eager to reciprocate. "Don't be a coward. Rose will never judge me for this. She won't judge me about anything." She coached herself, taking a deep breath to steady her nervous heartbeat. Leaning forward, she tentatively kissed her girlfriend, threading her fingers through Rosalie's damp hair. The blonde kissed her back, matching her slow pace and carefully kissing away Bella's trepidation. Bella gasped as Rosalie's hand moved down her body, wrapping around the dildo. It was oddly exciting to watch Rosalie's pale hand stroke the length of the silicone, and Bella felt herself getting turned on again, her confidence slowly returning. She pressed her hips forward, gently grinding the toy into Rosalie's hand. "That's it. Just think of it as an extension of your body. If it slips or needs readjusting, don't worry, it happens," Rosalie explained as she gently raised herself to her knees, moving to straddle Bella. With wide eyes, Bella watched as Rosalie's hand dipped between her legs, gathering some of her wetness, then proceeding to coat the toy. The blonde repeated the motion several times until her hand slid along the length without resistance. "Ready?" Rosalie's voice was smoky, and the implication sent a jolt of arousal through Bella, straight to her core. If this thing were real, she imagined she'd be rock hard and throbbing with excitement right now. "Yes." Bella's hands found purchase. Rosalie settled onto Bella's lap, her hips gently pressing against her. With a nod, she positioned herself, one hand still guiding the toy into place. "I'll get you started, but you'll have to take the lead. I don't want to hurt you if I move too much." Bella nodded, captivated by the deepening gaze of Rosalie. The love and affection reflected in her eyes eased any lingering doubts. Without breaking eye contact, Rosalie slowly lowered herself down. Bella felt a rush of relief that it was a toy, because if it had been anything else, she was certain she would have lost control at the sight of Rosalie gradually taking more of it in with each downward movement. Rosalie's eyes were tightly shut, her head tilted back, and her mouth slightly open as she panted softly. That image would be forever etched in Bella's memory, and she couldn't have been happier about it. As mesmerizing as Rosalie's expression was, Bella was equally surprised by her own reaction. Although the dildo was just a detachable accessory, she could still feel the pressure as it slid deeper into Rosalie. While she couldn't feel the muscles clenching around her, the resistance offered a clear sense of what was happening. It took several minutes for Rosalie to adjust to the toy, but eventually, their cores met. Only then did Bella divert her gaze from Rosalie's angelic face, now intrigued by the sight of their bodies coming together. Rosalie gently pressed Bella's shoulders and whispered, "Lay down, darling." She raised herself slightly on her knees, creating space for Bella to move. Bella's eyes were drawn between their bodies, marveling at the sight of the toy partially sheathed. She rocked her hips upward, eliciting a breathy moan from Rosalie. Pleased with the response, she repeated the motion again and again. It felt awkward at first, but with each movement, it became easier. Bella eventually found a rhythm, and soon the room was filled with the sounds of their lovemaking. "Keep going, Bella," Rosalie encouraged, her body responding to the growing intimacy. Remained rigid as she fought to maintain control. Bella frowned, realizing that Rosalie couldn't fully relax in this position. With a gentle movement, Bella pulled away from her, earning a soft, displeased whine from the blonde. "I just want to try with you in front of me," Bella said. It took a moment for the words to register with Rosalie, but once they did, she moved away from Bella, positioning herself in the center of the bed. The sight of Rosalie Hale on her hands and knees was breathtaking, and Bella nearly forgot to breathe as she took it all in. An impatient growl from Rosalie snapped Bella back to reality, urging her to stop ogling and get moving. Eagerly, she crawled forward on her knees, admiring the view as she approached her mate. From this angle, she could see everything, and she found it impossible to resist. If the vampire jerked and caught her off guard, it was a price Bella was willing to pay. Leaning forward, Bella traced the length of Rosalie's exposed slit with her tongue. The taste was like nothing she'd ever experienced before, a perfect blend of sweet and salty, uniquely Rosalie. "Shit!" Rosalie exclaimed, her body trembling as she fought to keep her composure. Feeling a surge of confidence, Bella slipped the head of the toy between Rosalie's wet folds, pressing forward until she found the entrance. In one smooth motion, she watched in fascination as her length disappeared inside the blonde. "Oh gods!" Rosalie cried, dropping onto her elbows now that she no longer worried about crushing Bella. Encouraged, Bella gripped Rosalie's pale hips, using them for leverage to steady herself as she quickened the pace. Although this position gave her more control, she slipped out a few times. But as Rosalie had reminded her earlier, it wasn't the end of the world. Bella simply repositioned herself and continued. Raising herself on her knees as high as she could, one hand gripping Rosalie's hip for support, the other placed just below the large tattoo, she tried to. Bella felt a cramp starting to develop in her thigh, but she wasn't prepared for Rosalie's reaction to the new angle. Rosalie let out a scream, an actual scream. Bella immediately froze, worried that she had hurt her mate. "Don't you dare stop or change that angle, Isabella Swan." "Yes, ma'am," Bella replied, realizing that Rosalie's response was a good one. Encouraged, she intensified her efforts, driving as hard and fast as she could. Rosalie moved her right hand from where it had been bracing herself to between her legs, her moans growing in frequency and pitch. Although Bella couldn't see it, she could vividly imagine the blonde teasing herself. Despite her excitement, Bella began to tire more quickly than she expected, using muscles she wasn't accustomed to. Her body was slick with sweat, and she was starting to pant, but she was determined not to leave Rosalie unsatisfied. Digging deep, she pushed through the fatigue. Rosalie keened, her body vibrating with pleasure as she climbed higher and higher. With one particularly strong thrust, the blonde went rigid and cried out, overcome by her climax. Remembering how Rosalie would ease her through her own orgasms, Bella continued thrusting, though at a much slower pace. Eventually, the vampire relaxed, and Bella finally pulled out. Without a word, she collapsed onto her back, chest heaving as she tried to catch her breath. Rosalie followed suit, rolling onto her side to face the exhausted brunette. A lazy smile lit up her face, and euphoria danced in her dark gold eyes. In stark contrast to the panting human who looked like she'd just run a marathon, the Norse warrior appeared ready to go again at any moment. "Thank you, Els can mean. That was amazing." Yeah, Bella murmured, her eyelids growing heavy. She knew she needed to shower before sleeping, but she felt she deserved a few moments of reprieve. Just wait until you're a newborn, we'll be able to do that all night. Rosalie winked and headed off to fetch her maid a well-deserved glass of water. Bella watched her stroll away, shaking her head with a fond smile. That woman is going to be the death of me, she thought, but at least I'll die a happy woman. Chapter 29. Aside from a squabble between Kate and Irina over their rooms, the Denali settled into their new routines without fuss or drama in the weeks following spring break. Tanya purchased a house for her coven on the outskirts of town, just far enough away to stay out of the public eye while still being close to the reservation and the Cullens. It wasn't as large or grand as their home lodge, but it was spacious enough for the sisters to spread out comfortably while flying under the radar of the nosy townsfolk. Fortunately, thanks to Kate and Irina's brief public appearances before spring break, the residents of Forks weren't overly suspicious when Carlisle's sister and her partner, Tanya, was having way too much fun with that, moved to town, or when Rosalie's half-sister decided to extend her visit. Due to the lack of soundproofing in the bedrooms, Eleazar and Carmen bought a smaller house nearby, much to everyone's relief. For similar reasons, Rosalie and Bella primarily split their free time between the Denali home, Rosalie's mech shed, and the Swan residence, with occasional trips to the Cullen mansion or the reservation sprinkled in. Evenings were usually spent with Charlie, watching baseball and eating pizza until it was time for bed. They rationalized that they wanted to squeeze in as much quality time with the police chief before summer, but everyone knew the real reason the couple stayed at Bella's house so frequently. Charlie Swan slept like the dead. At first, the pack was hesitant about the Cullens' return due to the imbalance in numbers between shifters and vampires. However, Jasper's information about the newborns was enough for them to put aside their differences and concerns. Having a common enemy did wonders for uniting unlikely allies, and the three groups resumed their evening training schedule, with Kate and Jasper taking turns leading the sessions. Rosalie still assisted on occasion, but she was more concerned with protecting her maid and Charlie, often sweeping Bella away from the group without warning. Bella suspected it had something to do with Rosalie's insecurity about their situation. Bella felt the weight of their one-sided bond and the number of unmated supernaturals around them, but she didn't call her girlfriend out on it. To her surprise, she found the possessiveness endearing. The arm wrapped securely around her waist and the not-so-subtle warning growls made her feel cherished rather than annoyed, though she still flicked Rose on the nose whenever things got a little too intense. She couldn't blame the Norse vampire. If the roles were reversed, she'd likely act the same way. Plus, having some time away from the others allowed them to breathe and decompress together, reaffirming their bond as often as possible. As much as Bella loved being around her found family, they could be a bit smothering at times, so she appreciated any chance to have her maid to herself. Still, she could have done without the suggestive heckling and the literal wolf whistles when they returned. To everyone's relief, the pack took their bonding relatively well. Unsurprisingly, Paul was the most vocal opponent of the union, citing some archaic tribal laws and traditions against vampires. After Bella launched into a passionate tirade, telling him to butt out of her personal affairs, he begrudgingly accepted the situation and didn't bring it up again. The rest of the pack seemed more open-minded, willing to set aside old prejudices in order to move forward. Bella could have sworn she heard Quill and Embry muttering about wishing they could be flies on her bedroom wall. Whatever it was, Leah quickly silenced them with a smack upside their heads, sending them running off with their tails between their legs. Jacob spent the first week back following Bella around like a guard dog, much to Rosalie's annoyance. With Victoria's army looming and Edward still absent, the young shifter was on edge. He practically begged to stay close whenever Bella was at her house. Bella just shrugged apologetically, reasoning that he provided a vital link to the pack. Rose rolled her eyes and left without a word, returning an hour later with enough Febreze air spray to freshen up the entire house. Bella stood in disbelief, watching the chaos unfold. Rose had brought home a silver dog bowl, engraved with Fido in elegant cursive, and Jake had taken it all in stride, despite the teasing. That night, Charlie had stumbled upon the shiny dish and a pile of dog kibbles on the back porch, leaving him utterly confused but too bemused to ask questions. A few days later, Jake decided to retaliate. The forest echoed with Rose's furious shriek when she discovered Rachel and Rebecca's old Barbie collection taped to her car. Bella stood on the porch, her mouth agape, as Rose chased the shifter around the yard, launching the dolls at him with surprising accuracy. Once Bella realized that Rosalie's death threats were more playful than serious, a fond smile crept onto her face. They may have been acting like fools, but they were her fools. From that moment on, the ice between Rose and Jacob began to thaw, though neither would openly admit to enjoying each other's company. Their banter remained childlike, insisting on calling each other Fido and Barbie, but it warmed Bella's heart to see them collaborating. It was more than she had dared to hope for, and she considered it a victory. The real turning point in their friendship came in April. Jacob confessed to Rose that he respected her for donating refurbished cars and asked if he could help. As expected, Rose initially refused. But after receiving several heated glares from her mate, and the threat of a decade of celibacy, she relented, though she stubbornly kept Jacob out of her private workshop. Instead, she bought an extra set of tools and converted part of the Denali's garage into a workspace. Jacob didn't seem to mind the arrangement, and soon the trio was often found elbow-deep in greasy engines until the early hours of the morning. Once Rose and Jake paved the way to friendship, the rest of the group followed suit. Weeks later, after the vampires. When Bella returned from Alaska, the initial tension between the Covens and the pack had become a distant memory. It was common to see Seth, Embry, and Quill engaged in heated video game battles with Kate and Emmett. Leah had formed a bond with Carmen, whose secret passion for cooking and dream of attending culinary school captured the vampire's heart. Meanwhile, Jared spent his free time with Irina and Eleazar, learning about government and politics. Sam often debated pack and coven leadership with Carlisle and Tanya. Esme and Alice were overjoyed when Brady and Cullen shifted, and the youngest members of the pack quickly wrapped the two Cullen women around their tiny fingers. Even Paul found common ground with Jasper, of all people. The vampire's gift helped temper Paul's legendary anger, and soon they became regular sparring partners. Evening cook-offs between Esme and Carmen, with Leah as her sous chef, became a near-nightly occurrence. The wolves were all too happy to act as impartial judges, though they always called it a tie. They knew better than to bite the hand that feeds them. As graduation approached, most of the puzzle pieces were firmly in place, except for one. The lack of information regarding the newborn army left everyone restless, waiting on pins and needles. In the evenings, small groups conducted regular patrols and reconnaissance missions while Alice spent hours scanning everyone's futures for any sign of trouble. Unfortunately, everyone came up empty-handed. As frustrating as it was, it seemed all they could do was wait. "I'm proud of you, Bells," Charlie said with a grin, enveloping his daughter in a massive bear hug. The school courtyard was filled with families celebrating the recent graduates, enjoying the unseasonably sunny mid-May weather. "Thanks, Dad," Bella replied, blushing as she leaned into the hug. As much as she wished her vampire family could be there to see her walk across the stage, she appreciated having the day to herself. With Charlie, this moment was theirs, special and unique. The Denalis would have plenty of chances in the future to witness her high school graduation. However, with finals week still fresh in her mind, Bella wasn't eager for a repeat performance anytime soon. Maybe in a decade or two. Maybe. "You're my greatest accomplishment, you know that, right?" Charlie said, his voice filled with an emotion that was rare for him. Bella could almost hear him suppressing a sniffle as he hugged her tighter. "I can't wait to see what you do next." A wave of guilt surged through Bella, tightening her throat uncomfortably. She barely managed to hold back her own tears. While Charlie would never admit it, she suspected he had dreams and hopes for her future, things he'd never see come to fruition. There were still more than 3 months left before she was set to join the ranks of the living dead, but she was already planning to leave Forks at the end of July for a Finding Myself road trip. That was code for driving up to Denali with Tanya and Irina, while Kate and Emmett took her rental car for a joyride off a cliff somewhere along the Oregon coast. She intended to spend the last month and a half with the sisters and the Spanish vampires in their cabin, hidden away from prying eyes while the world mourned the loss of Isabella Marie Swan. As painful as it would be to be away from her mate, Rose would stay in Forks. This way, she would have a solid alibi when the accident happened, and she could help Charlie work through his grief. Bella had a feeling the blonde would be putting her psychology degree to good use. Once the funeral was over and Charlie was at least somewhat stable, the youngest Denali sister would join the others. The shifters were aware of the plan, at least to some extent. They didn't like the idea of Bella becoming a vampire, but they understood it was necessary. They had grown fond of their cold-skinned allies and wanted to protect them from the Vulturi. The law in mind, Bella replied, trying to keep the mood light. However, she knew the reservation had preemptively banned her from visiting until she learned to control her newborn bloodlust. As a compromise, Tanya had generously extended an open invitation for the wolves to visit Alaska whenever they missed Bella. Like Rosalie, the Cullens planned to stick around Forks for a few months before they scattered. Their unexpected return had created quite a stir, and with the spotlight back on them, they wanted to minimize any risk of being implicated in Bella's death. With everything in order, all Bella had to do was make it through graduation and spend as much time as possible with her dad before leaving. So, Charlie coughed, attempting to mask the tremor in his voice. "Are you going to one of those graduation parties tonight?" Fighting the tightness in her throat, Bella managed to croak out her rehearsed response. "No, just a small get-together with the Cullens and some of the guys." They were disappointed to miss today, but they had that family trip planned before they even knew the graduation date, and the tickets were non-refundable. Bella hated lying to her dad, but there was no way to explain Rosalie's absence at her own graduation. Charlie seemed to buy her story, or at least he didn't appear suspicious. The others' cover stories were easier to manage. Alice had gotten her GED in New York, and Edward was studying abroad for his last semester. Since Emmett and Jasper had graduated the year before, no justification was necessary. "Anyway, we're going to have a mini celebration and game night." It was Alice's idea, Bella added as an afterthought. Charlie was well aware of Alice's exuberant antics by now and didn't question it. "Good. I really didn't want to write my own daughter a ticket for underage drinking," Charlie said, shaking his head. "I've already got guys ready to catch Crowley and Newton. They're really not as sneaky as they think. I might be an old dog, but I'm hip to the new tricks." "Just keep the law in mind," Bella said with a smile. "Telling yourself that, old man." Bella rolled her eyes and playfully swatted his shoulder with her diploma. "It's been great hanging out with you too, but I bet she's glad to have her family back." While he hadn't mentioned it, Bella knew Charlie was relieved when he found out that Edward hadn't returned with the rest of the Cullen family. "Yeah, it's nice having everyone around. Though I do miss the peace and quiet. Emmett and Kate together are a handful, always pranking someone." "That's the half-sister, right?" Bella hummed in agreement as she took off her graduation cap, the tassel having annoyed her all afternoon. "So, I don't have to be up there until later. Maybe we could swing by the diner? Get you a steak and some cobbler as a reward for sitting through that whole ceremony without falling asleep?" "Sounds great to me. You know I'll never say no to Gretchen's berry cobbler. You know, you could just ask for her number." Bella smirked, trying to contain her delight at watching him squirm. While a little teasing was in order, she didn't want to spook her dad too much. "What?" Charlie sputtered. "I don't know what you're talking about." Bella might not have been a detective, but his flushed cheeks and the way he nervously rubbed his neck were dead giveaways that her suspicions were right. "Oh, come on. Don't tell me you go there every Thursday just for the pies." "It beats doing the dishes," Charlie defended weakly. "That excuse might have worked before I moved here, but it's hardly valid now." Bella rolled her eyes. Yeah, I guess so." He quickly glanced left and right to see if anyone was listening before leaning in conspiratorially. "You sure you're okay with it? I mean, you're an adult now, but I don't want to make you uncomfortable if I start dating again." "Seriously, Dad? I think it's great. And come on, she's totally been giving you eyes." "Even I saw that." Bella grinned, memories of her conversation with Charlie flooding back from when she first admitted her feelings for Rosalie. It felt like ages ago, yet his words echoed in her mind. As a wise man once said, you don't need my approval, but if you want my opinion, I'm good with it. I just want you to be happy. Thanks, Bells. I can't believe I'm getting dating advice from my kid, Charlie said, smiling sheepishly. Maybe you're right. Often am. Now come on, let's get me the cobbler and you the girl. Bella laughed, pulling her dad through the crowd, feeling a new energy and hope blossoming in her heart. Charlie would be okay. And that's time. Damn it. Paul growled, tossing the marker straight at Jared's head. Fortunately, Alice swooped in and snatched the pen out of the air before it hit its target, saving Esme from having to ban yet another game from family game night. Language. Esme chided, causing Paul to duck his head in embarrassment. Even without the outburst, tensions were higher than usual in the Cullen mansion that evening. The three teams had been locked in an epic Pictionary battle for nearly 2 hours, and they were down to the wire. When reputations and bragging rights, along with several covert side bets, were on the line, every point counted. With uneven numbers, Irina decided to sit out, taking on the role of judge and mediator to prevent all-out warfare among the competitive supernaturals. They really didn't need a repeat of the great Monopoly fiasco of 36. Come on, man. That was supposed to be a foo, Paul quickly caught himself. Freaking slam dunk. How the hell could you not guess Dances with Wolves? Look, that's clearly me, and that's Rachel. He pointed to the abstract stick figures he'd drawn on the whiteboard. I have to say, the drawing is rather specific, Eleazar commented with a shrug. Carlyle tried a tactful approach with his volatile teammate. Perhaps next time. Why don't you try something more widely known? Y'all suck. Paul pouted as he plopped heavily into his chair, crossing his arms defiantly over his chest. Is that supposed to be an insult or just a statement of the facts? Jasper drawled with a grin, clearly enjoying the way his Texan charm had rubbed off on his friend. Okay, Emmett, you've got this. Chaos twin power. Kate cheered for her teammate as he plunged his hand into the bowl of prompts. Bella, along with everyone else, regretted giving them that nickname, as they were fully embracing it and taking it to the next level. Today, they were even wearing matching Thing 1 and Thing 2 shirts. Emmett read the prompt, a devilish smirk spreading across his face before handing it to Irina for verification. He quickly wiped the board clean and turned to the mediator. Okay, I'm ready. 3, 2, 1, go. Irina counted down before flipping the timer. Boobs. Kate shouted before Emmett even had a chance to start. Circle. Tanya guessed as soon as Emmett's marker finished the first shape. Then diagram. Cookie. No, wait. Cookies. Boobs. Bella exclaimed, realizing that what Esme had thought were chocolate chips were actually nipples. Wow, Kate was actually right. How on earth? She grinned when she heard her mate's indignant huff from the other sofa. Already in the doghouse, she figured there was no harm in pushing the limits a bit. Big boobs. Roses. Isabella Swan, you will not finish that statement if you know what's good for you. Cleavage. Tanya specified when Emmett pointed between the shapes. Motorboat. Kate shrieked, jumping up and down as Emmett pantomimed the action, shaking his head vigorously between his drawings, sound effects and all. Boom. Hell yeah, Chaos Twin. Emmett pumped his fist in victory as Irina added another point to his team's tally. Emmett McCarthy. Esme chided, exasperated. A hint of concern. Bella couldn't help but smile at how Emmett could effortlessly turn an innocent word into something suggestive. Before the game started, the Cullen matriarch had gone through the Pictionary prompts, carefully eliminating those she considered inappropriate. There was a hefty pile of rejected prompts, most likely thanks to Kate and Emmett. The caramel-haired vampire really should have known better. Dude, how? Jared scoffed, disbelief etched on his face as Kate and Emmett exchanged high fives. Two idiots, one brain cell, Rosalie drawled, rolling her eyes at the two vampires who were currently engaged in a secret handshake that had morphed into a victory dance. It's disturbing. We should have redrawn straws when those two ended up on the same team. Ah, Rosie Posey. You're just mad because you're not on Bella's team, Kate teased, finally reclaiming her seat. All right, Alice, you're up, Irina said, redirecting the game and holding out the bowl of prompts for the petite vampire. You got this, little lady. Hey. Don't encourage her. She's the enemy. Paul and Jared chimed in, turning their attention to their southern teammate. Ah, Alice cooed, darting over to give Jasper a quick kiss before retrieving her word from Irina. She studied it for a moment, then flitted over to the easel. As soon as Irina flipped the timer, Alice's pen flew across the whiteboard, and the guesses started pouring in. A mountain. Sky. A tree. A meadow. Rosalie in a meadow. Rosalie in a meadow with Victoria. A heavy silence descended upon the room. The only sounds were Alice's frantic pen strokes as everyone froze, eyes wide with horror. The elaborate scene sprawled across the whiteboard when the pixie finally took a step back, blinking rapidly as she emerged from her vision. Jasper was instantly by her side, catching her before her petite frame could crumple. When? Rose whispered, her voice barely audible, but Bella caught it, sensing the underlying concern. With resounding clarity, she leaned into her mate's side, unaware that the vampire had shifted closer to her. For days, she said. Chapter 30. Else can mean, could you please stop that? You're making me anxious. I think I might actually start developing heart palpitations of my own soon. Rosalie's teasing tone hardly matched the gravity of the situation, jolting Bella from her spiraling thoughts. Instead of calming her, Rose's carefree attitude only fueled Bella's frustration, transforming her from an anxious mess into a furious one in the blink of an eye. How could Rose be so nonchalant? How could she joke at a time like this? Did she not care about Bella's well-being, or was she simply dismissing Alice's vision? Even if she had interpreted the drawing differently, how could she remain so relaxed while Bella felt like her heart was both racing and being crushed from the inside? How could the blonde be so callous? So selfish? With the most withering glare she could muster and a determination to confront Rose, Bella stopped pacing and turned around. But all her rage evaporated the moment she laid eyes on the goddess reclining on their bed. Her scathing retort fizzled out before it even had a chance to form. Disarmed, Bella could only stare at beauty incarnate, her mouth hanging open in awe. Bella had seen Rose dressed to the nines before. Her high fashion, effortless makeup, and elaborate hairstyles commanded attention the moment she entered a room. She had a kind of beauty and presence that left a lasting impression, while her icy demeanor often led people to whisper behind their hands long after she had left. But this was not the Rose everyone else saw. If anyone asked her, Bella would have declared there was nothing more beautiful in the world. It was a side of the vampire that she always kept hidden, a privilege reserved for a select few. The blonde was leaning against the headboard with a book propped on her knees. She wore the tank top she had borrowed from Bella on her first night staying over, paired with a pair of. Bella hadn't even realized her shorts were missing. Golden locks cascaded over her shoulder in effortless waves, her face completely free of makeup. Smoldering amber eyes watched her intently, as if Rosalie could see straight through to Bella's soul, peering past her stuttering heart into the very essence of her being. Bella blinked, her words and rational thoughts fleeing her as she took in view. This was Rosalie in her truest form, all her defenses were down and laid bare. There were no pretenses, no images to uphold, she was simply Rosalie. Of course, Bella was used to seeing this side of Rosalie Hale, they were mates, after all. But tonight, it made her pause to appreciate what was truly hers. Alice's vision earlier had been a harsh reminder of just how much was at stake, and how much she had taken for granted. It hadn't even crossed her mind that something could happen to Rosalie, that their forever might not last as long as she had imagined. It felt foolish to be so willfully naive. She knew Victoria was out there, and the very real possibility existed that someone could get hurt or killed. If she were honest, she had always envisioned herself meeting an untimely demise, not Rosalie. Never her Rose. Even though circumstances could change, having a timeline shifted everything. Over the weeks, Bella had developed a false sense of security, aware of the threat but not immediately worried about it. Victoria had seemed like a problem for another day, a stain on the future. But now? Victoria was no longer a dark cloud lingering on the distant horizon, she was real. Very real. And in just 4 days, she was coming for them all. Bella's stomach somersaulted at the mere thought of the vengeful redhead. Logically, she understood that she should be grateful for Alice's vision, it gave them invaluable time to prepare. Yet, she also knew she would be a wreck leading up to the impending battle, and there was little she could do about it. Without realizing it, Bella crossed the room and crawled onto the bed, instinctively tucking herself against Rosalie's cool body, seeking comfort and reassurance. It was only when she nestled against her mate that she snapped out of her Rosalie-induced haze. Memories of Alice's drawing flooded her mind, creating a painful ache in her chest. "I can't lose you," she croaked, fighting back the sob building in her throat. Rosalie sighed and wrapped her arms around the trembling human, nuzzling her nose against the side of Bella's head. "You won't, my love." "But how can you be so sure?" Alice's vision. Bella trailed off, shuddering as the haunting image of Rosalie on her knees, with Victoria's hands gripping her head, flashed through her mind. The sight of hairline fractures and spider-like cracks crawling across Rosalie's cheeks and neck left her heart constricted with an unfathomable hollowness. A single tear slipped down her cheek, landing on Rosalie's chest. Cool fingertips brushed Bella's face, gently wiping away the salty trail before tilting her jaw upward, silently urging her to make eye contact. Brilliant pools of gold held her gaze in an intense stare that felt impossible to break. That was just one future in an endless sea of possibilities. In battle, nothing is ever set, never guaranteed. "I promise, nothing will happen to me," Rosalie replied, her eyes burning with unwavering conviction. "I'm almost 1,000 years old, twice as old as she is. She won't catch me off guard." Bella opened her mouth to protest, to point out the contradiction in Rosalie's words, but she chose silence. She didn't have the energy to argue, especially not with her mate and certainly not about this. "I just wish there was something I could do to help keep you safe. But I can't, because I'm just a human," she added, her voice barely above a whisper. "You're more than that, my love," Rosalie said bitterly. "I know it might not seem like much to you, but knowing you're protected gives me strength. Fighting for you and our future is more than enough motivation." Bella sighed, still not entirely comforted by Rosalie's words. "I hate feeling so useless. Everyone's going to be risking their lives for me, and I'm just going to be twiddling my thumbs like an idiot. Ensuring your safety might have brought us together, but everyone has something to fight for. We all have a reason to be here. My sisters, Eleazar and Carmen, fight because they love you, and we protect our own. The Cullens fight to right a wrong, and the shifters fight to protect their lands. But no buts, else can mean." Rosalie kissed her temple. "If you want, you can carry my axe. It won't do much against a vampire, but it might make you feel better. I always felt better when I was human, and it would comfort me knowing you had some protection." "You brought it back from Alaska?" Rose hummed in agreement. "I'm never without it. I usually don't display it, though. I was planning on giving it to you anyway since you completed your basic training. My mother passed it to me when she thought I was ready." "Wow. I don't know what to say, Rose. Thank you." Bella fought against the overwhelming wave of emotions crashing inside her, barely registering Rose's quiet response and kiss. In the end, exhaustion won out, and she allowed herself to relax. There was nothing she could do at the moment, so worrying would only give her a migraine and an upset stomach. She dropped her head back against Rose's shoulder and cuddled closer to the blonde, lost in thought and the sensation of Rose's fingertips dancing across her back. The soothing patterns acted like an off button, and her eyes grew heavier with each passing second, the tension slowly melting away. A small smile tugged at her lips as she felt the warmth of Rose beside her. A gentle rumble of Rose's purr built in her chest. She only purred when she felt completely relaxed or content, usually after intimacy, though not exclusively. It seemed they both needed this reassurance, finding solace in each other's calm. How was graduation? Rose's voice gently pulled Bella back from the brink of sleep. It was good. Boring. I wish you were there, Bella mumbled tiredly, her eyes nearly closed. Charlie and I went to the diner afterward. He's got a date with Gretchen next week. Huh, never would have thought of that. Bella could clearly hear the smile in Rose's tone. I'm sad I missed it. I guess we'll just have to do it again sometime. Not for at least another 50 years. I've paid my dues, I deserve a break, Bella groused, tilting her head to press her nose into the crook of the Nordic woman's neck. She greedily inhaled the soothing scent of apple cinnamon that she loved so much. Fair enough. Rose smiled and kissed her softly as she shifted into a horizontal position, pulling the tired human with her. Sleep now, love. The others are handling things for now, and we can deal with this in the morning. We still have time. Bella didn't bother stifling her yawn as her eyes finally slipped shut. Rose's words played on repeat in her mind as sleep began to overtake her, one thought lingering as everything else faded away: nothing in battle was guaranteed. She would have to think of something she could do to tilt the odds in their favor. Time flew by at an alarming rate, everyone scrambling to prepare for the upcoming battle. Despite their training and preparation, it felt like there were never enough hours in the day to accomplish what needed to be done. The most important order of business was to scout suitable battlegrounds and then find a way to lure the incoming army to that specific location. The site needed to be easily defensible and far enough from forks to avoid human detection or accidental casualties. Newborns in the small town posed a significant threat. After countless hours of searching with Kate, Jasper reported late Sunday night that they had discovered the ideal location, a high alpine meadow deep within the Olympic National Forest. It was then decided that at noon on May 17th, on the secluded slopes of the aptly named Mount Olympus, the clash of titans would occur. Once the location was settled, the challenge became how to lure the newborns to that spot. Alice had caught a few fleeting glimpses in her visions, but those snippets raised more questions than they answered. They knew the newborns were approaching from Seattle, but that was a vast area, and they couldn't afford to have a splinter group flank them, splitting their efforts. They also estimated there would be at least 7 newborns, one for each Cullen, but Alice's visions hadn't provided a precise total. They could only hope that Victoria underestimated their numbers and wasn't factoring in the Denalis or the shifters. Even with their additional allies, the battle promised to be brutal, and no one wanted to leave anything to chance. It was actually a sarcastic remark from Rose that sparked Jake's brilliant idea: they could use their wolf stench to their advantage. The shifters planned to run in teams Monday night, covering as much ground as possible to create a wide V, with the battle site at the tip. The hope was that the newborns would be instinctively repulsed by the scent and would follow the channel of clean air that would guide them toward the 2 covens lying in ambush. As a precaution, the wolves would position themselves along the edges of the V to prevent any newborns from doubling back or going off course. Once the newborns entered the meadow, the wolves would close in, blocking any escape routes. Meanwhile, Carlyle gathered a few expired blood bags from the hospital, which he and the Denali spread liberally on trees and bushes about a mile out from the meadow. This distance ensured that the scent wouldn't affect Jasper, allowing him to remain focused on the task at hand. He lost himself for a moment, taking an unconscious breath, but it was still close enough for the effects to linger by the time the newborns arrived. If the newborns were frantic and blood-crazed, they would be easier to pick off. The last thing they needed was a newborn with the ability to think clearly. Brawn was one thing, but adding brains into the mix would make the combination deadly. To further stack the deck, Emmett, the only Cullen Rose trusted her mate with, carried Bella so she could leave patches of human scent to entice the incoming army even more. Glad to finally have something to contribute, she threw herself into her task with enthusiasm, earning the nickname Tree Hugger from her goofy older brother. By Tuesday afternoon, the trap was set. All they had to do was wait and hope the newborns took the bait. "Hey, Bella, grab me a hot dog while you're up," Paul shouted across the bonfire. pretty please?" Bella rolled her eyes but added another hot dog to her plate. She had gone down to the reservation for the evening so the vampires could go hunting together. As was tradition, the shifters built a bonfire to prepare themselves on the eve of battle, which in this case meant stuffing themselves with as much food as they could and taking the chance to goof off like normal teenagers. The bonding reinforced their pack connection and provided the perfect opportunity to relax and blow off some steam. Even Sam allowed himself to cut loose and forget the dark cloud looming over them. While no one said it, they were all aware that there was a very real possibility this might be their last night together. It was best to create a happy memory in case it was someone's last. Bella dropped off the hot dog with the temperamental teen before taking her seat on the driftwood log to watch Jacob and Jared wrestle while the others cheered them on. She had to admit, it was a good distraction, and she felt lighter than she had in days. You know, when you look at them, it's easy to forget that we're in the middle of the biggest mess in recent history, Leah remarked as she watched the scene unfold. Bella sat down next to Leah, the brunette beside her. She couldn't help but hum in amusement as she watched Quill, Embry, and Seth pretending to be walruses, each with 2 hot dogs stuffed between their upper lips like tusks. Their antics provided a welcome distraction, allowing her to remain quiet. She and Leah had never been particularly close, and Bella felt unsure about what to say to the she-wolf. "It's kind of shitty when you think about it," Leah said, her dark eyes fixed on the same scene. Her expression was stoic and hard. "None of us asked for this. Just a few months ago, we thought we were normal teenagers, and our legends were just that, legends. Cold ones weren't real, and our wolf spirit was just a metaphor. Guess we were wrong." She finished with a wry scoff. "Leah, I'm really sorry this happened to you." "I wish I could change it," Bella replied softly. Don't beat yourself up," Leah said, waving her hand dismissively. "It's in our blood, so it was kind of unavoidable once the vamps moved back." Bella appreciated that, as a side effect of their newfound friendships, the shifters had stopped using derogatory terms toward her cold-skinned family. "Besides, you're just as caught up in this as we are. It's not like you asked for this either. If anyone is to blame, it's that jerk of an ex of yours. He doesn't even have the guts to show up. That's pretty messed up if you ask me." "True, but I still feel bad," Bella said, setting down her plate as her appetite faded. "You aren't responsible for other people's actions. I'm glad you got away from him. Never thought I'd say this about a vampire, but you've got yourself a good one now." Leah trailed off, her gaze fixed on the flames, swaths of orange, red, and green reflecting in her dark irises. Bella nodded, letting the conversation fall into a comfortable silence. This was the longest conversation she'd ever had with the female shifter. While Leah's approach was. Bella appreciated Leah's bluntness. It reminded her of her early encounters with Rosalie. Just as her mind began to wander, Leah broke the silence. "You know, if I make it through this, I think I might take a page from your book. Just say, forget the past and start with a clean slate. At least I won't be stuck listening to my ex's thoughts all the time." "Sam?" Bella asked, curious. "Yeah, we dated for a while in high school. I broke up with him when I realized I liked girls. I was only dating him because of social pressures." "You broke up with him?" Bella was surprised. I might have punched him when he tried to kiss me. Totally a reflex, not because he forced anything. We had a good laugh afterward, and he's been a good friend ever since. But I really don't want to see mental images of him with my cousin." Bella shuddered. "I would have run away a long time ago if I were you." "Yeah, I definitely thought about it, but I couldn't leave Seth." "That makes sense. It's going to be hard leaving Charlie, but it's necessary." "I get it. Sometimes we have to make sacrifices for the ones we love, and not all sacrifices are paid in blood. There's a legend, actually. We call it the third wife's sacrifice. It seems oddly fitting for the situation now that I think about it. Want to hear it?" "Really? Are you even allowed to tell me this?" Leah shrugged. "I suppose there's no harm in telling you since you already know most of our tribe's secrets." Besides, you're an honorary pack member, even if you're going to vamp out soon. Bella's eyes widened, and she turned to face Leah, eagerly drawing her legs up to her chest as she settled in for the story. She listened with rapt attention as Leah began to spin the tale, trying to envision the scenes the older girl described. After hearing the story of the tribe's first encounter with the history of vampires explained why the Cullens were so cautious. They had nearly been wiped out because of a woman avenging her fallen mate. Her sacrifice saved the village and kept the bloodline intact, Leah concluded. But honestly, I don't understand why she stabbed herself. Why not just cut her palm or something? I guess that was the first time they'd encountered vampires, so maybe she didn't know what else to do, Bella replied. Yeah, I suppose. Still, it seems a bit extreme, Leah said with a chuckle as she picked up her plate, practically inhaling her burger. Thanks, Leah, Bella said, nibbling on her forgotten hot dog. It felt strange to find common ground with Leah, but her words had eased the guilt Bella had been carrying about involving the wolves. Maybe once this was all over, she and Leah could become friends. Taking a leap of faith, Bella decided to extend an olive branch. I really enjoyed talking with you. Maybe you'll visit me someday? Up in Alaska? Of course. Even if you weren't there, Carmen's a great teacher, Leah laughed, licking her fingers clean. Come on, it's getting late. I'm taking you up to the campsite. Blondie said she'd meet us there, and she'll skin me alive if I'm late. Bella sighed, Leah's words popping the bubble of ease she'd felt. Dread crept back in as she checked her phone, her stomach sinking when she saw the time, 10 p.m. 14 hours to go. Chapter 31. Jake arrived in the morning, 2 baskets full of breakfast items strapped to his back. It seemed that not even the looming threat of war could dampen Carmen and Esme's cooking feud. Under Rosa's watchful eye, Bella forced herself to eat, methodically chewing and swallowing without tasting. Each bite settled like stones in her stomach, but she persevered, knowing she would need the energy later. Jake and Leah appeared unfazed by their nerves and quickly dug in, scarfing down everything Bella hadn't eaten, including the remnants of her plate once she refused to eat anymore. Rosalie wrinkled her nose at the display but kept her thoughts to herself. In Leah's defense, she was on a timeline. It was nearly 10 a.m., and she still needed to get to her position. With Jake, the blonde had accepted his less-than-stellar table manners and stopped trying to correct him weeks ago. Well, I guess this is it, Jacob said, awkwardly rubbing the back of his head when his attempt to lighten the mood fell flat. He had temporarily shifted back to his human form to eat and wait, dressed in just a simple pair of cargo shorts and a loose tank top despite the chilly alpine air. An hour had passed since Leah left, and he was growing restless. He paced around the small campsite, a compromise that everyone had eventually agreed upon. Deciding what to do with Bella during the fight had been a struggle, and it seemed everyone had an opinion on the matter. The glass walls of the Cullen mansion had practically shaken as everyone jostled to get their 2 cents in. In the end, Bella had grown tired of the supernatural debate and put her foot down, ending the argument abruptly. While the most logical course of action would have been for her to stay as far away from the fighting as possible, she knew that plan was flawed. Where would she go? She couldn't stay in Forks, that much was obvious. If Victoria came looking for her, that would be the first place she'd check. The situation was precarious. There were too many innocent lives at stake, too many temptations for a hungry, revenge-driven vampire. The reservation was off-limits for similar reasons. But Bella knew she couldn't stay away from Rosalie. Not knowing her mate's safety would only distract her and put them at a disadvantage. In the end, it was decided that Bella would accompany Rosalie to a secluded campsite while the others faced the newborn army. Jake volunteered to join them, arguing that they needed the connection to the pack. It wasn't the most ideal plan, losing 2 skilled warriors would hurt the main fight, but everyone agreed it was the best they could do given the time constraints. After all, when it came to protection, Rosalie and Jake were the obvious choices. After pacing a visible path in the dirt, Jacob's gaze shifted to the large mountain in the distance. Feels weird being here. I wonder what's happening over there, he said. Gee, If only there was some way we could see what was going on. Oh wait. Rosalie huffed sarcastically, adjusting her long-sleeved shirt. If Bella hadn't been such a nervous wreck, she might have appreciated how the underarmor clung to Rosalie like a second skin. At first, she had wondered about the blonde's choice of clothing and even attempted a joke about it not being actual armor despite the brand name. With a fond eye roll, Rosalie had patiently explained that, in case their secret camp was discovered and the fighting came to them, she didn't want to give a newborn anything to grab onto. Loose or baggy clothing was simply asking for trouble. The same went for hair. Rosalie had styled her hair into a tightly braided bun before doing the same for Bella. Taking away any and all advantage from your enemy will help control the fight. Never give them an opening and be ready for anything, the blonde vampire intoned, her words reminding Bella of their first sparring lessons. Bella's hand instinctively moved to her hip where Rosalie's axe was secured. Don't tell me your wolf radio decided to malfunction today of all days. I demand to speak to a manager, and I want a full refund. Rose teased, idly picking at the dirt under her fingernails. Jake rolled his eyes and stuck out his tongue. Yeah, it was a rhetorical question, Barbs. I guess you're right, though. I should probably shift back and run a quick patrol. Don't have too much fun without me. Wouldn't dream of it. My entertainment positively hinges on your presence, Rose replied, deadpan, her arms folded across her chest. Love you too, Barbie. I'll be back soon. Bella watched Jake disappear into the bushes, but it felt like she was viewing the world through a cloudy lens. She was aware but not fully present. She saw the shrubs and sturdy trees, the gray light filtering through the blanket of clouds, but nothing really stuck. If someone asked her to close her eyes and describe her surroundings, she'd be at a complete loss. The only thing she knew for sure was that Rose had chosen a campsite location that looked nothing like Alice's drawing. No need to tempt fate. Penny for your thoughts. Bella jerked out of her stupor, turning to face the cool body sitting next to her. She hadn't even noticed Rose move to her side. To be honest, there's not much right now. Bella rubbed her face in her hands as if that would fix her problem. It's like I'm underwater, everything's blurry and out of focus, and sounds are muffled and far away. If you weren't holding my hand, I think I'd float away. She felt her girlfriend hum in response and leaned against the strong shoulder supporting her. I feel bad that you had to choose. I know you're worried about them. I am, but you're my mate. I'll always choose you. The others understand this too, so don't feel bad about that. You'll understand what it feels like. Once you turn. Bella thought, but she didn't voice her dark thoughts. She didn't want to distress Rose, not with less than an hour to go. The two of them sat in silence, the seconds ticking by in a slow, steady march. Heavy tension swirled around them, but it wasn't enough to make either of them uncomfortable. Suddenly, Bella leaped into Rose's arms as she felt the blonde's pocket vibrate. Before she could register what was happening, Rose had the phone to her ear, chattering in a rushed whisper. The conversation lasted less than 3 seconds, but the impact on Rose was immediate. In that brief moment, her eyes shifted from liquid honey to jet black, glinting dangerously, while her body tensed. Rose? What is it? Bella frowned, panic rising in her throat. Her mind raced a mile a minute. Who was on the phone? Alice? No. It was too early. Had the vision changed? The newborn army was a distraction. Victoria has us right where she wants us. She played us, Bella, Rosalie growled in frustration. She jumped to her feet, pulling Bella with her. She knew we would keep you away from the actual fight, but she also knew we wouldn't leave you unguarded. No matter where you were, someone would be with you. It's just like with James. Gods, how could I have missed this? She probably went to your house and picked up my scent. Bella's heart plummeted with every word. They had thought they were being clever, but it made too much sense. Lauren's warning from the night of the baseball game rang like an alarm bell in her head. In his words, Victoria was not to be underestimated, yet that's exactly what they had done, and now they were paying the price. It felt just like Phoenix all over again. I need to move you. I can't defend you like this. We're too exposed here. Rose raised her fingers to her lips and whistled loudly for the wolf shifter. Cliché as it was, the shrill sound carried through the trees, met with a quick yip in the distance. Let's go. She'll have heard that too. Hopefully, Jake can pick up our scent trail before she does. In an instant, Bella was swept up in Rosalie's arms. She instinctively tucked herself in, pressing her face against the curve of Rosalie's neck to shield her eyes and avoid motion sickness. Once she was settled, the vampire took off running. The immortal woman was as rigid as a drum, her focus laser-sharp, directed straight ahead. A steady stream of low growls rumbled from her chest as she glared at an unseen danger. Rosalie crouched slightly, her knees bent and wide, arms outstretched at her sides, poised to strike at a moment's notice. You should leave while you have the chance, she hissed, her tone icy and dangerous. Ha! A harsh bark of laughter drew Bella's attention, sending a chill down her spine. What are you gonna do? You're all alone. You don't scare me. I'm warning you. You don't want to do this, Rosalie said, her words dripping with venom. Actually, I think I do, the disembodied voice replied confidently. Victoria said you Cullens were tricky. You think you're so smart, so much better than the rest of us. Now that I see you, you don't look like much to me. Bella unconsciously shivered and took a step back, alarm bells ringing in her head. It wasn't just the message that unsettled her, the tone was empty, hollow, devoid of any warmth or humanity. Humanity or emotion could be found here, the voice continued. She told us how protective you are of these lands, and how you nearly killed her for accidentally wandering onto your turf. Well, joke's on you because we were in Seattle for months. We were causing chaos, and you never even noticed us. I don't blame you for being territorial, so many warm bodies ripe for the taking. The speaker's sudden laughter sent chills through Bella, freezing her blood in her veins. It doesn't matter. After today, we won't have to fear you. We'll hunt wherever we want, whenever we want. I won't rest until every last one of you is a smoldering pile of ash. Despite her nerves, Bella felt heat rising in her cheeks at the threat. Her face twisted into a deep frown as she clenched her fists. That's what Victoria told them. That this is about territory? What a coward. You're being used, Rosalie interjected, her tone dripping with condescension. This has nothing to do with territory. This is about her seeking revenge for her mate. You'll die as her pawn, nothing more. I'll give you one last chance to turn away and save your sorry self. For a moment, silence hung in the air, and Bella dared to hope that the mystery vampire had seen reason and heeded Rosalie's warning. But those hopes were dashed when a young man with dark black hair stepped into the clearing. He appeared to be in his early 20s, perfectly ordinary and unassuming, except for his blood-red eyes. He was the kind of person you see and immediately forget once you look away. Bella's heart raced even faster as a second newborn emerged from the shadows, about 10 feet from the first. Her knees threatened to buckle as recognition hit her like a punch to the gut. The young woman was from Forks, just a few years older than Bella. She had worked at the diner as a hostess before moving to Seattle for college. Her name was Riley, if memory served. How did she get wrapped up in this? Enough, we're wasting time, Riley said. Remember, Aiden, Victoria said the blood bag is hers and we aren't supposed to hurt her. That one, on the other hand. The sandy blonde-haired vampire gestured toward Rosalie, silently granting permission. Without hesitation, Aiden shot forward, arms extended and teeth bared. Bella felt Rosalie shift, bracing herself for impact. The force of the collision should have knocked both of them off their feet, but instead of being pushed back, Rosalie turned his power against him. In one fluid movement, she used her gift to manipulate his attack to her advantage, severing his head from his body with a horrible, grating sound. Bella swelled with pride at her mate's prowess in battle. She had never seen the Norsewoman's skill in full effect before. Rosalie had always pulled her punches during training because getting hit with a full blast of retribution could do serious damage, even to a vampire. But the triumphant smile dropped from Bella's face when she saw Riley grinning, her pearly fangs contrasting sharply with her blood-red lips. Slow clapping followed, and Bella realized they had played right into the plan. Aiden had been a test, a pawn, just as Rosalie had claimed. His attack had forced Rosalie's hand, and now the darker blonde had witnessed her in action. "Well done, kitten," a feline voice praised from the shadows. Seconds later, a familiar face appeared. The dangerous red eyes and wild mass of fiery curls were just as Bella remembered them. "It's her," Riley announced excitedly, hurrying to her maker's side. "You were right. She barely even moved, and she still killed him in one blow." "Of course I was. I'd never lead you astray. We just had to be sure, and now we are," Victoria cooed, her voice sickeningly sweet as she stroked the younger woman's cheek with the back of her hand. The newborn watched her with wide, awestruck eyes, trembling slightly at the gentle caress. "Such a good girl. I love you so much." "Doesn't love you. She's just using you like everyone else. She's only here to avenge her mate, James." Rosalie tried to reach the newborn vampire with her words. "That's all she cares about." At the mention of her fallen love, the redhead stiffened slightly, but to her credit, she didn't react further. She leaned in and whispered something directly into Riley's ear, too low for Bella to hear. Whatever it was, Riley turned and sneered, then redirected her gaze to the woman embracing her. "Now remember, we're doing this for our friends. For Aiden. For Tommy, Laurent, and all the others the Cullens have killed just to maintain their power. I can't go on like this, living in fear of their retaliation." Victoria's simpering tone and pleading expression twisted Bella's stomach. How could Riley not see that she was being manipulated? The performance was high school level at best, yet the young vampire bought it hook, line, and sinker. "I'll do anything for you," Riley promised, nodding reassuringly. "I will end them all." "Good. You know what you need to do. Leave the girl, we'll deal with her later." Sensing the impending attack, Rosalie stepped forward, putting distance between herself and the human she had sworn to protect. A vicious snarl was the only warning Riley gave before she shot forward. The fight was on. The three vampires blurred through the space at inhuman speeds. From the brief glimpses Bella could piece together, Rosalie was chasing Victoria while Riley tried to grab hold of Rosalie. Bella's breath hitched when the immortals finally slowed enough for her human eyes to catch what was happening. Rosalie had Victoria in a headlock, a sharp knee to the sciatic nerve forcing the redhead to her knees. Just as the Norse warrior was about to deliver the killing blow, the newborn caught up, wrapping her arms around Rosalie's waist. The blonde went rigid under Riley's grasp, her hold on Victoria loosening. In a flash, the tables turned, and Rosalie found herself on her knees between them. Rosalie felt the newborn's hands tighten around her neck. Bella couldn't understand why her mate wasn't fighting back. She was clearly under attack, why wasn't she doing anything? Suddenly, it struck her, knocking the breath from her lungs. Rosalie's gift was ineffective against the mental assault. Retribution only stored physical energy, and whatever Riley was doing was all in her head. Rose was utterly helpless. The redhead stood up slowly, brushing off her clothes for dramatic effect, a triumphant smirk twisting her lips. Not so strong when you're being rendered immobile. After encountering your little family, I went searching for gifted vampires of my own. It took a while to find them, it's like looking for a needle in a haystack. I had to sift through a lot of duds first. Riley here is particularly special to me." At the mention of her name, Riley tightened her grip, causing Rose to wince as she fought to conceal her pain. Bella stood frozen in horror, unable to move. "Hurts, doesn't it?" Victoria cooed. "Now then, shall I make you watch as I take your little toy from you?" I was hoping it would be the mind reader, Edmund, was it? He was so protective of her, throwing himself in front of her as if he were her mate. That's what set James off in the first place. Imagine my surprise when Laurent told me it was you all along. Victoria reached forward, her fingertip grazing Rosalie's sharp cheekbone. She resembled a cat playing with a bird that had already broken its wings. Perhaps I should deal with you first instead? That way, you can hear her tortured screams before I burn you. Rose simply glared upward, and if looks could kill, Victoria would be nothing but ash by now. Yes, I think your pretty little head will be the first to go. Rumor has it that you can still see and hear, even when you're separated. Maybe I should go ask Aiden. The redhead taunted, her eyes flicking toward the beheaded corpse. Yes, I think that's exactly what I'll do. I'll do it. The vivid image of Alice's vision flashed through Bella's mind as Victoria placed her hands on Rosalie's head, igniting a spark of determination within her. The only problem was that Bella couldn't figure out what action to take. Think. God damn it, Swan, think. Do something. Anything. Panic surged through her as she noticed cracks forming along Rosalie's neck. What could she possibly do? After all, she was just human. Human. Humans bleed. Suddenly, the memory of Leah's story rushed back to her, a tale of the young woman whose sacrifice saved the village. Without a second thought, Bella grabbed the axe and dragged it across her palm, wincing as the sharp blade sliced into her flesh. The newborn's head snapped up instantly, her eyes darkening and fangs elongating. A feral growl echoed from deep within her chest as she inhaled deeply, savoring the scent. No! Victoria screamed as the newborn released her hold on Rosalie, but it was too late. Once she caught the scent of fresh blood, the frenzy overtook her. Before Bella had a chance to react, the newborn was charging at her, teeth bared menacingly. Caught up in the fear of her imminent death, Bella almost missed the sight of Rosalie back on her feet, literally tearing Victoria apart with her fangs. A brief smile flickered across Bella's lips at the sound of Victoria's anguished screams. The plan had worked. She closed her eyes, accepting her fate. Deep down, she knew there wasn't enough time for Rosalie to defeat her attacker and save her. Instead of panic or fear, a sense of calm washed over her, knowing that Rosalie was okay made it all worth it. She had always thought that dying in place of someone she loved would be a noble way to go. But Bella's eyes flew open when she heard heavy footfalls approaching from behind. Just as the newborn was about to reach out and crush her, a flurry of russet fur burst from the underbrush, tackling the sandy blonde girl to the ground. In one swift motion, the shifter grabbed the newborn by the newborn vampire jerked Bella back and forth by her neck, as if she were a rag doll. Desperate, Bella's marble-like arms flailed at the wolf's face in a futile attempt to fend off her attacker. The newborn shrieked in pain, calling out for her maker just as Rosalie blurred in and finished dispatching the struggling vampire. Took you long enough. Rosalie snapped, turning on Jacob, though her tone lacked its usual bite. Moments later, she and Bella hugged the massive wolf, taking a brief moment to catch their breath before separating to gather and burn the dismembered pieces. Rosalie and Jacob collected the body parts while Bella tended to her injury. Where'd you get that harebrained notion? Rosalie asked as she returned, gesturing to the strip of flannel wrapped around Bella's palm. She was carrying Aiden's torso over her shoulder like a sack of potatoes, with Jacob trailing behind, holding the head. Old Quilud legend. The third wife, Bella shrugged. Jacob snorted in acknowledgement, spitting the head from his jaws before moving to collect bits of Victoria. Bella watched the head roll to a stop, a morbid curiosity washing over her. There was something unsettling about it, aside from the obvious. The eyes were unmoving, yet Bella sensed that what Victoria had said was true. Even decapitated, Aiden seemed aware of his surroundings, as if he could still see and hear them. Well, I'm grateful, but please promise me you won't endanger yourself on my behalf again. No. I won't promise that. Bella shook her head, ignoring the challenging rumble in Rosalie's voice. You can't be the only one taking risks, Rose. I promise I won't seek out trouble, but I won't hesitate to do that again if it means saving you. Besides, it was just a little cut. She waved her bandaged hand. I know, else can mean. We just got very lucky that Jacob arrived in time. That could have gone very differently if he hadn't. I wasn't expecting Victoria to have such gifted newborns. That explains why it took her so long to come for us, Rose said as she fished a lighter from her pocket and ignited the pile of body parts. The venom acted as an accelerant, causing the stony flesh to hiss and crackle in the heat. Bella wrinkled her nose at the unpleasant odor, watching the flames dance for a moment before turning back to her girlfriend. I know. I'm sorry to put you through that, Rose. You were dying, and I didn't know what else to do, Bella admitted. I know, Rose replied, pulling Bella into a hug. Bella melted into the comforting embrace. I hope we never have to experience that again. I don't know what I'd do if I lost you. I feel the same way, Bella murmured, rubbing her cheek against Rose's neck. Soon, I'll be a newborn, and hopefully, I won't be as squishy and vulnerable. When you're a newborn, you'll have to worry about not breaking me for a change. Rose laughed, her voice light and airy like wind chimes. The moment was shattered seconds later when Jacob began barking incessantly, leaping around them in erratic movements. Something was wrong. What? Odin above, I don't read minds. Rose snapped, her impatience showing. Jacob phased, thankfully turning away to avoid giving the women an accidental view. Brady and Cullen were on guard duty, Jacob blurted out, his voice thick with nervous excitement. They just reported 4 vamps incoming. Not like the others. They're in black robes and look straight out of Dracula. The Vulturi, Rose whispered, her voice trembling with a mix of emotions. If the Vulturi are on their way. She trailed off, her gaze becoming distant. Rose? Bella coaxed gently, not wanting to startle her out of whatever memory she was reliving. We need to get back to the others, Rose said, snapping back to attention, her tone matter-of-fact. She turned to Jacob. You need to go, too. The Vulturi won't hesitate to attack you if they see you. Get back to the reservation. We'll send word when it's safe. He simply nodded and shifted in front of them, his body transforming into a whirlwind of fur and fangs. Rosalie's gaze followed the shifter as he disappeared into the forest before she turned back to Bella. Are you ready? Bella nodded, unable to find her voice. Panic flooded her system, leaving her limbs numb and trapping her in her own mind. The Vulturi were here? Why? They had just survived Victoria, couldn't they catch a break? She barely registered being scooped up with the wind rushing through her hair as Rose darted through the woods. In the blink of an eye, they stood on the slopes of Mount Olympus. The once pristine meadow was now marred by signs of battle, deep gashes scarred the ground, and a large pile of smoldering remains burned in the center of the field. Bella held her breath as she surveyed the chaos, mentally counting and assessing the vampires clustered together. Kate, Tanya, and Esme appeared the least damaged. Their clothes and hair were disheveled, but aside from a surface crack along Tanya's arm, Bella couldn't see any other injuries. Carmen and Emmett were nursing several deep cracks along their neck and torso, respectively. Compared to the others, Eleazar and Irina looked the worst, both struggling to reattach limbs. Wait. Bella counted again. What happened to Carlisle, Jasper, and Alice? Where are they? She demanded, wriggling out of Rosalie's arms. Bella, wait, her mate pleaded. It might be a shock. I deserve to know, Bella spat, refusing to be kept in the dark. The other vampires glanced at Rosalie for a moment before they nodded solemnly and stepped aside. Bella lurched forward, falling to her knees and losing her breakfast right there. She didn't notice the gentle hands trying to help her up or moving away from the mess. Her gaze was locked on the scene before her. Bella's heart sank as she took in the sight before her. Carlisle and Jasper were bent over a motionless form. The usually stoic Major was openly weeping, carefully licking pieces of Alice before placing them back in position. Carlisle was struggling, barely containing his sorrow as he handed pieces to Jasper, who seemed bereft. Bella realized that the extra venom acted like a healing accelerant, but sharing venom must be a bond reserved for mates, considering Carlisle wasn't assisting with that part of the reassembly. Alice, Bella whispered under her breath. If it weren't for Rosalie holding her, she would have collapsed again. She couldn't see with the shifters, her visions don't work around them, Irina reminded Bella gently, stretching out her newly attached leg. She's not dead. It will just take some time for her to heal. A limb is one thing, but that much damage. Her body is probably in shock, or at least the vampire equivalent. I'm more concerned about the wolves. Me too, Carlyle said as he stood, brushing his hands off. I worry their accelerated healing will cause complications. I'm not looking forward to re-breaking bones, but I think I'll have to ensure they set properly. Bella nodded mutely, unable to find words to comfort or ease the pain. She watched as the pieces of the pixie began to fuse, the cracks along her alabaster skin lightening and fading away. Please, little bit, come back to me, Jasper whispered once he'd replaced Alice's right hand, the final piece. Everyone held their breath as he cradled her head, clutching her left hand tenderly. Well. What a heartwarming display, a cold, male voice interrupted, drawing everyone's attention. They had been so focused on Alice that they had forgotten they weren't out of danger yet. Hello, my little sparrow. It's been a while. Rosalie stiffened immediately, her body becoming a steel trap around Bella, cradled in her arms. Her voice was barely a whisper as she responded. She whispered, but the single-word response echoed loudly. Dimitri. Chapter 32. Four figures emerged from the shadows on the opposite side of the meadow, each cloaked in jet black robes with crimson trim, their hoods drawn low to conceal their faces. The quartet moved in silence, striding across the field at a slow, deliberate pace. It was purely for show, an intimidation tactic, and it had the desired effect. A palpable shift filled the air around them, and Bella fought the urge to squirm under the weight of their presence. Not that she could have moved more than an inch or two, given Rosa's vice-like grip around her waist. Still, the instinct to flee was there, her skin crawling uncomfortably as her flight response screamed in the presence of these elite predators. Out of the corner of her eye, Bella noticed she wasn't the only one feeling this way. While the vampires were better at masking their emotions, she could see subtle signs that the others were struggling to maintain their composure. Unsurprisingly, the Denali sisters seemed to be the most affected by the newcomers. Kate's fingers crackled with electricity intermittently. Irina's jaw was so tense that Bella could hear her teeth grinding together. Tanya's fists repeatedly clenched and unclenched at her sides. Otherwise, they appeared completely unaffected, though a bit rigid, their eyes alert and unblinking. Bella thought wryly, must be nice to be able to go into statue mode. It'd make for one hell of a Texas Hold'em game. She cursed her erratic heartbeat, which betrayed her rampant nerves. She tried to school her features to match the impassive expressions of her family, though she knew it was a futile effort. It was clear that the remaining Denalis and the Cullens were attempting to appear at ease and non-confrontational, regardless of their individual experiences or opinions of the Vulturi. Everyone knew that Arrow coveted his power to the point of paranoia, and any threat, real or imagined, was dealt with swiftly. A group of this size was intimidating and could certainly stir up trouble. Bella felt the weight of the moment as she considered how easily any act of defiance could be seen as a threat by the Vulturi. From what she'd heard, they would seize on any sign of insubordination as an excuse to retaliate. Everyone was walking on eggshells, fully aware of the danger. It wasn't the first time the Vulturi had obliterated a coven and shattered a family, the Denalis were living proof of that. As the tension mounted, it transformed into a suffocating presence that threatened to crush them all. When the Vulturi agents finally came to a stop, 10 paces away, they moved in unison, raising their hands to push back their hoods and reveal their faces for the first time. Despite the instinctual fear that gripped Bella at the sight of the red-eyed vampires, particularly Dimitri, her curiosity surged within her. Her chocolate-brown eyes darted between the figures standing before her. There were 3 males and 1 female, each with their own distinct age and appearance. The lone female appeared to be just a year or 2 younger than Bella, no older than 16. Her light blonde hair was pulled back into a severe bun, accentuating the haughty sneer that lingered on her lips. Her crimson eyes surveyed the vegetarian vampires with open disdain, almost contempt. Bella remembered Rose mentioning that their lifestyle was often misunderstood and ridiculed by others. She briefly wondered if that was the root of the young blonde's disdain or if there was something deeper at play. To her right stood a young male with darker blonde hair, several inches taller, yet strikingly similar in facial features to the girl. Bella couldn't help but wonder if they were related. His mirrored sneer and posture confirmed her suspicions of a sibling bond. The black-haired male to the blonde's left appeared the oldest, presumably in his mid to late 30s. Just the sight of him made Bella shrink back. Bella pressed herself firmly against her mate's front, feeling the strength radiating from him. He was massive, even more so than Emmett, with a size and musculature that was truly imposing. But while Emmett exuded warmth and friendliness, resembling a giant teddy bear, this man in his 30s felt cold and dangerous. His sinister red eyes narrowed as he assessed the assembly of battle-worn vampires, subtly flexing beneath his heavy black robes. However, it was the last male who stirred the strongest emotions within Bella. Without needing any introduction, she recognized him instantly, Dimitri. She had spent countless hours imagining what he looked like and what she might say or do when she finally met Rosalie's former partner. She understood that checking in with the Vulturi every few decades was a requirement. Their meeting was inevitable, a matter of when rather than if. It was better to be prepared than sorry, even if the thought made her uncomfortable. Yet, despite her efforts, she had never found closure or resolution on the matter. Not that it would have made any difference now. With him standing before her, all Bella could see was red. This was the man who had betrayed her mate, the one who had nearly destroyed the Denali coven centuries ago when he turned Sasha over for his own benefit. Tanya had explained that it ultimately worked out in their favor, but logic held little weight in Bella's mind. Just the thought of someone hurting Rosalie made her blood boil. Hearing Dimitri's smug, condescending tone as he addressed her girlfriend with that familiar endearment only fueled the fire raging within her. As much as she wanted to scream and lash out, a small voice of reason reminded her not to provoke the Vulturi. Taking a moment to tamp down her anger, Bella managed a few deep breaths, using the opportunity to study him. Like all vampires, he was physically flawless, as if chiseled by the gods themselves. He stood tall and lean, his light brown hair meticulously styled, adding to his intimidating presence. Perfection that could even make Edward jealous. Dimitri's features were sharp and angular, and his lips curled into an effortless smirk. It was easy to see why Rosalie had been drawn to him. The realization sank in the pit of Bella's stomach like a ton of bricks, and an icy wave of reality crashed over her as she remembered their complicated history. While Rosalie had reassured Bella that she never fully bonded with Dimitri, Bella knew they had traveled together for nearly a century. There had been a good chance they might have become mates if it weren't for the betrayal. Her initial rage shifted, giving way to jealousy and doubt, mixing with her already turbulent emotions. It was a dangerous combination, and irrational thoughts quickly darkened her mind. She knew she could never hold Rose's past against her, it was just history. But facing it so abruptly was unsettling. Bella had hoped for time to mentally prepare for this encounter, but, as with most things in her life, luck was not on her side. Caught off guard, her thoughts spiraled. Unbidden images floated through her mind, memories of their own intimacy, but now she was replaced by another. It felt wrong. Even though she could not see their face, she knew it wasn't her rocking against that blonde woman beneath her, the one making Rosalie writhe with pleasure. The thought of someone touching Rosalie like that, making her pant, moan, and cry out, soured Bella's stomach until bile burned in her throat. The idea of Rosalie loving them in return was even harder to swallow. If she hadn't already lost her breakfast, she certainly would have by now. Bella hastily tried to redirect her thoughts, but in doing so, she only found a darker path. Her mind drifted to their half-formed mate bond. Rosalie had expressed her insecurities about not being marked yet, but all Bella could see was an open wound. Bella stared out the window, longing for an escape. The fact that Rose remained unmarked meant she was still technically free to choose another. What if Rose decided to return to Dimitri? What if she didn't want Bella to claim her in return? What if she found someone else? What if she left? The relentless questions consumed Bella's mind, so much so that she momentarily forgot her basic human need to breathe. As the lack of oxygen and rising nerves set in, her head began to swim, and her vision started to blur without her even realizing it. She swayed slightly on her feet, but then a sudden wave of calm washed over her, pushing away the intense emotions and allowing her to breathe again. Within moments, her unbridled rage, jealousy, and doubt faded to little more than annoying whispers at the back of her mind. Blinking in surprise at this newfound clarity, Bella instinctively turned to find the source of the calm. Jasper was still hunched over Alice's body, but his dark eyes were fixed on her with intent. A subtle nod from him was all it took for Bella to understand what had happened, and she offered him a small smile of appreciation. However, that sense of calm evaporated as soon as Dimitri spoke again. "Well, looks like he moved on after all. I was certain you'd come crawling back to me eventually. I do recall how you liked to be on your knees." His red eyes swept over Bella. A human. How disappointing. He shook his head, tooting disdainfully. "What would Mama think? She's probably rolling in her grave." A deep growl rumbled in Rosalie's throat, and she pulled Bella tighter against her chest, her grip nearly painful. Bella could feel Rose trembling behind her, a clear sign that her mate was struggling to maintain her composure. Maneuvering around the marble arms that held her close, Bella reached up and placed a hand over Rose's, rubbing her thumb gently in what she hoped was a soothing gesture. She needed to keep her mate from saying or doing anything rash. Sitting on a metaphorical powder keg, where any spark could turn deadly. Rosalie's whispered thank you felt like a soft puff of air against Bella's ear, yet she smiled in response. "Enough, Dimitri. We have no interest in your petty lover's squabble," Rosalie said, her bored drawl cutting him off. Her gaze pierced him like daggers. To Bella's surprise, Dimitri immediately halted his taunting, quickly muttering, "My apologies, Jane." Bella noticed the flicker of fear in his eyes and the way he ducked his chin before regaining his composure. She wondered what kind of power Jane must wield to provoke such a reaction. Whatever it was, Bella didn't want to find out. Seemingly satisfied with Dimitri's behavior, Jane shifted her crimson gaze to Carlisle, ignoring everyone else. Bella assumed it was because he was the coven leader in this region. Had they been in Alaska, Jane likely would have defaulted to Tanya. "We are here on behalf of Arrow and the Kings," Jane announced. "We received word of a newborn outbreak in the area and were sent to investigate." "It seems we missed an entertaining fight," Felix said, glancing over at the smoking pile of remains with a rueful expression. "Indeed," Jane replied, following his gaze. Her eyebrow arched slightly. "Though I wonder why these events occurred in the first place." Her name was Victoria. "She had a vendetta against my coven and created a newborn army to move against us. We called our closest allies for assistance, and luckily, they agreed to come to our aid." Carlisle stretched the truth, omitting key details, but now wasn't the time to correct him. "I doubt that luck had anything to do with it," Dimitri muttered under his breath, still sulking from his earlier chastisement. "I agree, Dimitri. Impressive as your numbers may be, I'm surprised you survived an attack of this magnitude," Jane remarked, her tone sharp. Bella bristled at the implications in their exchange. "Implied anything? Have they somehow learned about the shifters as well?" "It wasn't without casualties," Carlisle replied in a neutral tone. "Unfortunate indeed." Jane's cool demeanor suggested she felt no sympathy or remorse as she glanced over at Alice. "Caius will be pleased to know the law has been upheld before the situation escalated." "Escalated?" Bella thought, her internal voice sharp and indignant. What could possibly be worse than this? World War V. "Thank you, Carlisle began, but he was interrupted by a piercing glare from the authoritative blonde. Bella couldn't help but wonder why they kept pandering to this teenager. What could be so dire? "Now we must address a more urgent matter. You have allowed a human into our world." Bella faltered in Rose's grasp as Jane's glare locked onto her. She instinctively tightened her grip on Rose's forearm for support, holding on so tightly that it might have left a bruise if Rose were human. Rose subtly nuzzled her cheek against the side of Bella's head, but there was little more she could do given the circumstances. "No laws have been broken," Tanya interjected. If she was still feeling tense from earlier, her voice didn't reveal it. The Denali coven has claimed her. She is our charge, and we intend to change her at the end of summer. Is that so? Jane's eyebrows shot up, betraying her surprise before she could mask it. How unexpected that you, Tanya, would flaunt the laws so openly. It's quite bold of you to expect such leniency. I'm sure Arrow will be interested to hear about this. Her eyes swept over the Denali coven, which had instinctively huddled around the brunette girl. It's the truth. I would gladly go before the kings and swear to it myself. We are waiting because her father is a policeman, and we must create an alibi to avoid suspicion. Her sudden disappearance would not go unnoticed. I see, Jane said, pausing to consider her next words. After several beats of silence, she continued. Forgive me if I'm not ready to take your words at face value. Perhaps a show of good faith? I'd say, 2 should suffice. Bella blinked, confused about what Jane meant. 2 what? She could sense the other vampires discussing something in hushed tones. Her ears buzzed with the familiar hum of conversations exchanged at vampiric speed. Unfortunately, Jane was not a patient girl. We haven't got all day. She snapped irritably. Perhaps some motivation will hasten your decision. Pain. A shrill cry pierced the meadow as Kate suddenly dropped to the ground. Bella watched in horror as the blonde's body twisted at unnatural angles, her face contorted in agony as she writhed and clawed at the earth. Each silent scream tore at Bella's heart, leaving her helpless to stop the torment. In that moment, the fearful respect the others held for Jane became all too clear. Tanya and Irina blurred to their sister's side, their hands hovering above her body as if afraid to touch her, both pleading with Jane to release her. The sight only amused Jane, a cruel smile spreading across her lips as she reveled in the pain she was inflicting on the trio. We'll go. Carmen and Eleazar stepped forward, shoulders back and heads held high. This is your decision? Jane inquired, finally tearing her gaze away from her prey to address those who had spoken. Kate lay still on the ground, panting and trembling with her eyes closed as the aftershocks of pain subsided. Bella felt a wave of confusion wash over her, followed by a tightening in her chest as she realized what was happening. No, this wasn't right. People were not bargaining chips. Despite the terrifying display she had just witnessed, Bella struggled against Rosalie's hold. She had to do something. She couldn't let Carmen and Eleazar turn themselves over to that sadistic teenage vampire. Carmen? Bella called out, desperate to reach her. The brunette vampire turned to give her a reassuring look, but all Bella saw was. Carmen looked into Bella's golden eyes, filled with defeat. It's okay, mi tesoro. She returned to the trembling human, gently cupping Bella's jaw with her cool palm. We'll be back before you know it. Jane huffed impatiently, rolling her eyes at the sentimental display. Don't go. Bella's eyes stung as she fought back tears. Her voice wavered and cracked despite her efforts. Please don't go. We have to. I can't ask the girls to split themselves. Not when they just got their sister back. Bella hated that she understood Carmen's point of view. More than that, she hated that this kind, selfless woman was being forced into such a painful choice. It wasn't fair. It wasn't right. She silently vowed to find a way to make the Vulturi pay for this. They abused their power, using fear to keep their subjects in line. It felt like razor blades in her throat, but she swallowed her righteous anger and nodded. Now wasn't the time for those thoughts. I should just change now. That way you won't have to go. Don't think like that, my sweet girl. Don't you dare think like that. Carmen cradled Bella's face between her hands, her eyes searching for understanding. Once they found it, she tilted Bella's head down and kissed her forehead. My only regret is that I won't be there to support you through your change. Be strong, young one, and look out for one another. We'll meet again. Carmen kissed her once more before returning to her mate's side to continue their journey toward the Vulturi. They can return once we receive word of the newborn, Jane sneered. Arrow will be happy to see you again, old friend. She directed this at her former coven mate as he moved past her. "I look forward to meeting with him as well," Eleazar replied diplomatically. "It has been far too long." Jane nodded once as Carmen and Eleazar stood next to Felix. Her red eyes swept across the remaining group of golden-eyed vampires. "Don't take too long. Remember, the Vulturi don't give second chances." "It would be a shame to return and find the girl still alive," Jane said, her voice laced with a silent challenge. "Understood. We are grateful for your benevolence. We shall send word once Bella has acclimated to being a newborn and it is safe for her to travel," Tanya replied, her tone strained as she knelt beside Kate, still feeling the weight of recent events. "Do that," Jane responded, a smirk curling her lips. She relished the sight of an ancient vampire like Tanya so readily submitting to the Vulturi's power and influence. "Come, brother. I want to go home." With that, she turned to her companion, who had remained silent throughout the exchange, and blurred away in an instant. The others followed suit, but one lingered. Dimitri stayed for an extra moment, glaring at Bella and sending a taunting air kiss in Rosalie's direction before vanishing like a shadow. Bella felt a wrench in her gut. She sensed that this wouldn't be the last they heard from him. Silence fell over the meadow after the Vulturi's departure. No one moved, immortal or otherwise. Even the wind and birds dared not disturb the stillness. Everyone was at a complete loss, still reeling from the encounter. They had focused so intently on preparing for battle that they hadn't considered what to do once it was over. The unexpected twist of the Vulturi taking two of their own as hostages left them in shock. Carlyle was the first to break the silence, letting out a deep sigh as the tension in his shoulders eased. "I need to get to the reservation. Several of the wolves were injured, and I must see to them. Jasper, perhaps you should take Alice home to finish her recovery. She'll likely want some privacy when she comes back." He watched as the battle-scarred vampire picked up the petite woman and vanished in a flash. Once they were gone, Carlyle approached the shell-shocked Bella, his compassionate eyes conveying sympathy and understanding. "I can imagine how overwhelming this must be, and I'm truly sorry you're going through this. I know we haven't always been there for you like we should have, but please know that you have my full support." With a wry smile, he blurred away. Esme approached and enveloped Bella in a warm hug, struggling to find the right words for such a heavy moment. The depth of emotion in her golden eyes spoke volumes, and Bella welcomed the comforting gesture. With a sad nod, Esme made her way in the direction Carlyle had gone. Next, Rose stepped forward, positioning herself to face her mate. "I've got you," Els can mean. Cool arms wrapped around Bella, and she melted into the embrace, nuzzling her mate's neck in a way she hoped would be reassuring. They were both shaken, and Rose was doing her best to remain calm for Bella's sake. "Are you okay, Kate?" Bella asked, tucking her head under Rose's chin and glancing toward the platinum blonde. At least Kate was sitting up now, though she still trembled involuntarily. "I'd love nothing more than to stick my hand up that little bitch's ass and unleash my full current," Kate snarled, her eyes pitch black. "Come on, we should get you fed." "You'll feel better," Irina encouraged, helping the warrior to her feet. "You, too, Tanya." The strawberry blonde nodded slowly. "We'll meet you at the reservation later. It would be good for us to show our support for our allies." Rosalie nodded to her older sisters as they vanished into the trees, then scooped Bella up, carrying her in a bridal style. Normally, Bella would refuse to be coddled like this, but she clung to her girlfriend, desperate for the contact. "What would you like to do? Do you want to go home and rest?" "A bath would probably help right now," Rose asked gently. Bella shook her head, burying herself against her mate, still struggling to process everything that had happened that afternoon. It was so much, too much to handle all at once. The whirlwind of emotions left Bella feeling drained and hollow. "I would love that, but Tanya was right. We should check on the wolves first, especially if they got hurt too." "Then we shall," Rosalie replied. She bent down to kiss her mate's forehead before turning to the remaining vampire. "Would you like to join us? I'll catch up. I want to make sure those bastards burn completely, Emmett said, gesturing to the pile of newborns. I really don't want to deal with that again. 0 out of 10. Rosalie nodded once and blurred away, her mate cradled in her arms, leaving Emmett standing alone in the ruined meadow. As they approached Sam's house, a loud scream pierced the air, causing Bella to stiffen in Rosalie's embrace. The majority of the pack was loitering on the porch, leaning against the walls or sitting on the railing. Brady and Cullen had fallen asleep in the swing, their small bodies covered by a patchwork quilt. The rest of the shifters remained silent, eyes downcast and bodies tense as they waited. It seemed they hadn't emerged from the chaos unscathed like the vampires. The fortunate ones bore deep bruises and dried patches of blood. If they looked this bad while healing, Bella dreaded to think of what they must have endured right after the fight. Another scream sent a ripple of tension through the group, heads snapping toward the open door. Bella's heart clenched as she recognized the strained voice. It was Leah. It's been going on for a while now. Doc has to re-break the bones, Jared mumbled as Rosalie set Bella down on the gravel walkway. Jacob approached and pulled the brunette into a hug, seeking comfort from his friend. I guess one was hiding until after the fighting stopped. He sprang out and caught Paul off guard, shattering his legs. Thank the spirits it wasn't his spine. Leah got the vampire off before he could do any real damage, but she got crushed. In the process, Bella felt her heart sink as memories of Alice lying in pieces flashed through her mind. Now Leah and Paul. Sensing her guilt, Jake pulled back, gripping Bella by the shoulders and holding her at arm's length. Don't do that, he said. Don't feel bad about any of this. We all knew the risks. To pity them would be disrespectful. I just didn't want anyone to get hurt, Bella replied glumly, kicking a rock to release some of her pent-up emotions. I know, love. No one wants it, but unfortunately, that's the nature of war, Rose chimed in, molding herself against Bella's back, her arms draped around Bella's midsection. All things considered, we were lucky to walk away with the injuries we sustained. It could have gone much worse. Man, I hope I get a cool scar out of this. Chicks dig guys with scars, Embry piped in, trying to diffuse the tension. He sported a bandage wrapped around his shoulder and another around his thigh. Among the shifters, he and Jared looked the worst off, though their wounds were mostly healed thanks to their accelerated healing. Yeah, you'd have been proud if you'd seen them in action, Rose. Paul and Sam did that fake-out move you showed us. The newborn didn't know what hit him, Seth added, his spirit undampened even by the blood-stained patch on his forehead. The rest of the pack began filling Rose and Bella in on the highlights of the battle, though Bella suspected some details had been embellished. She was fairly certain that Quill hadn't thrown a newborn 30 feet in the air. Still, she didn't have the heart to say anything. The pack needed this time to cope and come to terms with everything that had transpired, and that was before they found out about the Vulturi. She wasn't sure how they'd react once they heard the news about Carmen and Eleazar. About an hour later, Emmett and the Denalis arrived. Fortunately, by the time When they arrived, Leah's screams had finally ceased. She and Paul were both in medically induced comas, allowing them to heal fully without the risk of moving. Their high body temperatures burned off morphine and other pain medications too quickly, so this was the last resort. In Carlyle's words, they were extremely lucky, all things considered. Both would make a full recovery, but it would take time. Healing bones was one thing, muscles and ligaments were a different story. Paul would likely need intense physical therapy, and Leah would have to be assessed once she regained consciousness. Jasper and Alice were the last to arrive, and Bella breathed a sigh of relief seeing her friend up and moving again. Any residual animosity she had felt toward the petite vampire faded away the moment she embraced Alice. Life was too short to hold on to grudges. As the sun set, the shifters built a bonfire to thank their ancestors for their strength and guidance in battle. Emily and Esme brought out platters piled high with food, and everyone spent the evening mingling together. The mood was surprisingly light, considering the day they had all endured. Bella felt unsettled by how readily everyone seemed to accept everything, while she herself felt restless. Unable to watch the festivities, she stared blankly into the fire, haunted by images of Carmen. She hoped she and Eleazar were okay, wherever they were. Her thoughts shifted to the Vulturi, and the anger simmering in her stomach flared at the memory of Jane torturing Kate and Demetri's arrogant taunting. Something had to be done. Why wasn't anyone taking action? Did no one else see how wrong this was? Her fists clenched at her sides so tightly that her nails created crescent moon indents in her palms. The pain helped settle her, and she glanced up, scanning the crowd. Despite their smiles and laughter, she recognized the same darkness lingering in everyone's eyes. Understanding dawned on her, and her bitterness toward their behavior began to seep away. Everyone needed this distraction. Tonight, they could focus on the moment. Tomorrow, they would tackle everything else. Chapter 33. Hey, kiddo. Yeah, I know, it's scary, right? Your old man is actually using technology. I always told you I was hip. Anyway, I made this for you, a little something to remember me by. A fond smile spread across Bella's face when the device Charlie was using to prop up the camera slipped, capturing the camera's fall to the ground with a loud thud. From the erratic, blurry movements, she recognized he was filming in the living room, the camera positioned on the coffee table so he could sit comfortably in his lazy boy recliner. She had watched the home movie over a dozen times and could nearly recite it by heart, but for some reason, this part always brought a smile to her face, probably due to the colorful expletives Charlie shouted as he retrieved the camera from the floor. Sorry about that, Charlie said, clearing his throat roughly as his face came back into view. He took a moment to rearrange the camera, the sound of heavy objects rustling in the background as it jostled about. Satisfied with whatever makeshift stand he had created, Charlie stepped back, his hands poised to catch the camera should it fall again. After a few tense seconds, he decided it was stable enough, settled back into his chair, and cleared his throat once more before continuing. Anyway, yeah. I can't believe you're all grown up. I always knew this day would come, but it doesn't make it any easier. As a father, I've been both looking forward to and dreading this moment since the first time you opened your eyes. I remember that day like it was yesterday. It was raining, no surprises there, and I was scared out of my mind. I had helped create this life, but I had no idea what I was doing. I was terrified that I wouldn't be able to provide for you or that I wouldn't be enough. That I wouldn't be the dad you deserved. Sometimes, I still feel like I wasn't. Charlie looked down at his hands, wringing them nervously in his lap. God, I can still remember. Do you remember how tiny you were when you were born, kid? I thought you were the most beautiful thing as you took your first breath, and then you let out that scream that echoed into the world. Well, you were still beautiful, but wow, you had some powerful lungs. I'm pretty sure even Granddaddy Swan heard you, and he'd been deaf for nearly 3 years by the time you arrived. I was a mess at first. I think I went through an entire bottle of baby powder the first time I changed your diaper. Charlie grimaced at the memory. But even when I messed up, you always forgave me, even though you were so little. Every time you wrapped your tiny hand around my fingers, it felt like you were telling me everything was going to be okay. He reached up to quickly wipe away the tears that were starting to fall, sniffling softly. I was so proud to watch you grow up, Bells. You had those bright blue eyes at first, but I have to say, I was really happy when they turned out to be just like mine. You were so curious, so fascinated by everything around you. You could sit and stare at anything for hours, it didn't matter what it was. There was always something new with you, and it was a joy to see that beautiful mind of yours grow every day. I felt like the luckiest guy in the world because I got to be part of that. Charlie seemed to stop fighting the tears, finally letting them fall as he reminisced. I can still picture you learning to ride your bike at Billy's with Rebecca and Rachel. Or that time you pushed Jacob face first into the mud. Of course, you slipped in that same puddle a second later, landing right on your back like an upside-down turtle. You two wrestled it out and made up, claiming you were making mud pies afterward. His laugh at the memory came out as a strangled sob. You've always marched to the beat of your own drum, always bucked the rules and expectations. You definitely got my stubbornness. Once you set your mind to something, you never back down. For better or worse. Those days we spent at the beach, you would splash around in the water, but instead, you'd chase Rachel and Rebecca with seaweed snakes, alongside Jake or Leah, just for fun. Other times, you were perfectly content to stay inside, reading with Sue or listening to Harry's stories. I know he never said it back then, but he really adored you, kid. A tear slipped down Bella's cheek as she watched her father's gaze drift, lost in his memories. She had never questioned whether he loved her, but she never realized the extent of it. Like her, he was reserved, his emotions kept under lock and key, so she never knew how much he cared and cherished their time together. Everything mattered to him. Even the house. Bella had always thought he refused to update it because he was holding on to Renee all these years, that he'd never moved on from her mom. But after hearing him speak so openly, she realized it was never about Renee. He left their home the way it was so she'd have something familiar to return to. It got harder once you were gone, but I still looked forward to seeing you over the summer and during the holidays. Remember that ice cream shop near your Nana's in California? You loved going there. You always ordered a scoop of Rocky Road, no matter what new flavors they had. Half the time, I think you ended up with more ice cream on your clothes than in your mouth, but you didn't seem to mind. Some of my happiest memories were when I picked you up for the summer, and you'd throw yourself into my arms as soon as you got off the plane. You'd be so hyper on the drive home that I'd have to carry you inside because you'd worn yourself out on the ride. He rubbed his eyes in a belated attempt to hide the rapidly falling tears. Bella wiped her own eyes, watching him look around the living room, her shoulders shaking with quiet sobs as she remembered her father genuinely being her dad. She felt ashamed to admit it had been years since she'd truly thought about it. She had always expected him to be there for her, taking his love for granted. Without a second thought. Bella wished she could express just how much he meant to her, too. Wherever I look, I see memories of the times we spent together. Even the odd ones, like when you tripped over that wobbly bottom step and had to get stitches in your lip. I really should fix that someday. Or that time you and the other kids built a fort in the backyard. You refused to come in for dinner and covered all of us in silly string when we came to get you. It took me a week to get it all out of my mustache. A light finally sparkled back into his eyes as he laughed. I still don't know where you got the silly string. Jacob. Obviously, Bella replied, letting out a wet chuckle. He shook his head with a watery smile, finally relaxing into his chair. I'm proud of you, kid, more than I think I could ever tell you. I'm proud of the woman you've become and who I know you'll continue to grow into. I wish I could take some of the credit, but I know you did all of this yourself. His grin suddenly turned playful as he leaned forward conspiratorially, elbows resting on his knees. Though I suspect your girlfriend has a little something to do with it, too. He chuckled again, leaning back with an easy smile, his hands falling into his lap, fingers no longer nervously ringing together. I think that fire you've got in you is a damn good thing, kiddo. I don't often tell you what to do, but if there's one wish I want to pass on to you, it's that I want you to hold on to that spark with everything you've got. It's something to be proud of, and anyone who says otherwise doesn't deserve you. I swear, if I ever see that Edward kid again, I'll give him a piece of my mind. Anyway, I know it'll be weird and different, maybe even a little scary, being out in the world, but I know you'll be great. Though I suspect you'll probably have Rosalie come and join you eventually. Can't say I blame you, there, he teased, wiggling his eyebrows. Even in serious moments, he couldn't help but add a touch of humor. But I want you to know that you've always got a home to come back to if you ever want it. She does too. Bella's heart tightened as Charlie looked away, a fresh wave of tears gathering in the corners of his eyes. She could see him surveying the living room, his expression nostalgic as he took in the awkward school pictures and various mementos scattered around the room. It'll be weird not having you here anymore, he continued. I'm more than grateful for the time I got with you, but I can't help but wish we had more. Maybe if I'd fought a little harder, I could have had more time with you while you were growing up. He stared ahead, his eyes glistening as he gathered his thoughts. Bella could picture him looking at the photo from her first summer back after the custody battle was settled. In the picture, she and Charlie were sitting on the rocking chair on Billy's back porch, both wearing matching goofy grins. She cringed at the memory of the awful bowl cut Renee had given her, a style that would haunt her forever, but at least she looked happy in the picture. They both did. "You know, the selfish part of me wishes you'd stay and live here with me," Charlie said. "But I know you're meant for so much more. You're an amazing young woman. And when I get a wedding invitation one day for you and Rosalie, I won't even try to scare her off. Not like that other guy. Though, I'm not sure I could even if I tried. She's a real spitfire. I'll be proud to have her as a daughter too." As if anticipating Bella's reaction, he held his hands up defensively. "You're probably rolling your eyes and telling me to butt out, but I'm just saying. I know the real deal when I see it. And hey, at least I don't have to worry about pregnancy scares and shotgun weddings." He laughed heartily, and Bella couldn't help but join in, the warmth of his words wrapping around her like a comforting embrace. Charlie laughed at his own joke, smacking his knee several times before settling back into his chair. I know. Not funny since you said you don't want kids, but it is a little funny, don't you think?" His chuckle faded, replaced by a serious expression. "But in all honesty, she's good for you, Bells. I see how happy she makes you, and I think she'll only continue to. So when I get that invite, you can bet I'll be the happiest man ever walking his little girl down the aisle." "Malika?" Bella paused the video and turned toward her sister, Tanya, who was lingering in the doorway of her and Rose's bedroom. As much as she loved her older sister and appreciated the concern, part of her wanted to be left alone to wallow. She knew Tanya wouldn't hold it against her if she told her to leave, but shutting people out wouldn't help in the long run. Besides, despite her emotional state, she could really use the company. "Hey, Tanya, come on in." "What's up?" Bella forced a smile, though she knew she wasn't fooling anyone. At least Tanya didn't call her out on it. "You miss him?" Tanya ignored Bella's question, gesturing toward the large flat-screen TV with her chin as she crossed the room. She settled onto the opposite side of the couch, tucking her legs underneath her as she turned to face Bella. "Yeah, I do," Bella admitted with a sigh, following Tanya's line of sight. The image of a smiling Charlie stared back at them, his toothy grin partially concealed by his bushy mustache. The sight made her throat constrict uncomfortably, and she let go of her weak attempt at being cheerful. She was allowed to be sad, especially today of all days. It was her funeral, after all. She ached to contact Charlie, but receiving a call from his supposedly dead daughter would be devastating. Consequences that no one was prepared to face. Opening an investigation wouldn't be fair to her dad. He needed to grieve his loss, not cling to a false hope that she was still alive and would return someday. She wouldn't, be that selfish, no matter how much it hurt. "I can't believe how fast time has flown by. I just wish it didn't have to be this way, even though it's for his own good," Bella murmured, wiping away a stray tear. "I know, little one. There's never enough time to prepare to say goodbye to the ones we love," Tanya replied, her golden eyes filled with understanding. Bella choked back a sob, desperately trying to hold it together, but she finally let go, surrendering to the emotional turmoil that had been building inside her for the past 2 weeks. Charlie may have lost his daughter, but she had lost her father too, and she would have to live with the knowledge that she had broken his heart. Fat tears streamed down Bella's cheeks, her nose stuffed as she gasped for breath between waves of sorrow. The last time she had broken down so completely was with Rosalie, when she finally revealed the truth about Edward to the blonde. The thought of her missing girlfriend only made her cry harder. At this rate, she was going to give herself a headache, but she couldn't bring herself to care. She had managed to contact Rosalie only a handful of times since she left for Denali, each time sneaking away with Kate's phone. She couldn't risk calling from the new phone Irina had bought her. While the police report had ruled Bella's death an accident, a simple open and shut case, they couldn't afford to raise any flags in case someone decided to investigate. It would look suspicious if Rosalie started receiving an influx of calls from an unknown number shortly after her girlfriend's departure on a cross-country road trip. "Let it out, Malika. I've got you, Tanya soothed, moving in to embrace the sobbing girl. Bella simply nodded and Bella tucked herself into the cool embrace of Tanya's body. It wasn't quite the same as cuddling with Rose, but it was the next best thing. Eventually, Bella's tears began to subside, yet neither woman made any move to break the stillness, both lost in their thoughts. I wonder what they're saying about me, Bella croaked, her voice hoarse. They'll probably have a closed casket, considering there's no body to bury. Tanya didn't flinch at the sudden shift in conversation. She responded smoothly. They're probably sharing stories and fond memories about you. From what I understand, modern funerals are as much about celebrating the life of the departed as they are about allowing loved ones to reminisce, cope, and mourn. Then there will probably be plenty of stories about me tripping over thin air. Or that time I accidentally spiked a volleyball at Mike's head. I told Coach not to put me in, Bella scoffed, a hint of amusement breaking through her sorrow. She was already feeling lighter than she had in days. Sitting up, she rubbed her tear-swollen eyes with her sleeve and turned to face the ancient blonde. A wave of guilt washed over her when she noticed the large wet splotch she had left on Tanya's shoulder. I'm sorry I got your shirt dirty. It's not a problem, Tanya shrugged dismissively. To emphasize her point, she wrapped her arm around Bella, offering her shoulder as a refuge in case the tears returned. I know I'm not your mate, but we're still family. If you ever need someone to talk to, I'm here for you. Thanks, Tanya. Bella's smile was weak but genuine, and the blonde hugged her tighter. I miss Rose. I understand why she has to stay, and I'm glad she'll be able to help Charlie, but selfishly, I wish she was here instead. She makes everything better. As she spoke, she unconsciously reached for her neck, her fingertips grazing the sensitive skin of her mate's scar. I know. And I can assure you she misses you just as much. I've never been one to want to settle down, so I can't completely relate, but I know it's tough being away from Kate and Irina for any length of time. I can only imagine how challenging it must be to be separated from a mate, especially when the bond is as new as yours, Tanya replied, and the conversation fell into a thoughtful silence as both women became introspective. Eventually, Bella broke the comfortable stillness. I need your help, Tanya. She had been debating whether to bring this up, but she needed a distraction, and Tanya was the perfect person to turn to. It's nothing serious or bad, she quickly added, sensing the vampire stiffen defensively, as if bracing for an unseen threat. I want to do something special for Rose when she gets back. Like what? Tanya relaxed, her tension easing as if a statue had come to life. Well, it's a couple of things, really. Bella hesitated. She had been mulling over these ideas for some time but had kept them to herself. After decades of teasing from Kate for seeking sex advice, she didn't want to add to her tally, and she wasn't as close with Irina yet. With Tanya, however, she felt comfortable voicing her thoughts, knowing the coven leader wouldn't judge her. First, I want to take her on a date when she gets back. Just to our cabin, but I want to make it special and could use a little help getting things ready. Consider it done. What else? I mean, I've only got a few more weeks of being human, so I was trying to think of something meaningful for both of us. I think I have the perfect idea, but I wanted to run it by you first. What did you have in mind? Is this something sexual in nature, and that's why you're hesitating? Tanya tilted her head innocently. As expected, there was no judgment in her gaze, just curiosity, but Bella felt her face flush immediately. It was still a little jarring how open the sisters were when it came to intimacy, but Bella figured one could get over their modesty after a few centuries. What? No. Bella exclaimed, her words tumbling out in a rush as Tanya continued speaking. There's nothing to be ashamed of if it was, though I can see why you'd come to me instead of Kate. I can suggest a few things that Rosalie might like, though I'm not sure how it would feel on the receiving end. Bella glanced up at the ceiling, exasperated. God, if you can hear me, please just kill me now. There's nothing quite like drinking from a human right as you reach your peak. I was blissed out for hours. The heat from Tanya's words ignited Bella's cheeks, flushing all the way to the tips of her ears and down her chest, making her feel entirely too warm. Oh my God. Tanya. Too much. No. I just wanted to talk about an idea for a tattoo. Oh, Tanya chuckled, a hint of sheepishness in her expression. Yeah, oh. I know it might not seem like it, but apparently unlike you, I do think about things other than sex. Bella rolled her eyes as Tanya shrugged, mumbling something that sounded like, your loss. So you want a tattoo? Tanya asked, brushing aside Bella's playful jab and getting back to business. Something that represents you and Rosalie. Actually, I wanted to do something that represents all of you. The Denalis. Tanya's eyes widened, brimming with emotion. Her mouth opened and closed a few times before she managed to respond. Really? All of us? Her voice quivered slightly, filled with awe. Well, yeah. I want something for all of you because you mean so much to me. But I have to move fast because I want to surprise Rose with it. That's so thoughtful, Malika. You might want to talk to Irina about designs. She's a better artist. I'm sure she could come up with something you'd like. Okay, I'll talk to her tomorrow. Bella hesitated for a moment. Although the flush in her cheeks had faded, her curiosity lingered from Tanya's earlier oversharing. But, since you brought it up. Wait a minute, the whole drinking from humans thing. I thought you guys were vegetarians. I mean, you already said you wouldn't mind if I wanted to feed on bad people when I'm a newborn, but wouldn't drinking blood during sex kind of contradict your vegetarianism? Tanya replied, we might be vegetarians now, but we're far from saints. We've all slipped over the years. Bella recalled, yeah, Rose mentioned it's been like 300 years since she killed a human, right after she met Carlisle. Ah, right. Bella noticed a strange reaction from Tanya. Tanya? Well, that might have been the last time she killed someone, but that doesn't necessarily mean it was the last time she drank from a human. Wait, seriously? It's rarely done, but it is possible to feed without turning or killing the human. I've had many human lovers over the centuries, but, well, you know the laws. I guess in some ways, I did live up to the whole succubus legend. How is that even possible? Edward always said it's like a feeding frenzy, like sharks or piranhas. It takes over and controls you. That's a very limited viewpoint, Tanya said after a moment of contemplation. I suppose it's not surprising that he has that outlook on vampirism, considering his self-loathing and general rejection of what we are. It's not entirely inaccurate, given his age and experience. He's still relatively young and hasn't yet unlocked the nuanced aspects of being a vampire. We are not soulless monsters as he claims. For more mature vampires, it's possible to lose oneself to bloodlust, but we're less likely to do so. Didn't you wonder why my sisters and Carlisle were able to handle the blood bags we used to lure the newborns? I guess I just assumed you all held your breath, Bella admitted quietly. Tanya shook her head softly before continuing, as we age, we become less instinct-driven. Feeding can be quite an enjoyable experience. Intimate, even, when the prey is willing. Bella blinked in surprise. What do you mean? Well, we are predators. Our bodies are designed to kill, and we naturally relish the thrill of the hunt, to chase, conquer, and devour. But when the blood is given willingly, it brings us even greater pleasure. It's never been proven, but I theorize that's why our voices, scents, and bodies are meant to draw in our prey, luring them into a false sense of calm. Bella's mind raced as she recalled the euphoria she felt when Laurent had her in his grasp. As terrifying as it had been, she had almost wanted him to feed from her. Adrenaline, fear, lust, whatever the human is feeling, we can taste it in their blood. Most vampires don't develop a level of trust with a human that would allow the human to willingly let them feed, so we often resort to more dubious means. Bella sat for a moment, mulling over Tanya's words. Her thoughts swirled, but she couldn't help but focus on the comment about intimacy. So, what you're saying is that if Rose were to feed on me when I was aroused, she would taste it in your blood, and it would heighten her own experience, Tanya finished with a knowing grin. Oh. Well, that's not at all what I was expecting. Do you think Rose would want to drink from me? And here I thought you said it wasn't always about the sex, Tanya teased, her golden eyes sparkling with mischief. But that's a conversation you'll have to have with your mate. I can't speak for her on the matter. Yeah, well. Bella felt the heat rise to her cheeks again. Rather than make a bigger fool of herself trying to defend her feelings, she embraced the moment. Whatever. Can you blame me? Not one bit. But enough of this talk. Tell me about this date idea you have. Tanya mercifully changed the subject. Bella was excited to dive into the topic and quickly started sharing her ideas. By the end of the night, she and Tanya had crafted a complete game plan to surprise Rosalie, along with a few special surprises that Bella intended to keep in reserve, just in case. Chapter 34. Hey, Kate, can you? A streak of platinum hair and a burst of wind signaled the vampire's arrival. Help me? To her credit, Bella didn't flinch. After living with the three sisters for over a month, she had grown accustomed to their antics. A month. Where had the time gone? Living in Denali felt like existing in a bubble. Time moved slowly yet seemed to pass in the blink of an eye. Days drifted by, often without her even realizing it. With no one to answer to and nowhere to be, Bella enjoyed the freedom to do what she wanted, when she wanted. It was liberating, though she still established her own daily routine to maintain a sense of normalcy and to avoid becoming a total couch potato. She had tasks to complete as she prepared for her transformation. After getting her tattoo, which was healing nicely, there wasn't much left to do except mentally prepare herself while she waited for her mate to return. Most of her days were spent reading or training with Kate. Nights were reserved for watching movies with Tanya. Tanya had subscribed to a Netflix delivery service when Bella moved in, although they had to travel to Anchorage to pick up the DVDs from their P.O. box. Bella also enjoyed long conversations with Irina, the younger middle sister, who was a treasure trove of information. They discussed everything from politics to religion to science. Bella had even attempted to pry a bit about the Vulturi, but Irina quickly shut that conversation down. It was hard to tell if Irina suspected her motives or if it was simply the blonde's hurt speaking, but Bella knew better than to push the topic. She would just have to wait to talk with Rosalie. You know, one of these days your assumptions about me are going to bite you in the ass, Bella grumbled, feigning annoyance. Oh, is that a promise? Kate waggled her eyebrows suggestively. Her smile widened as she heard Tanya chiding her from the living room below. Rolling her eyes playfully, she casually leaned against the wall. Bella leaned against the doorframe, her attention focused back on the brunette. So, what can I help you with, Jelly Belly? Can you take me out to the cabin? Bella chose to ignore the new nickname, knowing that any negative reaction would only encourage its use. At least it was better than belly button. I've got most of my stuff moved over there, and this is the last load. Rose said Charlie's on the path to healing and is confident he'll be okay now, so she's heading up here in a few days. I just want to get everything ready before she arrives. I don't get why you want to live way out there. Kate pouted but grabbed the duffel bag off the bed and slung it over her shoulder. It's so far away. It's literally just a minute's run away, Bella quipped. Besides, it's not forever. After talking with Tanya, I know that once I'm a newborn, my hormones and instincts are going to be all over the place, and some privacy might be nice. Yeah, I get it. Newborn you is going to want to have a wild time with Rosie Posey, Kate waved her hand dismissively. But I still don't understand why you're moving out. Our walls are soundproof. Well, soundproofing won't do much if the wall is broken. Kate gawked at the implication, and Bella stifled a giggle at the comical expression on her face. I'm not planning to break any walls, but I'm not leaving anything to chance in case I get carried away. A small cabin will be easier to fix than the lodge. Once we get my strength under control, we'll move back. Damn, Tiger. I'm not sure if I should be concerned, jealous, or impressed. It's going to be so much fun having a newborn around again. We could use a little excitement around here. Kate grinned and bent down, allowing Bella to crawl onto her back. At least one of us is looking forward to it, Bella grumbled as she clambered on. After extensive discussions with Tanya and Irina, Bella knew it was going to be an uphill struggle to learn control. She fully expected to mess up a lot, but she trusted her mate and sisters to help guide her through the worst of it. It won't last forever. And just think. Once you're changed, you and I will be able to do all sorts of things together, and I won't have to worry about accidentally breaking you. I've been making a list of things I want to try with you. Emmett's totally on board, by the way. Half the ideas were his, to be honest. It's just a list of embarrassing dares, isn't it? I will neither confirm nor deny that. You'll just have to wait and find out. Kate walked at human speed through the house. But I will say it's going to be a lot of fun. Bella's snarky retort was swallowed up by the wind as Kate took off running into the wilderness. After Kate left, Bella spent the afternoon tidying up the cabin she had unofficially claimed for Rose and herself. She doubted she would face any pushback from Tanya. In fact, it was the coven leader's suggestion that Bella have a place to go, a safe haven of sorts for when she felt overwhelmed and needed some alone time. The remote cabin fit the bill perfectly, and she was already comfortable in the space. It certainly didn't hurt that she had plenty of pleasant memories from her and Rose's first time together, along with the promise of many more nights of passion to come. She was putting a frozen pizza in the oven when she felt it, a niggling sensation in the back of her mind. There was no logical explanation, but she knew what it meant and followed her instincts without hesitation. Slamming the oven door shut, she ran through the house, her heart hammering against her ribs as she slid across the polished hardwood floor. She burst through the front door like a whirlwind, nearly knocking the outer screen door off its hinges. "Rose!" she exclaimed, leaping off the porch and into the outstretched arms of her waiting partner. Bella felt as if she had slammed into a brick wall, the impact enough to leave a bruise the next day. But she didn't care, she was too caught up in the moment to register any pain. She kissed Rosalie deeply, then buried her face in the crook of her mate's neck, greedily inhaling the scent of apple, cinnamon, and fresh rain. "Miss me much?" Rosalie teased, wrapping her arms around Bella. Bella's body practically vibrated from the intensity of Rosalie's purr, but neither woman pulled away, sinking deeper into their long-overdue embrace. "Hush, you missed me too," Bella muttered against Rosalie's marble skin. "More than you know. I'm never letting you go again." Rosalie hummed, stroking Bella's back. "In all my years, that was one of the hardest things I've ever done, and it's not something I care to repeat anytime soon." She shifted her face to mirror Bella's position, nuzzling her mate's pulse point. "Bella, what is that smell? Did you get a new perfume? It smells like..." She took another exaggerated sniff. "Lemons." "Oh." Bella jerked away for a moment. "It's citronella. Mosquito repellent. Those little pests are everywhere." I thought they were joking when they said mosquitoes were Alaska's unofficial state bird, but seriously, they're horrible. Rosalie couldn't contain her laughter, her joy spilling over. Despite being the butt of the joke, Bella couldn't help but chuckle at her mate's unbridled mirth. It took Rosalie a few moments to compose herself before she straightened up and pulled Bella back into her embrace. "I'm sorry for laughing, but the thought of a mosquito bite to me is utterly ridiculous. I haven't had a bug bite in nearly 1,000 years, and I honestly forgot they were even an issue." "Yeah, that must be nice. I have to practically bathe in bug spray here, otherwise, I'd be covered in welts." "I'm like an all-you-can-eat bug buffet," Bella grumbled. She closed her eyes and leaned her cheek against Rosalie's shoulder, savoring the moment of their reunion. "I'm glad you're back." "Me too," Rosalie agreed, gently swaying them in a stationary waltz. It wasn't until the kitchen timer beeped that Bella pulled away, surprised by how much time had slipped by. "Oh. My pizza." She reluctantly extracted herself from Rosalie's embrace, holding onto her pinky as she climbed the porch steps. "By the way, how did you get here so quickly? I wasn't expecting you for a few more days." "I ran," Rosalie shrugged, intertwining her fingers with Bella's as she led the way into the cabin. "Seeing you again was good motivation." I ran into Irina on the way, and she told me where you were, so I came straight here." She paused, taking in the open living space and nodding appreciatively. "You've rearranged." "Yeah, well, Tanya said I could. She thought it would be good for me to have a space to retreat to if things get overwhelming when I'm a newborn. I kind of claimed this space for us. I figured you wouldn't mind." "I don't mind in the slightest. I have no interest in sharing you with my nosy sisters at the moment." Rosalie grinned, absent-mindedly adjusting one of the candles on the end table. "What Tanya said is true. When you're new, everything will be heightened. The sensory overload alone will be a big hurdle to get used to. Not to mention your emotions and instincts will be running wild. You'll likely be impulsive and reactionary, and the smallest, seemingly insignificant things will set you off. I remember throwing a boulder at a squirrel because it wouldn't stop chattering at me. I can't imagine a squirrel could annoy you that much. Like I said, impulsive and reactionary. Logic and reason are virtually non-existent in those moments." "Newborns," Rosalie said with a shrug as she settled at the dining table while Bella pulled her dinner from the oven. Bella wrinkled her nose. "I'm not going to lie, I'm really looking forward to not having human food in the house again." "Oh, come on. It's not that bad." Bella defended herself, slicing the pizza into eighths and grabbing a slice. As she took a bite, she breathed out through her mouth to avoid burning herself on the hot cheese. "Besides, it's my last few days as a human. I should get to eat whatever I want." "Fair enough, else can mean. Is there anything else you want to do while you're still human?" Bella hesitated. Not really. I've already taken care of most of the big stuff." She winced when she noticed Rosalie's eyebrows raise, immediately recognizing the hurt in her mate's eyes, as if she feared Bella had missed out on something important. "I mean, there are still a few things I want to do with you, but I also wanted to surprise you with something. Aside from Irina, no one else has seen it." "I'm not sure if I should be comforted by that," Rosalie replied. "Oh hush, you big baby. It's nothing bad. Irina helped me, which is why she got to see it first." "Fine." Rosalie pouted slightly, watching as Bella devoured a few more slices. "Will you give me a hint?" Bella shook her head, enjoying the playful tension. "Nope. But if you're good later, I'll let you see it." She got up from the table to clear her dishes and put away the leftovers, flitting playfully around the kitchen. She could feel Rosalie's gaze following her every move, so she added a little sway to her hips as she walked. "Teasing me, hmm? I think you've spent too much time with my bratty sister." "Which one?" Bella quipped. "All of them," Rosalie growled. In an instant, she was standing behind Bella, holding her tightly to her chest, a rumbling purr building by the second. "I missed this. Your warmth, your softness," she cooed, her eyes slipping closed. Bella shivered. From the cool breath tickling her ear, Bella leaned back into the embrace. "I missed it, too. You feel like home. I know I'm safe with you. It was nice hanging out with the others, but I really missed it being just us." "Good, because I'm not planning on going anywhere." Rose nibbled on the shell of Bella's ear, drawing a quiet gasp from her mate. Her voice dropped to a sultry timbre, trying a new tactic. "So, you really won't tell me about my surprise?" Bella shivered at the seductive tone. After a month without her mate, she was more than ready to be reunited in every way, and she felt her control begin to waver. Still, she managed to hold on to just enough restraint to tease Rose a little longer. Bella hummed dramatically, stalling as she hastily tried to come up with a new plan. She had originally intended to prepare a special date night for Rose's arrival to reveal her tattoo, but that idea had gone out the window with Rose's unexpected return. Not that she was complaining, she was ecstatic to have her mate back early. She just needed to think quickly. Then, a light bulb flickered to life in her mind, and a sly grin spread across her lips. "I suppose so. But first, what do you say to a bath? You could probably use a little soak after your run." "You're just trying to get me out of my clothes." Perhaps. Bella laughed and pulled away. Is it working? Regrettably. Good. I just have a few things to finish here. Why don't you get the water started, and I'll join you when I'm done. Fine, but only because I love you. You can't stall forever. Rosalie huffed before disappearing down the hall in a blur. Bella waited until she heard the water start to run before she moved from her spot. She rushed around the kitchen, grabbing a thermos from the fridge, along with her iHome speaker and iPod. It wasn't the perfect setup, but it would have to do. Bella had envisioned a perfect date, and she hoped Rose would appreciate it. As she made her way to the bathroom, her knees nearly buckled at the sight of Rosalie leaning against the doorframe, confidently displaying her naked form. It seemed Rose was tired of being teased and decided to turn the tables. Bella's mouth went dry as she shamelessly admired her mate, her chocolate brown eyes tracing every curve and dip of Rose's flawless body. After a month apart, it felt like she was seeing Rose for the first time, and she was eager to reacquaint herself. Her mouth opened and closed uselessly as her brain struggled to catch up. I was wondering what all the banging was about, so I came to investigate, Bella finally managed to say. Rosalie's ruby-painted lips curled into a playful smirk as she watched Bella's flustered expression. See something you like, Miss Swan? Bella stammered, yeah, just as cool fingers slid beneath her chin, gently closing her mouth. Firm lips pressed against hers, snapping her out of her stupor and bringing her brain back into gear. With a satisfied hum, she melted into the kiss, or tried to. Rose pulled away before it could deepen, leaving Bella momentarily disheartened. What's all this? Rose asked, gesturing to the various items in Bella's arms. It's part of your surprise, Bella replied, hurrying to plug in the speakers and cue up the playlist she'd been crafting with Tanya over the past few weeks. The first song started, Frank Sinatra's Love. I like this song. I remember when it first came out. Everyone was singing along to Frank Sinatra and Dinah Shore, Rosalie remarked, slipping into the steaming water. Her eyes widened as she watched Bella fiddle with the hem of her shirt for a moment before pulling it off. Oh, I think I really like this surprise, she said, leaning back in the tub to watch her mate strip and join her. Bella sat nervously by the jacuzzi-sized tub. I'm glad, but that's not quite the surprise, she said, swallowing thickly. Her heart raced as doubt crept in, and she stared down at her lap. She had been so excited about the tattoo that she hadn't fully considered how Rosalie might react. What if Rose didn't like it? What if she thought it was a silly idea? Bella felt a wave of panic wash over her. She would be stuck with something her mate hated forever. Why hadn't she talked to Rose first? She should have at least hinted at it. Sure, it was her body and her choice, but she should have shown some consideration for the woman who would have to look at it for eternity. Love? What's wrong? A cool hand stroked her arm, pulling her from her spiral. There was only one way to find out how Rose would react. Bella slowly lifted her head to meet her girlfriend's concerned gaze. She turned around, pushing her hair aside. Surprise? She squeaked out, more like a question than a statement. Bella. Rosalie's voice was barely audible. I wanted something that represented everyone. The family. That way, even if you and I go traveling or something, I still have a little piece of them with me wherever we go. A reminder, Bella hastily explained. Do you like it? She added, dipping her head nervously. It's beautiful. You said Arena designed it? Rosalie replied. Yeah, Bella breathed a little easier, feeling tension seep from her shoulders. She turned her head to catch a glimpse of Rose in her periphery. A thin smile spread across her face as she saw her mate gazing at the large design, her golden eyes wide and reverent. She and I went back and forth for a week, throwing ideas and designs around. Kate and Tanya weighed in a little on their elements, but they haven't seen it all together. The sword is a likeness to the one Kate had when she was human, and the shield is based on the design Tanya's tribe used. The symbol on the shield is for Yarilo is one of the gods I worship, Bella began. Eleazar represents the ground because he keeps everyone calm, and Carmen is the sky, watching over us all. And, of course, your axe. She shivered slightly as Rosalie's fingertips delicately traced the outline of the sword and axe crossed behind the large shield, captured in grayscale. I think it's amazing and incredibly thoughtful, Rosalie said, her voice warm. Definitely something you can be proud of. I know the others will be touched by it. Rosalie continued, I'm surprised that Tanya let you go into town to get this. Bella scoffed at the memory. It was a whole big ordeal, including wigs, colored contacts, fake IDs, and a lot of makeup. I understood the need for the over-the-top disguise. After all, I was a dead woman walking, but it was quite the test of patience. That makes more sense. Tanya has always been cautious when it comes to dealing with humans. It's one of the main reasons they choose to exist in isolation rather than try to blend in like the Cullens. Yeah, you don't live to be 1,000 by being careless, Bella replied. It must be hard with all the new tech coming out. What will we do if we go full Minority Report with eyeball scans and thumbprint identification? We'll adapt. There are ways to stay off the grid. Rosalie traced Bella's tattoo one more time before pulling her closer, wrapping her arms loosely around Bella's waist. They sat together, content in one another's presence, enjoying the timeless love songs that serenaded them. Thank you for the evening, Rosalie remarked after a while. That was a marvelous surprise and the perfect way to relax. Bella smiled, feeling the warmth of the moment. Truthfully, I had a whole night planned for when you got back. She felt Rosalie stiffen behind her. Don't feel bad. I think this was perfect the way it turned out and much less stressful, to be honest. I did get you a little something, though. She reached for her bag. Bella reached over and picked up the thermos from the side table. She turned to face the vampire, settling onto her knees. I'm a little bummed I didn't get to use the curly straw I got for this. I forgot it at the main lodge, she remarked, opening the container. To her credit, she didn't wrinkle her nose at the sight of blood. Is that? Rosalie inhaled deeply. Moose? Yeah, I think so. Tanya helped me get this for you, so it's pretty fresh. I know it's not the same as the hunt, but I thought you might be thirsty after your run. Thank you, else can mean. This will save me from having to go out later. You're sure you don't mind if I have this now? I don't want to make you uncomfortable, and I can wait. I appreciate it, Rose, but it's something I'll have to get used to. Besides, how many times have you sat and watched me eat? Fair enough. Rosalie nodded in agreement, then tilted her head and took a large gulp. Bella watched curiously, her eyes following the muscles in Rosalie's throat as she swallowed. Seeing Rose drink for the first time confirmed what Tanya had said about older vampires exhibiting better control over their instincts. There was no sign of bloodlust or anything that suggested Rose was losing herself to feeding. It looked surprisingly ordinary, and Bella felt a bit disappointed by the anticlimactic nature of it all. I also have a proposition for you. It's the last thing I want to try as a human. She paused, worrying at her lower lip for a moment as she averted her gaze. Rosalie watched her with curious golden eyes, casually sipping on her moose slurpee. Oh. And what might this proposition entail? Rose prompted when Bella offered no further explanation. Bella jerked abruptly, her eyes coming back into focus as she was pulled out of her thoughts. Well, I wanted you to try drinking from me. Only if you're comfortable with it, of course. Hastily, not wanting to pressure the vampire. It's something that's been on my mind for a while now, and I've already discussed it at length with Tanya to ensure it's safe, but I need to know how you feel about it. Rosalie's eyes flicked between the bottle of blood and her mate. Are you sure? I just want to know if you're actually asking me what I think you're asking. Bella nodded and swallowed her nerves. Yes. I want you to drink from me. Take some from me instead of drinking that. Just once. While I'm still human. Tanya mentioned that you've all learned how to feed without killing people, and while you mostly stick to the animal diet, you sometimes indulge in human blood. At least she does. Kate and Irina, too. And when you said it had been 300 years since you'd killed someone, I wondered if it was the same for you." The words rushed out at the end, barely pausing for breath. For her part, Rosalie was completely still, her expression unreadable. This only fueled Bella's anxiety. Had she gone too far? Trying to salvage the situation, Bella pressed on. "I totally want to respect your choice, and I don't want you to feel pressured at all. I was just curious. It's dumb. It was a dumb idea. I'm sorry if I made you mad or, offended you. Just forget I said anything." Bella looked away, her cheeks burning. "Please, love, don't hide. I'm not mad, I promise. Just startled, is all." Rosalie set the nearly empty thermos on the side table and took Bella's hands in her own. "I didn't mean to make this awkward. It's fine, love. Being mates means we sometimes have to have difficult conversations, and I'm glad you feel comfortable voicing your wants. I never want you to feel like you can't talk to me, even if it's hard." Rosalie smiled softly, her thumbs rubbing soothing patterns against Bella's hands. "You're right to pick up on my choice of wording. Emmett was the last human I tasted him," Rosalie said, her voice steady. "But I didn't feed on him. There was so much blood that it was impossible to bite him without tasting a little. I didn't mention it at the council meeting because things were already tense, and I didn't want to escalate the situation. Even though I'm not a threat to humans, I'm sure they wouldn't have understood my reasoning." "Yeah, that makes sense," Bella replied with a light chuckle, rubbing the back of her neck. "So, if you're curious about what it's like, then yes, I'll drink from you. I'd rather it be me, in a safe, controlled environment anyway. I'm honestly a little surprised it hasn't come up already." Bella's breath hitched with excitement and anticipation. She hadn't expected Rosalie to be so open to the idea and had mentally prepared for her request to be shot down or, at the very least, met with some resistance. At the same time, she felt grateful that her mate was receptive and not offended. "Yeah, I want this." Bella suddenly realized her throat was dry, and her voice came out a little raspy. A dull throb pulsed between her legs at the admission of what she was asking for, excitement for what was to come. "I need to hear it, Bella. Tell me exactly what you want me to do." Rosalie remained perfectly still, but Bella could sense the predator lurking just beneath the surface, waiting for the right moment to be released. It showed a remarkable amount of self-control that Rosalie was seeking verbal confirmation and consent instead of leaping at the opportunity. Bella appreciated her mate even more for that. There was no room for ambiguity, no chance of miscommunication. Straightening her back, she locked her chocolate brown eyes with Rosalie's deep amber ones. "I want you to bite me, Rose. I want you to feed from me." Chapter 35. Bella led the way to the bedroom in silence, her heart pounding like a drum in her chest. If Rosalie could hear it, and Bella knew she could, she didn't comment on her mate's rising nerves as she followed a few paces behind. Anticipation built with each step, and nervous excitement thrummed in Bella's veins, pooling in the pit of her stomach like a cool, twisting knot. She and Rose were actually doing this. It was surprising, considering Bella had never thought of blood play as something she would want to participate in, especially after nearly passing out in biology during the blood typing lab just a year prior. Apparently, being mated to a vampire changed one's perspective. It also helped that she knew Rose would enjoy herself, if Tanya's overly detailed stories were anything to go by. Even after all this time and Rosalie's countless reassurances, Bella still felt self-conscious about her human limitations, painfully aware that she hadn't been able to fully satisfy Rose's needs. Hopefully, this would make up for it. As she crossed the distance between the bathroom and the adjoining bedroom, Bella took the time to think and imagine. Despite their many conversations on the topic, she still wasn't sure what to expect, especially since Tanya had only shared her side of the experience. To her surprise, instead of feeling uncomfortable or put off by the lack of information, Bella felt exhilarated, aroused by the thrill of the unknown. She wondered if Rose felt the same way. The blonde had mentioned having human lovers before, but Bella hadn't asked for details. It hadn't mattered to her then, and it didn't matter now. None of those people had been Rosalie's mate. Bella, Isabella Marie Swan, was. So no matter what Rose had done in the past, this would be a new experience for them both. Meaningful and fleeting. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Something only they could share. Something they would never experience again once Bella became a vampire herself. Once again, Rose would be her first and last. A warmth filled Bella's chest at the thought, easing the nerves that had been twisting into knots inside her. She took a deep, steadying breath. Whatever happened next, she would be okay. She trusted that Rose would never let anything happen to her, never allow harm to befall her. With that reassurance, the last traces of doubt and apprehension vanished, dissipating like a wisp of smoke. She was ready. Bella quickly crossed the room and settled on the bed, crossing her legs to face the blonde, who mirrored her posture, their knees nearly touching. Neither had bothered to dress after their bath, and Bella found herself momentarily distracted by the naked beauty sitting before her. She knew she was staring but couldn't help herself. Rose had that effect on her. A fire ignited in her chest when she noticed that Rose was looking at her the same way, as if she were the center of her world. Bella couldn't be sure if she blushed under Rose's affectionate gaze, but it felt like she might have. After allowing herself a few more moments to admire Rose, Bella shook her head, pulling herself out of her rose-induced haze. A shuddering breath escaped her lips as she regained control. "I love you, Rose. I trust you. I want this." She fought to keep her voice steady as she leaned forward, cupping Rosalie's jaw between her hands before pressing their lips together. The kiss started slow and gentle, meant to soothe their nerves and ease them into what was to come. Despite being the more assertive one in their relationship, Rosalie seemed content to follow Bella's lead for the moment. Several minutes later, the blonde vampire found herself reclining on the bed, half propped against the pillows and headboard, with Bella straddling her hips. Bella watched as a myriad of emotions swirled through Rosalie's eyes. Bella's gaze was half-lidded, utterly mesmerized by the otherworldly beauty of the moment. She leaned forward, pressing their foreheads together, their noses brushing as their breaths mingled in the space between them. "Are you ready?" Bella asked, her voice more a sigh than solid words. "Yes," Rosalie replied, her whisper firm and unwavering. With Rosalie's encouragement, Bella reached into the nightstand and pulled out a small pocket knife she had hidden in the drawer. Though she hadn't intended it for this purpose, she silently congratulated herself for her foresight. Rosalie drew a sharp, unnecessary breath, her golden eyes wide as she watched Bella prick the tip of her finger with the blade. A crimson bead welled up, glistening in the soft light. "Is this okay?" "I thought we could start small and go from there," Bella said, observing Rosalie's reaction while biting her bottom lip to distract herself from the sting. Her heart raced, not from fear, but from the weight of the moment. She recognized its significance, momentarily sobering her. They stood on the edge of a profound change, ready to leap into the unknown. Rosalie nodded slowly, her neck straining as she swallowed, her gaze never leaving Bella, even with the scent of fresh blood lingering in the air. Without breaking eye contact, she leaned closer, taking Bella's finger into her mouth and sucking gently. Her cool tongue swirled around the tip, sharp fangs grazing the tender flesh without piercing further. "Oh my God!" Bella gasped, the sudden rush of sensations overwhelming her. It was inexplicable, defying all logic and reason. All she knew was that she craved more. She felt both weightless and heavy, her skin tingling as warmth radiated from her finger down her arm. Body. Her blood surged, her pulse echoing hollowly in her ears. She shivered as a wildfire ignited across her skin, not the kind of fire caused by venom. It felt as if every nerve ending was alive, a wave of euphoria sweeping through her. Her head tilted back and her eyes fluttered shut, content to simply relish the moment. Rosalie's eyes closed too as her cool hands gripped Bella's arm, holding it steady. Bella was so lost in the sensations that she hadn't realized she was trembling. After a few moments, Rosalie released her hold and pulled away, much too soon for Bella's liking. Blinking rapidly, Bella was startled by the sudden emptiness in her chest as her eyes gradually came back into focus. They exchanged silent glances, each waiting for the other to say or do something to break the quiet that had settled between them. Bella was captivated by the subtle orange tint in Rosalie's usually golden eyes, now transformed into a beautiful burnt ochre. She noticed a sheen of red glistening on Rosalie's lower lip. The blood was tantalizing, even though she knew it was her own. Without thinking, Bella leaned forward and kissed the ancient vampire. Her tongue brushed against Rosalie's plump lower lip, tasting the sharp copper that lingered there. Rosalie let out a soft moan, and Bella seized the moment to deepen the kiss. Her tongue slipped into Rosalie's mouth, curious and exploring. She sensed Rosalie's fangs were still extended, and her curiosity got the better of her. Bella knew she was treading a fine line, but she couldn't stop herself. Tentatively, her tongue moved to the side, brushing against the sharp tip of Rosalie's elongated canine. Rosalie's marble arms tightened around Bella's body, and a deep rumbling growl resonated from her chest. The shift in energy was palpable. Bella could practically feel the spike in Rosalie's. Arousal swirled in her mind like a heavy cloud. Mine. The vampire snarled possessively. In an instant, Bella found herself on her back, pressed against the mattress with Rosalie's body hovering above her. Instinctively, she spread her legs, inviting the blonde to settle between them. It was as if a switch had flipped in Rosalie. The previously soft, languid touches transformed into something heated, needy, frantic, and unhinged. Bella welcomed it eagerly. For the first time, she sensed Rosalie's seemingly infinite control waver, allowing her to glimpse what her mate had been holding back all this time. It only fueled her excitement. The anticipation of what was to come once she became a newborn, and what she would be able to give in return, sent a thrill through her. Bella gasped as Rosalie's hand traveled down her body. The skilled, dexterous fingers played her like a finely tuned instrument, each touch sending waves of need straight to her core. It was almost unbearable, too much yet not enough. She cried out, surrendering to her unrestrained desire. Her fingers clawed at Rosalie's back and sides, desperately searching for something to hold onto along the smooth, marble skin. Finding no purchase, she threaded her fingers into silky blonde locks, clinging to them as if they were her last lifeline. A moan escaped her lips when Rosalie's hand slipped between her legs, fingers gliding through the warm slickness that coated her inner thighs. Despite the urgency and desperation of the moment, Rosalie regained control, slowing her movements and taking her time to explore the warm, wet folds awaiting her. The change of pace was likely meant to ease them into the moment, reminiscent of Bella's initial kiss or the times they'd made love before. Under different circumstances, Bella might have appreciated the blonde's thoughtfulness. But now? The sudden gentleness felt like torture. It was infuriating. The throbbing ache that had been building in her core had long since reached its peak. Bella reached a breaking point. She desperately needed release. Her hips tilted upward in frantic, stilted movements, searching for any friction. However, Rosalie seemed to misinterpret her intentions, continuing her slow, agonizing teasing. With an impatient sob, Bella wrapped her legs around Rosalie's waist. More. Please, Rose. I need you. Now, she panted. With chocolate eyes squeezed shut and her head thrown back against the pillow, Bella welcomed the intensity of her mate's touch. She gasped as a finger entered her, quickly followed by another. Despite her impatience, Bella appreciated that Rosalie allowed her a moment to adjust before beginning to move. Rosalie's slender fingers curled, expertly finding every pressure point within Bella's silken walls. They rocked together, their bodies moving in harmony, creating a symphony of their own, a chorus of airy breaths and shuddering moans, skin sliding against skin. Bella's heart beat out the rhythm for it all. It didn't take long before she was teetering on the edge of her first orgasm of the evening. Judging by the way her toes curled, it promised to be mind-blowing. That's it, love, Rosalie encouraged, her voice deep and raspy. The rugged tone only fueled Bella's desire as she writhed beneath her. Bella felt a rush of warmth at the gentle praise, but all she could do was cling to Rosalie as her mate guided her toward her imminent climax. She had lost the ability to form words long ago, but neither of them seemed to notice. A strangled cry escaped Bella's throat as Rosalie simultaneously licked the column of her neck and pressed the heel of her palm against Bella's clit. Bella's hips instinctively surged forward, grinding in time with Rosalie's thrusts as the vampire licked and sucked a trail from her collarbone to her earlobe. Every fiber of her being was taut, impossibly tense, as she was pushed closer and closer to the edge. She was so close. She just needed a little more. Then, a blinding white light flashed behind her closed eyelids as her orgasm hit. Her body exploded in waves of pleasure. Bella shuddered as waves of pleasure coursed through her, spreading through her veins and radiating to the tips of her fingers and toes. Before she could fully recover, a second orgasm struck her mere seconds later, even more intense than the first. Overwhelmed and overstimulated, Bella screamed, or she would have, if she had any control over her voice in that moment. Unlike the first climax, this one didn't fade. She felt on the verge of passing out from the sheer volume of pleasure enveloping her. She was floating, riding high and drifting into blissful nothingness. Else can mean? A quiet voice coaxed her back to earth, back into her body. Moments later, Bella's chocolate-brown eyes reluctantly fluttered open. They were unfocused, but they were open. She lay there, a breathless, boneless puddle, staring up at the timber ceiling and exposed rafters. It took her an embarrassingly long time to register where she was. Honestly, she could barely remember her own name. Slowly, her senses returned, and her breathing steadied as the out-of-body feeling faded. While she was vaguely aware of the lingering tingling in her extremities, her body felt impossibly heavy, and Bella knew it would be some time before she could move again. "Rose?" She gasped, her throat scratchy and dry. "I'm here," Rosalie reassured her. With monumental effort, Bella managed to turn her head to follow the sound of her mate's voice. Rosalie looked perfect as always, even with her mussed hair, courtesy of Bella's roving hands. She appeared just as content as Bella felt. The warrior was on her back too, staring at the same ceiling Bella had been watching moments before. "Did you do it?" Bella managed to ask. Rosalie slowly turned her head, and Bella was greeted by the sight of vibrant, ruby-red eyes. While she had always admired gold, at that moment, she would swear there was nothing sexier. Unlike the other red-eyed vampires she'd encountered, Rosalie's eyes were beautiful. No darkness, no shadows lingered in those crimson depths, just pure, untainted love. Bella's gaze dropped to her mate's full lips. Though Rose's fangs were clearly retracted, Bella noticed a thin line of blood staining the corner of Rosalie's mouth. Strange. "I didn't feel it at all," Bella murmured, captivated by the sight of her blood on her mate's lips. Without realizing it, she moved her hand to press a clammy palm against her neck, tentatively searching. She winced slightly when she found the spot, her fingers resting directly over her previous mate mark. The surrounding flesh was tender, but it felt no different from the first time she had been marked. A happy shiver ran through Bella as strong arms circled around her, holding her close. She closed her eyes, feeling content and safe. It was better than anything she had imagined. She couldn't wait to experience it again, as many times as they could before she turned. But then an unpleasant thought struck her, and Bella sat bolt upright, or she would have if not for the steel cage holding her in place. Instead, all she could do was stiffen, her heart racing in her chest. "Love? What's wrong? Are you hurt?" Rose's panicked tone drew Bella's attention, giving her something else to focus on. "I'm so sorry, Rose," Bella whimpered, tucking herself deeper against the blonde's chest. You took such good care of me, but you didn't get to. And now I don't have the energy to reciprocate." She hadn't expected Rose's reaction to her apology. A deep, throaty laugh rang out, echoing in their bedroom. Bella twisted in Rose's arms, confused by the response. "My dear," Rose said, her red eyes shining with mirth, "you were too far gone to realize your effect on me. That was, without a doubt, one of the most pleasurable experiences I've had in my existence." "Really?" Bella asked, still feeling sheepish despite the bright smile being directed her way. "Really? Really? Did you seriously just quote Shrek at me?" I mean, I don't think you can really give a movie credit for repeating such a mundane word. Whatever. Bella rolled her eyes and nestled against Rosalie, burying her nose in the crook of her neck. She reveled in the skin-to-skin contact and the comforting scent of apples and rain. Rosalie simply hummed, adjusting her grip around Bella, content in their closeness. We should do that again, if you want. Her words were slightly muffled by the thick blonde hair cascading over her shoulder, but Bella knew she could still hear her. I'm not opposed, but I'd like to run a few tests first, just to make sure I'm not hurting you by taking too much. Don't worry. I went to med school, remember? A blonde brow quirked up in response to Bella's doubtful expression. A wicked smile spread across Rosalie's face, sharp fangs descending for a moment before retracting again. I will say, you're positively delicious, and the femoral artery would make for an exquisite dessert. Bella flushed, unsure how to respond. Instead, she pressed a series of kisses to Rosalie's neck. I wasn't expecting your reaction when I touched your teeth. I'm sorry if I overstepped. There's nothing to apologize for, else can mean. They're very sensitive, and it just caught me off guard. Clearly. Bella quipped weakly. After a short pause, she asked, Does it hurt? You know, when they come out. You get used to it, Rosalie replied quietly. It's difficult to explain. It's not like the shifters whose bodies literally break each time they change. It's more like pressure. Like having an exposed nerve, and only sinking them into something will relieve the discomfort. Huh, that's kinda weird. Bella mused, closing her eyes as the conversation trailed off. Their moment of basking in the afterglow of their intimacy didn't. Moments later, the front door slammed open, or rather, it exploded into a million splinters with a deafening boom. Rosalie was the first to react, her vampiric reflexes giving her an edge over Bella's slower human senses. Before Bella even understood what was happening, she found herself shielded behind Rosalie, who crouched defensively on the bed. Panicked, Bella froze, her breath caught in her throat. Everything was happening too fast for her to process. What's going on here? A familiar voice roared, making Bella flinch, both from recognition and the raw fury behind it. Edward stood in the doorway, not quite crossing the threshold to their bedroom. His body was tense, and his eyes flashed dangerously. Dressed in a linen shirt and cargo shorts, he looked woefully out of place in the Alaskan tundra, but Bella was too shocked by his sudden appearance to notice his attire. Rosalie snarled, her instinct to protect her mate overpowering everything else. Edward spat angrily, his face twisted in disgust at whatever he had seen in Rosalie's thoughts. Rose responded with a challenging hiss, met by an equally fierce growl from Edward. Bella shivered at the escalating tension. This was different from the fights she had witnessed before. Unlike the confrontations with James, Victoria, and Riley, this felt personal. Both vampires sounded feral, teetering on the edge of losing control to their instincts, each challenging the other. Bella knew better than to interfere. No one moved. The trio stood on a knife's edge, where the slightest breeze could send them spiraling into chaos. Without warning, Edward suddenly dropped to his knees, revealing Kate standing behind him, her hand clamped tightly around his neck. Bella barely had time to register the shock before Edward's head was severed from his body in an instant. Time out for the bad vampire, Kate hissed as Edward's headless form collapsed. Crumpled before her, Rosalie's darkened gaze followed the movement. Little help here, tiger? Preferably before she goes completely ape and rips me limb from limb? Bella snapped out of her shock at Kate's playful tone, which felt so out of place given the situation. She lifted a hand, palm hovering just inches above her agitated mate, unsure if physical touch was the right move. Rose? Can you hear me? Bella tried her best to be soothing, speaking as she might to a wounded or cornered animal. Rose, I'm here. After what felt like an eternity, the blonde slowly turned to face her, onyx eyes locking with chocolate brown. You're safe, Rose. We're safe. You protected me. It's okay, baby. Come back to me. Bella tentatively moved her hand to cup Rosalie's jaw, her actions slow enough that Rose had plenty of time to pull away if she wanted to. "Bella," Rose gasped, leaning into the touch. Her eyes flipped shut as she rubbed her face against Bella's warm palm. "That's it. Come back to me," Bella repeated, rubbing her thumb against Rosalie's sharp jawline. It took several minutes for Rose to fully calm down, before her black eyes gave way to crimson once more. Bella released an unconscious sigh of relief when her mate enveloped her in a much-needed hug. The tension from the unexpected fight slowly seeped from her muscles as the seconds ticked by. "Great." Kate's voice broke the moment. "Now, how about you put on some clothes so we can get back to the lodge? The Cullens are on their way. How'd you know to find us?" Bella's cheeks burned as she realized both she and Rose were as naked as the day they were born. To her credit, Kate averted her eyes and looked at the wall over Bella's shoulder. "Alice called. Said she had a vision and to get my ass here as quickly as I could." The warrior shrugged. Bella leaned against the doorframe as Rosalie hurriedly pulled a shirt over her head. Was removing his head really necessary? Rosalie snapped. "If I didn't, he'd still be talking. Honestly, I don't want to listen to him whine any longer than I have to. Besides, I'm just keeping my promise to Bella, to rip his head off and attach it to his ass." "I forgot about that," Bella scoffed, slipping into her thick winter coat. It wasn't particularly cold outside, but the wind chill from traveling at vampire speed could quickly sap body heat. Once the coast was clear, Kate surveyed the room. "You know, I wish Alice had given me more of a heads up. It looks like I missed quite the show." Rosalie immediately hissed at Kate, prompting Bella to roll her eyes at the platinum beauty. "It'll be your funeral if you keep provoking her like that, dumbass. But I'll be sure to write a kick-ass eulogy." "Ah, thanks, Jelly Belly. I always knew I was your favorite," Kate shot back, sarcasm dripping from her words as she effortlessly hoisted Edward's body over her shoulders in a firefighter carry. Bella watched with a surprising sense of curiosity, noting the lack of emotion she felt toward her ex-boyfriend. She climbed onto Rosalie's back, quietly wondering if her apathy would last, though deep down, she knew it wouldn't. Chapter 36. Naturally, Kate wanted to keep Edward headless a little longer. At first, Bella quickly agreed with her, but it soon became clear that Hurricane Kate was back at it with her usual pranks, and she just wanted to stage a scene from Sleepy Hollow. Irina immediately put her foot down when her sister started pulling out the costumes. Once Kate's intentions were known, Bella had to admit that Edward would have made a perfect headless horseman, but she wasn't about to voice that opinion. If she'd learned anything from living with the sisters, it was best to sit back and hold her tongue whenever Kate and Irina went toe-to-toe. Besides, watching Tanya berate them both was far more amusing. Unfortunately, the entertaining argument came to an abrupt halt when Tanya announced that one of the remote sensors had been tripped, a recent security measure they'd installed throughout their lands after the whole Victoria situation. The Cullens arrived a minute later, windswept and runway ready as always. They had been setting up new aliases in Anchorage, so it was just a quick vampiric hop, skip, and jump from the city to the Denali Coven's main residence. "Well, at least we're going to get some answers. I have a feeling this is probably going to get ugly," Bella muttered, squeezing Rosalie's hand for reassurance as Carlyle replaced Edward's head. Her breath caught in her lungs as the doctor rose and stepped away from his firstborn. Nothing happened. Edward just lay there, stiff and unmoving. If she was being honest, Bella found the whole situation rather anticlimactic. She'd half expected him to pull a Pinocchio and miraculously spring to life the moment he was whole again. Then again, she recalled seeing Alice being reassembled and how slowly the marble flesh knitted back together. Part of her wished Edward would never wake up, just so she wouldn't have to deal with him again. Yet her other half looked forward to it. She might finally get the last bit of closure she'd been missing, but Bella knew there would be a price to pay. While she felt confident in herself and was certain she wouldn't fall for his manipulation again, she dreaded hearing what he had to say. He would likely try to spin another web of lies and guilt-trip her. But there was no escaping it. Edward would wake eventually, and all Bella could do was mentally prepare for the inevitable. So there they were, 9 immortals and 1 human, standing in a circle, waiting as Edward's body took its sweet time to reanimate. The silence was deafening. Anticipation hung thick in the air, so dense that it made it hard for her to breathe. Bella's stomach performed a series of flips and somersaults as she watched the crack in Edward's neck begin to fill in, the once numerous hairline fractures fading away. Any minute now. Predictably, Kate and Emmett started humming under their breath. Bella recognized the tune as "The Final Countdown," and she bit her tongue to stifle a giggle. Tasteless as it was given the situation, it provided a much-needed break in the tension. After what felt like an eternity, Edward's fingers began to twitch, and in a flash of panic, Bella fought the urge to tell Kate to rip his head off again. Then, the cool fingers interlaced with her own tightened subtly. Bella took a deep breath, drawing comfort from her mate's silent reassurance. She could do this. Before her borrowed confidence had a chance to waver, Edward's eyes shot open, immediately locking onto hers. "Bella?" Edward questioned, his gaze landing on her like a ton of bricks. His eyes flicked to where she was holding Rose's hand and then back up. Instead of going on the offensive, his expression shifted to a familiar one. His brows softened, and he adopted a sympathetic yet condescending look, as if he were about to scold a toddler for spilling milk or coloring on the walls. It was his standard prelude to whatever belittling and patronizing speech she had planned. Bella bristled, immediately recognizing his game. She refused to give him an inch, knowing he would take a mile. "Your smooth talking and fake concern aren't going to help you, Edward," she cut him off before he could respond. "Stop before you make an ass of yourself. We all know what he did. I told them how you ended things with me." She spat the words out like poison. "What are you talking about?" Edward's expression softened further, his eyes wide and pleading as he angled for sympathy. That strategy might have worked on her when she first met him, but that Bella Swan was long gone. She wasn't going to fall for his manipulative tactics. Still, she wanted to hear him out, just enough to give him enough rope to hang himself. And hang himself he did. Seemingly unaware of the trap being laid, Edward continued, "I left to protect you, don't you see?" "To protect me?" Bella bit out, fighting to stay calm. "Yes. Exactly." Edward nodded sagely, clearly pleased that she wasn't arguing. He thought he had her right where he wanted her, and the corner of his mouth twitched into a smirk. Unbeknownst to him, she wasn't about to let herself get yanked around, and the look meant to be charming only fueled her anger. "So breaking my heart, making me feel worthless without any real explanation, and leaving me lost in the woods to find my way home in the dark was all for my protection? Why can't you see that everything I did was for you?" he exclaimed, exasperation bleeding into his tone as she stood her ground and called him out on his nonsense instead of rolling over like he had expected. "Leaving you was the hardest thing I've ever done, and I struggled with myself for months to stay away, but I'd do it again to keep you safe." He shifted to his knees, staring up at her as if they were the only 2 people in the room. "You are so selfish, Edward. Can't you hear yourself? It was the hardest thing for you. Are you serious right now?" Edward winced at her harsh tone, his earlier smirk fading into a frown, clearly displeased by her choice of words. "Yes. I knew it would hurt you, but I had to do it. You were supposed to forget me and move on. You were meant to live a life without vampires, to grow old, and to fulfill your hopes and dreams." "Yeah, sure," Bella replied, her voice dripping with sarcasm. "And those hopes and dreams, were they yours or mine? Because I don't recall you ever asking what I wanted. In fact, the few times we discussed the future, I distinctly remember asking, no, begging, for you to change me. It didn't matter what you wanted because you would be safe. It didn't matter what I wanted. Really? Don't you see how messed up that is? I loved you, Edward. I wanted forever, just like you promised. And we both know you took the coward's way out. Instead of owning up to that, you're trying to make me feel guilty, so I'll just roll over and accept it. That's not going to work now. What happened to you, Bella? You're not the girl I remember. Oh, the one who was a doormat for you? The one who practically worshipped your every move? Bella clenched her teeth, taking a quick breath to steady herself. After everything we've just talked about, that's what you're worried about? Well, I hate to break it to you, but that girl is long gone. Rosalie helped me find my strength again, the fire you fought so hard to suppress, and I'm better than ever. Instead of trying to control me like you did, she believes in me and builds me up. Please, Bella. You have to understand. I know this might be confusing for you, especially since I didn't get to fully explain soulmates before I left, but I left because I loved you. I still love you. You're my mate, and I'd do anything for you, anything to keep you safe. Safe, even if it hurts us both. He flashed what he thought was a charming smile. Whatever lies Rosalie has told you, it's all to steal you away from me. She's just jealous that I found my mate. She doesn't care about you, you're just a plaything for her to pass the time. Don't you see? We're meant to be. I waited so long, and then there you were. It was destiny for us to find one another. His sickly sweet tone made her skin crawl and left her feeling dirty. Bella narrowed her eyes as she listened to his speech, her anger rising with each lie. The more she heard, the more she forgave her past self for falling for his gaslighting. He was good, a silver-tongued devil in the flesh, and it was easy to see how her younger, naive self could have fallen for the act. But that was then, and this was now. And now, she had a lot to say. Okay, first off, stand up and have some dignity. Second, I don't have to understand anything. I'm not confused, so stop talking to me like I'm 5. Even if you had my best intentions in mind, you crushed me, Edward. You were my world, and you threw me away like I was trash. Can you imagine what that would do to someone? She raised her hand as he opened his mouth to speak. Don't talk. I'm not finished. Third, I was never safe. Victoria was hunting me. Did it not cross your mind that killing her mate would have made her just a little bit angry and vengeful? She sent Laurent after me, then a whole damn army. If you don't believe me, just look around. She gestured to the 9 marble statues standing around them. Every other vampire was rigid, their expressions ranging from unmasked contempt to unfathomable disappointment. They all looked as taken aback by Edward's statements as she was, struggling to maintain their composure with varying degrees of success. Kate looked ready to tear Edward's head off again, and Rose's expression was equally fierce. Bella's jaw was so tight that she would have likely broken her teeth if she were still human. As she confronted Edward, it dawned on her that throughout their conversation, no one had interrupted them, despite their apparent desire to speak up. Not even Rosalie, when Edward hurled unfounded accusations at her character. It seemed they had been shielding their thoughts from the mind reader until now. Edward's pale brow furrowed as the others lowered their walls, allowing him a glimpse into their minds. His mouth opened and closed several times, his expression shifting between horror and shock. Seizing the moment of his silence, Bella pressed on. On top of that, you broke the law. You left a human behind, one who knew about your world and its secrets. What if the Vulturi came for me? They'd kill me and your family because of what he did. Are you that selfish or just that short-sighted? I had no idea. He muttered weakly. I'd never have left you if I knew Victoria was out there. But I'm back now, we can start over. You're still my world. No, Edward. Whatever messed up relationship we had in the past is gone. Get it through your thick skull, you and I will never be. Not now, not ever. I chose Rosalie, and she chose me. Unlike you, she's going to change me so we can be together. Always. Bella puffed out her chest proudly, letting her gaze drift to her mate. Rosalie smiled back at her, her expression warm and full of love. That further bolstered Bella's confidence as she turned back to her ex-boyfriend, ready to deliver the final blow. Unfortunately, she never got the chance. In that moment of eye contact, Rosalie's mental block slipped. Edward's brow furrowed and twisted as he probed through her briefly unguarded thoughts. His expression shifted to one of pure disgust and horror. You mated with her? I saw you two together, but I thought. He shook his head angrily, as if trying to reset whatever mental image she was seeing. Two females can't mate. It isn't natural. A sharp hiss made him flinch back, but it didn't deter him. And don't think I didn't notice the color of your eyes. You are poison. I won't let you hurt her again. He snarled, crouching into an offensive posture, ready to attack at any moment. You took her innocence, and now you plan to steal her soul. Based on the sounds coming from their room, I don't think there was anything innocent about it. Kate taunted, unable to hold back any longer. Despite her teasing words and light tone, Bella could see she was preparing for a fight, her body tense with sparks flickering between her fingertips. Not that it's any of your business what I do with my mate behind closed doors, and you owe us a new front door, by the way, but everything we've done has been consensual and offered willingly, Rose sneered, her patience wearing thin after listening to his feeble attempts to slander Bella's intentions. But you drank from her. Don't you know what you could have done? He shrieked indignantly, reminding Bella of a child who had his toy taken away. Just because you lack control doesn't mean I do, boy, Rose emphasized. I'm nearly 1,000 years old, and you're a little more than a newborn in comparison. Do not forget yourself. Unlike you, Bella is in no danger from me, and I will kill you if you ever imply otherwise again. Except that you plan to damn her soul. Edward screamed. I won't let you do it. I won't let you hurt her. Seriously? It's my soul, Edward. I get to choose. And even if you had any say in the matter, I don't share your views. I never have, Bella interjected. You'd have known that if you ever bothered to ask me instead of shoving your beliefs down my throat. If I may, Tanya spoke up, sensing the conversation escalating again. I'm curious how you even knew where to find Bella. Last week. I heard you were in Brazil, and Alice didn't have a vision of you until you'd already arrived. Edward turned to the strawberry blonde. Bella could see the conflict playing out in his mind. Ultimately, he chose to cooperate and respond. She suspected he had ulterior motives, perhaps hoping to win over Tanya. As if she would ever betray her sister and side with him. What an idiot. I was. He admitted, kicking at an invisible rock like a scolded child. I couldn't help myself. Despite my promise, I wanted to check on Bella. I had to know if she was okay. I decided to travel to Forks on a whim. I saw some interesting things in Charlie's head, snippets of him talking with Rosalie. I followed her scent here. So, even telling me that you were leaving forever and that I'd never see you again was a lie? What if I was still there? Bella practically growled. I would have hidden. You wouldn't have even known I was there. I just wanted to check and then I'd leave again, just like I said I would. Is it wrong for me to care? Bella scoffed in disbelief. Look me in the eye and tell me you would have stayed away. We both know how that went the first time. You fled when we first met but came back after just a week. She didn't hold back. You told me time and time again that you and I shouldn't be friends, that it would be best if I stayed away from you. When I tried to respect your request and make friends, you always came back. Despite your insistence and promises to stay away, you never did. I don't see how now would be any different. Once again, all you tell me are lies. Carlyle, please. Do something. Edward turned to his maker, desperation flooding his voice, thick and cloying, like oil, suffocating. Bella resolved to take a scalding hot shower to wash away the metaphorical grime once this was settled. The young doctor stepped forward. Carlyle stepped forward, his expression unreadable and devoid of its usual warmth. He paused for a moment, gathering his thoughts, and for an instant, Bella wondered if he would change his mind and defend his beloved golden boy. It seemed she wasn't the only one with this concern. Every set of eyes was fixed on Carlyle, waiting to see how he would handle the situation. The weight of the moment was palpable, as it would determine the future of their covens and likely the dynamics within the Cullen family itself. Edward, you know I've loved you and cared for you as if you were my own flesh and blood. But what you've done. I can't ignore that. I'll admit that in the past, I was blind. I relied too heavily on your gift and let it influence my decisions. I overlooked transgressions that shouldn't have been overlooked. I did you a disservice. I did all of you a disservice." He took a step closer, placing his hand gently on Edward's shoulder, even as the young man flinched away. "Carlyle." Edward's face paled even further as he sensed Carlyle's thoughts. "Your actions have reflected poorly on this coven. I suggest you take some time. Travel the world. Become the man I raised you to be, the one I know you can be. When you're ready to come home, we'll be waiting for you." Edward jerked away from the older vampire, indignation etched across his face, as if he couldn't believe what he was hearing. He turned slowly, taking in the expressions of those around him, searching, though it was impossible to tell what he was looking for. Mercy? Forgiveness? Empathy? Whatever it was clear he didn't find it. His gaze settled on Bella, intense and penetrating, practically boring into her. To her credit, she held her ground, meeting his stare with one of her own. He only looked away when a threatening growl filled the room, emanating from deep within Rosalie's throat. "If that's what you wish," the copper-haired vampire spoke. The words barely reached above a whisper on the wind. "I don't want this, but it must be this way. I truly wish there was an alternative, but you have pushed my hand, son. Now you must reap the harvest you've sown," Carlyle said diplomatically. Bella felt a swell of pride as she watched him step into the role of the coven leader he needed to be. Clearly, Tanya was having a positive influence on him, or perhaps it was the absence of Edward's toxic presence clouding his judgment. Maybe it was a bit of both. "Fine," Edward hissed, squaring his shoulders and proudly tilting his chin. He barely glanced around the room. It might have been a trick of the light, but Bella could have sworn she saw something dark and sinister flash across his face when he looked at the Norse woman. A second later, he was gone. Bella sagged against Rosalie, the weight of the evening crashing down on her all at once. Not to mention, she'd had a busy day, and it was well past midnight. She glanced around the main room. Everyone was reeling from the interaction, each reacting in their own way. Esme looked heartbroken as she hugged Alice tightly. Jasper appeared relieved, finally free from the burden of everyone else's emotions. Emmett and Kate stood guard by the door, ready in case Edward foolishly decided to return for round 2. Carlyle had moved away, his head bowed, lost in thought. Irina wore a stony, impassive expression. And then there was Tanya. "Tanya?" Bella inquired, puzzled by the vacant look on her face. The eldest Denali relaxed at the sound of her name, though her expression remained pensive, distant as she stared at the spot where the bronze-haired man had stood only moments before. "What is it?" Bella coaxed gently, resting her hand on Tanya's cool forearm. "Just a feeling," the strawberry blonde replied, shaking her head softly. Her gentle waves bounced effortlessly with the motion. "I hope I'm wrong, but I don't think this is the last time we'll be seeing him. I just hope, for his sake, that Edward doesn't do anything reckless." "Rash," Bella muttered. "I'll keep an eye on him," Alice promised, puffing out her chest with determination. Bella appreciated the offer and the unwavering conviction behind it, but she knew it would be inappropriate to mention that Edward was skilled at exploiting the blind spots in Alice's visions. Her gift wasn't infallible, and he had already caught them off guard once. Still, she recognized that Alice's offer came from a place of love and genuine concern. "Can we go?" Bella turned to her mate. "I need a hot shower after all that." "Certainly, love." "Before you go," Esme interjected, stepping closer to Bella before remembering to hold back. "We know your transformation is just a few days away. Can we be there for you? We'd like to support you. And Rose, of course." Bella smiled tightly. "You'll be the first to know how it goes." Esme nodded, understanding the unspoken words between them. "Well, then, we'll see you on the other side." "Wait, Esme." Bella rushed forward and enveloped the vampire in a warm hug. She wanted her transformation to be a private moment, something just between her and her mate, but she didn't want her former mother figure to feel completely dismissed. "Thank you." Bella made her rounds among the rest of the Cullens, each offering their well wishes and support. Since they'd planned to stay in Anchorage for a while, they'd still be close enough to help if needed. Emmett would be moving in once Bella awoke in her new life, promising to take her hunting when she was ready. She didn't have the heart to tell him she would be feeding part-time on humans as he swung her around in a bear hug that nearly crushed her. The moment she reached their room, Bella collapsed face-first onto the bed, her shower forgotten as exhaustion took over. The rest of the week flew by, and before she knew it, her birthday, coincidentally her death day, had arrived. She and Rose spent the day away, enjoying a picnic in a high alpine meadow near their home. The evening in the cabin unfolded in a quiet celebration filled with movies and games. The sisters reluctantly honored Bella's request for a more subdued birthday gathering, just some of her favorite foods and a small cake. As midnight approached, Irina, Kate, and Tanya each embraced her warmly before returning to the main lodge, waiting for Rose to summon them. Once the cabin was quiet, Rose led Bella to their room. It was time. Bella's heart raced painfully against her ribs as she settled in the middle of the bed, folding her hands across her stomach to keep from fidgeting. The bed dipped as Rosalie sat down beside her. "Rose?" Bella looked up into the crimson gaze of her mate. Rosalie had indulged in her special dessert several times throughout the week, and she had yet to return to her usual animal diet. Apparently, human blood sustained them longer than that of animals, so the quick sip she took from Bella had more than satisfied her thirst. Bella shifted on the bed and reached out, clutching Rosalie's cool hand for support. Anticipation and nervous energy thrummed through her, her breathing shallow and uneven. She swallowed thickly, trying to force her tongue from the roof of her mouth to speak, but the words wouldn't come. "I'll watch over you the whole time, else can mean," Rosalie reassured her, sensing the unspoken question. She paused, her strong thumb rubbing gentle circles against Bella's hand. "So, have you given any thought to what you want to do first?" Caught off guard by the sudden change in conversation, Bella felt a wave of gratitude for the distraction. She thought for a moment, then a wry smile crossed her face. "Well, I've always wanted to hike Everest. I seem to recall a girl mentioning it to me before. I bet the view is spectacular, and a kiss on top of the world sounds romantic, doesn't it? I wonder if you know anyone who would want to come with me." "Cheeky," Rosalie teased. "You love me." "That I do, even until the end of the world." "Okay, now I know you're quoting Lord of the Rings." Bella laughed, her nerves momentarily forgotten. "Or I could just be professing my undying love for my mate." Rosalie argued, but there was no strength or malice in her words. "That was a terrible pun." Rose shrugged in response. "Thanks, babe. I needed that." "You're welcome, my darling." Rose leaned down and pressed their lips together for a brief kiss. Bella took a deep breath, then exhaled slowly as Rose pulled away, feeling the tension ease from her shoulders. "Okay. I'm ready." Rose smiled reassuringly as she lowered her lips to Bella's neck, softly kissing the pulsing artery. Sharp fangs grazed the tender skin, searching for the scar left by the mate mark. "Wait, Rose." Bella leaned forward, propping herself up on her elbows. "Yes, my love. I don't want to be alone. Promise you'll stay with me? Through it all? Even if I scream? Always. I'm not going anywhere. I'll be the last thing you see when you close your eyes and the first when you open them again." Bella nodded and leaned back against the pillows. "I love you, Rose. I love you, too." With chocolate eyes tracking her mate's every move, Rosalie leaned forward once more. With a slight pinch, her razor-sharp fangs pierced the tender flesh. A second later, the venom began to spread, engulfing the world in fire. A lone shadow crept through the dark alleys of Venice, their cloak obscuring their form as they wove along the cobblestones, with only the stars above as their witness. Purposeful stride stopped abruptly as they entered a new side street, their body going impossibly rigid. "You know it is rude to sneak up on someone unannounced," they spoke without turning around. "My apologies," a velvety voice replied from the shadows, sounding anything but apologetic. A moment later, a second cloaked figure, slightly shorter than the first, emerged from behind a stack of crates near the mouth of the alley. The hood was drawn tightly to conceal their face, though it was clear the other already knew their identity. "I see you received my message." I did, vague as it was. "To what do I owe this displeasure?" The first figure drawled slowly, turning to face the newcomer. "I thought it was time that you and I had a little chat." "Chat," they repeated with a dry scoff. "And why do you think I wish to speak with you? You and I are not so different. I think we understand one another. More importantly, we have a common interest." After a brief pause, the taller figure crossed their arms over their chest and nodded imperceptibly. "Go on. You clearly know who I am and what I can do, just as I know who you are." The words slipped past their lips like honey, tempting. "With our combined efforts, there's nowhere they can hide." "They?" "Yes. You know of whom I speak. We've both been wronged, and this is our chance to make things right. To take what should have been ours all along." A pale hand emerged from beneath the dark cloak, hovering in the space between them. "So, what do you say?" There was a pause, tension building as the taller figure considered the offer. Teeth glinted ominously in the moonlight as a smile spread across their face. "I believe we have a deal."